other kinds of dust under gravity, like, and how to like know that things. It's about the acceleration. So if you're going from 0 to 60, you'll only get so far in like 20 frames. But if you're going from 0 to 20, if there's only 20 frames available, you can count the frames and tell that the acceleration was different. And in a similar way, when the dust particles are kicked up, we notice that the dust particles move at 9.98 meters per second squared on Earth and move at about 1.9 meters per second squared on the moon, because there's about 1/5 or 1/6 gravity. So it's about changing the laws of physics.
Yeah, I was looking for like a comparison to what the dust should have looked like on the Earth versus what it did look like. It's gonna be like a longer arc, but if anybody has that video, I'd love to see it.
So the claim is the way dust falls.
Wouldn't Chubby Google?
There's Earth curve.
Yeah, I think Dave McKeegan covers it. Like, he's been covering a lot of the NASA conspiracy stuff and the debates against this particular guy who said in 1897 there's a picture of a crater and it looks different from the current crater. Now, he's an Apollo denialist, so it's nothing to do with a flat Earth or anything. So it's just about like being skeptical of Apollo. And we did a bit of research, and it looks like somebody took a picture of some clay and threw some dirt in it and took a photo and just said, this picture looks like the moon picture, and just claimed there was a difference. So it's found to be a hoax rather than comparing a genuine image against another one.
By the way, I Googled it real quick. Here's one of the things that came up, just so we're clear.
Can you DM it to me?
I tagged you. It's right. It's the last thing in the chat.
Okay, I like DMs because I can reference it later. But yeah, it's okay.
I feel like you guys forget what you're even trying to prove.
Why are you gay?
Is this just like a YouTube video?
Tune, by the way, Jesse, when he came on that night, did you fucking smoke him with your new arguments? Did you finalize flat Earth for everyone?
Hold on, I'm just wondering if y'all's proof was a YouTube video. Is that the case?
You literally asked for video analysis of video. The only form of communication of that analysis is probably going to be video, because a video
download it. Download it, upload it to your own website, and then give her the fucking download link to it. Yeah, Jesse.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna use that one whenever I have a YouTube video.
Did you smoke Tune when he came in with your new flat Earth arguments? We got those.
This isn't a flat Earth discussion. This is an Apollo skeptic debate.
I just heard Jesse talk, and I was hoping he would respond to it. It's all right.
Yeah, these guys are fucking kind of being a little rude. Every time I talk, they just keep talking about their own dumb shit that I don't think matters.
Oh, so it's a not answer. We can go back to the moon landing denial.
Yeah, we don't need to entertain this public shaming, so let's just keep to the topic.
Yeah, I'm thinking about you guys are talking about dust falling on the moon, right?
Yeah, how do you explain the parabolic arc?
Assuming there is one that's different than Earth's. There would be a parabolic arc on Moon too.
You're just asserting that dust falling in a parabolic arc means anything.
It would fall in a parabolic arc because the moon has gravity. They're just saying the parabolic arc would be elongated because there's less gravity. That's the claim.
Well, no. Like, so if you've ever seen somebody like riding away on a dirt bike in sand, you can see that the parabolic arc is different than the trajectory that of when it's on the moon. So it's literally just Google BMX bike desert, whatever you fucking want. The sand falling is going to be different from. Oh, so no, why are you no, you're moaning over me. Hold on, let me forget it. You're moaning over my explanation. Go ahead and get it out now. Why are you moaning over me?
He said no.
Yeah, why
But
are
I
you
did Google it,
moaning?
and
Dude,
some of
but-
them did look similar, depending on how the
You
dust
gotta
was
say
sprung up.
so.
They are very
God
fucking
damn.
different based on the
don't
the
need to
rotation,
entertain
the
those
speed of
that
the
need to be
fucking the
accommodated.
wheel, how much paddle length is on the fucking material of the rubber. Like that's a big thing too. Like how are you determining, looking at these videos, that this isn't the way it should be? You as an expert telling me
That's
it
what you
shouldn't
should
be
be
that way.
doing.
Why are
keep
you
talking,
thinking that?
dude? You're
That's
crazy.
your claim. You should be doing that, and it
No,
depends
you're the
on like
one
which
saying
video
it
you
shouldn't
watch.
be the way it is. All right, Taylor, why does it look the way it does on the moon and not on Earth? Can you explain that to me?
What are you
Assuming
doing?
that is the case.
Well, no, not assuming that's the case. It is the case. We have video evidence of it on the moon. If you're denying that's moon footage, explain to me why it's not moon footage. Why is it not moon footage? Can we go there?
Look,
you're
I
you're
don't know if it's
reaching.
moon footage or
Hold on,
not.
Jesse. I'm
not even-
sorry, Jesse. I'm asking the female Taylor, not the female Jesse. Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah. So I just
Yeah,
would like to
you're
see some
acting a little
analysis or
crazy.
I'm
comparison of
sorry,
these videos
Jesse
being
the
made.
female. I'm asking I'm asking Taylor the female to continue with that question. Why is it happening the way it appears on the moon and not in, video footage of things here on Earth?
I don't know. I think that we should do an analysis of the video and compare it with different analyses of here on Earth.
But we have actually, and that's been done, and you can find
Is there a
those if you just
document or is there just a
yeah,
YouTube video?
there's many of them. I'll find it. But like, if I send it to you in the DM, are you gonna watch it, or are you just gonna go like, "There's like, I should look at these
Yeah, I was
more"?
just
Like,
about to watch it until you started talking to me.
oh fuck
I've
me!
never-
I'm
this would be
sorry.
my
I'm
first
sorry.
time
Go ahead,
watching a
Jesse the
YouTube
female.
video
Go ahead,
this course, by the
Jesse the
way.
female, not
Pardon
Taylor
me,
the female. Go ahead.
Yeah, Taylor, let me just say this, please, to this guy real quick. Yeah, dude, you're reaching. Like, you think that the way dust
I reach
is
around.
falling-
Am I touching?
Oh, hold
Am I
on,
grabbing
man.
it yet?
Oh, look at you go. Yeah, you got to compensate immediately.
I'm
This is
gripping.
like,
I'm gripping
yeah,
strong.
you're reaching. You got nothing. I mean, if you think dust falling proves anything, you're just out of your mind.
You're right. I'm stroking hard now. Like I've reached around, I've gripped it. I'm stroking hard as I'm plugging deep into you. Yeah,
Hey,
and
This is assault, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
man.
completely.
Hey, man.
It's assault on my ears.
Disgusting.
oh,
shit.
fuck that.
Oh,
I had to mute this guy. Thank goodness.
This is all about dust falling. Dust falls different ways depending on the air and the resistance of the air.
Yeah, so the problem is that if there is
Welcome to
any kind of medium with any kind of matter in it, drag is going to make the trajectory not parabolic anymore. Oh, and
No.
also, just so we know, video analysis of a video, the analysis of a video is probably going to be presented in video form. So complaining that it's in a video is a useless thing to complain about. It's just, it's dumb.
I'm just a video watching a video, pretending to be another video.
Yeah.
Well, you're pretending you did the math of the actual like size of the arc and matched it with the amount of gravity there should be on the moon, and however
How much arc should there have been? For you to deny it right now, for you to deny it right now, how much arc should there have been?
On the surface of the moon that can also
How-
affect.
How much
the
should there
fucking
have
way
been
that
in the arc?
dust falls. Dude,
You
listen to
deny
freak
it.
out as I debunk you. Look
You
at
deny
go.
how much arc? How much arc
I'm
should be there?
debunking your stupid claim because it doesn't prove
Well,
the
how much
globe
arc
either
is
way.
there and how much is missing? How much is missing from the arc? Like fucking flat earthers have this from
Oh
fucking.
no, you claim
dropping-
you have the math.
Oh,
Let's
dude,
see
you're so
the math.
fucking bad at this.
You'll get the math, boy.
Just let Lion
Well,
back.
yeah,
He was better at this. He
The math's
he
in the
wasn't
video.
trolling.
Think
He
what you
No,
believed
you're
everything.
losing the argument immediately. You already know you have.
Am
nothing.
I
This is
losing
not
you? I'm
globe.
asking you
in the
how much
video.
arc there
This
should
is
be.
dust
Video.
falling.
I'm
You don't know
asking
the
you how much
difference
arc.
between Earth
Hold
curvature
on.
and dust falling.
Do I lose because you keep talking over me? Do I lose? So how much arc
Who's
should
talking
be?
over who? Dude, you
You're-
don't stop
just-
talking. You never
Let
stop
me.
talking.
So all right. So how much arc should be there versus how much is missing?
You're the one making the wacky claim, so you must have figured
You're
it
the
out. Why
one
don't you show
denying
me
the
math?
claim.
Show me the
All
math.
right.
dude.
So you're denying the
Yeah.
things. Oh, so how much?
No, I'm
how
not
much
denying
do you deny-
anything.
How-
I believe you. You can show it to me, right? I believe you.
Yeah, the videos
well, then
of
why-
the different
why are you
of the
talking?
parabolic arcs are in that video.
All right,
Please
so
watch it.
somebody made a video and they said that the moon's gravity is different on Earth, so the way that
You
the
know,
dust
obvious
falls,
you're trolling, bro.
magnetic
You're
field.
just
Oh my
trolling.
God, if I invoke the magnetic field, I invoke an amount of gravity, it falls the exact way it would if that's what was going on, guys. You figured it out. Stupid ass shit.
Yeah, the difference is like the video shows the difference between a 9.
So it doesn't match the amount of magnetic field that you need, and it doesn't match the amount of gravity you need because they're both working together, and you're just invoking a random amount for both.
Who's talking about magnetism?
Yeah, it is random because you didn't truly measure anything.
Okay, so there's measurements in the chat. It's been posted a few times.
Yeah, there's always some measurements in the chat, right?
50.
Did you look at them, or are you just gonna deny them?
Of gravity would
An equation.
Yeah, so we know how fast things accelerate towards the ground because we've done measurements. It's roughly about
Like anything
9
but actual
meters
Earth
per second.
curvature. Can't ever talk about Earth curve because you're too
You're
busy.
moving the topic away
justifying
from
Earth curve with all these
Apollo
other
denial.
non-related-
You're moving the topic away from
non-related
Apollo
supposed
denial.
phenomena that indicate a globe, and you think it's actual evidence of a globe. and
He's
it's
not
just
a real flat earther. That's why
You're
he's
an
doing
idiot
it.
because you're not.
He's not a real flat earther.
You're choosing
Look at all
to
this
move
plan-
the
look at
topic
him
away
trying
from
so
Apollo
hard to
denial.
slander.
You're
You guys
just
are just
being
idiots
intellectually
slanderers.
dishonest because you want to move the topic away from Apollo denial. This is a topic about Apollo denial, not the shape
No,
of the
you
Earth.
guys are
This is-
vicious. You're very angry and vicious, and you can't have a normal
No,
conversation
you
with someone that
haven't
just
been here
disagrees
for
with
the
you.
last hour and a
Because
half,
everything you
dickhead.
believe is
So shut your
dogmatic. Your
fucking face
scientism,
like the
your
dickhead you are
garbage
and
that you
recognize this
believe,
is
you
about
get
the
offended
Apollo
when people don't
denial. This is about the Apollo denial, not the shape of the Earth, you disingenuous fuck.
Jesse, I'm just curious why you were on the interviewing an ex-flat earther and you're back to being a flat earther again. Like, it's obvious you're polling right now. People should not be engaging Jesse. He's the guy wearing the Kanye West image that's permanently fucking server muted. He's not a real flat earther and he doesn't have good arguments. I have better arguments than most flat earthers here.
Taylor,
don't do it.
Since you're a big fan of DMs, I did DM the thing. That's
Yeah,
been
I'm
posted.
looking at it right now.
Yeah, so I mean, there's
Can I have a
measurements.
minute?
I'm gonna predict
So
what's gonna
who
happen.
think-
She's gonna
who
say it
thinks
doesn't
that-
prove the thing you say it does. That's what's gonna happen with Taylor. I'm predicting it now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
So I
replacing
just don't-
Bethel. You can't do that.
Can
So
you
this
DM
guy-
me as well too fast?
I'm not going to ask for a DM. I just don't think somebody who recognizes that the discussion has been about Apollo denial jumping here and saying you this and the other flat Earth is operating in good faith. This has been a discussion about the Apollo denial.
We're now calling
Or-
it Fact Earth.
It's been hijacked by people who want to have
Just
social.
like perspective's been hijacked.
I gained 5 points, by the way.
Ooh.
So they estimated the velocity of the dust. I guess that's based off of like watching the video and the gravitational.
What kind of
field,
dust
right?
was it? Did
At
they
the
say what
lunar-
kind of dust it is? Because you could like electrically or statically charge it, like I was saying earlier. You could affect its fall rate or its all that shit.
The initial velocity of the dust is given by the actual video. You don't have to guess. You don't have to.
Well, no,
That's-
there. What
I'm just
kind
reading
of
their
dust is it?
paper,
That's
dude.
what I'm
If you have
saying.
a
What
problem
kind
with
of
what the
dust
paper
it is?
says,
Dust.
I'm
What is
reading.
dust?
I'm quoting the paper, bro.
Is it sand? Is it from wood? Is it from like fucking dirt? Like, what kind of dust are we talking here?
Dusty
Probably
dust.
moon dust because they took
You
it
don't
back
have
here.
those details. That's the problem. You have a faith-based belief that dust falls at a specific given rate with your globe-based what's the term
Comparison.
that's in there?
Comparison.
It's the buoyancy. It's the buoyancy equation that gives you that rate right there. You're gonna tell me dust falls. Dust, quote unquote, dust. What kind of dust? Metal dust? Wood dust? Lithium dust? Like what? Like what are we talking here?
Typical silicates.
You ain't got shit. That's what I thought. Right. So you look at that. You say dust. Dust what? What kind of dust?
Typical silicates.
No, typical silicon. What?
Silicates.
Okay.
It's-
Is that's in the simple equation you gave us right there that we can look at and everyone can evaluate?
It's. I mean, they're showing
You
you in the
measure-
chart the size of the dust
Did
particles.
you- And you
of the dust
made that kind of
particle,
dust particle yourself in your own, like what? You got like a garage, or what? Do you live in your basement there with your mom? Like what kind of situation are you creating? This kind of like what? Like how long is it taking you to like wait? Like your mom's like, hey, dust, and like you finally pull out the feather, broom, and you finally dust it.
It's simulating.
So it looks like they looked at the
It's not
timing
gonna be
difference.
listed for what it's simulating. It's right there.
So if they're looking at the timing difference, my question would be, how would we know that this video is an actual time? Because if that's all they're comparing, then why couldn't we just slow down the rate of the video?
Without
But I'm
explanation.
still reading.
9.98 meters per second squared is different than 2.0 meters
I know,
per
but like
second.
you see what I'm saying though?
Like
About the time, like couldn't you
can't
Not if you yell it, it still wouldn't work. Right?
You
It's still
can't
the difference.
film a car. You can't film a car going 0 to 60 in the same way you film the frame rate for the car going 0 to 20. Like it's an acceleration problem.
You can in a dyno
I'm
chamber.
just looking at the paper, bro.
No, you can in a dyno chamber. It's a fixed frame of reference, and you can spin any tire you want up, and you can create any surface you want applying to that surface. What were you talking about that you can't do?
Okay, if we're looking
if you
at
want to
the
propose they put an entire studio in a dyno chainer, that's on you.
No, you can create you can take an entire studio and you can put a dyno chamber inside of that studio. What thing are we saying is an impossibility in reality right now?
we need
That's
to know
what
what
Kubrick had. That's what Kubrick had, a giant gravity.
a dynamometer.
Look, I'm just saying there's absolute answers for the weird, impossible things you're claiming are impossible right now, and I can present another impossibility for me, and I will gladly present a feasible representation of reality you can achieve. What do you got?
It is comparing time.
It was not feasible to bring
Like, can you
magnetism.
explain what a dyno chamber is and how big they are and how that affects like a moon buggy driving over the surface near or within it?
Right. So the thing I presented earlier was you could have a mixed medium. So like we don't know what the dust is made of. You could have a magnet trailing just slightly off camera with an inverse the inverse square law, so you can get that pull exactly as you need it, and you could vary your medium. So there's you could have a plate underneath it that has like a negative charge to it with a positive above it that's floating far above the camera frame. There's other things you could do to this video footage, right? So it's like how are you claiming it isn't the case now?
Okay, magnetism
I'm
wouldn't be a suitable explanation because both gravitation and magnetism, the amount of force involved is proportional to the amount of matter that's affected. In the case of drag, it is not proportional to the amount of matter, but proportional to the cross-sectional surface area. That means that particles of different sizes, even under the influence of magnetism for a magnetic material, would not fall in a parabolic trajectory, and the different sized materials would sort out, like they would separate.
I get that, but what if you had a uniform material of like some magnesium or some ferrous material that you could affect a charge to, and you had a generally sized a space you could create, a couple fields of frame in, and then you could crop it, cut it, and create an illusion effect that you're creating this particulate matter in this frame rate, right? Like this seems doable.
Electromagnetism wouldn't be a suitable explanation because the amount of force applied to the material via electromagnetism would depend on the amount of material available. However,
What if you're using a combination
to that same value, so there wouldn't be you wouldn't be able to match it is the problem.
Well, what if you're using like a combination of electromagnetism and like a general base super like magnet or like a super electromagnet right off, and you're fluctuating the phase based on the base plate of the material that it's on. So as you drive over it, you can create pulsations, right? That would affect the material as it ejects the tire rim in a parabolic arc just offset. Like let's say we wrote the program to create a phase pattern within the base plate, the material, and the electromagnet off screen to create this parabolic arc. Is this possible in reality at all?
No, because both the things you're mentioning are electromagnetic in nature, and they cannot affect the material in anything other than a relationship that is proportional to the matter, the amount of matter that each particle contains.
So your belief,
since drag
your
is
belief, hold on. This is based on your belief.
Since drag is not proportional to the amount of material, that means that there would be a difference. You can't erase that difference.
I get that.
Hold on.
So, but what you're basing this off is the amount of energy you can actually input into the stratus or the medium, and I think that's where I think Flat Earth could like dig into this. Is that you don't actually have the answer for that. They might have more power than you could comprehend. There may be power you don't understand that they're applying to this situation that could be filling in those gaps that you're creating.
Filling in the gaps was a nice touch.
You're creating lots of gaps, I just want to say.
So how do they record all these
Like
movies?
a redneck farmer, like I could like seriously walk up to you and like give you a couple fucking straw hats, just saying.
Whenever they record like Interstellar and all these movies, like I would just say that the effects are crazy. I don't know how they do all of it at all.
Interstellar was not.
Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me, Taylor, that like maybe I made a good convincing argument for why that could be the case on the moon footage?
Why? What could be the case? Like you said,
like if they used like a studio and like maybe they couldn't pull a full vacuum, right? Like maybe they could like pull like an almost vacuum, which would actually like okay, so they had to wear a suit, right? So they're out there and they have like scuba gear on, right? It's not like a full spacesuit, but you can pull somewhat a vacuum, and then you can create an anti-static field, and you can create somewhat of a back field of electromagnetic pull on a medium you're in a shot with, and then you can manipulate that shot after the fact with Stanley Kubrick, who was known to be on set at the time filming their preliminary
All that
launch
imagining,
stuff.
dude.
Yeah, so I mean it's all there. I'm just saying, like,
budget. I wouldn't doubt anything if they did fake it. Like I wouldn't doubt anything if they had $3 billion in today's money.
Right. I'm just saying, like, the things I presented seem like credible ideologies that you could like, glom onto and be like, well, I mean, there's room for wiggle there, right?
Not really.
Right. I've never seen it like, replicated. I don't know what all they do in these movie sets, but I'm sure at $3 billion you could pretty much do a lot. That's all I know. If they were to have faked it.
Interstellar was not made in 1971.
I know it wasn't, but
real quick, Demon Stride, Flip Flop would be proud.
Look, the main thing is,
look, he wants to run away.
Is,
it's fine. He's not a single answer. Just like, let's nail that down. Doofus runs away now. Like where you're driving right now, you can't drop a link. Doofus, we got it. It's all right.
No,
look,
I get it.
I think the main takeaway from this is that Flat Earth is dead, and that it's a really boring topic.
It's dead as fuck, by the way.
I follow skepticism at the moment.
Get out of it. Like, it's dead as fuck. But like, as a zombie, like I still want to exist. Yo.
Has anyone actually seen Witness?
How does
Poe
acting help the conversation about like people who seek truth?
Listen to you guys trying to justify Earth curvature with fucking space dust. You're imagining somebody's in outer space. Like, you don't experience anything of the sort, dude. You just close your eyes, imagine shit. You're imagining globe.
Do better.
Yeah, it's not connected.
Do better. Just do better, man. Come on, Jesse. You can do better.
Dude,
Zinak, you were saying though, like
so
something about
ironic.
something I
Someone
didn't quite catch that. Sorry, Jesse. Hold
You're
on.
telling
Zinak.
other people to do
Zinak made an
better.
actual.
Everything I just heard you
comment.
say was this incessant garbage.
You have no real response to what I said, and that's garbage.
I already know your argument, man. I already know what you're saying.
Exactly, because you're global and you're doing a shit job at being a flat earther, and that's
McToon and Dave McKeegan say. I
should just make a fake profile.
Look at how well I can regurgitate someone else's argument, guys. Give me a gold star.
Has anyone seen With It?
No, he's probably in court and he's not allowed to be online anymore because he fucking abused his fucking wife. Allegedly,
Why would we give a fuck about some question from a baller about Witcher? Get the fuck back on the topic, for fuck's sake.
All your like guys, like all your main guys are missing, dude. Like they're all missing, dude.
People have lives. Unlike you who want to like talk to Witsit all day.
Bro, I started a whole new life. It's been great. But like most flat earthers are unemployed and they've been shit since. And like the reason they glommed onto flat earth is because it helped them erase their fucking shitty reality they're experiencing daily. But
Most flat earthers I know are employed. Like what the heck? And that would just be fallacious to say therefore they're wrong anyway.
No. That would be fallacious to say because you're a hold on, Jesse. I'm making a valid point here.
Like, what's the fucking deal?
Yeah,
no, he's just trying to abuse people. That's all he's doing.
No.
There's no point in mentioning that.
No. I was not reducing.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point mentioning that, dude.
All right, well then I guess I'm wrong, and you can just abuse me now because you're right, and don't let me respond. Go ahead.
Dude, you're the one going around screaming at people that they're this and that. Like,
well, all right, don't let me respond. Go ahead and abuse me. Let's go. Like everyone get their like.
About people in an argument anyway.
Well, you like Taylor, you got yours in. Go ahead, Jesse. Get yours now. Anyone else? Get them out now before I can respond.
You don't have.
I'm not allowed to respond. Taylor, you got yours out. Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to respond. That was stupid.
Right, because that's not
Yeah, so the discussion has been about criticizing the legitimacy or the lack thereof of the Apollo missions. It's nothing to do with globe versus flat at the moment. So bringing up the globe is just a red herring.
Exactly. You are not proving the model with your outer space crap.
I don't get how that applied.
We're not discussing the Earth model. We're discussing the legitimacy of the lunar evidence.
Well,
like
we don't always know if you globetards know the difference.
Oh, he said the tard word. No, moderation. He said the tard word. He said tard. Moderation. Moderation. Let me make a ticket. Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna make a ticket.
I said tard.
I'm gonna make a ticket. Hold on, I got it.
Somebody telling me to get on my knees earlier. That was ridiculous.
I was pretty fine with the other globe guy who was trying to insult.
Hold on. Let me address that.
The discussion is. No, shut up for a minute. I was talking
let me address that. Fuck you.
It's a demons.
Well, let him hold on.
It's not about you. Rabbiting, pro-acting hypocrite with flip-flopping.
Shut the fuck up!
Idea.
G-Man, I will
One at a fucking time. Holy shit.
Okay, guys. It's unbearable to listen. Okay, I will meet every single one of you. Okay, one at a time, please. This is unbearable. Come on, guys.
They're freaking out over their space dust not proving Earth curve. They don't realize it's unrelated.
We already know it's unrelated. That's been explained to you.
Yeah, the whole discussion.
Okay, can I address Taylor saying I was navigating her? Am I allowed to address me being a misogynist?
And you won't let
Am I allowed to address me being a misogynist?
I never called anyone a misogynist.
Someone else wants to speak. Shut the fuck up. Now listen here, fuckwit. What's going to happen here is we're going to have a lunar denial. Lunar denial. If you want to be a destructive cunt, mute that motherfucker or leave. The discussion's about the validity of the lunar missions, right? And what we're discussing is the moon rover. And if you want to move away from that, you're a dishonest cunt. So shut the fuck up.
No, it's boring now, dude. It's been going on for 3 hours.
What a man-child. Don't fit.
Hey, you don't have to like each other.
These guys are raging and spiraling.
Dude,
I know you're divided left and right.
I've got to interrupt.
You're on opposite sides of the corners.
Oh, wait.
I would never want to be a Glover just by the way you're acting.
Please let me. I was called. Hold on a second. I was called up by Taylor.
Trident
In a
now.
live
Okay,
stream,
hang on.
please let me respond. This is a live stream. I'm allowed fucking, like, honestly, like, this is live.
Demon, go.
I'm
Go for it.
allowed
Go for it.
equal
I'm
response.
modding. Okay,
I'm
Demon,
allowed
I'm
equal
modding.
response. I was called out for fucking
Demon, I'm
misogyny.
modding.
I never
Please,
said
sorry,
the word
thank you.
misogyny, but go
Let
ahead.
me, then
Demon.
let me
Why are you using
respond,
this
please.
platform to address this? Why are you doing this?
Okay, I will. Okay, guys, do you want me
They're
to
not
make sure
going to just say it, bro.
Demon, go for it.
Thank you,
Please.
Taylor. No, Taylor, I was not saying you should do this. I was saying it in a fucking joking manner because I support women, trans. I'm the gayest form of fucking dem you could find. I'm not subjugating you. Hold on. I'm sorry that came off and you didn't understand me because you don't fucking know me. But no, I was not subjugating you. I was doing it as the I'm gonna do the absurd position and say you do this because that's the way the chat and the VC was responding at the time as me being a flat earther to the things responding. I'm sorry you weren't able to follow that, but no, I was not being misogynistic to you.
Okay, great. It has been established that you're the gayest dem ever. Let's move on.
Thank you, fuckface.
Yeah, so
that's the takeaway. That's the dishonesty part, Zynek.
I wasn't even the one talking, but I got like muted. But okay.
Yeah, because we were
Did you
having a
fucking hear what I had to say, Tyler? Did you fucking
were
hear me?
having a
Or were you
genuine
Yeah, I was
talking over
trying to
me?
respond, but I noticed I was muted.
We don't
Yeah.
need to
So did you
entertain
hear a fucking thing I said, Taylor? That was
You
the
don't
point.
Obviously, I did. You don't have to like curse at me.
Why are the mods allowing Demon Stride to just scream at everyone?
Shut up, Jesse.
Because the people that were here before you were enjoying a discussion about the legitimacy of the moon landing. It had nothing to do with globe versus flat. So stop
I wanted to
changing the
talk about that. That's what I was trying to talk about, and then I started getting yelled at.
Okay, so we need to
Let me
reset,
start
guys.
change it.
We need to really reset this room and listen to what Oblate Anvil is saying.
Taylor,
You have
let me
been
finish.
not listening to what he's saying.
Zynek, let me finish. Okay, so Taylor, I tagged you the number of times in the chat. Okay, there's a paper. Did you see that paper for this?
Yes, I was reading it in here, looking at the
Okay.
timing differences.
What differences?
How long
didn't
the time took for the dust, beginning of the dust plume to actually reach the ground. That's what they're looking at.
Okay, so
It's
question
fucking
is,
stupid, right? You gotta like tell the mods what to do.
Yes, thanks for honestly, seriously. So I have a question for you, just out of interest. Okay, don't need to answer. But your argument is, if we slow down the video, it will make a difference. Is that correct, or did I misunderstood you completely?
No, that wasn't my argument. I was just theoretically wondering if you could have the same effects. I don't know what all effects they have. Even if it was filmed in a studio, I wouldn't put, much past them.
Okay. But here's the thing.
But yeah, no, that wasn't necessarily my argument. I was just kind of curious how like we differentiate that. But yeah, I was yeah.
Okay, cool. Oblate, go ahead. Or whoever wants to jump on next.
Yeah, and my frequent comparison is like comparing the acceleration of filming a car. And it's very difficult to change like the rate of how dust falls. So it's like trying to film a racetrack that is like always going at 9.98 meters per second squared, and then slowing it down frame by frame and going, okay, that's what that looks like. And when they videotaped the rooster tail just being disturbed by the tires, what we find is that it's about 1/5 or 1/6 that amount, and that matches up with the gravity of the moon, which is about 1/5 of ours. Because we find that when the astronauts are wearing equipment that weighs 90 or like 80 kilos, they can't jump as high on Earth, but they can basically jump 6 times higher on the moon. Now, you could probably say that might be strings, but no one can believe that individual dust particles can be held up by strings.
Nobody implied that. So
That dust.
I'm not saying you implied that, but if you're going to make a claim that things are like falling slowly at a different rate, that's why we're referring to dust being kicked up by tires, because that just removes the whole idea of strings out of the equation as an excuse to hand wave the evidence provided.
And also, wires were brought up in the conversation. Actually, Lion brought them up. It was fun.
Yeah, the wires would be connected to the men.
I thought maybe the arc itself would be different instead of like just like looking at the timing of each.
Yeah, it would be because,
arc
like, in
is
the
different than
vacuum,
the
you're
timing.
looking at dust flying through hypothetical helium versus like a vacuum chamber. So, as the dust flies through the substance, it's facing more resistance due to a hypothetical studio filled with helium. And like I was describing, you hold a helium balloon and an air-filled balloon, you shake the dust, the helium rises up quicker than the oxygen does, just like in Earth. Like the helium would rise above that dust probably quicker. So it kind of harmed the argument that this was a helium-flooded room and it would affect the dust.
Did anybody say helium anytime recently?
Lion did.
Oh.
Yeah, I brought up helium, but I also brought up composite dust, not like regular dirt, dude.
Whatever the material is, comma, the amount of force that acts back on it due to drag would be different for the cross-sectional surface area as the dust is falling through that medium. That medium, even if it was helium, would still cause drag. That would be different by the cross-sectional surface area as the dust is falling through it.
So we have to think
To me, the
about
whole video looks slowed down. It was a little, maybe it was just the camera quality they had back then.
Yeah,
But
never mind the explanation as to why it can't just be slowed down. Just say it again.
Can you find the explanation?
No. The explanation was given to you why it can't just be that it's slowed down. That was given to you.
What was
now
that?
You're just going to repeat the claim that it could be slowed down. Like you're fucking ignorant, just on purpose.
Okay, so you don't have to name call. You can repeat the rebuttal.
So the explanation was 9.98 meters per second squared is an acceleration. Now, this is like an acceleration of a car going forward, 9.98 per second squared. You can film that with a camera and going, this is how much the car moved. Now, if you had a different acceleration of the car, the frames would look differently. And what we find is, like, pretty much everywhere on Earth we see dust flying up and, apples being dropped. It's about 9.8 meters per second squared. However, the footage shows that it's about 1/5 of that. So it's like comparing filming a car accelerating up to 60 versus filming a car accelerating up to 15 to 20 miles an hour.
Okay, I was just trying to go off the paper, and what I saw in it was just them doing timing differences of each. They were looking at the time that it took the dust plume. So
the timing, if the timing was different, the parabola would be different. So therefore, timing differences are the same thing as parabola differences. I also want to point out real quick, because in the paper, you got this, or at least this diagram anyway. I don't exactly know where it came from, but so this diagram, which I've posted again, and you've seen it in your DM, changing the rate at which the video is recorded only changes the horizontal axis of that graph. It does not change the vertical axis of that graph. Do you understand?
yeah, but if you're doing a left to right analysis going over the same time on the x-axis, then you would have the x and y change because one would just be shifted over.
You see in the graph that the dust is following a different vertical path as well as a different horizontal path. You see that, right?
Hold on, let me pull it back up to see exactly which graph. But yeah, and I tried to address it just now, but I don't think you understood what I said. So yeah, see, like, okay, so you got the first one. Overall, they're pretty much making the same shape, but they're just elongated because the timing's difference. The timing's different.
The 100 micrometer at STP is clearly not a parabola because of drag.
And what one was that? That was the simulation.
For our particles on Earth, yes. For particles on Earth in air, that's why it says STP. That's what it would do. The drag would make it non-parabolic.
But you should look at the actual measurements.
The difference in this, yes, the actual measurements are the blue stuff. Now, the difference you see here is not only along the horizontal axis, but it is also along the vertical axis.
They're saying that's what it should do.
Of the video, changing the timing of the video only changes the horizontal axis. The vertical axis would still be different.
That's a simulation, bro. We want to look at the actual data from the video compared to Earth.
The blue stuff in the graph is the measurements from the video. The blue stuff is the actual measurements. We're looking at the measurements.
Yep. Look at the measurements. Okay, so
we're
tell me how
doing
that one's
That's
different
what
than
we're fucking doing. That's the thing we're doing.
Yeah, that is the thing we're doing.
Okay, and in the
I hope
measurement,
everybody can follow along. Maybe you can post it again for everybody so they can see what we're talking about.
the measurements show that the dust in the video does not follow a trajectory that would be something that you would expect on Earth. It wouldn't even match if you slowed down the video. That
Okay,
is
so
what
from
that's
the
showing.
measurements, that looks pretty darn similar to what it looks like on the Earth simulation.
Except for the
Except for
differences,
it's a
of
longer
course.
arc because
Except
it's
for the
short, 'cause
places
it's a
where they're
longer
different.
time.
It looks pretty similar, except for where they're different, right?
Except for where they're different where?
So there's differences in both the horizontal and the vertical axis. Those differences in the horizontal axis, as you tried to point out, would be explained by changing the frame rate of the video. However, the differences along the vertical axis cannot be addressed by changing the frame rate of the video. So that is not a good explanation.
Okay, but you need to show measurements from Earth versus measurements from the moon, not comparing a simulation. And they do look very similar. The only thing that they were pointing out was the timing difference anyway. So that would be the only thing that is different. So you just have that elongation of the arc, which is what we see.
The elongation of the arc is not the only thing that graph shows.
Okay, then point it out. And let me post it so everybody else can look at it as well.
Is also different because the vertical scale of that graph shows differences as well.
Dude, which differences?
I just fucking said it. The differences along the vertical axis.
Which are what?
Which are the stuff that we see in the video as measured is showing a difference compared to what we expect on Earth.
What type of difference?
A difference of acceleration.
Measured by how much?
Oh, Blade Anvil's been saying this to you 20 fucking times and you still don't get it.
I don't think you get it either. They're comparing the time between them.
And the entire trajectory. It's not just the time. What's lifted in the graph is the entire trajectory, not just the time.
Doofus, ask her by how much she should expect it to differ.
No, I'm not saying that there's a difference.
There's no expectations.
There's no expectations of difference. What? How
You need to look at what they measured, which was the timing difference compared to Earth.
Okay, Taylor. No, it's fine. I'm an objective. I'm unobjective. Like, how do you determine that his data set is wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong.
So, all right. So, prove to me what you're saying. Like, he's making a claim. What is wrong about his claim?
Well, he's not even specifying what horizontally or vertically is different.
Doofus. Doofus. I'm a retarded. No, Doofus. I'm a retarded flat earther. He just told me you're not telling me what's different between what's vertical and horizontal.
Oh yeah, well okay, then we'll just explain it again. So along the horizontal axis is time, along the vertical axis is displacement. Now, the graph, if you change the speed of the video, the frame rate of the video, to something other than its real recorded rate, that will change the scale of the x-axis, which is the amount of time. That would be timing differences. However, Taylor, timing differences are not the only differences here. The displacement along the y-axis is also different between what's expected on the moon and what's expected here. So then, projectiles in the video follow that difference in vertical and horizontal, meaning the slowing down of the video cannot possibly explain why it took that path.
Yeah, the image though is it says X and Z, not Y. Z would be the depth, Y would be the horizontal or the vertical, or I mean.
Yeah, Z is Y in this case.
Okay.
The y-axis of the graph is labeled z. Yes.
Okay, so Taylor, do you see the graph and how this is parabolic in nature versus? Can you provide one for on Earth?
Now the green dashed lines are what's expected for particles on Earth in air.
There we go. All right, so when I look at this graph, Taylor, I see all the blue dots. I imagine are particles that were gathered within the footage from and the Z and like for yeah. So it seems as if the green lines 100 and the 200. What are those based on?
Dust particle size.
Yeah,
They don't know
100
the dust particle size.
Right. Well,
Well,
that's even linked to. So that's related to the thing I was talking about earlier, where like there's ancient technique where they do grains of things and they lift it up in the air with a huge fucking aeration going in one direction. They throw the particles in the air and the heavy shit lands in a pile and the dust gets filtered out through the air. There's like an actual thing for that. And it seems in this graph there isn't a particulate matter that would be a fluid-like substance to carry this thing based on its trajectory in this graph. Like if you look at the purple stuff,
just as an amateur, I'd say the stuff that's falling to the smaller green parabola is heavier, and the ones that fell further away are the lighter ones.
yeah,
is that
absolutely.
right?
And the further away you get, the less and less light it is. And like you could see at the end of that graph, the purple starts to like disperse. And I bet if you continued to gather that data, you'd see the heavier stuff fall right at the ground near like the four and the lightest stuff further out of the frame of graph. But go ahead, Taylor. What were you going to say to that?
Right. I want to make an announcement that I am going to the dentist very shortly. I'm going to be able to talk for about 10 more minutes. Okay. But what I was saying was that the parabola size and the shape of it really is going to depend on the dust particles. The only thing that they actually have here as measurements is the like the first half of the parabola for the moon. That's the only measurements they have. They have simulations for the Earth, and they kind of the parabola, but the size of the parabola is really going to depend on the particle size, but they don't obviously know the particle size on the moon. But the timing difference is the only thing they're looking at. They acknowledge that.
To respond to that really quickly.
Before we
Hold on.
proceed,
Really
demonstrate
quickly.
just one sec, sorry, and you can go on.
For it, I guess.
I think I just want to complement the current exchange we have now. This is way better to listen to.
I agree.
From you, Demon Stride, and everything else in here. So sorry for earlier, but man, this is much better. Keep it like this, man. And I enjoy listening to you now.
Bad for that. That's what upset me earlier. Is I was actually trying to like back you up earlier. I know like regions I think might have caught us up. I don't think you caught my sarcasm as American. But back to the graph that Taylor was mentioning here, I also agree with that. Like, so the simulations in the green dots and the solid dots, right? They only have data for those blue hatch marks, right? And that's what they're basing those dotted lines off of, and also the solid lines off of. And so what we could find if we wanted to really make doofus fuck, dig a little deeper, find the video that shows this graph now on our no longer simulated Earth and simulated lunar, but because this is the graph of the actual grab data, because there is the both that we have. So maybe we could dig deeper and find, because you can see this parabola on Earth. We can show that simulated physically in a video somewhere. I've seen it.
Real quick, I just wanted to point out one thing for Oblate Anvil's edification. The thicker particles went further because their initial velocity wasn't bled off as quickly. So there's so much more drag per the amount of mass on the smaller particles that the initial velocity decreased very rapidly, and that's why it's got
momentum, right?
Very quickly. So the 100 micrometer stuff, when it was kicked out, the velocity decreased so quickly that it fell sooner. That's the reason for the discrepancy.
Right. So can we acknowledge though it's really about the time each of them would take?
It's also about the height that they gained, because the graph doesn't just say timing. There's distance information in the graph as well.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so the parabola is going to be like elongated, and yeah, I mean that makes sense. I wasn't really disputing that.
Yeah,
What
it'll
we're saying
both
is that
be
slowing down the
higher
footage would be enough, and I'm explaining why slowing down the footage would not be enough.
So it's yeah. So in less gravity, you're going to have less resistance. So it's going to like it's going to take a different trajectory.
Maybe she got a phone call, but she cut out.
Yeah, and it's going to take longer. So the whole thing, like the whole parabola is going to be like elongated, but like the nature of the parabola is going to be pretty similar to each, other than like the dust particle size making that difference.
And slowing down the footage would not be enough to replicate the differences. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't
It's
think this would be enough data to say that.
comparing acceleration, and so when we compare the acceleration for the moon, it does accelerate higher. That height of the parabolic arc, the time would only squeeze like the length of the parabolic. It doesn't change the height, and I think the importance is like recognizing like the height factor plays, because when things don't have as much gravity, if they're flung up, it takes them longer to fall, which means their parabolic arc was higher. So we have to try and figure out how NASA spent like so many billions of dollars to fake gravity in a studio. Like,
Well, the height would be based on like the force that it was slung up in. But yeah, I mean, if we could simulate both, like in a vacuum chamber and on Earth to show that, and then like maybe like somehow calculate the height that it was on the moon, that would also be a good measurement to do.
I mean, we're using basic physics principles here, which includes that things sent along a parabolic trajectory follow a parabola based on their initial conditions. That's not something we need to find citations for.
It's been shown like that. So I was saying like 3 hours ago. Like it's been shown. Like you can see the two linked up. Like in air, like I guess you could argue like the air is different where they show the thing doing it. Like we could get all of those air conditions, but they show definitively you don't have the gravitational effect on Earth than you do have on the moon in those images. And we haven't been able to create those moon images on Earth. That's why I was trying to create those ridiculous conditions. Like, hey, what if it's magnets? What if it's fucking, static electricity? Like, do we have anything to show that case? Like, but there isn't, and I'm waiting for it. And I would like, it's a great like postulation. Like, oh, there could be this. I agree. There could be. We can show you like I showed on a trash sorter for fucking recycling things. You can sort aluminum cans from glass bottles and paper clips and staples from all sorts of other things based on the frequency given to your electromagnet, and that's based off of an equation, right? So where is this in this whole thing? And it's not there. Is the problem. You can say sand is separating from the gravity of the Earth because of this or that. It's not actually demonstrated, is what I'm trying to get across. There's no demonstration for these wild claims that we could postulate that could be the reason for a movie coming up with Star Wars with lightsabers where they use, some form of energy that goes through a crystal that like creates this thing. I get it. That's fucking awesome. That's really fucking cool.
Here's a thought. Maybe they actually went to the moon.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. Like that would be so crazy cool. Like I can't, like if they did go to the moon, that would surpass all of the crazy conceptions that I've now put in my mind that they can't do.
Restaurants.
Wait, somebody's bet.
Yeah, no, it's good. Sorry, Taylor, you're open mic right now. It's bad. Yeah. Taylor,
and
you're open mic. Taylor,
for
open mic.
particulate matter that would be a different weight, you would just graph the different size. Like if there was a 300 milligram thing, they'd have a predictable arc under that gravity and a predictable arc for the. So all those parabolas would just scale for the mass in question.
Why you said parabola? It's elliptic. It's not a parabolic orbit.
Is elliptic would be
orbit. We're not talking about orbits.
Yeah, or elliptic would be the fact that it's missing the ecliptic plane, that it's traveling down as it's going forward. That is not what we're talking about. Parabola is a specific thing you can measure that we've already shown the graph for. And there's a distinction between the two of being on Earth versus Moon. You could even calculate these before you go and do the experiment. Go grab a mass of random size. Here's the thing. Go to any gym, walk in there and steal a random dumbbell, and then throw it. Hold on, and then throw it a specific distance at a specific arc. You will get a specific rate it will fall at, which will be calculable to Earth mass versus flat plane versus Earth mass versus Moon mass versus moon plane, and they will match up to Earth mass and Moon mass and their orbital velocities, all of them. Like they will all marry together.
Yeah, you can have hundreds. You can send any vehicle to Moon within 100 trajectory. It's not only one trajectory. You have infinite parabola to the Moon, and yeah.
Okay, so the discussion before you came in here was the validity of.
Sorry, I was going to say, if you're creating a parabola, you're not creating an orbit. There is a difference. And if you don't know the difference, you might need to look further.
No, I know the difference. I know the difference, but I thought that you're talking about the Moon orbit, which is an elliptic orbit, but I didn't know that you're talking about the trajectory from Moon to Earth or vice versa.
No. We're talking about the trajectory of sand or dust particulates coming off of a rotational wheel that's spun from an axle. All right. And when you do that on Earth mass versus Moon mass, right, based on their specific atmospheres, you create a parabola that is calculable versus what we are told or believed based on our faith-based globe Earth science on what the moon says it is and what the Earth says it is. And there is no explanation on the flat Earth. And that's why most globe Earths are like, hey, we have this absolute credible evidence that proves this case. And so far, everyone is saying, this might be different based on my, personal belief or wanting it to be a different way. Because, like, I believe the Earth, like the moon landing might be wrong. So this footage couldn't be. So it must be faked in this way. And we say, well, I would like you to demonstrate how it could be faked in the way you proclaim it based on your emotional position. But so far, it's been several hours and nobody has been able to present any credible argument for how you could project dust or particulate matter in the particular way that it is created under the globe model for gravitation on a suboptimal atmospheric condition on the moon. And I won't even get into specifics.
When was the last time you made that parabola? When was the last time?
There we go. So is any of the all right? So your question is, when was the last time the parabola? And really, your question should be, how did they collect the data, and how are you jumping to that versus the other one?
No, because I'm just interested in like how this parabola that you said that it's based on moon and Earth masses. rotation. Yeah. So just give us an application or give us some
So
data that.
so they have a horizontal application of the video footage of the wheel spinning at a specific rotation that we know a DC motor can spin at, based on the resistance given, which is also a calculable thing that's been demonstrated to be. So we
I'm
can.
not. I'm not asking you to
All right,
teach
so where
me
would you like me
physics
to
here.
correct you at?
No. I'm not asking you to teach me physics. I didn't ask that question.
Well, that's the answer.
Yeah.
That's how we know how the dust is going to go.
No, that's an analogy. You just
No,
made an analogy.
it's fine. It's fine, Doofus. Let's get him down to it. What do you need me to define for you?
No, you said that. Okay, this parabola will be made between these two masses. Okay, go on, show it to us.
So there is video evidence showing.
I know how to see
Kassera, hold on. You're asking a question. You're into this, all right? There's already video evidence showing a horizontal view of the dust being spun from like wheels in many different scenarios on Earth gravity versus what the alleged moon gravity is. Okay, we could even do it within an Earth-based gravity and in a vacuum chamber. So the comparison between all of them has been demonstrable, if you will, that Earth gravity creates a certain parabola based on its mass and its speed that the projectiles are given. You get a parabola based on that. And when you're on the moon, you can watch this footage and it creates this parabola, which I have yet to seen any moon denier present any presentable, observable, demonstration of a parabola being created like on the moon landing videos done on Earth. Please do that for me in a demonstrable way, and I will be a moon denier with you, my good sir.
Can y'all hear me now? I'm so sorry. My mother-in-law, she's a little emotional, and then like if my alarm goes off on my phone, like it unmutes me. So I'm so sorry.
Taylor, I'll put you there. Sorry, everyone could hear you. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would also be really good.
All right. I don't know if you heard that, Stacy. It could be to you or Kassara, but sorry, Taylor. Not Stacy. Sorry, Taylor. I'm sorry. I'm learning new faces today, and I'm bad at it. My bad. But that was like any demonstrable showing of proof for a rotational axle giving a parabola based on particulate matter in an atmospheric condition that's demonstrable to show me a correlation to that of the moon landings. That's all I need. Like literally, if you showed me a CGI version of it, I would start there and be like, you fucking matched it. Now let's go deeper and be like, can I even discern whether this is CGI or, real? Like, we're not even there. And I'm just asking for that. Like, the fact that you can AI something right now, and that's not even applicable yet. I would love to see the demonstration. And as to how you determine why it's better or worse than the current model or any evidence you've seen. Because like what we have is like, it's incredulous. I see it and be like, I don't believe based on, somebody says that looks stupid and I don't want to be stupid also. Like I'll look at it and be like, yeah, that looks dumb. But like, what do I have to base that off of?
Your argument is valid. Your argument is... Okay, go on. Sorry.
Go on. I was going to say, I don't think you fully understand what Demon was saying, Kassera. Do you understand the point, or do you understand the argument even?
No, I just wanted to hear something from him, and eventually he said it.
So when we normally film particular,
I think Kassera might. Hold on. Kassera. I think he might have got it though. Let's see what he got though. Go ahead, Kassera.
Yeah, I just want to say that. Okay, I'm just waiting for you to give me in a real experiment, something that would be demonstrable. But you refer to moon landing, and I knew that. Okay, hold on. I knew it in the first that you would have eventually you will go to that point, but your argument would be valid as long as you would believe in those footage. That's it.
Yeah, it's not about
I understand the parabola. Hold on.
It's a faith. Hold on. For all Globers here,
The moon landing footage is faith-based. I cannot represent it. I have to go off of multiple layers of evidences and science is done off of it that I can correlate to and be like, based off of all of these evidences, I believe these to be more true than false based. So to me, like it's a percentage, right? So if it were proven to me to like right now, if you could like prove it, I'd be like, oh, well, it was fake, and I'd be able to like listen to your argument and explain in an articulable way why my belief was wrong to begin with. And I would love for you to bring me there. Can you get me
We
there?
cannot get into it right now. We cannot. Look, this is a very huge subject. The moon landing was fake. Or there's thousands of ways that we can debunk it. I don't want to get into it right now. But the thing is that we got. Hold on. We got like half of the population. If you go randomly in the street, if you ask random people if you guys believe in the moon, especially the younger generation, if you ask them, they would not. They would not buy. Yeah. So your argument, as I say, your argument is fully based on some footage.
Let me tell you. No. Let me tell you where you're wrong.
And there's a bunch of footage.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what you might be wrong.
Just go into society and ask normal people. They don't believe in the moon landing, bro.
Well,
they don't believe it.
let me hold on. Hold on. Let me meet you halfway. Let me meet you halfway.
Okay. I grew up in the 80s, in the 80s/90s. I saw the moon might be fake documentary on Fox, and I was fucking fascinated by it. I was fascinated by anonymous videos on YouTube all the way leading up to just about QAnon is where like all of a sudden it started getting weird and I stopped watching anonymous. But I was a conspiracy theorist to the point where I thought 9/11 was literally like cut down by thermite, right? And I have arguments to argue why that's a bad argument. Okay, so don't pin me down with like I'm just this based on what they tell me, because I'm not. I literally like I will argue better arguments, right? For shit things that like they just don't have good arguments for. I'll think of them. I like to think of like how a magician does a thing. That's really what got me into this. Like all magic is fake. We all know that. But somehow they trick us, right? They're tricking us somehow. That's what I'm always looking for. Please tell me how I'm tricked on the thing you believe I'm not tricked on.
Real quick, I want to we should focus the conversation on the original argument, which was the moon footage is fake specifically because, the moon footage could be faked specifically because you could replicate this dust arc on Earth. So the argument already depends upon the footage being an authoritative source of the information about moon landings. Now,
which actually was my argument also against
we don't need to divert into another argument of the moon landing is fake because some other thing happened. The discussion of the argument already assumes that the footage is authoritative. We're just going to use the footage for the claim, which says that it could be faked because it could be done on Earth. That's all. We don't need to divert into something else.
Well, I do think that it would be good to actually carry out the simulations on Earth and then on the moon or whatever, or compare them, Earth analysis more thoroughly. I do think that would be good.
But that's where the green lines show you where the green lines indicate what happens at 9.98 meters per second squared. What the black lines show you is what happens at about 1.7 meters per second squared. So it's very hard to film something accelerating on Earth, accelerating at a different speed when both, like, air isn't going to solve the problem. Helium isn't going to solve it.
Yeah, and I want to point out one thing real quick about the graph. The green lines are based on information we already know about ballistic trajectories on Earth. They incorporate both the acceleration due to gravitation and drag. Those are both involved in that. That's what particles on Earth do. The simulation part of it is we've seen this so many times that we know what would happen on Earth. Those green lines you can't dispute at this point. That's not valid. That's not valid to dispute.
So the argument I've made is what is the matter
right? Like, what particulates are they throwing up that would cause an equal parabola to this calculate? Like, let's say they're lying, right? Like, come on, flat earthers, let's put our tin hats on, and we're sitting around this campfire, and now I'm throwing lithium on. What can they possibly add that creates that parabola within this video footage based on the particulate matter? Do we have an answer for that?
So the only thing they actually have data for is like the measurement part. That's like the little crosses. If you guys are looking at the chart, and basically they're just looking at the meters that it went high on the z-axis. And so you could argue that you can get that same exact height with more force put into it does, but the parabola is gonna be different. And so yeah, so they're basically saying if it goes this high, it's gonna go.
That's data gathering, though. Like, if you would like to show that they're p-hacking, you would need a much higher value of those crosshatches to show that, like, oh, they stopped gathering at this level based on that level. You can see on the graph that it grows in an actual trajectory, and it starts to delineate later on at the end.
If we had measurements from Earth, like actual measurements from Earth, trying to simulate the exact like dune buggy or the exact like ground material and replicating this experiment,
but
that would be really
that's because those green lines are based on all the other measurements we've done before. Like, this is not.
No. So all right. So Taylor, you are we talking about the blue dots or the green lines? Because I think that's important to talk about right now. Like,
we're talking about the purple crosses, which is the only data that they're actually looking at. Like
that's from the moon, yeah.
Yeah. So then everything else is kind of like simulated. Trying to see where.
So, yeah. All right. So she's right. No, she's right. Those green dots and the other trajectories. Hold on. Those trajectories are based on a median average of what the atmosphere is. So how do you, like, the next step would be, how do you determine that based off of the atmosphere of the moon? Like, what's the difference there, and how is the gradient differentiated? Because on the bottom level of that graph, I don't really know how to tell that.
That's meters going X and then the Z axis. So vertically and horizontally. And so basically what you do is you'd have the same force and the same, ground material if you actually want to compare them, like actually like measure this, like, and do it right. Like,
do you think that they might have a chamber to be able to, like, is there anything within this graph that we can't demonstrate within a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, we could definitely demonstrate it in a, well, I guess the gravity would matter, like how much gravity there would be. Because that would make a big difference.
But we could differentiate the atmosphere and the distance and the time, right? Because then we could actually take those distances, times, and the pressure of the atmosphere if you reduce it to a certain level. And then you could go like on the moon and say, well, we have this difference, this pressure level, and this particulate matter. And then we could create this graph we are now looking at.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but that, like I said, they also make the argument from the gravity of the moon. So I don't know how we'd like replicate that here.
Well, I think it's consistent across all of the graphs. I don't think it actually differentiates between the Earth and the moon. I think gravity is a constant that they differentiate based on the mass value of each of the subjects. So, like, you could have that graph equal across the field for Earth, Moon, Saturn, all that, and you'd have like an equal parabolic trajectory based on what particulate you were trying to throw at what speed based on what distance. I think we could all agree on that, no?
Yeah, you can have all of them. Yeah, so basically you can have all this trajectory on the flat Earth model as well. It's not like you can only have the parabola on the globe model. Okay, so so you can have a parabola here. And the parabola that you have on Earth is mainly because of the Earth mass.
We're talking about the gravity of the moon, though. We're not talking about Earth. We're talking about the gravity of the moon.
Yeah, so the gravity of Earth is in the graph that's between the green dotted lines. And we've measured that on Earth regardless of what you think the shape is. So the discussion continues into the validity of the moon missions, which includes the buggy that was sent allegedly to the moon, and looking at the footage and analyzing that footage, noticing that the dust kicked up was either in a studio or on the legitimate moon.
Here's a question for anybody that might know it. Has there any been on the Mars missions? Has there any been dust plumes caught in videos of any of those?
No, they're not moving fast enough. They're not moving. Well, maybe from the little helicopter, but I don't think they're moving fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Well,
helicopter.
I mean,
the
that's
helicopter.
a valid data point. How fast were they moving on? How fast are those rovers moving on Mars surface versus the Moon surface?
Like probably
On the Mars, Mars rovers move like 1 or 2 meters. Not even a meter per minute.
Wait, why would it matter how fast they move?
Because have you ever seen a dirt bike? The back wheel of it is different from the front wheel of it. If you've ever been around anybody with power sports, you'll see the power drives of certain wheels will have like a paddle-like feature. And it really kind of depends on what medium they're going for. If they're going out to the desert, like the Mojave, or they're going down to whatever that lake is down in Arizona, they have wheels that wouldn't work on just a regular, trail, because they're like, the paddles are like almost like 6 or 7 inches long, because they're meant to sink deeply into sand and only sand. And when you like kick down on the fucking gas, you can get those things to spin that sand up into the air, which is also a resistive property, like we were talking about on the moon, which does not create the parabolic arc that we see in these lunar landings, which is like everything we do, we're like, we cannot create these parabolic arcs that are existence on the moon. Like with the rotation speed of the wheel, you can't do it. With the material, you can't do it. And apparently with like a Gaussian surface, I've been called out in the chat for saying that word, you can't do it. And you can't do it with like a hovering magnetic field just out of camera. Like, so far, like I'm struggling to find logistic reasons for how you could create this parabolic arc we see in the lunar landing videos from so fucking long ago. Like, I could take my phone out right now and just, AI some stuff, right? But you'd all be able to see it.
No,
There would still
I get what
technically
you're
be a
saying.
parabolic curve on Earth. I just wanted to point that out, just so you're technically correct. It's just about
Be
the shape of the
subtly
parabolic curve,
changed
the length of
by
it.
the air resistance, and it would be subtly changed by the gas in the chamber. It would be parabolic in the vacuum chamber because there'd be little to no resistance.
Also,
Yeah, but like
I just wanted to...
as far as like the gas being a different medium, I mean, isn't that like a buoyancy factor basically, which would ultimately go back to like the gravitational constant? And
We
still,
were
like,
over that
I'm
too.
a
Like,
little-
if it was helium in the gas chamber, would it cause the dust to react in a separate way? And the fact is, like, if you have a particulate matter in the gas chamber, you are going to cause an effect to the parabolic arc in a way that will absolutely be different from a zero particulate matter. We could just be like, okay, helium is a particulate. Let's say it's in a gas chamber and you throw gas through it. It's going to affect it one way. And if we have zero particulate matter, which helium would be, it would also affect that shit differently, right? That's all calculated for.
Also, if you've got like dust in helium rises above it faster than normal air does. So it just seems like the particulate matter in helium doesn't work that way either.
That's weird to say. Helium is just going to be distributed throughout the chamber. It doesn't really matter if it goes up faster or not. Kazra, I just wanted to point out, it's just so we're both clear, because you exhibited a misconception a long time ago and I couldn't get in. But so the argument is not that the parabolic path could only happen on a moon around a spherical Earth. It has nothing to do with a spherical Earth or a flat Earth. You're aware now that that's not the argument anymore, right?
Are you asking me?
Kazra. Okay, they're probably gone, I guess, doing something else.
Okay, but I just want to say I am at the dentist, and just pray for me, and I love y'all, and I have to go now.
Yeah, hey
Gotcha.
Taylor, it was nice having an interaction with you for the first time. I hope we have many more, but honestly, I'm not as a troll as you think I am. Just want to put that out.
It's fine. It's all good.
Are you as much of a troll as Jesse thinks you are?
As much as Coco thinks I am.
How did my name come up in this? What is going on?
What's up, Coco? We've never actually interacted other than like me defending you in VC after you blasted me in the TC, and like it is what it is. It's fun.
You defended me in BC?
Well, no, it was literally right after our first interaction in PC where you're trolling, and I decided to just block you because I don't deal with fucking that kind of interaction. But I do enjoy VC interactions much more than TC, so that's why I was hoping where me and you could connect.
Okay, because I don't troll, so that's whatever.
Well, no, I think totally. I think there might be like some sort of like a social block happening, probably on my end, honestly, where I didn't catch your interaction as like a social one, but more as like a troll, and I just decided to respond as is. But we can go back to the flat Earth moon stuff if anyone's got like a reason why it was, any good reason, honestly. And a debate, honestly, earlier, I can't remember who said it. Somebody challenged me to speak up or whatever as a debate me, bro, and they didn't want to do it. But debates are open. If anyone wants to do a one-on-one debate, please, God, give me a topic. I will look it up. And I will.
Yeah. So I think unless like anyone wants to talk about like Apollo skepticism, I think the moon buggy is a strong candidate for the legitimacy of rockets going to the moon with mankind.
Was that Demon Stride?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. It was full of shit as usual. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
My mic all right?
Yeah,
we can
great.
hear both you and Steve A calling me bullshit.
Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, Demonstrate. Go ahead, Rob.
I didn't say anything to you other than was that Demon Stride?
No, I was just addressing what's up, bro, and Steve was like, "Hey, fuck me."
Yeah, don't mind Steve. Steve's passionate. Hey,
I love Steve. No, I love Steve. Steve A is my bro.
Yeah, I just want to ask, like when I got into flat Earth, yeah, I looked at shit like the moon, the sun, the stars, but then I measured the ground. What happens when you measure the ground and it's all lumpy, right?
How long of a distance did you measure it?
Yeah, what did you measure the ground with?
Here's my question.
What did you measure the ground with?
Here's my question. Is it possible to create a horizontal plane that is 400 meters long, 400 meters wide, horizontal on the top?
Are you talking about on the like soil surface or over a water surface?
Yeah, no, on the soil surface, is it possible to create a horizontal plane that is 400 meters long by 400 meters wide?
All right, absolutely. So, is there a limit to the height value I can give to this measurement?
Yeah, like your tolerances. I want it horizontal, the entire 400 meters squared.
Absolutely.
I want exactly 400 meters long horizontal.
I can give you a bigger one. Yeah, I can give you one from
I want 400 meters horizontal. Is that possible?
Yes. I'll even give you
a
bigger.
machine platform.
Yeah, we can make a concrete pad. Sure.
I just want to point out that the answer to that
so we get a
is
400 meter by 4. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I just want to point out
the answer is yes, but it won't be level.
Yes, see that there's the point. I wanted to point out that the answer to your question, can you create a horizontal plane 400 meters by 400 meters, is going to be yes, regardless of what shape you think the Earth is.
I agree.
Both parties on this conversation, both sides of it, will say yes. So that doesn't really help you.
I would even give you one bigger. I'd say you could even go bigger than that, dependent on your height value. You would like that plane to be existent on.
Yeah, because that's not really that big. 400 meters is only
yeah.
400 meters is only 0.24 miles. So a concrete pad, yeah, sure.
It won't be level though.
Why won't it be level?
You couldn't
because
hold on. Let me ask this.
How many people am I talking to right now? Like
Rob, I got you, bro.
10 other people that don't want to contribute.
I got you, bro. All right, hold on. So Globers, is it possible to create a laser leveled plane at a mountain height that is to the specifications he's talking about to mountain height? Okay, thank you. Please do that for him because that's what he's asking for.
Did
anybody see Jaren's example of the Home Depot?
I love. Hey, thanks for the discussion and thanks for the concession. Thank you, Demon Shot. I appreciate you.
Hey, Rob, I have a question.
Was that not good enough? If that's not good enough, Rob, I'll try again. But if that's not good enough, just let me know now. That's what I thought you were asking. If it's not, I will try again.
By the way,
I have a question for the panel.
Rob, can I ask you a question, Rob?
I have a question for the panel if Robert's not going to answer.
I just wanted
the
to.
answer is yes, and it's posted in Omnipresence text chat.
If y'all want to let me respond to that guy, yes, you can ask me a question.
All right. So the question is, I have a total station right in front of me. If I were to set up and set a point 400 meters, turn 90, set a point 400 meters, turn 90, set a point 400 meters, turn 90, set a point 400 meters. Do you think the angles between all four of those points would add up to 360 degrees or more?
I'm sorry. I think you're trying to use your total station to create an 800 meter plane, or no?
If I set a point,
you're turning it 90. Yeah, you're setting a point.
If I set a point every 90 degrees,
another 400 meters. Set another 90. Another 400 meters. So,
then I calculate the angles between those 4 points. What do you think I'll get? Will it be exactly 300? Will it be exactly 360? Will it be over 360, or will it be under 360?
What calculation are you
if
using?
You're doing 490s, shouldn't it be 360?
Yeah, it would be. It should be. If the Earth was flat, but it's not.
Trigonometry are you using?
Yeah. If the Earth was flat, it would be 360, but you don't get that. So
what trigger you
At
use?
400 meters, you don't have the precision. I don't think your total station can go sub-arc second.
I don't. Yeah, thank you, whoever just chimed in.
Also,
what sub-arc second? What do you mean sub-arc second? Why can't it just be a second of a degree? Why can't it just be seconds of a degree?
The amount that you're looking for in terms of the azimuth angle being off at 400 meters is not enough for the precision of the instrument that you're using.
Yeah, but I'm doing 400. Technically it'd be 800 meters. It'd be a cross of 800 meters.
It's 400 meters at a time.
Right, but it's between the 4 points, which would be 800 meters apart.
None of them are far enough away to be 800 meters away from each other.
They all are 8. What do you mean? The two opposite points would be 800. The two opposite points would be 800 meters apart.
Please don't say that ever again. The diagonal is going to be. It's the Pythagorean theorem.
I'm not talking about the diagonal. I'm talking about two opposite points.
Right, but each of those points are over a 400 meter run. and the error over that run is only added. It's not. I can get. Hold on. I'll actually.
If you have
this
a
to Bill, if you want to go ahead and talk to Bill about it, because he can explain it better.
Listen, if you have a point,
the amount of error involved is not going
look.
to be greater than the precision of the instrument you're using.
If you have a point on the y-axis that's 400 meters like high, 400 units high, and then on the y-axis also it's negative 400 units, what's the distance between them?
None of them are along the same axis. You're turning 90 degrees.
Yes. So how would the two, like after I turn the second 90, how would that not be on the first axis of the first 90? Of the first point.
You turned 90 degrees. You're literally orthogonal to it. Come on, man.
Point 1 is set at 0. Point 2 is set at 90. Point 3 is set at 180. Point 4 is set at 270. Point 1 and point 3. Point 1 and point 3 are exactly 800 meters apart.
No.
No. What would they be?
The diagonal distance.
Why is that? Why is it a diagonal?
Because that's how far they are apart.
They're 180 degrees apart from each other. What kind of diagonal is that?
They are not 180 degrees apart. You turned.
Yes, they are.
Degrees.
Yeah, he's in the center, looking away 400 meters. He turns to his right, measures 400 meters, turns right again, and does 400 meters.
Oh, he's not moving.
You're on the right track and staying on the ground. We're not looking at the lights in the sky. This is great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, nobody's looking at the lights in the sky. Yes, that's correct. So I thought your initial scenario was that you go 400 meters, and then at that point turn 90 degrees. You're not actually moving your position.
No.
Okay.
No. It's 90 degrees from the initial point of where the machine is. I understand your confusion now.
Yeah, the position. So if you're turning in a single location, it's always going to be 360, regardless of what shape you think the Earth is.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
400 meters, you're not going to see much difference.
Yeah, but if you add up the angles between those 4 points now, it'll be greater than 360 degrees because of the spherical excess.
Yeah, but how much?
No.
Very little.
No, it would be 0. If you're in a single location, your azimuth circle is always exactly 360 degrees. You cannot, even on a globe, if you're in one spot and you turn around, that circle is still exactly 360 degrees. There is no spherical excess in a single point.
He's talking about making a square, though.
No. That's the problem that I had, and that's not what he's doing. He's standing in one spot, looking at a point that's 400 meters away. Then he's turning his instrument without changing its location 90 degrees. Then he's another 400 meters away. He puts something else down. So he's not moving his instrument. He's just rotating in the same position.
Where is he doing it from? Like, is it a coastline or is it a mountain peak? Who's doing the measurement gathering? Is it somebody in the BC here?
Yeah, it would be to the measuring rod, right?
The measuring rod. What is that? And how does that, like, let's get, like, is that standard or metric?
What's your total station aimed at?
Oh, is it standard or metric?
Total station aimed at. Because you're looking through the optic at something, right?
He's probably using the instrument's rangefinder because he's using so. That's
ranging to something, right?
Yeah, he's shooting at something, and whatever it is 400 meters away. It doesn't have to be anything particular.
To get a range.
Right. Whatever the object is.
With
give him the object. Let's do that. What object? Right, so let's place it this way. What object?
Supposed to be a 400 meters.
Let me get it.
Do you want me to post it in the chat?
Let me really quickly get it out. What object? Yeah, what object and at what distance would create the non-curvature you're claiming?
I think this scenario is a
Well,
flawed as
no, like we'll give them space
The
because like
non-curvature that I'm claiming.
yeah. So what object in what distance at what observation will give you the claim you're making right now?
So I didn't make the claim. I asked if it was possible to create a horizontal concrete slab.
We don't answer questions. We don't answer questions. Does the flat earther want to give us a requirement? I'm not required by law to give you this answer. Do you want to give me a lawful requirement by your law of flat Earth to provide you the evidence clarifying that it is flat?
This is where we got to.
We can't make a concrete.
Nobody is
he thinks
claiming
we
that we
can't make a concrete pad. He thinks we can't make a flat concrete pad 400 meters square.
Well, that's a lovely claim to be made, but is there a law stating that we can't like what is the thing that's stopping us from doing the thing he's claiming? Because like as far as physics proclaim, it's possible. So like I would love to like I know it's proposed that like it could be different. How is it different? And where is it proclaimed to be different to do the thing you're claiming? Because like buildings would just be built differently. That's just the way it is. They would be built differently. Shit would happen differently. Where is that happening? Oh wait.
I mean, if you want to construct a 400 meter square concrete pad, I don't think that's difficult at all. I don't know why he's making a claim as if
it's pretty basic based on all of the basic logic we have. And like it would be real simple for anybody that does buildings on a like sometimes people like be like, oh, I do concrete or I do this or that. And like I use a level and like, well, show me how the thing you're doing and like the tool you're using proves the thing you're claiming, because based on the things we're talking about right now, there is no explanation for why concrete does the thing Globe says it does versus what Flat Earth says it does based on what they want it to do. And that's the difference. Right. There is a want for Flat Earth for it to happen a way they want it to happen. And like this argument and debate has always been like, well, prove the thing, right? And like, I'll go back on mute here and like I'll siphon in from the edges, like suck some shit in. Like anybody got a thing that like just knocks my dick in the ground based on what I've been saying for the last 2 minutes? Anybody?
So when we're looking at concrete, it's mostly wet. So it would probably go to level, and we've got to conform it to something straight. So you'd have to make sure that whatever surface you're making machine flat isn't level. Because looking at the height of the globe map, you're looking at 0.00095 feet of height for level concrete versus flat concrete.
So the liquidity of the concrete is kind of irrelevant because driveways with a permanent slope in them exist. I mean, it's just we can pour concrete in any shape we want. That's what I'm saying.
Right, we can pour concrete also we could make it that it doesn't follow the curve at all. It can be perfectly horizontal.
It can be at a slope permanently for all of its existence.
Right. So I'm not sure if Rob thinks that can't happen.
No. Rob didn't make any of these claims. He's just saying, can you make something perfectly horizontal that's 400 meters square, 400 meters by 400 meters? That's a question in which the answer is yes, regardless of what part of the argument. Everyone that's here would say yes to that question. Flat earthers, globers, concavers would all say yes and answer to that question.
And is that some sort of win? He said thank you for the concession. I'm not sure if that's some sort of win.
It's not. Yeah, I was trying to explain that earlier. Like, when somebody says something that they didn't previously disagree with, it's not a concession. It's just a statement of their position that they already have.
And yeah, the subtle difference between 400 meters of machine flatness versus level is like a fraction of an inch. And
Right.
so, like, where you'd have to like pour water on it or something and explain like why the water is higher in the middle versus at the edges. And at a distance of 400 meters, like I said, it's like a fraction of an inch. And this is why like people like taking photography at like Pontchartrain or something like that. It's 14, 15 miles of just power lines at the same height. You can boat there, you can take photographs from either side of the power lines, and it's just a really good example of like zooming in and watching those this perspective curve and obscure the bottoms, and it's just like very difficult to reconcile like curvature over 15 miles versus 400 meters.
You know what? I'm so upset about it because I actually drove past there and I wanted to stop there and take photos of it, but we got there at nighttime, so I wasn't able to take photos.
I just want to go back to Rob real quick. Rob said he measured the ground, but he didn't say with what.
Yeah, he has made that claim before. Yeah. Apparently, when he measured it, it didn't deviate from horizontal.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but what did he measure?
I
With
have
what?
no idea. I don't know.
So yeah, just wait for him to say.
I know whenever I start talking about observation to an auto level, that's when Rob jumps in and starts yelling at me.
Yeah, it's like for 100 meters is like 0.04 degrees of the surface, and it's very difficult to explain like the Earth as a 360-degree surface. And I would say that like when you go to the lights in the sky, don't dismiss the ground. Like people for ages have been using Polaris to make lines of like latitude, so that like if you are going to be in flat Earth, you cannot use lines of latitude anymore because they're evidence of the globe. Because we couldn't see Polaris in the south, and yet we're still able to make southern latitudes. And we find out the size of the Tropic of Capricorn is roughly the same size as the Tropic of Cancer, and the equator is bigger than both. These are like worldly dimensions, yeah.
I mean, I showed them a section based off of meridian lines where as you go north, the distance between the longitude lines decreases, and I don't know why they don't understand how that destroys them.
So to a flat earther, you have to measure that yourself. Like you literally have to go to the southern hemisphere and measure between the longitude lines yourself. And even if you do that and you don't have a video of it or something, then it's not valid.
But the claim that it's not valid also is implicit. It's implying that celestial navigation doesn't work. So that's fine.
Yeah, because like my first question is, do latitude and longitude give you ground coordinates or sky coordinates?
Both?
Yeah, you can make the argument that it gives you both. Also, the once you get those coordinates and you apply surface distances, like the surface of the Earth, that part is something that you cannot claim is coming from the sky. That's not something the sky can do.
It doesn't give you sky coordinates because you would need more information. If I tell you latitude 45 degrees north, and longitude 45 degrees east, you have no idea what's in the sky unless you know what time it is and what year it is and during what month it is. Like you would need all that other information.
Yeah, that is well,
So
that is kind of true. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So,
but I mean,
they don't give you any sky coordinates whatsoever.
I disagree because of Polaris, and you at the equator, it's basically on the horizon 0 degrees. So I think that's
maybe it's
false.
only true for players though.
So what sky coordinate is 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude? What sky coordinate is that?
Well, I guess you're right because you would need the almanac to tell you exactly what star would be at that zenith at what time. And now we have the argument of fisheye lenses in the chat. I always like fisheye lenses.
It's come on, man.
They always ignore when when something isn't fisheye and it's still curved, no matter where it's at in the picture.
So the post that he responded to literally is a fisheye. I mean, it's a wide angle. Yeah, I know the term is used. It is a wide angle lens, and Tim is the one that said it. Can you come on?
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
I don't need to explain the joke.
What have you got, Schlitzy?
Oh, and Tim is deafened. Oops.
Whatever happened to who was supposed to come in here? That guy, One Big Pond. Wasn't he supposed to come in here and have a chat with Omni? Omni, you here?
He does not appear to be in the VC, unless I'm missing something.
Big Pond will probably still see him now.
Is Omnivore in the room with you right now?
No.
Omni's in one of the other VCs right now.
Well, he's all by himself.
There are 2 users of the day. Is that like a Gene Ray thing?
I don't know. Is it based on who posts the most shit in text chat or something?
It's a popularity contest.
They do a poll in the morning, and whoever, if there's a tie, then it's both people. We had 3 people the other day.
Did nobody know who Gene Ray is, for God's sakes?
What was the answer to your 0 latitude, 0 longitude?
Who? What?
What?
Someone else 0 longitude.
I was asking what. Yeah, I was asking what the sky coordinate is for that.
Did anyone answer you?
No, because there is no sky coordinate.
No, you have to have the almanac.
Without any additional information, is that it's somewhere along the celestial equator.
Observation stored.
Are you working?
Yeah.
Are you surveying right now as we speak?
Yes, sir.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
You're faking a shill, man.
No target. Target locked. No target. Target locked.
Yeah, sorry, the machine's going crazy. That's why, like, I'm usually hot micing. I'm sorry about that. Just
How do you make the
survey.
jump? What do you have to do to make the jump from a planar surveyor to a geodetic?
I don't even understand that question.
Well, he wouldn't.
Like, I don't know. I'm asking because I'm a noob. So how would you make that jump? Like because there's different surveyors, but how would you make that jump? Would it
Oh,
be-
do you mean like just in the workforce? How you make that jump?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How do you end up getting the job as a geodetic surveyor?
Yeah.
You work for a survey company that has a GNS receiver.
Okay. Just curious.
Like I don't know. It's just like a weird question because it's just like, your surveyor is a surveyor. Whether you use planar surveying or geodetic surveying is kind of like mute.
Right.
Yeah. It's just different scales at which you work and different considerations.
I would say that if you're keeping track of rod heights and not necessarily elevation, just heights, because you can use assumed coordinates. You still have to, if you want to get accurate topography, you have to account for the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, V-Ball, the question, how do you move over to geodetic surveying is like, and take any industry, how do you move laterally to a different thing in that same industry?
Oh, you just
That's basically what that
apply
question is.
apply for a different job.
Well-
Yeah, I know, man. That was stupid.
No, it's not. It's not like applying for a different job. It's just like, what equipment are you using?
Right.
Yeah, like if you're moving from, this is a terrible example. You're gonna love it. If you move over from fry cook to the grill.
Okay.
You're just using, you like, I mean, that's a better example because you're still a cook. You're just using a different piece of equipment. You're
Right.
like right now I'm using a total station, which is differential leveling and all that stuff. But I started the survey using a GNS receiver, so take that with that.
Like say you're at an oil change place. How do you move from top side to working in the bays underneath? So it's the same idea.
Right.
Fucking suck though. I could not find the
Are you-
monuments on this property.
Are you asking how you actually get like certification, like schooling and stuff as a surveyor?
Yeah. That's another question. Like, what different schooling would you need?
Every state has different requirements, but you do have to pass 3 tests. Two of them are national. It's called the FS and PS, Fundamentals of Surveying, and the practical surveying test. And then you have to pass individual state tests to get licensed in that individual state. Every state has different requirements, but generally now, like the rule of thumb is like 4 years at an ABET accredited college, and then 4 years of field experience before you can even apply for. Well, actually, if you do the school, you can apply for the test before you have the 4 years of field experience. I got grandfathered in New York, so all I need is the 8 years of field experience, and then I can apply to take the test.
I just will point out that you got some birds in the background. They're gonna dox you, man.
Well, I'm on
I'm
a
actually
job site,
subscribed to the
so
channel.
I mean,
This channel is called NLC Prep.
I mean, my accent is doxing me more than like the birds are.
Probably.
Observation stored.
Target locked.
Observation.
Yeah, I love it. I love my job.
Target unlock.
No target.
No red versus blue fans, I guess.
No target. Too close for missiles. Switching to gun.
Get that from there.
Information stored.
So I bought this book the other day, and I'm reading in this book, and I get to a page. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. And this book has errors in it, like actual errors. Let me see if I can find it. The one about
No,
Mercury.
the Bible books have that errors though.
Yeah, I found a few. a few. Okay, so the IT field, nearly everything has at least 5 or 6 errors in it. It only has to be a
So
few
this one
pages
was
long.
about the distance. This one was about the distance to Neptune, I think. Let me see if I can find. Oh no, it was one about the distance to Neptune, and the other one was about the near and far side of the moon. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm looking at that, I'm like, yeah, that's not right. Where is it? Where are you? Okay, here it is. Tell me if this is right. Average distance of Mercury from the sun, 36 million miles. Wait, I'm sorry. No, that's not the right one. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. Hold on. It's not. It's fucking Neptune.
Did you measure that? Hey, boo boo.
Mm, mm.
Do you really believe that?
Do you real?
Did you try my seasoning? Montreal steak?
Oh, here it is. So Neptune, right? Average distance from the sun, 2.8 million miles.
Yeah, that's wrong.
There's
Yeah,
no
are you?
fucking way Neptune is 2.8 million miles from the sun.
Is there like an exponent that you're missing or something?
No. I'm gonna take a picture of it. It's clearly an
Is this
error.
like a? Is this like a base to the 10 thing?
Yeah,
No.
the
You're
M
missing?
and B are
What?
next to each other on the keyboard, or at least reasonably close to each other on the keyboard.
I'll post it. Give me a second.
Is it
I
supposed to be
mean,
like a B instead of an M?
no, it's fucking says average distance from the sun, 2.8 million miles. I don't think that's
Yeah,
correct.
I'm saying, is it
I
supposed to be
mean,
billion?
Yeah, well, they fucked it up twice. That's
I
actually
think it
funny.
is supposed to
'Cause
be
they
billion.
did it in kilometers too.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be billion because
Yeah, they fucked
Pluto
it
is
up.
3.7 billion miles. So yeah, it was probably supposed to be billion instead of million. I thought that was funny when I seen it.
This
But
is
there's
why
another one.
this is why there's a 6th edition of these books.
Yeah.
What was your
Here's
question
another
about
one.
the near and far side of the moon, though? You were saying?
Here, I'm gonna show you this one too. Give me a second.
I feel like they had to stop using miles for distance when it comes to astronomical objects.
It's in the chat. So they definitely have the near and far side flipped.
Yep.
Because it's funny because on the
all
next
those lunar volcanic oceans and seas and stuff, whatever. That's on the near side.
because on the next page they get it right.
Yeah, it's there.
This is overworked, tired, and stressed copy editors.
Yeah. Fucking lies. Lies, I tell you. The book of lies.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's just a global conspiracy, and that's actually the true answer.
Right.
Right.
That one. That one's always my favorite. They know the real truth and they let it slip. By the way, trust your government in this case, but not in any other case.
I'm still waiting for. I asked this question yesterday. Let's say Google doesn't exist anymore. What method would you use to measure the Earth?
Oh, you need a stick and some shadows.
I had two
Like they
people
did a long
spiral
time
up.
ago. Get several people and some and some sticks across a.
Because I just never understood how the flat earthers say, we see too far. Look, here's Google Maps saying this is the distance. I'm just like, wait a minute. why,
Yeah.
wait, why are you trusting those distances on that map? I don't
Yes, I
understand.
say that all the time. I say that all the time. Oh, you trust the distance? Okay, well, what about the distance between these places in the southern hemisphere? Every time you see one of those see too far observations, they always use Google Earth to measure the distance. Every time.
What about opposite circumpolar star rotations? That's pretty difficult to explain.
It's reflections off the dome, man. You didn't know? We can't look at the sky to prove the shape of the ground, except when we use the astronomical theodolite or celestial theodolite. Then we can use the stars to prove the shape of the ground.
That's right.
I mean, I
That's
can
the double
understand
standard.
just like spitting out random nonsense. I can sort of like understand like why someone would do that. I don't understand how someone can be like, no, this is the distance between these two places, and at the same time saying this map is not an accurate map.
Right.
I that just baffles me.
It's that mental block that they experience when they come across an argument like that. There's a block between them saying yes we can and then them showing that wait, there's actually the other side. Or they'll just just blatantly ignore it. All right, I'm tired of the globe circle jerk. Who's in here? I'm not gonna unmute DMOC.
Come on, he's been on mute for 2 days.
It's just not productive, though. I mean,
come on.
It devolves so quickly.
Daily
And you
DMOC.
have to play. You have to play the game with him, right? You have to stoop to his level. In order
I'll be
to,
honest
you know.
with you, no one answers him ever though. There's if someone actually answered him, it would be.
Are we allowed to answer him the same way he just talks in general? Because I'll do
if
that
you
right
want,
now.
but it's not going to be productive.
He
Are you saying the way he
at
talks?
you.
So the way he talks is not productive, is what you're telling me.
No,
Right. He talks
but
at
if
you.
you-
He doesn't talk. He doesn't have a conversation with you. He talks at you. He just says words at you. He doesn't.
Right,
He doesn't expect for you to respond.
So let's pinpoint the question that he's asking.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Make me a model
one, he
ball
doesn't-
with a model helicopter that functions like Earth.
But we're not Nazis,
Without
are we?
understanding that.
Imprison him for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He doesn't shut up long enough for you to even think about the question, let alone answer it.
I think he's being very cordial the other day.
Honestly, no.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
when the
lie.
topic wasn't the flat Earth, it was much different.
I asked them why their shadows cast on a hologram that is the moon. And next thing I know, we were talking about dragons and helium-filled balloons. So yeah, I'm not sure if he just still wants to answer that.
Yeah, so when DMOC asks us to pour water on a ball, there's a bigger thing underneath us called the Earth. And that's a huge problem because we're not claiming that Earth is above a big, giant other thing. So
yeah, it's just nonsense, isn't it? You know, everything. It's basically what you're saying. Is everything unfalsifiable? You know, you're saying this, they're saying that. Basically, it's unfalsifiable. But the moon thing was interesting today. That's kind of mad.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
that's the benefit
analyzing a
of-
video. So you can
Yeah.
because you can only analyze a video.
Yeah,
and it's not
and
even. Go on.
It's not really required to make a substitute Earth when we've got the real Earth to measure.
So,
And
so let
when
me
we-
ask you this, yeah? How did you
Well, you
verify?
just cut 'em
So,
off.
like, just a simple question, yeah. So you looked at the video of the rover flopping around, and you're saying the dust. What? I just don't get it. It's just like absolutely, and I know
Yeah,
what
so
Doofus was saying.
imagine all your life you've been filming cars that have been going 9.8 meters.
But you
a second.
haven't. You haven't.
Hold on, man.
Go on.
And like because we've been measuring gravity for a long time, things have been
You have.
dropping. A
Hold
lot
on.
of different people have, and sure, I can time something that falls, and I can say like, how far can I raise this thing before it takes a second to hit the surface? And I go, okay, that's about 9.8 meters in that second, right? And I try this all over the world, and I've got this ballpark figure of like, maybe it's 9.9 here or 9.7, but on average, people are dropping things and it takes a full second to go 9.8 meters per second. And then they drop it at like for 2 seconds and it's 9.8 meters per second squared because it's accelerating more in the next second and accelerating more in the next second. So we find this with parachuting, we find this with basketball. Like these parabolic arcs are everywhere around us. It's like how we score points in basketball. So this 9.8 meters per second squared figure is like synonymous with like what's happening on Earth. And then we get this video, that says Well, the gravity in this video is acting at about 2 meters per second squared. So where is this?
And where is it?
It can't be on Earth.
Why can't it be on Earth?
Because everywhere we
Right, listen. You've got the video of a supposed vehicle on the moon, yeah? You haven't got you haven't got 100% something to compare that with. So all you can do is surmise. So if you're surmising, or you're surmising that this is what would happen on the moon, and you can replicate that in a model setting, how do you know you're just not comparing the two things?
You got to realize the huge difference between 9.8.
What's the huge difference? You were talking about you could recreate this in a vacuum chamber.
But we failed. We failed because the vacuum chamber, like you can drop the hammer or the feather in the vacuum tube, and you notice that the hammer and the feather fall at the same time.
No, I strongly refute that.
Yeah, but I can show you that.
Tell me when you had the hammer and the feather, who done that? Who done that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I would like you to tell me who you watched doing that.
My 8th grade physics teacher, I think, did it.
Yeah, it's a physics class demonstration. Like, I didn't do physics up to grade 12.
So you had a chamber, yeah?
2 chambers,
You're telling me that you had a chamber in your physics lab at school or in the university?
My teacher used BBs and feathers.
BBs and feathers.
Yeah, like
that it was
metal.
And how tall was that then? How tall was that?
Huh?
What was the ceiling height of the vacuum chamber?
3 or 4 feet, I think.
3 or 4
Yeah,
feet.
it was a 4-foot tube or whatever. It wasn't like. What do you mean?
A tube?
Yeah.
So, hold on. So what you could do, man, you can watch the video and you can time the time that the hammer leaves the gentleman's hand and when it hits the ground, right? And then compare that to the gravity of the moon and see if it matches the gravity of the Earth.
No, what we do is just watch the video. I ain't got to do anything about the moon. The moon is.
But that's what you have to do if you want to know the difference. If you want to know the difference.
But how, you're trying to tell me that you watched this video of someone in a vacuum chamber dropping a couple of things. It's not even so is the moon, like they say that you're in the vacuum of space. Is it a perfect vacuum or is it not a perfect vacuum?
That's irrelevant.
It's not perfect.
Well, why is it irrelevant? It is very, very relevant.
Because we're not saying the vacuum near the moon is a perfect one either.
Oh. So how do you know the difference between you can't recreate a perfect vacuum on Earth? So how would you know?
Because on Earth it would fall faster than it would fall on the moon.
Why?
Because the gravity is less.
So you're now saying now you're going back and you're actually now with just that comment, because they say, oh, it's near enough, it's nearly. So with that comment, you're saying that in space it's a perfect vacuum.
No,
no one said it was a perfect vacuum.
No one said
very low pressure, nearly a perfect vacuum.
So why would it fall? Why wouldn't it do the same? So
because it falls slower on the moon.
But why?
In more of a vacuum.
But it's not a perfect vacuum.
Because the moon is smaller than the Earth.
It's a low pressure chamber. Maybe it's
hold on. We're talking about the moon. Let's get confused because I'm trying to follow.
Okay,
so you're saying on the moon it's not a perfect vacuum, but it's a stronger vacuum than you can recreate on Earth.
Yes, yet objects fall slower.
Because it's more of a vacuum, perfect vacuum on the moon.
No, because the
No,
moon's gravity
no,
is less.
because what dictates how fast gravity accelerates is how massive
But I thought the higher you
object
go up, the less gravity is.
Oh,
So
dude, you're not listening, man. You're
yeah, I know,
purposely
but
not
like,
listening.
I don't know. I'm just going by what you all say. So I'm kind of confused. You understand?
You're all over
me?
the place. Calm down. You're all over the place.
Yeah.
On the
sure.
moon, things fall slower because there's less gravity, 1/6 the amount of gravity that there is on Earth. So if you drop something on the moon and you drop something on Earth, the thing on the moon is going to fall slower because it has less gravity on the moon. And you could be able to see that if you were to compare something dropped on the moon compared to something dropped on Earth in a vacuum.
So there's definitely less gravity on the moon.
Yes.
Gravity is a function of mass. There's less mass in the moon, therefore less gravity.
So you can compare two things falling, one falling in a vacuum on Earth, one falling in on the moon, and they would hit the ground at different times from the same height.
So my question is, right? If you've never seen nothing on the moon except the Range Rover, the fucking rover for the first time, how do you compare?
Yeah, the moon buggy. Yeah,
Right, you got the moon buggy, right? You have the moon buggy. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish what I'm going to say, otherwise we're going to get lost. You got the moon buggy. It's the first time you've ever seen a space vehicle on the moon. Yeah? There's nothing before, maybe something after. I don't know, maybe there you got the buggy 1, 2, and 3. Right. The moon landing thing, right? How do you compare that if that's the first time you've ever seen a space vehicle on the moon?
Yeah,
That's my
and you're
question.
right to ask. And while they were there, they were videotaping the moon buggy, and it spit up dust. And that goes back to the previous conversations, like, have we filmed dust flying up on Earth? Tons of times. Does the video look different? Absolutely.
Okay. So what do you compare with your statement just there? You said, they just do videos. What video before that are they comparing with? That's my question. I don't know what.
Okay,
I don't need your explanation of you filming like space stuff from a vehicle.
Hold on, I think you're probably confused because you don't.
I'm not confused. It's a straight.
Let's just go back. Let's just go back to the dropping the hammer, right?
It's a really simple question.
I'm gonna post a video. You can go and watch the.
I don't want to watch the video.
Dropped.
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. Because I get it why you're confused because there's nothing
confused. I'm asking you a straightforward question. If you can't understand it, I think the person who's confused is you.
You're saying there's nothing to compare it to. Yes, we do have things to compare it to because the rooster tails that the dust make on the lunar rover do not make the same rooster tails here on Earth. You can look at a video of any motorbike in the sand. It doesn't make the same pattern.
Okay, so how do you know?
Because you can
they're on
look
the moon.
and see. That's how we know.
How do you know they're on the moon?
Because they don't make the same pattern.
Because it's testable. They made
how did you test that then? What's the test you have?
We're gonna circle right back.
No, it's just a question. I don't need to watch the video. Just tell me how.
It's probably better if
you model did you use on Earth to say that can't be on Earth because look, this is it. So you had the exact copy. So I thought they left that buggy, or have they got more than
mass?
One? I don't know. Did they got
You know
more
the
than
mass of the moon.
I don't know. I don't want to know no numbers. I don't want to know no numbers.
That's how you test it. That's how you're gonna tell. You're asking how you.
Yeah, that's hypothetical. I just want to deal with what we've got.
What do you want? What kind of explanation do you want?
Yeah, you attain the mass of the moon, and then you test it and see if it matches your prediction.
But so, what vehicle did you use to duplicate that rover, which was on the moon apparently, on Earth? Where did you
can
where
look
did you
at
test it?
motorbikes.
Even where did you test it? Where did you test it?
You can look at motorbikes driving through sand, and
So
sand
like now you've got a
hold on,
motorbike.
the sand that gets kicked up behind the wheel does not fall in the same pattern as the wheels on the dust on the moon.
Okay, so I would imagine, because like I would imagine that a tire, depending on the size, the width, the tread, it would all throw up different. It's not going to do the same thing. They're all going to be different.
But the parabola is different.
The parabola. So from the video, you have to make the calculation, no?
Yes, someone did that.
Or how do you make the calculation? You must make
You were
the
trying to explain
calculation.
it to you, but you said you didn't want calculations. You want us to explain it to you.
No, but now, so like, look, you've moved on a little bit. Now we're getting into the calculation. So from the video, you make the calculation, yeah?
There's also a graph. There's also a graph that goes along with the calculation if you want that too, because they've done studies on this.
Have you like studied calculus at all or pre-calc, let's say?
No,
probably not.
Probably. Why would I need that? Why is that necessary in my life? It's not.
They've grabbed well, it actually is necessary in your life if you want to like discuss the topic you're talking about right now.
Well, I don't know. I think like.
Do you agree that calculus is a form of mathematics that works?
Yeah, it's a form of. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Scroll back up and have a look.
I'm
at
I'm gonna post it.
Obviously, it's used to bolster your claims. That's for sure.
So, because like people have been doing like lots of
understand how it works.
yeah.
Pardon?
What I'm saying is because like a lot of other people have done some really good measurements, they've figured out like if I have various materials being kicked up, how far they travel. And it's just sort of a matter of it's like little tiny cannons being shot up at a different angle. They'll only go so high and they'll only go so far. And the footage shows that this dust is going higher and longer, and the spread is not as vast as if it's separating material. So the footage seems to indicate that it wasn't going through water or hydrogen. It doesn't seem like the small dust was bouncing onto much air at all. So it definitely looks like a vacuum, but also because of the height differences, it looks like gravity was different there.
So let's see, you have an initial vertical velocity of the dust particle going up. Then there's the acceleration that particle is being affected on. So if it has an initial velocity of, say, 10 meters per second going up, and then 1 second later it has no acceleration, you're probably on Earth. However, after 1 second, if it's going at 8 meters per second, it's probably on the moon. Do you understand?
Yeah. So your calculation has to be done using calculus, yeah? Or no?
Pre-calc, really. I would call it pre-calc and advanced algebra more than calculus. But do you understand what I was saying about the initial velocity, vertical velocity? the initial vertical velocity, and then 1 second later you can measure the vertical velocity, or the average vertical velocity, I should say, comparing it from 1 second of film to 2 seconds to 3 seconds to 4 seconds. If you compare the position of the particle at those frames, you can calculate the average velocity from the 3 to 4 seconds, and from the 2 to 3 seconds, and from the 1 to 2 seconds, from the 0 to 1 second. Do you understand that?
Not really, no.
Okay, then good luck. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I know.
The other thing
I get it though.
The other
I
thing
get
to point
where
out is
you're
that
coming from. I understand.
not only not can you hear me? I'm kind of delayed on my end.
Yeah.
Not only do you have a difference in the gravitational force applied by the moon, but you also have I'm sorry. Not only do you have a difference in the way that the particles or how long it takes the particles to go up and come down, they behave in a environment that does not have an atmosphere. I think that's the major thing. That's very.
So what was the reason why they made this calculation in this
mainly because of the skeptical community that's so hyper focused on how things are faked with video. It's like, how does
But if
somebody
you fake something, why would you have to prove it?
because people keep on asking for proof and keep on asking for evidence, but because they keep on doubting things until we have to analyze dust frame by frame. Like, if you want us to look for evidence that deeply, we will.
That's what I'm going to say. It's like this is where I get confused because
you have a claim.
It's not NASA who's done it. It's someone doing it.
Slitsy, you have a bunch of people claim the moon landings are fake. In order to prove in order to prove that false, people come up with evidence to show why that's a silly thing to say. The same reason why you try to disprove the spherical Earth is the same reason why people try to disprove the moon landing was fake.
So what you basically got, you've got a gather of what do you call a group of globers? A gather of globers.
What we're faced with, is 600 or more years of evidence that the world is a globe, and a few people who doubt that claim, and we try to explain how surveying from land
Sticks
to land
in the ground. Sticks in the ground ain't going to prove you're
Surveying is reciprocal zenith angles using survey equipment. It's pretty good. Shubil was showing measurable examples over 27 miles. Those measurements show curvature. It's from land to land location.
Look. When you say that you see curvature over 27 miles, yeah, I could show you easily, yeah.
It's not seeing, it's measuring.
I can be in a place. It's exactly 35 miles from London, yeah. And I could show you that when I look at London, it looks like it's much lower than where I am when I can see London. But if I was in London, I wouldn't be able to see where I was looking at London from. So you've got this undulation. You've got the ground going up and down. That doesn't mean you're on curvature. If you can prove to me, beyond all the undulation of the ground, and how I don't even know where you get this benchmark of sea level, or it's above the sea level, it's below, and I wonder how they got that as well, because that, for me, that's, I'm not saying it ain't a bad thing, but I'm just saying I'm sure they didn't assume shaving off everything, so you've now got this smooth ball with no ups and downs, no valleys or anything. Because
you're correct. However, they've done reciprocal zenith angles over lakes as well. So these guys are only maybe 40 feet above. Yeah.
So if I was at a lake and it was 10K square Would I see curvature?
You'd be able to measure it with two reasonably high quality theodolites. Like
So if
it's
the
from
lake,
one.
if the water, say like it was a salt flat and it filled up with water,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have a perfect mirror image, would it? If it had
I
a
don't
curve.
think that's relevant. Like that amount.
It's very relevant because I could post you a picture right
The
now.
point is,
Okay.
I could post you a
So
picture right now, and it's of a building. It's of a building.
Yeah.
So you imagine the building's made out of glass. All the panels are glass.
Yeah.
So
I
the
don't think
walling on
piece of
the
glass
walling on the panel.
building is 15 miles long.
If you keep talking when I'm talking, you're never going to learn what I'm going to say, unless you're I don't know. Unless you,
I'd say the same to you.
and you know what I'm going to say, and I would ask you
and
to
you're telepathic
continue
about
what I was
I'm
going to
saying.
say.
And I'm not
what
going
was
to
I gonna say
compare.
then?
I'm not going to compare a skyscraper to a 15-mile long.
Who's talking
lake.
about fucking skyscraper? This is why you need to stop.
You
and
with your
maybe
piece of
listen.
glass. You with your piece of glass. Talking about reflections. You mentioned a building.
So I was talking about skyscraper, was I?
Is a skyscraper a building?
Yeah, but who mentioned skyscraper? The only person who mentioned skyscraper is you, because you didn't wait for me to finish what I was saying. So you just like pretended to come up with some bullshit, and I don't get
How high? How high is a building compared to a 15-mile lake?
It don't matter. Because
Actually, it
you
does,
don't know what I'm
because
about
you
to
don't
say,
want
do
to
you? You don't know
recognise
what I'm
that
about to say. But if
You
if
say
you
it
know what I
doesn't
was about
matter,
to
but
say,
it does.
continue.
You say it doesn't matter, but it does.
But you keep interrupting me. You
You're
keep
saying it doesn't
interrupting
matter
me, and
when
that's
it
all you
does.
fucking do.
All right, show me how it apparently matters, and I'll see what I can
No,
come up with.
you tell me what I was going to say, because you seem to fucking know what I was going to say.
I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying I know what you're going to say. I'm saying your
Because you
comparison.
did. You fucking told me that I was talking about a fucking skyscraper.
A
So I don't know
skyscraper
where.
is a building. You're telling me what a building does when we were just talking about a 15.
Who was talking about a skyscraper?
Look, a skyscraper is a type of building. You were talking about buildings, right?
Yes. So what? Every building now is a skyscraper.
Stop playing semantic games. This is
Well, I'm not
not
playing fucking semantics. I'm actually asking you what I was about to say, and you've got it all completely wrong from the get-go. So
a skyscraper is a type of building. Now stop being
yeah, so
obtuse.
no one was talking about a skyscraper. The only person who mentioned skyscraper is you.
Attempting to talk about a building. You were attempting to talk about a building when the discussion was like a salt quote unquote flat.
Okay, let's smooth over.
I know.
The facts
I know.
it's a
I
building.
know. A building isn't a 15-mile large building. So no, you can't use the building analogy. We're going to talk about the salt that is allegedly flat, even though it's measurably not.
Oh man, you're fucking mad. I don't know what to say.
It's not about madness, it's about measurement.
You are.
And you said that, but you're saying a salt flat is reflective, and that doesn't change the shape of it. Like you're putting a.
I'm now going to tell you, if you want to get a mirror image, it's got to be flat. It's not going to be fucking concave, because it will be distorted. What you see will be distorted, and you will clearly see that. No ifs or buts. And the reason I mentioned the fucking building, because it's a fucking small building, and you can see those walls were put up vertically straight, 100%. And
it's not a
the distortion on the buildings. Hold on.
Building
the
isn't a
distortion
salt
on the
flat.
buildings. Hello. Am I still fucking talking?
Hello. A building isn't a salt flat. Stop changing the topic. You're avoiding the consequence of flatness not equaling level.
Oh man, you're fucking crazy.
Because I know a building isn't a salt flat.
But what? I'm not saying it is a salt flat, but the
So you
building.
don't need to talk about it. So let's
Yeah,
go
we
back
do.
to the
We
salt flat.
do. We do. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because it represents. What about if we extrapolated the building? Like, you like to fucking extrapolate things. So what about if we extrapolated the building? But we don't want to do that. I just want to say to you that the building was put up level. But because the panes of glass are slightly, they're not flat, are they? And
Incorrect. The building was put up plumb. The salt lake is level.
But the glass. So you got this glass, the front of the building. Say like we just talk about the front.
You're comparing a vertical building to a
If you want to see the
horizontal
picture, do you want to see the picture?
You're
Want to see the
you're
picture?
comparing
Want to see
you're
the picture?
comparing a vertical building to a horizontal salt flake. So no,
It doesn't matter, does it? We're talking about the
it
fucking
actually does
reflection.
matter.
We're talking
And you
about a
don't want to
reflection,
acknowledge how it matters.
reflection.
Yeah, you want to talk
Listen,
about
how
vertical
fucking
things
switched are
in
you?
just
We're talking about reflection.
You're just arguing with the drunk person at this point. Like
A drunk person. Everyone's
he's just
fucking drunk.
Schlitz.
Do you know what? I hope
He's Schlitz.
your channel.
Schlitz
If this is how you think that you can answer people, oh, he's a drunk person. You're fucking mad. You fucking fat ass silly cunt.
Demons.
No, not the mate. That's why he goes on like he goes on, because you people are just fucking retards. You don't honestly.
No, because
you're
you're
on this
Schlitz.
fucking globe hill, and that's where you're gonna fucking die.
Yeah,
fucking.
but the thing is,
absolutely. Oh, he's fucking drunk. He's fucking drunk.
Yes. I will die on a globe.
Yeah, you fucking silly. No, on the globe hill.
the thing
If you
is,
think you're on a globe,
not
if you think you're on a
listening
ball
to me,
hurtling
mate.
around,
You're just deciding to talk over me again.
Yes.
And so
I'm-
what's
mate,
happening
listen.
is you're comparing Salt Lake to a
Can you just
building.
listen for
You're not
fucking 1
comparing
minute?
horizontal to horizontal. You have to change the topic.
Yeah, wake
from
me up when you're
horizontal to
finished. Yeah,
vertical.
say I've finished.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell me when
so,
you're finished. Tell me when you're finished.
Yeah, sure thing.
In other words, I'm not going to listen to anything you say. I'm just going to wait for you to stop talking.
Oh, there's another one. Now you know what I'm thinking. Fucking hell. Now, this cunt knows what I'm going to say, and now this one knows what I'm thinking. Crazy.
So when you compare a skyscraper that's vertical to a salt lake that's horizontal, you're not comparing the same things. So it's just logically not valid for you to compare a vertical skyscraper to the salt lake unless you're willing to tip that skyscraper over and make it also horizontal. So no, you can't compare a vertical thing to a horizontal thing.
But we're talking about reflection. So you're telling me a reflection with something that's horizontal, yeah, is different to something that's like vertically plumb. You're telling me that, yeah?
I'm telling you that even bringing up...
That's my question. Are you telling me the reflection, if, say like I had the fucking panels and I laid them down, are they going to be different to whether I stood them up vertically? That's my question.
Yeah, if you stand above...
No, I don't need you. I just need a fucking yes or no question. It's a question I answer. I don't need you to start whinging on about some fucking excuse. I just asked you, is it going to be the same or is it going to be different? Yes or no?
A level mirror will be different than a vertical mirror. Yes.
It will be different. And why would it be different?
Because what level does over distance is curved. And this is why we're talking about surveying over the salt lake that is looking like a mirror and reciprocal zenith angles over that water.
So the image, what you'd see, is it going to be a perfect mirror image on the salt lake? Yes or no?
It looked pretty close to it, because you want to know how curved that mirror is over 15 miles?
I don't give a fucking flying fuck. That's your fucking problem. It's not my problem. I'm not the one who has to come up with a load of bullshit and explain something which is don't really need that much explaining. Hence why you're talking about. Hence why you're talking about fucking moon dust coming off fucking tires.
If it doesn't need
Who's
much
fucking
explaining,
drunk now?
then
Who's fucking drunk now? Are you fucking for real, you cunts?
surely you can explain it if it doesn't need much explaining. So go ahead.
Explain what? What do you want me to explain?
Well, you said that you have evidence, right? You brought evidence.
What evidence? Evidence
Exactly.
of
So why
what?
are you talking?
Evidence of what though?
Of flatness. Flatness.
No, I didn't fucking say that, did I? See, this is
Then
now you're
quiet.
fucking
No one
trying to
cares.
put.
You have no
So
evidence.
first of all, the guy knows what I'm going to talk about and comes out with
You have
complete
no
bullshit.
evidence.
Then the other cunt comes out and thinks he knows what I'm about to say. What I'm about to say and comes out with bullshit. And now you're putting words in my mouth which I never ever said.
So Slipsy.
Oh, okay.
Why are you?
Okay.
Should we
Has he
wind it
left?
back? Should we wind it back? And
Yeah,
be
yeah. We're
sincere?
winding it back to surveying. So, how much of an arc do you think?
I'm not talking about
curve-
surveying. I'm talking about salt flat. I'm talking about
yeah.
a building. That's all I'm talking
yeah.
about. Salt flat
So
building.
yeah.
Salt flat building.
So, yeah, salt flat, like
Salt
reflective.
flat. Tell you where the one I'm talking about as well. It's in Bolivia.
Yeah. So what you're looking along there is an angle of Earth.
Have you been?
That's
Have you been?
0.0.
Can I ask you a question?
1 degrees. That's
Can I ask you a question?
0.18. That's 0.18
Can I ask you a
degrees.
question?
That's 0.18
Well,
degrees.
you're coming out with numbers, but I want to ask you a question first of
You're
all.
interrupting
Otherwise,
me.
it ain't going to make no sense.
You've interrupted me 5 times, so if you can't control
Good, I'll
yourself,
keep interrupting you until you answer my question.
I'm answering your question by telling you.
Have you been to Bolivia? Have you been
You're
to
ignoring
Bolivia?
the salt flat. You're just a dishonest person.
Have you been to Bolivia? Yes or no?
So the salt flat distance over Earth is about 0.19 degrees out of the 360 degrees of Earth.
So what's that mean then?
It's a very small fraction of the total curve. So
if I was in the middle of the
you've got a protractor, right?
10,000
protractor?
10,000 meters, yeah? 10,000 meters, yeah?
Is this avoiding the salt flat? That's 15 miles?
So if I was in the middle, because I'm on a fucking ball, yeah? I don't even know how you can fucking even think that there's any curvature. Because it's a fucking, the thing is just, man, I just don't understand you.
The measurements that confirm it.
The measurements? What measurements?
As we were talking about
the
earlier.
land surveying measurements that you don't want to talk about.
Man. Yeah, the land surveying stuff that people have done, even on these salt plains, show that the curvature is about 0.19
Your curvature,
degrees.
do you know what your curvature is? On your surveying, it's the refraction. I think when you turn around and you say, no, that's curvature, I think that's being fucking dishonest.
Right, there is some refraction, but it's not as much as what the Earth's is doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's about 1/7.
So on your surveying, how comes there's never, unless there's a guy who said he was a surveyor, yeah?
Correct.
Is he still here? Is he still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, can you give me a drawing where you've got on your legend the curvature?
Why would I need to do that?
Well, just to shut my mouth. If you do that, I'll shut my mouth.
So you want me to show you a survey that shows you the Earth curve?
No. I want you to show me a drawing for whatever project you've got with that in the legend that you've got. Oh, be careful. I don't know what curvature you're going to need for any project. But can you give me one? You have that?
That says what?
I don't know. You tell me. If you're putting a curve calculation in,
You're
surely it
asking me
has to
for
be
a
on the
project that
drawing.
tells you
Surely it would
something,
be
and
on the drawing.
I'm asking you, what do you want me for? What do you want it to tell you? And you're saying, you tell me.
Well, like if you've made a calculation for curvature, surely you'd have to include that in your project, and otherwise.
So
I don't
you
know.
want on the survey to show, like you wanted to say on the survey the curvature of the Earth was
What kind?
calculated.
Hold on. What kind of things do you survey? First of all, let's find out what you survey.
Mostly, it's tidal work.
Tidal work.
Yeah, mostly.
And what
I'm not
does that
doing.
entail?
I'm not doing roads. I'm not doing tunnels. I'm not in a union. I don't work for the state.
Hello, Mr. President.
Yeah. So what does that entail? Tidal work. I've never heard of it, so I don't know.
It's basically like individual tax lots. We determine we use the deeds. We determine the corners based off of file map monuments and other deeds and stuff. Like I don't understand what you're saying. Like what do you want the survey to show you?
But do you use curvature in your calculations?
The data collector does.
Oh, well, after it takes the measurement, it puts in the curve. It adjusts
Yes.
it. It does the adjustment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you say that was not, if you was going to put refraction in, because like if it's putting in a curvature calculation, it's got to be like an average, isn't it? And then you say like refraction's kind of, you've got an average refraction. I know that you use that. I know surveyors use that.
Yeah, as far as refraction goes, it's not like I can put in two different temperatures, like one where I'm standing and one where the machine is. It's just where the machine is. You say what the temperature is, and then it computes the air pressure.
You have to have the check the temperature, or is it the machine can do that?
No, the machine doesn't do that. I do that.
Where do you take the the calculation for the temperature? Just
my car.
Oh, okay.
My phone, the weather station.
Okay. But that will just give you a temperature of like where it's taking the reading from, no?
Yes, that's what I said before.
It's not going to be your location, is it? It's just going to be like, oh, maybe this is
the car gives
at
me
the airport.
the car gives me the temperature of the location that I'm at. There you go. You happy?
Okay. Well, it's not the best, is it?
Okay, what degree of accuracy is the car's thermometer at?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying it's not the best. It's not like gold standard,
Right,
is it?
so
By any
anytime we
chance?
talk about
I'm
measurements,
sure you don't
anytime
need gold standard in what you're
we
doing.
talk about measurements or calculations, it's always within a degree of accuracy. For example, like, is there anything that you've hung up that's perfectly level ever?
Yeah.
Really, perfectly level, perfect.
Yeah, I'm a absolute fucking cunt for that. I'm like
So
OCD on the level.
It wasn't off by 0.00000000000000001 degree.
How would I know that?
By being
Well, if
able
you
to
don't
measure
know
them.
that, if you don't know that, then you don't know if you've hung up anything perfectly level.
Well, I put my level on there, and it's in the margins, the same as
Oh,
you take
yes,
yours.
the
But
margin.
I'm not going to be 1 degree. I'm not going to be 1 degrees out. That's for sure. Unless I
Could you
drop my
be?
unless
Could
I
you
drop
be?
my level. Unless I drop my
Could you
level.
be? Could you be 1 second of a degree out?
1 second of a degree. No. Surely not. I
Do you
know
know
that.
what? Do
I
you even know
know
what
that.
that fraction? Do you even know what that fraction would be of a degree?
For sure.
What fraction is that of a degree?
What? A half a degree?
No,
Well,
no,
no. What
no.
did you say? A
No,
tenth?
no. What fraction is 1 second of a degree?
Oh, 1 second. I don't know. 60 fucking seconds of a degree, is it? I don't know. A 60th?
No.
What is it then? A 360th.
3,600.
Yeah,
1,000.
so there you go. 360.
So you're telling me that like you like it's just ridiculous. I don't even know why I'm doing this.
I don't know what you're going on about. What? So like, what now? You're going to tell me?
Because you're telling me that you hang up shit perfectly level. Like it's
Yeah,
it's
I
a
do.
joke. You don't even have a level that's that accurate.
How do you know? Where's your machine to measure that fucking that much out? You haven't got one. Not even your theodolite can do that.
Actually, it does to go down to the seconds.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, I know so.
Do you have any
What you're
measurements
telling
or what?
me? So you're telling me your theodolite would tell me if I was a second out, second of a degree out.
So we've already given you the documents for the wild.
Okay,
three.
so now tag team.
First of all, that's not what I said. I said.
Do you think a theodolite's a good tool to start taking angles from stars?
Yeah.
You think that's quite accurate? You don't think it throws out any bad readings?
It could.
No, it's not what
but
it's designed
accurate.
to do. I'm not saying it can't do that.
Accurate though.
I'm not saying it can't do that, but would you?
You've been given the manual that says it's designed to do that.
Yeah, and I give you, and I was right in what I was saying. It's not very accurate, and there was a study done on it.
Yeah.
And I presented that, and Omnivore got that, so everyone was going, "Oh, you're fucking being lying." I was telling the truth because the fucking theodolite, albeit very accurate, it's not fucking designed. It's for terrestrial surveying. Yeah, terrestrial means on the fucking ground, not fucking in the sky.
So for the
what do you think it was designed for? What do you think it was
you've got a
designed for?
limited tool. You're using a limited tool.
What do you think it was designed for?
What was it? Terrestrial surveying. Elevation angles. That's exactly what it's designed for.
No, you're wrong because the manual says it's good for both.
Fuck
the manual
you.
says it's good for both.
Listen.
No,
It's got a fucking
you're lying through your teeth. You're lying through your teeth because you're shown the manual that it's valid.
Fuck off, you silly
You're
cunt.
shown that the manual.
So what? Does it
Because
make
I'm
it
calling
fucking?
out
Does
for
it
your
make
lie.
it fucking? I could have a yeah, and I've got tools, and it says it's a fucking great tool, and I can't do what it says in the manual.
Yeah, user error. That's on you. Like the
No,
fact
not user
is-
error, not clown. Yeah, because you
Yeah,
don't know what
it is
tool I'm
user
talking
error.
about, and you don't even know what I'm talking about. So for you to turn around and go, "Oh, user error," no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those. I've got all the gear
unfortunately-
and I've got no idea. Sorry.
Yeah, you've been shown
You
that the
sound
theodolite
like you've
is
got all the
within-
gear, but you ain't got no idea. That's why you keep fucking interrupting people.
We shared
You
the
are just an
manual
obnoxious
together. We
little
all
fucker.
read the manual, you liar. You're a liar who says you've
I didn't
pretended
say
the
he
manual says
fucking
something that
presented the
doesn't.
fucking manual, and I told him he's got a fucking tool, which is, I'm not saying it can't do it, but I said that's going to give you fucking inaccurate fucking readings, and I then presented you a paper saying exactly what I was fucking saying. So
the level of
what's the
inaccuracy is
margin of
so
error?
small.
What's the margin of error?
47 or 57 arc seconds
Shut up, you
from the
fucking
door.
mug.
No,
I
I'm
wanted
not
Slitsy
going
to answer that question. I wanted Slitsy to answer that question. What do you think the margin of error is?
Yeah, it was like they was all different, to be honest. I tried to give him the best ones. There was like up to 4, I think it was 4 to 6 seconds. But don't forget, that's going to throw up fucking big discrepancies. It ain't the fact that it's going to be 4 or 6 seconds out.
It would depend on the distance.
There was there was one. It had 1,200 readings, and they were all different.
4 to 5 seconds of a degree over what distance?
I don't know. They were doing
27 miles.
It was in the paper. No, just 27 miles. You don't even know what I was. I posted it directly to Omni. So Omni was like looking through it, and that was all I was saying. I was saying, look, the tool can do that, no problem whatsoever. I ain't got an argument with that. But I'm saying that tool is limited because really and truly, even though it was, and it was like deemed, it was. I read him out the thing. Oh, actually, hold on. I fucking think I saved it. Thank God for that. Hold on. Did I save it? Maybe not.
But you're saying it's not meant for a purpose when the manual says it's made for that purpose. But you're lying about what its purpose is.
I'm not, you fucking mug. I said to you, all I said was when you start doing celestial, ground positions using the theodolite, that's not a very accurate tool to do that. I'm not saying it couldn't do that because it obviously can do that. I know it can do that. But it's not going to be accurate. It's not going to be accurate.
When you say accurate, what do you mean by not accurate? Do you mean it's not going to be accurate by like 1 foot over 1 million feet, or what do you mean?
Observer biased, I would imagine. I don't know. Yeah, look, the study found statistically significant observer biases at the 99, I don't know, because they was doing a map thing. So I think you have to have 100%, or I suppose it's 100% as you can get it.
So user error,
It was like
not the
bias
machine.
covered up. And look, at the end, it said, what did it say? While the T3 theodolite has a high precision instrument for the time, Carter's study demonstrates that to its accuracy in celestial observations was significantly influenced by observer-related factors. These limitations underscore the challenges in achieving consistent and accurate measurements, leading to the eventual adoption of more advanced and more automated instruments.
Yeah, so satellites.
Precise
Yeah, so
astronomical work, and that's all I said.
Wait, hang on. Are you referring to theodolites? Are you referring to theodolites and not total stations?
That was a theodolite, yeah. I don't know about the total station. I wasn't talking about a total station.
Are you referring to technology that's so old?
Pardon? Well,
why are you referring to old? Why are you referring to like inferior technology? I don't understand why you would do that.
I think that T in surveying and terrestrial thing, I think that's a very good tool. I'll give Shubu that.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not accurate enough anymore.
I think that's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? You can use your GPS and all that kind of malarkey. I don't know.
Yeah, the kind of accuracy that they're replacing the T3 was the sub-arc second level of accuracy. The wild T3 from the documents.
I don't think there's many machines that can do sub-arc seconds. Yeah, I don't know. This guy will tell you that most probably as well, because that machine most probably.
I don't understand how you can say that. Wait, that's crazy to me that you would say that when you thought a second of a degree was 1/60th of a degrry, which isn't
Have
even
you got-
that like crazy.
So does your one does sub-arc seconds?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
No.
Okay. So what's your point?
My point is, if you want to do, he's telling me sub-arc
It
seconds,
might.
and I know that he's
I don't
fucking
know.
lying.
Mine might. I don't know. As far
I
as
don't
like
think
the
so.
as,
I don't
as
think
far
so. How much
as
was your
far
tool?
as
How
as
much was
far
your
as
tool?
as far as the readings go, what it displays is just to the second of a degree.
Yeah. So how much does your tool cost?
Like 15,000.
Maybe not. I think they're fucking really expensive. And I'm not saying that your tool is shit, but I'm not here to say that. What?
If you want, look it up. If you want, look. That's the current tool I'm using.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
When that manual was talking about like angles to stars, like the angular difference when they were doing those surveys in Australia were accurate to up to 40 or let's say 50 arc seconds, which is almost 1 arc minute. So this is just like an unrealistic thing to say. The theodolite that was good on land up to 2 or 3 arc seconds, and for stars for 1 arc minute is invalid because the manual says it's good within that margin of error.
The manual can say what it wants, can't it? But like, look, this guy done a study report and said it was inaccurate, and they had to pull it because it gave inaccurate observations. So
They were looking for more accuracy.
It says it. It
You're
says it,
lying
doesn't it?
that it was inaccurate. They were looking for more accuracy.
And this is what I said to you. That tool isn't the tool to do fucking celestial observations. And that was my whole.
If the manual says it is.
But but the proof is in the pudding, isn't it? Wouldn't you say that? I could say I could have a manual. I have a manual.
The proof is
I'm the
that you
best
said
fuck
it.
in the world. I'm the best fuck in the world. I go with a girl meets me. She go, "Oh, you're the best fuck in the world." I fuck her and she goes, "Oh, actually, you're quite shit." No, but it says, "Look, I got it in the manual. I'm fucking the best."
Well, see, the problem is the people who made the thing. The people who made the thing should know how it's designed. I think I would take their word over yours as to how it's designed and how it can be used.
Okay, yeah.
So wait, are we going with the?
Shouldn't the manufacturer know how they designed the thing? I think the manufacturer should have a very good idea what design they used in order to make the instrument that you're talking about.
Can you stop? Because I just wanted to say to you.
No, I cannot stop because I'm pointing out why your argument is wrong. The reason why your argument is wrong is because the people who made the thing designed it. Now, the people who designed it say it's designed to do this thing. You, on the other hand, are saying that it's not designed to do that. However, the people who made the instrument say what it's designed to do. You are not them.
So that's why I pulled up the paper who done the study with the fucking machine and said it wasn't good enough. Thank you.
What machine?
Good enough for who? Because it seems like it needs to be good enough for you, not good enough for the manufacturer anymore.
No, because I wasn't making the claim myself per se, was I? I was saying.
What paper? What paper? I don't see a paper.
Ask Omni. I gave it to Omni.
Post it now. Right now.
No.
Yeah, you don't have it, you liar.
I posted the link. I haven't got it. I've just got the description. So I can't do that.
Wait a minute. So you went into ChatGPT.
Why didn't you fucking ask Omni?
You went into ChatGPT and you got ChatGPT to try to lie for you, and now you don't even have the link. That's what you're saying.
What are you fucking
on
about?
Go into your messages with Omni, copy the link, and post it.
No, he can't because it's literally just a description of something that probably doesn't even exist that he got from ChatGPT. when he tried to get ChatGPT to lie
It's a
for him.
fucking paper. If it's a paper with a link to
Yeah,
the
go ahead, post it.
institution, what had the
Post
fucking
it.
paper?
Post
Sorry.
it. Post it.
Yeah, if
and-
ChatGPT said there's a paper, there's a chance that there isn't.
Ask Omnivore.
I'm not asking
He went on the
Omnivore.
thing. He was
Omnivore's not
reading
here.
it
I'm
out.
asking
Paper,
you.
there's a chance there isn't.
I'm asking you because
was
I know
reading
that you're
it.
categorically
He was
dishonest.
reading
You lie
it.
constantly.
He was reading it. I couldn't, on my phone, I couldn't access the website. I said, are you on a computer? Yes, I am. Done. He done it. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Right,
Omni
so you have nothing.
This little motherfucker who ain't saying nothing was there listening to the fucking conversation, so he can fucking verify it. But because he's a prick, he won't even fucking have the bollocks to fucking.
So I
do
just
that.
want to point out that you have nothing to support your position, and you're just
Okay.
making shit up.
Right, I'm gonna get a taxi and go home then. Yeah.
That's probably a good idea because you want to avoid
Yeah. Then all you
an
little fuck,
observation.
all you
You're
little
interrupting
fuckwits
again like a
can
little coward.
start
Little
fucking
coward who
sticking
wants
your
to
tongue up
interrupt.
each
Little
other's
coward,
ass.
little
Yeah?
coward, little coward. So when the little
Using
coward
the
stops
fuck woman,
interrupting,
make sure you read the manual correctly.
Is this fucking geezer gay?
yeah. So you want to avoid.
Are you still talking? Are you still talking?
Yeah, you can't handle
still
being
talking?
spoken to. Yeah, I am. So what's going to happen is
So I'm just not
I'm gonna
listening
tell
to
you-
anything you got to say because you're.
Yeah, that's usually the case.
Because
That's usually
look,
the case.
you've got small
You wanted
balls.
to
You didn't even
compare
have the
a
bollocks to
horizontal
say that
zenith
Omnivore was
angle with
reading that
vertical
out, you
bending.
muggy
You're
little cunt.
intellectually not capable of telling the difference between horizontal and vertical.
Okay.
Correctly for whatever machine you need to fuck women with. Just make sure you read it correctly next time.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's just a blatant lie to say it's not made for this when both the manual and people who
Not a
own
blatant
the
lie, is
machine
it?
tell you
I said it's gonna come with inaccurate readings, and it did. The paper supports exactly what I said. Wasn't saying it couldn't do it. Didn't say that. I just said
it's not
it's gonna
very
be
inaccurate
that
at all.
theodolite.
It's not very
What is that?
inaccurate.
That's
because
right.
You
Listen,
don't
listen,
know
cunt.
what an arc
Listen.
second is.
Oh
You
my
don't
god.
know what 50 arc
Oh
seconds
my
is.
god.
Fuck it
Just
all,
fuck
right?
off.
Like,
This
who gives a
guy,
fuck,
such
right?
a cunt. Can you just fuck off a blade anvil? You're fucking stupid. I can't even fucking talk to you.
Yeah, because you think
So if we're going to talk about, well, if we're going to talk about the people that have used the instrument, Shoebill talked about his Wild T3, which is, by the way, listed as
That's
a
who
celestial
he was.
godlight.
This is where the argument come out.
When he used the instrument against the stars, when he got his measurements, he got when he used the instrument on the stars, he got measurements
Can you repeat yourself one more time?
used the instrument on the stars. He got measurements that were more accurate. This is gonna be fucking awesome. We'll just keep doing this shit all fucking day, Schlitzy.
All day.
Fucking child.
All day.
Okay. Anyway, let's try this again. Let's do
Why
it
are you
again.
guys giving him attention?
When he used the instrument, Schlitzy. Hey, shut up, child. Let's try this again. Let's keep doing this bullshit.
No, mute
Schlitzy.
Doofus.
Really
Let's not.
quick.
Let's mute
I have
Doofus.
one thing to say, and it's not very long. It's really
Doofus.
short. If you would fucking allow it to happen, it wouldn't
No, he's
take
not gonna
long at
allow it.
all.
I
It's
can't
just
do
one simple statement.
Why-
It takes less
why
than
would
30
you let that
seconds,
happen,
but you
Doofus?
wouldn't allow the conversation to continue because you're a child. Let's just keep doing this shit
No
again. We'll keep
self-control. No self-control, Doofus.
We'll just keep fucking doing this.
Yeah, you're no self-control, Doofus.
Oh my god, let's just keep going.
Doofus.
Hey, let's just keep going on this whole VC. Let's just keep making noise.
Yeah, let's keep spiraling, Doofus.
Dude, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna get it out at some point, even if Schlitzy is a child. We can't have a conversation. But we'll just get it out anyway. Let's just keep going.
Now you know
We almost had to change.
Schlitzy, you're losing it, bro. Show him some
Let's
mercy,
just
bro.
keep doing this shit. Let's just keep fucking doing this shit. Okay. Now, real quick, if the argument is going to be about,
Yeah, let's just keep doing it.
Are you
Let's just keep
wanking?
doing it. Because that's
Are
going
you
to solve the
wanking?
problem. The problem's going to
Doofus.
go away. It's going to go away if we just
Doofus.
keep making
Don't
all this
stroke out,
noise.
bro. Take
There's
a
not going to be
breath.
a problem anymore.
Stroking
Oh
out.
my
Hold on, hold on.
God.
Stupid.
Oh
Stupid.
no, there's no holding
Hold on.
on.
Gonna get messy.
Schlitzy is a piece of shit. Let's just keep
It's-
doing this.
No
No,
self-control.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm a piece of shit. Doofus, I'll take it. Schlitzy's, he's cool. I'm a piece of shit. No.
Okay, now let's do this though. Let's actually get my point out. Because, yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it out at some point. And someday I'll be able to get. I'll be able to get it out. One of these days, I'll be able to say it without an interruption. At some point, I will be able to get it out without an interruption. There will be a point at which I get out what I was trying to say without an interruption. At some point in the future, it will be possible to get out what I was trying to say without an interruption.
That's what your girlfriend
Here we
said,
go.
like,
Now, let's give it
out.
Let's give it a nope, we're still doing this. We're still doing it.
Bro,
all right.
Focus on the
So
road.
now
bro.
let's get it out. Let's just let's get it all out.
If you're wanking.
Well, we're just gonna keep doing this shit because Schlitzy won't back down off of his stupid argument. I can explain exactly how stupid it is, but because he's a child, he won't let it happen.
You have no
There's no way to actually get it out until Schlitzy's muted. There's no fucking moderator in the room, so it's just gonna keep going like this. There is no moderator in the room, so it's just gonna keep going like this. No fucking moderator in the room. Nobody's here. Nobody's gonna control the conversation. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. We're just gonna keep making noise in the room until a moderator shows up so that I can actually get it out without an interruption. There's no way to actually get it out until the interrupters are handled. Until there's a moderator in the room, we'll just keep.
Okay. All right.
Oops.
One at a time.
I got to 10 dick push-ups.
Who do I unmute first, chat?
Schlitzy, because Doofus was full spiraling.
Schlitzy got 20 in for sure.
No. Schlitzy should not be
over
unmuted.
speaking, but Doofus was full spiraling. So welcome
Schlitzy,
back,
you
ladies
have
and gentlemen.
Schlitzy, you have 30 seconds to state your position.
Don't come, bro.
First.
All right, Doofus.
All right. Well, you didn't do it. So go ahead, Doofus.
All right.
He's got 20
Schlitzy's
seconds
argument
left.
is
Hold
we
on.
should
Reclaiming
talk about
time.
the Schlitzy's argument is that we should look at the people who were using the instrument. He had somebody in this room whose name is Shoebill in Discord, who has used his Wild T3 listed as a celestial theodolite to get measurements to stars that are more accurate. To get measurements to stars that are more accurate than you could get with a sextant. So now, if we're going to depend upon the people that use these instruments, Shoebill has demonstrated that you can use them on stars. Your argument is invalid.
Wait, is that the argument? Is that you can't use a theodolite on stars?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
that
is it a theodolite or a
but they're not.
polarization?
He somehow thinks that theodolites were designed for terrestrial observations only, and because a margin of error was in this specific paper to about 50 arc seconds, that there's a level of accuracy, and somehow that's a meaningful point without him understanding how small of an error that is over those
But was
distances.
that a thing they calculated themselves, or a thing that was pointed out to
Well,
them? They then felt like they should feel like obligated to feel like angry about. Like, is this a thing they calculated themselves, or is this something that just somebody like, hey, this is the thing you should be angry about? Because that's the way it feels like the way you argued it.
His argument was simply this, and I believe he stated it explicitly, that he.
That's what I heard.
I see spin, you cut out.
Well, he seemed
No,
to
that's
have
what I
run away
heard.
now that he got moderated. So sorry, guys.
Yeah. So what I was actually arguing for the globe Earth position there is that, like, the flat earthers say this can't be the reason because of this, and I'm saying it because of Y, but they haven't proclaimed why Y does not equal X. Can any flat earther like present this like data and be like, this shouldn't happen because of, and then like after the equal sign, present something that like makes a fucking dent of sense other than derpism, flat earth, tardesium. Oh wait, go ahead and play.
I don't know if there's anyone else here.
Bro, there's nobody here that can do that shit because no fucking flat earther has ever done the thing they say they do. Even Witsit, they point to a thing they claim they understood, and the thing they claim they understood doesn't say the thing they're saying. Where's Witsit now? Flat earther? Hey, where's Witsit right now?
Don't
you
talk
fucking
shit about
flirt?
us.
He ain't nowhere because y'all fucking believed in a fucking idiot because y'all thought he was saying something smart. Can we have anybody like? Oh, here we go. Demok's unmuted. Somebody smart like Demok tell us why we're wrong.
Witsit never was a flat earther. He was a psyop.
Witsit is trying to figure out how to
controlled opposition.
all the donations he got from flat earthers off his taxes. That's where Witsit is.
Exactly. Witsit trying to figure out which sex doll he can fucking order now that his wife's leaving him after he fucking abuses her.
Demons.
Goddamn. That's
I'm
some
sorry.
interesting.
I just legitimately have actual facts I would present in court. If that dumb motherfucker would love to fucking like subpoena me, I'd love to go to court. I'll present the evidence that I just said right now. Dumb motherfucker said some shit that was abusive and assaultive towards another fucking individual. I don't have claims of evidence that he, assaulted them, or battered them, but he definitely assaulted them. Absolutely assaulted his wife. Did not batter her on video, assaulted her on audio. Go ahead and cap this, send it to him so they can add to their legal team. I'd love to go to that court case.
God damn it, Demon's tried. I was about to do a Poe Flat Earth script, but you kind of totally railroaded me because I agree too much. I cannot do my Poe script anymore.
Yeah, and him bringing
we can edit it.
Like we're talking about a land-to-land reciprocal zenith observation from one point of land to the other. So even mentioning its celestial inadequacies doesn't give him to the mental escape room to avoid like measurements of a salt lake or measurements of a water lake of like a distance of like 27 or even 15 miles. Because it's a land-to-land observation. So him bringing up celestial stuff is just an escape mechanism.
So where is your ball evidence?
You mean apart from the reciprocal zenith angles that could be measured land to land? Apart from comparing... okay.
It's a joke.
Reciprocal.
Hey, I thought someone might be genuine for a change.
No, there is no way to make a genuine argument for flat Earth. What are you thinking?
Does anybody notice that whenever an argument comes up that the flat earther knows for a fact that they are not going to be able to refute, that they have to try and silence?
So just log on in and see who we got out there.
Anybody notice that?
Like he was given the manual and then lies about the manual. He was given like a professional surveyor who does things to stars and then lies about what people really do because one sort of paper says it was inaccurate to like 57 arc seconds. Yeah.
Let's get right into the story. The first one is the entitled people's story. A piece of my ranch is hard.
Mr. 42, you are hot, Mike.
Word.
I never imagined it would be shattered by a man who thought my water tank was his personal inspection project. My family has owned this 320-acre cattle ranch for 3 generations. My grandfather bought it with money saved from years of working as a farmhand, and my father expanded it during his lifetime. When he passed away 4 years ago, I took over operations at the age of 28.
Doxing himself right now? Like, should he be server muted?
Especially since I'd gone to college.
It's not doxing. It's on YouTube, I think, from what I. But there you go.
Himself or watching a video?
What was it that you were?
Yeah,
if you didn't have a point to make, do you mind if I ask you?
Floor's open, I guess.
Why is it that the moon has to be fake for flat Earth?
Because then if it was a physical object, you could bounce signals off of it. If it was a physical object, you could you would be unable to explain why the same face of the moon is visible from thousands of miles apart. A lot of reasons.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'm just trying to like construct like a line of questioning. So I just all the ideas are well.
Yeah, a lot of the positions that flat earthers take, because even if they don't make claims, they make claims anyway. A lot of the positions they take are because there are arguments against flat earth that they don't have an answer for. So they just say that it could be some kind of bad.
Yeah, and do they even have they been creative enough to come up with an argument for the shadows and the craters, or do they just say they're not craters?
Because the moon is plasma or some other variation of specialized material that nobody knows anything about. Anything could happen. So that's
it's
the plasma of the gap.
Hologram. Everyone has their own individual hologram of the sky. You didn't know that?
Yeah, something like that too.
Yeah, that's basically what I've gotten so far. Or I had an idea that maybe the hologram has self-illuminating diodes that can be turned on and off from inside of it. I mean, that'd be hard to disprove.
Because the Las Vegas sphere exists, comma, therefore everything is.
The whole what would make the particles in that video for the moon thing fall the way they fall on Earth, and I came up with one thing that would do it. It'd be very expensive, but you get a studio that literally accelerates towards the ground at a certain rate to film something in. That way.
Isn't the
and it's a vacuum chamber while it's falling.
Right. Isn't it easier to show that it just behaves differently in an atmosphere than not in an atmosphere, or would they just say that it's a vacuum chamber state?
Yeah, we tried, and then No Tanks, of course, mentioned moon Coriolis, and then Taylor tried to defend him as though he's an honest participant in the conversation, which we know he's not, so on and so forth.
If the moon has Coriolis, it's a solid object.
And they say when they say the sun is just the parent. Can anybody explain?
Just finally dying. Like, I mean, who are the new flat earthers out there?
Did my question come through? I'm in a bad service.
for the past 10 seconds, so I'm not sure if that was you or me.
Yeah, awkward breaking up, bro. Try again.
Can anyone explain what they mean when they say the sun is simply apparent?
I mean, it had some hot, sexy time with another like stellar object, and then it had small babies. It's apparent.
Is this a question from Globe to answer?
No, because I've asked them about the sunspots and why they appear predicts, especially from CIE. But
I heard roboting, but I would say from the globe perspective, like as we look out, the atmosphere drops the distant object in our view that could be a star. So there's a real position and the apparent position at which we see it. It happened with the black swan cranes. There's an apparent wiggle through the atmosphere, but we all know it's not really wiggled. So
yeah, let me get better service and I'll re-ask it. My problem.
Yeah.
I could try to explain it using Polaris. Apparent position.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're at like the equator, somewhere like Equatorial Guinea, the Galapagos Islands, Ternate, Indonesia, you'll notice that Polaris will be north of you on the horizon. So when you look across that atmosphere, there is a real position and its apparent position. So like most of the atmosphere bends light, it bends light towards that distant star on the horizon. So it's apparently there, but there's a difference between what's apparent and what's really there.
I think let me rephrase. I want to clarify real quick. But I understand like what the actual definition of apparent is in that sense. I'm just saying why the flat earthers typically just say that it's apparent and the conversation doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's the appearance of what it looks like. I look at it, it appears that way.
So I'll try to explain it.
Right, and what I'm wondering is, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was saying, I guess.
So it's difficult because in your model, what you're looking at are actual positions minus like 1% refraction that might displace the actual position of an object, whether it's the sun, the moon, or the stars. It might only displace it a fraction of a degree, right? From its actual position, a negligible amount, right? Where on the flat Earth, the actual position is drastically different than the apparent position because of perspective and also all types of shit, dude, right? But if I were to explain it to you hypothetically, right? If pretend the Earth was planar, right? You're looking at Polaris. If you're near the equator, Polaris is basically at the horizon, right? About to be obscured by the horizon. If you go any further below the equator, it will become obscured. Polaris will become obscured because of, in you guys' model, you think it's because of the geometric horizon, right? The curvature of the Earth. It's what's obscuring Polaris at the equator, right? In our incomplete model, so that the other flat earthers don't get mad at me for saying that I have a model. In our incomplete model, we have a planar Earth, right? It's topographically flat, planar, right? So what's causing Polaris to sink to the equator? You know, there's a lot, but mainly it's perspective, right? If you were to hypothetically, now Polaris is basically, you're looking at, if you're a 6-foot observer or whatever, you're at the equator, you're looking at Polaris, you stick your arm straight out, right? Your arm is perfectly horizontal to the Earth, right? So it's parallel to the surface of the Earth. Hypothetically, if you had a high-powered laser, right? High-powered laser that could reach Polaris without any type of deviation. Just pretend there's no deviation at all. That laser is traveling straight and narrow to Polaris, following the Earth's surface, and it's parallel to the Earth's surface. Now you're actually aiming the laser at Polaris, right? You put the crosshairs right on Polaris, and you're aiming the laser on Polaris. As that laser starts to travel north, following the Earth's surface, parallel to the Earth's surface, as it reaches Polaris's position, which is at the North Pole, Polaris would now be completely perpendicular overhead 90 degrees. And that laser would be undershooting Polaris. You understand? Even though initially it looked like the laser was dead on the star. As that laser got to Polaris, Polaris is now overhead. Not because of the Earth's curvature or anything like that, but because of our celestial dome, the vision of our perspective.
So, I think I can understand what you're saying, Lane. Basically, I'm posting a picture right now in the chat. My shadow's kind of blocking it. But you're saying, like, the geometry just doesn't work on a flat Earth, right?
No, it does. It's just it's completely. You would have to detach yourself completely from the heliocentric model. So, Steelman, our position, you have to really detach yourself from what's possible and what's not possible.
So the the little picture I posted. Granted, it's a very shrewd drawing.
I can't look at it right now.
All right, so basically I drew a flat line representing the Earth, and then I drew hashtags, to represent the latitude for every 10 degrees of latitude, and I started at the equator, and then I had one at the North Pole. Now, for the equator, the star should be exactly horizontal, which puts it at, like, 0 elevation on the flat Earth, and then when you go 10 degrees, according to the flat Earth, that's a set distance. However, the star is rising every 10 degrees, which geometrically makes the star in a different position every single time, just geometrically. So you say that it's what we see is just apparent because if you use the geometry, it doesn't work for what we see.
What do you mean? It's how you interpret.
It means the math don't math. That's what I'm saying.
It does. It's how you interpret rise, ascension, and declination, right? Because when you see the star declining, right, you think it's because of the curvature of the Earth. You completely discount perspective. You think it's purely geometrical.
Does the North Star
So what do you say about the fact that
does the North Star appear bigger
below the equator?
So the rise, ascension, and declination of Polaris is actually logarithmic. It follows a parabolic curve. It's funny, you guys were talking about parabolas earlier. It actually follows a parabolic curve. And from 0 to 15 degrees, there's actually a denser atmos that you're peeking through, right? And it's going to cause higher refraction than from 15 to 75 degrees. And then from 75 to 90, it's even less refraction than from 0 to 75. It's not linear. When you guys graph it out, right, it's linear, but the linearity is arbitrary. That's not what we actually see in reality. In reality, it's a logarithmic function.
Yeah, the math don't math.
No, math. No, what do you mean it doesn't math? The math is fine.
What's your explanation for the? Yeah, he's right. But can we take? I just wanted to shelf that. Did you have a quick explanation for why you can't see it from the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, because you have a limit of perspective, and the limit of perspective happens to be the radius of the Earth. That's how you guys have created the coordinates, right? It just happens to be the radius of the Earth. We can't see further than 3959.
Yeah,
maybe 3963, 3969.
That's just false.
It's horizontally. I'm saying horizontally. You can
Yeah,
peer vertically into the sky, infinitely. But if you're looking straight ahead, right, following the ground, you can, for whatever reason, right, for things that I'm still trying to figure out, you can't see further than 3959. Give or take 10 miles.
That's just false.
Yeah, I posted what the
So what's the longest range photo? Isn't it like something like ridiculous between the mountain ranges in France or something like
it's
that?
like 400 kilometers. It's about 5 degrees of Earth's total curvature. Yeah.
You have to take into consideration the fields, the upper field and the lower field in your vision, right? The lower field comprises of the Earth's surface, and then the upper field is the sky. So when you're looking horizontally, there's a limit of vision, right? There's the it's called the
Are you telling me right now that when I look at the sun on the horizon, it's 3959 miles away?
No, sir.
Explain. How is that not? How is that not the case? If all I can see, the furthest I can possibly see,
it's less.
It's
for
less.
the sun. Yes, because the sun's lower than Polaris. So you have to take elevation into consideration. The higher something is, the longer it's going to take for it to become obscured by our limit of vision.
Are you telling me that when you're standing on the equator and you can see Polaris, that's further than when you can see the sunrise?
But Polaris is higher, right? If you were to draw out the cosmos, Polaris is higher than the sun.
I'm talking about on the sunrise. Like right when you see the sun for the first time on the equator, that's on the horizon, yes?
It's close, right? It's around 3,000 miles for the sun, but Polaris is 3959.
How is the sunrise not on the horizon, Lion? I'm so confused.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that the sun gets obscured. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm trying to explain it to you. Because the sun is lower than Polaris, the sun is obscured quicker, right? So while Polaris is around 3959, the sun's around 3,000 miles before it becomes obscured by the horizon.
Where are you getting this from? What math? Well, how'd you get that math? Show me the math. Show me the math.
So the sun has a. Okay, I'm driving a semi.
Show me the image at 21 Pascal for an image like that. I don't know if it's feasible.
You gotta understand the sun's a lot lower than Polaris. Same thing with the moon.
That's interesting. The sun, the subsolar point at sunset for everyone on Earth is 6,200 miles away. So at the minimum, we can see that far.
No, I think you're getting confused with daylight. You're confusing the light cycle. So, yes, the sun will be obscured, but you'll still have light, right? Way longer, like up to an hour after the sun's been completely obscured by the horizon. If you're talking about daylight, it would be like it's around 6,000 miles, because the light scatters, right, and it travels further than the actual orb of the sun. So the actual orb of Polaris is going to get obscured. You can't see any light scattering of Polaris. As soon as it's obscured, it's gone, right? With the sun, after it's been obscured by the horizon, there's still daylight. It has a 12,000 mile diameter spotlight.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the sunlight. When you can actually see the sun.
I know, but doofus is
on the horizon.
Oh, I'm definitely talking about looking directly at the sun.
How is it lower than Polaris on the equator?
What do you mean? Like what? I don't.
Where's
To me, that's a nonsensical question.
Where's Polaris on the equator?
If you're on the equator, Polaris would be almost at 0 degrees, if not zero. Oh, yeah, basically 0 degrees.
It's like it's at eye level or something.
Okay,
Right,
so if it's at 0 degrees, where's the sun when it first meets the horizon?
The sun, when it rises in the east, where is it?
When you first see the sun, if you're staring at the horizon, is that not also 0 degrees?
Right.
Right.
Curious situation, isn't it?
So how is the sun lower than Polaris if it's also 0 degrees?
Eye level even.
I'm not sure what you're asking me, but if you're asking why the sun happens to be at 0 degrees, the same as Polaris,
because you're telling me that the Polaris is the same distance away from you on the equator as the sun is during the sunrise.
No, not.
Well, you're saying
necessarily yet.
Correct. You're correct. You're not saying that they're the same distance. You're saying they're two different distances, but they're also at the same exact eye level, and the horizon is what we see, and the horizon distance. I'm just so fucking baffled. I don't understand how you fucking like flip flop positions like this. It's crazy.
I'd also like to. I would hope sometime in the future there's a flat earther that tries not to gaslight me and say that I'm the one that's confused.
I have a follow up about this. We went to Polaris. I wanted to ask you a question about the sun. I'm trying to remember your name. You were just talking
Lion,
I think. Yeah,
Lion.
So would you agree that on a flat Earth, we should see different parts of the sun depending on where your location is? In other words, one person, say, on the opposite side of the Earth when the sun is closer to, I don't know, the middle, we should say the equator. Someone, and basically opposite sides should see opposite sides of the sun.
I think we ran out of flat earth.
My question probably went through, right? Maybe I broke it.
I heard it.
So remember we were talking about apparent position, right? Just because you have an apparent position that matches the declination of Polaris doesn't mean that they're both in the same spot or the same height. There's a difference between geometric position and apparent position.
Yeah, I'm asking. I changed topics because I thought that was done. I was asking you about the sun and if you agree on a flat Earth that two people, opposite sides of the Earth, at any given time should see different sides of the sun. Would you agree?
You're breaking up, or I'm breaking up. Something about two people.
It might be me.
Something.
Right. I see spin. You might have some background noise, which is causing it to get worse.
So say, for example, it's noon in New York. It's noon in New York. The people in California versus like the people in England or whatever. They would see two different sides of the sun. Yes, Lion?
I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about that. Probably. I know the sun is a sphere. It looks like a sphere.
How do you know that?
Can see around
Well, I'm saying based on your model.
Wait. That's right. Wait. That's interesting. Lion, how do you know the sun is a sphere?
The sun actually spins around. The moon doesn't. I don't know what the moon is, but I know the sun spins around. It has, sunspots.
How do you know the sun
has
spins?
signatures on it, spin around. Because I've seen the footage, bro, and I believe the footage. There's amateur astronomers that I'm in contact with on forums on Facebook that have plenty of footage of the sun spinning around. Even SE has footage of the sun, dude. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
So that actually helps illustrate my point. If we're only based on sunspots, I think that you agree with, that you accept, and that we're on opposite sides of the planet or the flat plane, we should be not seeing identical sunspots there. They'll be in different orientations, of course, but we shouldn't see them matching if we're on a flat Earth. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. You would have to presuppose like where the sun is, how it's angled to the observer, the refraction, the atmospheric land, all types of shit, bro. It's too much for me to factor in all of the variables. Because you have to understand that I don't even believe the sun.
Lion,
go ahead.
If you know that the sun is a sphere, and you also know it's spinning, you should be able to work out like at least the proportions, like of the circle, like of the dimensions of it.
Yeah, you can. In theory, you can come up with an idea, hypothesis of what you would expect. I can't confirm or validate whether your hypothesis is correct. I don't really know where the sun is, dude. I don't know how far the sun is.
Right.
I don't know how big the sun is. I don't know where it's located. In my, you know.
Okay. Granted, all
Go
that.
ahead.
If the sun is a physical object and it's rotating, then it's not in the firmament, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's in the firmament.
So the firmament itself is.
I don't expect you to understand. Bro. Go ahead, Goofus.
Yeah,
go ahead.
if the firmament has an inner diameter and an outer diameter, like, and there's some material in between those two things, he's saying the sun is located between.
It's a double pane glass. I got you. It's a double pane glass.
Well, not necessarily. It's just a thick medium of some kind, is what he's thinking.
So it's scripturally, right? I rely heavily on the scripture for my wisdom, right? The sun and the moon are inside of the firmament, inside of it. It's a vaulted dome. It's a crystalline structure, and it has the sun and the moon contained inside of it.
This is
I see spin.
Has the sun and the moon contained inside of it?
Yes.
So
I see spin.
Then wait, that means you know the distance to the firmament.
No, I don't. I do not.
You said that the distance to the sun can't be more than 3,000 miles.
I've never said that. I never said that. I never said that. That's what happened.
We can't see. You said we can't see further than the Earth's radius. We cannot see further than the Earth's radius, which is like the 39, 59, 50, 30. And you said that Polaris is further than the sun. And when I asked, well, then how far is the sun? You said it's about 3,000 miles.
No. Our limit. That's how far we can see Polaris, right? Doesn't mean that Polaris is 3959 away from us, at all. That's
We
just
can
our
see
limit
Polaris
of vision.
6,200 miles across the surface. 6,200 miles is a lot bigger than 3950.
From the ground?
Yes, the distance between the North Pole and the equator is 6,200-ish miles.
But he said that the furthest we can see is only 3959 miles, which means that's an actual distance. Like, we can't see further than 3959.
But Polaris has to be greater than 6,200 miles away. So
I don't know.
at least from the equator, anyway.
I had to go. You're saying that.
I'm saying the distance between the North Pole and the equator is 6,200 and some change miles.
Yeah, because you say 69 miles per degree. 90 times 69 gives you 6,300, 6231? Or something along those lines? Like something along those lines.
60. Okay, so if the equator to 0 degrees, 90 degrees north, you're saying that's 6,200 miles. I think you're right. Because if it's 12,000, so how far is it to? I don't know. I don't have all this in my head, dude. So how far is it to the South Pole from the North Pole?
South Pole from the North Pole? That should be about
a straight line.
double.
Are you talking about a straight line through the Earth?
No. He wants a surface. If he's asking for distances, he's asking for surface distances. It's always surface distance.
So 6,200 miles. So that's the distance
times
then we can see then. Yeah. So that's
it's times 2.
But
from the North Pole to the South Pole, it's 12,480 whatever. 12,490 somewhere in there.
$6,000. All right. So that happens to be around the same distance that we could see the sun. 6,000.
Yeah, isn't that convenient? The globe says that, but I mean. Icy Spin, I wanted to mention something to you real quick. The standard flat Earth heuristic to be applied to all observations is what we see is what we expect on a flat Earth. We see it, therefore that's expected on a flat Earth.
Right. So, but I think I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that people on opposite sides of the plane could, how they could see the identical face of the sun. In fact, not on the opposite sides. We can draw triangles. We can put 4 people, 5 people, 7 people, 100 people. To my knowledge, and maybe someone can correct me, anytime that sunspots have been measured such that they were during the final experiment. And I mean, I just don't know of any evidence that's come forward to say that that doesn't take place. I just haven't heard a flat earther take a position on why it happens to be that way if it's drawn out, on a flat plane or a disc or whatever the case is, with it being flat. So
I mean, we have explanations. There's memes that show the sun or the moon inverted or upside down depending on your orientation.
Well, right. The orientation is not.
You would have to see different sides of the sun, though.
Right. In other words, let's say you see sunspots, you see a little dot in the upper whatever. You see a dot. Let's just say you have a dot in the middle, right? Somebody somewhere, all you see is a dot in the middle. If you just put a dot in the middle, like it's Japan, okay? Somebody and somewhere else on Earth should see that dot off center, right? Or like even closer to the edge. In other words, the sun should be rotated. It should be in a different rotation scheme, I guess you can call it.
Orientation relative to you.
Sure, exactly, right? So you should see opposite sides of it, or you should see something in between. But we don't see that.
I get what you're saying. So I'll give you a quick proof of concept. It might break your brain a little bit, but just look at it. This is the moon.
You're about to break geometry. Real quick, Lion, we're not talking about field rotation. We're not talking about the orientation of the disk as a whole around the center of the image. We're talking about rotation around the sun as an object itself.
Right. So you have a baseball, right? And you're standing on one side of the room. One side of the baseball is colored yellow. The other side is colored red. If you're on the other side of the room, you're going to see a lot of the yellow. You might see some of the red. Right. If I'm on the other side, I'm going to see a lot of the red and some of the yellow. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I kind of understand what you're saying. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I like, yeah, if you move around the sun, you should be able to, move around it and see it around it. I get it.
Right. Okay. I think what he's saying, I don't know if it was Jufus that spoke up, but he was saying that we're not talking about the orientation. The orientation is going to be different based on your position on the globe. But what doesn't make sense is the fact that we can line up those orientations and still we're looking at the identical face no matter where we are.
So
we can
you can't see around the sun as you move around the earth is what you're saying?
You're right.
Because it's right. The whole surface of the earth that's getting daylight or on the globe model are all looking at one side of the sun, right?
Yeah, based on just sunspots, right? I mean, if you agree sunspots are real.
So so that's why I can't explain to you how everything is possible, right? On a flat Earth, I can only try to hypothesize. I don't know where the sun is exactly. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how far it is. I don't know how it's being projected. The type of physics here is beyond me, right? Beyond me. Because if you put yourself in my shoes, right, you can scoff at it. I don't care. It's fine. I can take it. But I believe the sun and the moon are inside of a crystalline dome, vaulted dome. And how exactly they're being projected, I have no idea. No clue.
But if you use, I'll just say like Occam's razor and just take everything out of it, right? I'm not just if you just do a demonstration in your living room, right? Like you can model it in a sense that we can demonstrate why it doesn't seem to fit the criteria that it would need to be a possibility. I think what you have to invoke is like special physics, etc. But if you just look at it on its surface, we can explain it, right? In fact, our model explains it perfectly.
Yeah, I get that.
You guys are kind of ad hoc, right? That's just what
I have theological justification, right, for what the sun is and what the moon is. I don't know, but I can't explain it. I can't explain to you reality, dude, right? I have no idea how big the Earth is. I don't know what's underneath the Earth. No clue, dude. So just because you came up with a model that's pragmatic, has utility, can make predictions, doesn't mean that that's actually what's going on.
Yeah. I just was wondering if there's a flat earther that could propose an alternative solution, right? That's really what I was asking. And it's fine that you can't. I've been asking that question.
No, it's the same problem with the southern axis of rotation, right?
Yeah.
You have a 24-hour sun, you have a 24-hour axis of rotation. I can't explain that, dude. I can only hypothesize and try to figure out what might be going on. The only thing I can think of is invoking some type of reflection due to the crystalline dome, dude. That has some special properties that I'm not aware of.
The funny thing, however, is that you have no clue, you cannot explain it, but you know for sure that it's not a globe.
Well, yeah, he did state that his position was theological, so I'm not really interested in beating it up.
Yeah, I have.
Even though he can't explain it, it's something for you to think about. But also, do you accept that the final experiment did happen as it was purported?
Yes.
And so, how have you thought about the problem?
I also went vocal before they went the 24-hour sun. Yes, dude.
Do you have an explanation for how the sun could appear behind you due south when you're in Antarctica?
I'm trying to explain it to you, right? Because, I understand that the 24-hour sun can be modeled out on a globe, right? And the geometry works. I get that. I'll give you guys that, right? But just because it can work on a globe doesn't mean we're on a globe, right? So, because I still believe the Earth to be planar and flat. How do I explain the 24-hour sun on a planar Earth? I can't. I don't know, right? But I have faith that the way that the Creator created this realm, He made that possible with the firmament, right? There's some coffee cup caustic going on alongside some projections inside of the dome, right?
Stop. You're repeating the same shit. Listen, explain this to us. How come in Punta Arenas the sun rises from due south?
I mean,
I'm trying to explain it. I understand
take a look
that
at the image I put in the chat, and you'll see what I'm talking about. The sun appears. I did this on Paint the other week.
I understand.
Line already
you got
cannot explain it, which is fine. It's fine to say you cannot explain it.
But
I get the convergence and divergence, dude. From the equator north, the sun goes one way. From the equator south, the sun goes the other way. I get it, bro. I'm not an idiot. I understand your model. You have curved lines going the opposite way. You think it would only work on a globe.
So
all I'm asking. Can I just want one follow up and I'll back out. If you look at my image, I think your model. I just want to understand. does your model dictate that this does occur at some point in Antarctica? The sun, if it appears due south, it appears outside of the flat Earth. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The question that I want to ask is, how does it come? So in my opinion, it's absolutely fine to say I don't know what is above the Earth, I don't know what is below the Earth, but how does it come that you for sure know it's not a globe? How do you think God made anything else? How illogical it will be, make it possible, but it's impossible for him to make a globe.
It's not impossible for him to make a globe, but if it was a globe, for me, it's theologically conflicting. It wouldn't match up with what Ezra said. It wouldn't match up with what Enoch said. It wouldn't match up with what Job said. There's plenty of reasons, dude. I can walk you through the verses.
Why do you trust those
Don't
people?
Don't worry about that, dude.
Do you have proof of Job or Ezra existing? Do you have scientific, archaeological, historical evidence that those people existed? Because you can say that Jesus existed because we have written word of him outside of the Gospels. But can you say those other humans existed? Can you tell me, can you show me somewhere, archaeology or something, that any of those Old Testament people existed?
The fact that you're asking me for scientific evidence regarding a man that lived 3,000 men that lived 3,000 years ago is an unreasonable request. If that's how you acquire knowledge,
we don't know about people that lived 3,000 years ago.
You should
understand how retarded that is,
no,
bro.
you should.
You're saying we have no evidence of people who lived 3,000 years ago.
If you're gonna
go to Egypt and see evidence of people who lived 5,000.
Relax, chill out.
If you're gonna be consistent, you would have to abandon all of history, because there's more evidence for the Bible than anything else besides, probably Egyptian records.
So what the fuck are you talking? So really quick, the thing is these guys could have existed, but could you not understand that they didn't have airplanes? They didn't have the technology that we have to discover the fact that the Earth is a globe. You know, like Jesus literally made a statement saying, I don't want to come back during winter, but no matter where you are on this planet, it's going to be winter. So like God would speak to where these people are. And where they wasn't able to fathom a globe a long time ago. But you saw with Eratosthenes and other experiments, they got to that point. But like, could you not just see it that way? Job didn't know that there was a globe, and he described it the way he saw it.
No, what I'm describing regarding biblical cosmology, it's consistent across the board. All Near Eastern cultures, the Near East understood that there was a hollow earth underneath us, right? The realm of the dead, Hades, Tartarus. They understood that there was a cosmic ocean that surrounds us, right? A firmament that's over our heads. This was consistent. The bottomless pit, the abyss, was known not only to the Egyptians, it was known to the Greeks, it was known to the Babylonians, the Sumerians, etc., including the Hebrews.
And then what I'm saying is like so you're saying bottomless pits. These people mined for metals, so they went down deep into the earth, and there are these stories of deep holes and chasms and all these things. Like why can't you, like I said, and you're kind of pushing it and not focusing on what I said. Why can't you, how could Job have ever known the world was round?
No, you're reinterpreting what the ancients said. You're trying to reinterpret it to make it more more palatable. Hold on, bro. That's exactly what you're doing. You said they were mining and they dug holes, so therefore bottomless pit. You're trying to reinterpret the ancients to something that's more palatable.
That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying they dug down there and found pits that were created by geologic processes, and they tried to explain it in the way they could.
I know that. That's what I just said.
But what I'm saying is, and so if we could not just answer the question directly a bit, how could Job have known that the world was a globe?
Well, see, you're dismissing divine revelation. You don't even think it's dude. Why you do that? Why do you ask me a question? I go to answer and you stop me in my tracks.
Because you're not answering the question.
Okay, I am answering the question. If you don't like the answer, you can wait till I'm done.
You're not answering the question at all, because how could Job have known it's a globe doesn't say you're dismissing. That's not answering that question.
Dude, hold on a second. I'm trying to give you the answer. It's just not persuasive enough for you. So I'm trying to tell you that these men had divine revelation of what the Earth is. They didn't need planes. They didn't need rockets. They didn't need telescopes, dude. You're completely discounting divine revelation.
But even so, they have been kind of touched by God, and God enlightened their mind. They wrote whatever he would have told them in the language that a common person back in that time would understand. So they wrote it in a way like the water above and the stuff, which is metaphorical to people who were reading it in the time they were writing it. And it was literally written hundreds of years after these people have told the story at the first time.
You don't know that.
It was given from person to person to person until finally someone wrote down the story. It was not.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
We know.
And another thing is, we
don't have the original text.
Can I talk, dude?
Nowhere we have the original text written by these people.
Right.
It's all
okay. So you're making, dude. You're making
peoples and language that has evolved over hundreds and hundreds of years.
All right, dude. We get it. You don't believe in it. Fine. But at the end of the day,
no. It has nothing to do with belief.
Dude, you gotta chill out, snooze.
You
were
did
having
not
a good conversation.
You did not hear what I
don't
say.
turn into a dumpster fire, dude. Let people talk, dude.
Yeah,
Please.
but you were interrupting.
I'm trying to be patient. No, you won't stop talking, dude. All right, so go ahead. So go ahead, but when I start talking, don't clip me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Finish talking.
The thing that I want to say is even the old Hebrew stuff that we read or that we have, the older scriptures that we have, are not from that time that these people have lived. Language has evolved in between. And then you try to take some word literally, or you try to interpret these words literally, which doesn't work because language has evolved and it was spoken in a word that was understood by the people back in the time. Done.
All right. Okay, cool. Thank you. I understand your skepticism, right? But you have more faith in what you just sprouted out right now than what I have, right? You understand that?
No.
I have faith that the Bible or the scriptures of the Bible, that is a collection nowadays, what we have found, the older stuff is not the original. Yes, that is what I have faith in, because it cannot be. It cannot be the Old Testament and the New Testament at the same time and original.
Because it should be in Aramaic if it's the original. It shouldn't be in Hebrew. Those people all spoke Aramaic before Hebrew became the language that they were using for their holy books. So if you want to get me a Bible that tells me Hebrew cosmology and that the earth is flat in Aramaic with Aramaic translations, I'll happily read it and I'll say thank you for elucidating me.
Now, I was being hyperbolic right there, right? My point is that you have faith in what you're saying right now, and you're arguing with me regarding my faith, right? So that's my point.
We're not arguing.
Yes, you do. You have faith. You have faith in what you just said. Everything that you just said right there requires faith, requires belief.
I agree with that, but we're not arguing you about your faith. We're literally asking you a question about your interpretation of it. And the
so
question,
no. Exactly. You're arguing faith versus faith right now.
No. It's not about faith. It's about the facts. We know that it is not the original scripture. That has nothing to do with belief.
Yeah. I know that. I'm not denying that. It would be an unreasonable request to ask for the original writings of Job, a man who anteceded the Exodus account, who lived before Moses by hundreds of years. You're asking me for direct writings from Job? Come on, man.
That's
and then you're
reasonable.
gonna criticize me, and your whole rebuttal is the fact that we don't have any extant copies directly from Job's own handwriting. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
The question was phrased that way to try to, I think, get you to understand that this was a long time ago. And the other question that we're really trying to get you to ask and answer is, how could a person in that time know the world's a globe? You said divine revelation. And then what words are they going to use? New words that God gave them that no one understands? No, they're going to be speaking in the words that they know, and they're going to explain it the way they can. So that's not an argument of faith. That's a perception that I don't understand why that's illogical. It meets no breaking of logic. It doesn't say God doesn't exist.
I didn't say that. I never said that it was illogical. I never said that it was illogical. I said it required belief. It requires faith. Your rebuttal to my faith requires faith.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
because you believe that the scriptures have not been preserved, that they cannot be preserved after thousands of years because we don't have the original copies. You think that they've been corrupted, that they can't be trusted.
And the thing is this: at the end of the day,
no, man, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, thank you.
God, after you, sir.
No, you go.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying that, man. Listen, I'm a Christian, okay? I'm trying to tell you. I agree with you on religion, right? Let's just put that aside. I'm not questioning your faith. I bet you are a very faithful human being, okay? 100%. What we are saying is that these books are like a game of telephone that have come down thousands of years and aren't even in the original language the stories were told in. So isn't it possible that the people who wrote these stories were writing them in the context of the world they lived in and what they could understand? That's what we're trying to get you to see.
You're making multiple claims.
I'm not saying don't have faith. Are you going to tell me that I'm a terrible Christian because I don't believe the earth is flat?
No, I didn't say that. So you're making multiple claims. Your first claim...
No, I'm just asking. I did not mean that as a snarky way, bro. Okay?
All right, but hold on. I'm trying to explain to you this idea that the Bible is like some game of telephone that can't be trusted because it's been translated and it's somehow been diluted or corrupted is patently false, dude. Hold on. I have to rebuttal his first claim. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered in Qumran, in Bethabara, in the caves. The whole temple library was in there. Every copy of the Bible. We have even whole copies of the book of Isaiah that were compared with modern manuscripts thousands of years later. Come to find out, they're 90%, 95% the same. Yes, there's still textual criticisms, right? There's textual variances, but we're talking about 90% the same.
So when someone comes hold on,
quibble over. Nothing to quibble over.
That's fine. So one, that's not 100%, and you're using this as the immutable word of God that you're taking literally. And two, if I come to you with data saying that we have 98% same genetics with apes, you are going to say, "Oh, it's just a number. You can't do it." So you can't live in both worlds. You can't have it both ways.
No. It's not. Just because there's textual variances, right? And you want to quibble over the little differences doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. The point is that it's not like the telephone game. It's not like the telephone game where the message from the beginning to the end has been completely corrupted and inverted and twisted. That's not what the Bible is. The Bible has been preserved objectively. We have manuscripts that date back to 300 BC, and we've compared them with modern manuscripts, modern translations. They're 95% the same.
So when
you realize that 300 BC is
please. When you think that?
I need to know what the oldest complete manuscript he thinks we have.
Dude, I told you we have the book of Isaiah, the whole book of Isaiah. And then we have plenty. We have plenty of fragments and pieces of other books that when we compare with the modern writings,
and none of them are from before 512 BC.
It doesn't,
Lion,
dude.
You have
to understand
that the world started
not all the
6,000 years ago,
bro,
right?
Bro.
So we have a complete manuscript from 300 BC, like you said, right? You said you have a worldview that it started 6,000 years ago. We have a complete manuscript from your own saying from 300 BC. We said that over time, it's a game of telephone until it was written down. So explain to
negative.
No, please. No,
that's bullshit. That can't be. That's bullshit.
Where's the we said that.
You're lying.
Think Bjorn said that. Okay.
Well, I don't know.
So from 6,000 when your world started to 300 BC, where is that text? Because I'll play the same game you do with the fucking missing link. Where's that text?
You don't clearly. You guys don't believe in divine revelation, right?
Answer
You completely
the question.
disregard
Please,
it. Yeah,
please answer the question.
Dude, Genesis wasn't written when Adam was around. Genesis was written on Mount Sinai due to direct revelation from God on the mountain. This idea that it had to be passed on orally from Adam is bullshit. No Christian believes that. The only reason you're saying that, the only reason you guys are saying that is because you deny divine revelation. You don't even think it's possible.
Absolutely not. I believe in divine
that.
revelation. I just don't think they got everything right, man. That's the thing. All right. I don't think that the translations and the way the book was carried on until today got everything right. That is quite possible because, as I said, even the Dead Sea Scrolls, the earliest one we have in there is 512, would be 512 BC, Second Temple period. Okay. Okay. 512 BC. But when did these stories take place?
And the point is that if your hypothesis is correct, regardless, from 300 BC until 2025, when you compare modern English translations with ancient ones, they're 95% identical. They should have been corrupted in the last 2,000 years.
Not.
And what we see is that they haven't. Even though there's room for textual criticism, textual variances, the 90% of the scriptures have been preserved.
Lion, even a few hundred years ago, the English of today did not exist.
I know that. I'm very aware.
So language changes and meaning of words changes. For example, a dome. Just the word dome did not exist a few hundred years ago. And before, like the big kind of buildings with the first kind of stone domes were built, no one had clue of the construction that something could be a hemisphere and be more stable than, I don't know, a normal roof. The people had no clue. So they couldn't describe it. They couldn't have word for things. There was literally no possibility of a word for something like this. It's the same, like I have friends, they were grown up in, for example, Russia, and they came here before the computer. They don't know the Russian words for computer because back in the time when they learned the language, these items did not exist. And the same happened back then. You're now interpreting from a modern view old language and reinterpreting old words. They hadn't a word for planet. They hadn't a word for these kind of things. So why should they describe it?
Yes,
America was not discovered. All the other continents were not discovered. Maps from these old times were local maps. They maybe knew where the next city was.
This is all irrelevant, dude. This is all logically irrelevant.
Why?
The problem is it's logically irrelevant because your immediate defense is divine inspiration. And there is no way, but there is no way for a person to let you see that even if divine inspiration is possible.
No, you couldn't. No, it's not my fault. It's not my fault you don't believe in divine revelation.
Can I just finish, man? I'll let you finish right after that, I promise. Okay? You're saying divine revelation, and that's like, we can't go anywhere else from that because you can't accept that the book you're looking at has not been translated properly over years and years and years and years. Okay, expanse.
That's not
rakia
true.
means expanse. Rakia, the word rakia, what it meant in their language at their time, from hundreds of ancient Hebrew scholars, was beaten copper, to beat out copper. What does the sky look like when it's red, guy? Come on. Like, you have to look at these people in the context of their times. That's what you have to do.
This is patently false, bro. Yes, the word rakia can mean expanse contextually. The Hebrew's tricky like that. One word can have 5 definitions. I'll give you an example. The word Adam is a proper name for Adam. It also means man. It also means red, and it also means Edom, right? A whole tribe of Esau, right? Now, with that being said, it's spelled the same way. Aleph, Dalet, Adam is Aleph, Dalet, Mem, right? So blood is spelled the same way, red is spelled the same way, man is spelled the same way, and Adam is spelled the same way. One word. So with rakia, with rakia, you can have it mean expanse, and you can also have it mean firmament, contextually. There's no problem with that. Same thing with the word ruach. The word ruach has 4 different applications. Same thing with rakia. Same thing with Adam. It doesn't matter. You're using a definition that applies contextually. Yes, it can mean expanse. So what? It can also mean firmament.
But firmament nowhere in no single language means glass dome.
No. If you read the Strong's, dude, if you read the Strong's concordance,
the sky above us.
If you read the Strong's concordance and you read the prophets like Ezekiel and Job, they describe the characteristics of the firmament, the properties of the firmament. That's why when I tell you it's a crystalline structure, because the prophets described it as a crystalline structure, they described it as a liquid molten metal. It looked like a liquid molten metal.
I have a question for you, Lion.
The sky looked like that.
Yeah, but Lion.
So this. Hold on, that's a good question.
No.
So when I bring up the hold on, let me just answer that because this been on my mind. Hold on, dude. Just wait a second. So when I talk about divine revelation, you have to consider a visionary experience, right? These people were taken from their bodies and given a tour of the heavenly realm, of the cosmos, including the earth. They were able to see the sun and the moon from a certain perspective that would be impossible to see on the earth with your telescopes. That's why they were able to give you meticulously and very detailed scriptures on where we are at and what the sky is above us. Go ahead.
And then they have to write it down in the language that exists back then. It would be the same as if I can bring you in the core of a black hole in our universe, in our model, for example, and you try to explain us humans what you saw there. You will speak in metaphors. You will speak figuratively. You will not speak literally because there is no language for what you have seen.
Yes.
And why don't you understand that?
He refuses. But so Lion, really quick, and this might help. So what Jesus was talking about how a rich man's path to heaven is hard. Do you remember what he said specifically about that?
It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is a rich man.
Oh yeah. So Lion, I have a question. I have a question.
I already know where you're gonna go with this, and I don't deny. Go ahead.
I have a question. So what do you think Jesus meant? What metaphor was he speaking about? Was he speaking about a sewing needle?
That was hyperbole. Now
was he speaking of?
You have to understand.
Was he speaking?
Dude, I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
You
asked me a question. I go to answer. You keep asking more questions, dude. Why do you constantly do this?
You didn't hear my question.
I did hear you. You said, what kind of question was that? I said hyperbole. I go to expand, and you start interrupting me.
So I said, was he speaking of a sewing needle? That was the question, Lion.
Do you know what parables are and analogies and metaphors? Are you trying to apply? You're trying to apply this as to reality. It's an analogy or a metaphor, or like he said, a hyperbole. There's actually 2 accounts of what it means. Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means to you?
That's fine. I'll answer your question in a second.
Hold
but
on.
I'm asking Lion specifically. Do you think he was speaking of? Okay, perfect.
No, he was not. But this is what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm not denying literary devices in the scriptures, bro. The scriptures, the Bible is way more advanced than anything Shakespeare ever wrote, right? The Bible has probably at least 20 different literary devices that in order to go through right now would be impossible. But I could mention a few. I could mention hyperbole, simile, parallelism, metaphors, analogy, allegory, right? I can go on and on, but it also has literary devices or literalism, right? Just as well. The Torah is very literal, dude. There are explanations regarding cosmology that's it's very literal. It's not metaphor. It's not allegory. It's not analogy. To reduce it to to reduce it to pure metaphor would be a disservice to the truth. The Bible is not just metaphors, dude.
I don't think he's saying that.
Precisely that. But what I'm saying is, so if you, like I said, so he was not speaking of a sewing needle, correct? Jesus did not say it's that's not what he was talking about.
Yes. Right? Yes, I agree.
Talking about okay, so what was he talking about then?
He was making a point, right?
About what was the metaphor? Like, what was the physical metaphor? So, like, I could see it's hard for a human being to pass through a sewing needle. So, yeah, but he wasn't speaking of a sewing needle because sewing needles did not exist at that time.
Right.
So,
there's a couple different interpretations for that verse. Some say it had to do with a rope. Some say it had to do with walking through there's a gate in Jerusalem where everybody had to bow down. There's a couple different. It's a walkway. It's a walkway where you have to bow down. But dude, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, bro.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant because he used words from his time about, and this is what it is. A needle is it's about fortification and defenses. It's one of the smallest entries in. It's the last thing sealed. That's what it is. Everyone knows about that. And to get a camel through that would be absolute fucking. The camel would have to trust its master.
Okay, we don't even know if that's legit. That's just a hypothesis, dude. And just because they didn't have, dude, they did have.
Not a hypothesis. This is not a hypothesis.
No,
and I'm not done
they did. Hold on, I'm trying to explain to you.
You're currently interrupting me, but you're currently interrupting me, and I wasn't done speaking. I wasn't.
Go ahead.
I'm answering another guy's question because he asked me what this means to me. I say this because of the reality of this not being a hypothesis. This is what it is. This is the metaphor which was used. So like what it is, if you want to have to get your camel through that little tiny hole. I don't know if anyone has ever been around or on a camel. They are not nice animals. They bite, they spit. Yeah, they're not nice. That camel would have to really trust you and like you to be that close to it and everything, and you're fucking having to pull this thing through. They did these things. They would leave camels in, the older ones at the end, and die to plug up that hole at sometimes when in fortification time. So like, dude, it's not a metaphor. That's the reality he used from his time. That's what
we don't know that. We don't know that to be 100% a fact. If that was the case, they would have translated that. There would be translations expressing that. That's just somebody. That's some theologian's idea. It might be correct. It might be correct. We don't know that to be a fact, bro.
So then, Lion, I go back to his question. What is he referring to when he says the eye of the needle?
So back then, they did have looms. They did have textile mills. They not the same way that we had in the 1800s and the 1700s in America, but the idea that they didn't have any fabrics and weaving and needles.
I didn't say that.
They might have not had metal needles, but they definitely had needles, bro.
Okay, so you do think he's actually referring to like an actual needle eye that you sew?
I'm not entirely sure what kind of needle he's talking about, dude. The point is, right, whether it's a metal needle or a wooden needle.
I'm just asking you, what do you currently think? Like, what's the most probable thing? Like, name the top 3 things that you think he was referring to.
I already mentioned it with the camel thing that he's talking about.
Okay, that's one of them. Then the actual, like, some type of needle that actually exists. So it's just those two possibilities?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lion.
All right.
Lion, I'm just curious.
But firmament is glass.
As a Christian, I find these things I learn about space and the globe and this science, I find it to like enhance my faith because it shows me how powerful God actually is. So would it really change for you if you got irrefutable proof that the earth was round? Would it really change for you, man? I'm just curious. Like, would you then not believe in God?
It would definitely affect my faith because of the scriptures. The scriptures are very clear about our cosmology. When you look up, right? Up is universal. Up is one way, dude. If you're in Australia, up is the polar opposite way, dude. So Yah is above us, dude.
That's only possible inside of a sphere with it centered at the center point.
Or in the concave,
with that
model.
setup, everyone inside can point up, and they'll all be pointing to the same point. No other geometry will do that. Only that one inside the spheres. Thank you.
Right. So reality is stacked up upon layers vertically, dude. This idea that you would have a globe, up would be relative, dude. There's no such thing as up. It could be the Earth as we modeled it. The Earth as we modeled it, you can completely flip it, invert it. You can make the North Pole the South Pole and the South Pole the North Pole, and it really wouldn't matter. Pragmatically, it would make no difference at all.
That's the definition of a sphere.
God is everywhere. So if you say up is the outside of a ball, and you literally point to the universe, and up is where God is everywhere in the universe, that would also work.
Not in biblical cosmology. Biblical cosmology has a temple. He's reigning from his sanctuary, the dwelling of Yahweh, the Holy of Holies. That's located.
You don't literally think that this is a place. You don't think that this is a place like Mount Olympus.
Yes, I literally think. Yes, sir. He's reigning from a literal mountain, and he's known as the Most High Yah because he's literally located geometrically the Most High way. He's the Most High, literally.
Man, dude, like, I mean, I'm just going to say, like, I appreciate you, right? I appreciate your faith and all that, but, like, your God has his creation a bunch of sea monkeys under a dome, and my God created a universe with so much things for us to learn and take dominion over, which I think he said in the Bible. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and speaking of God's temple being on the outside of spherical Earth, that inquires his kingdom, like himself, to be omnipresent, all surrounding, all powerful. Like God surround us, that should comfort us, not bring us to fear.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying, bro. He has a literal presence. He has a singularity, right? A single point of reference. And he has a literal throne. It's not all metaphors, guys.
But this is contradicting to the Bible. If God is in one place, this is literally contradicting the Bible.
No, it's not. I can show you the scriptures, bro. He has a literal throne, a literal temple.
It is because he is everywhere.
What Moses constructed in the desert, the tabernacle, that was later made permanent in Jerusalem, was patterned after the heavenly tabernacle that he reigns from.
From that rigid perspective, concave Earth also fits that point. If there is this so-called creator in this narrow perspective, it would be located in the center of the sphere. That would be the most high relevant to observers within the sphere. It'll be central to everyone, literally. If the world we're living in is field based, so things like containers and stuff are field based, not like Tupperware or glass. And fields have the like a torus field, they have that central null point where things converge and diverge. That would be a perfect place, a seat for such a thing, where the fields of everything going out ultimately recurse back into itself. That would be its one of its data gathering mechanisms. So thank you very much. Continue.
Gatebreaker, in your concave Earth, is the South Pole and the North Pole, like if you looked up, are they looking at each other?
No. This is who is speaking? Lion. This is Lion's thing he's doing.
No, I'm asking you. In your concave Earth, is the North
In
Pole?
your concave Earth, if you go inside the sphere, how would that work in your concave Earth? How would that work?
I would say that if you're saying that everywhere you look up on the Earth is the same location because it's concave, that would mean that if you're at the North Pole looking at Polaris, you should see the South Pole.
That's the best you can do. You want to think about that for a little bit? Scroll up through chats, you'll see some animations, but now's not the time for this.
Well, I'm just asking you. So wait,
I don't care what you're just doing. Now's not the time for this.
Is the North Pole opposite the South?
You're not going to
Pole?
get your question answered. Now's not the time for this.
So I have a question for Lion again.
Yeah,
if we're going to go back to that.
Yeah, sure. Because he can't answer questions. I'm fine with that.
So with this is the thing, you know. At the end of the day, I completely respect your faith as well, but there is contradictions in the things you say, and trying to have a conversation and keep like you try to get things both ways. You want to use percentages to say this is real, but when you get confronted with the same evidence, you say, no, that's fake, you're a liar. And the main thing I've noticed is, like I said, I'm not trying to attack your worldview at all, but if the Bible isn't literal, it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. If the world's not flat, it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. If all of these things end up being fake, and this is some crazy simulation, and everything's not real, or whatever, like something crazy like that, it still doesn't mean God doesn't exist. And so that's kind of where I think we miss each other when we talk.
Is it me or is no one talking?
No one's talking.
No one's talking.
Feel free to have an opinion about you guys' model. Feel free to correlate, create correspondences. Don't sit there, wait for someone to spoon feed you.
I have a question, if you want to talk about something. So I noticed, like, I was scrolling through the chat, and like yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't remember, someone said that there is no races biologically among humans. So I wanted to ask, if there are no races, then how does racism exist? And what and why things like affirmative actions should exist if these people are all the same race as the white people?
So I would love to answer that question if you're asking me, or if you weren't, I'll just shut the hell up.
It's just to all of the people here who believe that races don't exist.
So I believe that race is a social economic construct that is used to allow for a group of people to hoard wealth and utilize race essentially to help keep power structures in place. In the modern sense, the term race exists, but in the biological sense, it does not.
Yeah, what does a race mean?
Okay, so if it's a social,
only one race.
If it's a socio-economic construct, then how do people determine which people socio-economically call as one race and which people to socio-economically call as the second race? What characteristics do they use? Are they sociological or are they biological?
Why are they using the word?
But racism.
So, can you answer that question one more time? Because people were cutting in, and I didn't really hear the end of it.
Yes. So you said that race is a socio-economic construct. So in that case, I wanted to ask you, what characteristics do people use to determine what race is another person? Are those characteristics biological or are they socioeconomical?
They're phenotypical, because phenotypical utilization of this has caused the best results essentially for their power structures. But it would be what people see, the phenotypes.
I know it when I see it type of thing.
No, phenotype, like what you present genetically.
That's what I said.
So how do you at the same time believe that race isn't a biological construct, yet you believe that you can determine person's race based on biological features?
Because there's no such thing as race biologically. That's why.
It's
That's just begging the question. That's textbook begging the question.
No, it's not.
It is.
So, can you ask that question one more time? What do we do biologically again?
So the problem with his understanding here is suppose we constructed a race of people who are blue-eyed and those who are not blue-eyed. There's no such thing as a blue-eyed race in humans, but there is the phenotype of having blue eyes. That's why you're wrong.
And then I would just add to like that, if you have like basically before modern transportation, large populations were segregated over relatively like technically short periods of time, but whatever. But we have the ability to detect that where, like, based off your genome, where your like ancestors probably came from, because that's just how shit works. Like,
no, that's not how.
But it's about genetic relatives, right? So
from where?
So, for example, my brother looks pretty similar to me.
From
where? My for example neighbor doesn't. Still, me and my brother are not a different race than my neighbor. We have different genetic similarities. So some are closer to each other, some are further apart to each other. But still, it's all the same race, even though some are blonde, some are dark-haired, some have white-colored skin, some have darker colored skin. So these are just genetical relationships.
Yeah, you have a different hue. Yeah, hue, not a race.
The problem I have with that, Brenda's argument was basically that you could construct the concept of race based on any characteristics like common color of eyes. But the problem with that is that categories that even you would accept that they exist, such as species or a genus, they also are determined by common characteristics.
Nobody denies.
They can be determined by common characteristics. They can also be determined by ethnicity or by religion or by origin. So, for example, the problem with this I don't know what's I think the English word is gypsies, I think, something
Roma.
like this. So yeah,
Roma.
Romans, and they look pretty similar to the other people, but they had a different habit of living. So they were kind of excluded from a society, or they were kind of killed in the Second World War or something like this. So that is also part of racism, even though they hadn't no black color skin. So not all racism is just based on are you black or white. It can also be, for example, even in Europe, there was kind of racist groups that were against Polish, and you could call it nationalism, but it's still based on origin, and they still said those people are less worth. So it's the genetic origin of these people that is less worth, and so on. So this is all part, and these are all facets or shadows of racism.
Yeah, Jesus.
Okay.
If you're related to Jesus, you get everything free, and Pope and church and religion are. And if you're not, you're a peasant, weirdo, fucking, you don't get the kingdom.
Yeah,
you
Jesus
got to
was
give
black.
all the money
Jesus
to
was
them.
black. Jesus
Who cares?
black.
So you got to give all the money to him. Give all the
how
money
many-
to him. I don't give a fuck what it was.
Embo,
If
how
that's
many
what you
races do
believe,
you think there
then
are?
that means
How
you
many
guys
races?
all.
I actually
whoever
agree with
believes
Demos.
that means
I would
you're
say
worthless. If you're
Demons
not,
keep babbling. Nobody cares.
Daymock's actually right.
That was your fucking question. You were asking the question. What do you mean nobody cares? You guys okay?
I'm just ignoring him. Embo, how many races do you think there are?
Daymock's actually right.
There's definitely the European race. There's the African race. There's the Arabic race. There's the Australoid race.
These don't.
There's the Asian race.
African and Arabic are different.
Okay, wait.
Tunisian,
Let me ask you
Tunisian
something. Let me
people and
ask you
Arabic
something.
have a different race, or what?
Prove it.
Are Asian people like different than say like Inuit people?
No, how would you prove it?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say they are enough different for them to make them into different races.
Okay, what about Inuit people versus Native Americans?
No clue.
I'm not
No
sure,
clue.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay,
no
what
clue.
about Native? What about
phenotypes.
Native Americans versus Mexicans?
Well, Mexicans are a mix of Europeans and Native Americans. So
Okay, what about Mexicans versus South Americans?
What about Cambodians and Indians?
There's the same case.
Hold
They
on.
are a
Cambodia
result.
and India.
They are a result
Dark
of
hair,
mixing of
brown
Europeans
skin.
and Native Americans.
Are you starting to recognize the problem?
Yes, but I would say.
You know
I
that,
would
for
say
example,
that
the
this-
Europeans are originated from and basically all humans are originated from Africa.
No, they're
Yes.
not.
Yes, they
No,
are.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
So
No, they're
So,
not.
like,
You
like,
fucking
yes, they
weirdo.
are.
Prove it.
But
Yes, they are.
anyway, Embo, are you starting to see the pattern? That
yes.
like
So your argument is basically that there's a gradient, so we'd have to put a hard line somewhere, and we don't really know where.
How about this?
But that's the same issue happens with the entirety of life, because species.
They're not species.
Okay, so species
like when you have
specifically.
one species.
All the Inuits
but
came
species
from Africa.
specifically though, that would be so the best way to differentiate species would be not being able to interbreed, correct? So if all those people,
ice
that you're,
people came from Africa.
of all those
It's not-
people that
it's
you're
not a
talking
hard
about,
line. It's not a
it's not a
hard
hard
line.
line. It's not,
it's
but
not
that
a
would be
hard
a
line.
very.
It's not a hard line, but we
would any of those people that were the Inuits, all those people, can those people interbreed? It's not a hard line, but could
yes, they can. But my point
Okay.
is that you selected species, which is basically the only biological concept which has a hard definition. But we also have
It's not-
another
I'm not
concepts
using it
like
as a hard
genus, or like a domain, or like subspecies, and neither of them has a hard definition, just like species. So
what is
according
your
to your
definition?
own standard. According to
no.
your own standard, that if
No, not
something
at all.
doesn't have a hard definition, then it shouldn't exist. Categories such as genus or as a
That's not my
domain or as a
standard.
subspecies
That's
wouldn't
not my
exist.
standard, and that's not why I said that. That's not my standard. That's not why I said that. But that's not my standard. Why I said that interbreeding aspect of it is you're talking about the European race, right? So we were just speaking about the Spanish and the natives interbreeding. Now they're Mexicans, right? That's what you thought or said. So it's like I'm just trying to let you tie in who could interbreed with who, and then you can go wherever you want with it. But at the same time, you have to understand that concept, and I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
So
What is your definition of race?
My definition of
Phenotype.
race would be
Phenotypical results.
Would be similar to the definition of subspecies. So it would be basically like subspecies of Homo sapiens.
Okay, so can you have a subset that's larger than the set to which it belongs?
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
So no, you can't. It's a logical contradiction. You can't. Because subsets are necessarily smaller than the sets that they're a member of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard. I thought. No, never mind. Yes.
Right. So
that's what I said.
Race,
I said you can't.
Race. It's not logically possible. There's no possible world where that's true. So race is a subset of humans, but the racial characteristics, the race that we are assigned there, has a larger variation than the whites that they're supposedly a subset of. Because of the logical contradiction, there is no such thing as race.
So what's the bigger subset? How is a race bigger than entire humanity?
The variation here are phenotypical traits like dark skin, wide nose, fatty deposits, curly hair, various other characteristics, right? Those are all the phenotypical traits which are assigned to people of the black race. And the unfortunate thing is when you look at all the phenotypical traits, it is larger than the phenotypical traits of whites, so they can't be a subset. You can't have something larger that's bigger than what it's supposedly smaller than. Can't be big and small, and so therefore it doesn't exist.
So Brenda, the error in your reasoning, I believe, is that you think that a race is determined only by one physical characteristic, like for example this curly hair, while
what is a race?
A race is defined as all of the people who have a set of those multiple characteristics simultaneously.
Okay,
so
I can show you pictures. I can show you pictures from South Africa of people with very white skin, right, straight hair, who nevertheless have wide, thick lips, a wide nose, and they would look like basically a Caucasian version of a black African man. Are they white or are they black? And the answer is there's no such thing. These are just mix and match characteristics that get shuffled when people have sex, right? The traits get shuffled. There's no underlying reality. There's just a set of traits that humans can have. Some of them are big noses, some are thin noses, thin lips, big butts and little butts, kinky hair and straight hair. And that's all there is.
And there is no such a thing like dog races where you have a German Shepherd or a bulldog or I don't know what kind of Chihuahua or so. So these are races because they are literally totally different from each other. They can sometimes interbreed, but still you don't have these distinguishing. You don't have these differences in humans.
The genetic variation among dogs of dog breeds and races is greater than the variation. Is it greater or is it smaller? Variation in humans among human traits is less. That's right. It's less than. That's because we went through a bottleneck about 75,000 years ago. We went through a genetic bottleneck where the whole human race was down to like less than 10,000 breeding pairs, right? So human race is very narrow genetically. Dogs have wider great genetic diversity than humans. Dachshunds to Great Dane, they're all the same species. So if they are, and their genetic variation is greater than ours, then there's really no justification for saying that race is a biological thing. It's just a set of phenotypical characteristics that get shuffled around when people fuck.
That description you gave a minute ago, Brenda, was that? Are we talking about an albino person? Albino.
I remember seeing years ago a photographer in South Africa during times when people were having trouble or disputing apartheid, and he went around taking pictures of people and children. They were low income, right? So there's a lot of mixing, a lot of fucking going around. This is what people do. You put people together, they're gonna fuck, right? And so you had these kids, and they had thick lips, wide nose, all the characteristics of what we would call a black African person, but their skin was pure white.
I mean, in South Africa, there are a lot of white people as well.
Albino kids in
they're not albino. They're not albino. They were not albino.
Absolutely albino. Absolutely albino.
Albino.
Damn, you don't have anything to contribute. You're a clown and you're mentally retarded. Just
don't talk to your mom like that. Your mom's not a clown. She's a good person, Brenda. Leave her out of the combo. It's okay that she's an albinoid. What I'm saying is, what race is Leonardo da Vinci? What race is a hermaphrodite? What race
Yes,
is a
this is
twin?
why you don't talk, because you can't.
No. I'm trying to help you figure it out,
Because
weirdo.
you think hermaphroditism is a
You
race.
ain't God. You
That's
don't know
how
shit of
fucking
what you're
stupid you
talking
are.
about. Brenda.
You think that
do me a favor. Tell your mama to save me a plate. I'll be over later.
You don't even know what the fuck
You
you
think
are. Brenda. Shut
hermaphroditism
the
is a
fuck up.
race. That's how fucking
Brenda, you
stupid
don't
you
even know
are.
about yourself. You're confused
I
about yourself.
actually do.
Shut the fuck up.
See? That's
So
why you
can
don't
someone mute
talk.
him?
Motherfucker.
You sit down
Shut
and
up,
let
you
the big
confused
people talk.
transforming ass son of a
That's
bitch.
what you do.
Damn
You
motherfucker.
sit
just mute
down
him.
and let the big
Is he a mod anymore?
Yeah,
people
right.
talk.
Hermaphrodite, Brenda. Are you a Leonardo da Vinci race? Race boy? Fucking weirdo.
Why did Brenda get muted instead of Demog? What the fuck?
Brenda get muted and Demog keeps on.
Denmark thinks he's a sovereign man of all the nations, and so he gets confused every now and then.
Wait, what did Brenda do? Why is Brenda? Never mind.
She left. That was pretty sad. I have no idea who muted her and why. I said to mute him, but I meant Demok, not her. I guess I can't really respond now because I have no one to respond to.
You can respond to me.
Yeah. What was the argument? I don't even remember anymore.
We were talking about how race is a social economic construct, not a
yes.
genetic one.
So Brenda mentioned like some photographer saw a person who had all of the other phenotypical characteristic of a black person but had white skin. They wanted to say that it was just a black albino, because even from an evolutionary perspective, you cannot have a mutation that would just kind of suddenly make you white. That was never absolutely documented, at least among humans.
Why
What
are
you
you
could
an
have
albinoid
is...
is the question. Why would they call you
Shut the
something?
fuck
Why
up.
wouldn't you? No, you shut up, little Brenda. Why wouldn't you be an African if you're from an African mom and dad? Why would you be anything else? Why would you be an albin anything?
Because of mutations?
Yeah, because of weirdos that don't know how to fucking leave words alone and make shit up. Stop making shit up, guys.
Cool.
Nobody has any
I made
fucking clue where
it up
races come
before
from.
that it's a planet that we're living on. I will stop
Show me the source of the
saying
races
that.
and show me where humans are
Thank
still
you.
made today.
Thank you. I rest
Where
my
are
case.
humans being made at? Where's the human factory on Earth? Race makers.
My bedroom.
Girl, women carry those around.
Where are the fucking race factory Earth making
My
sand,
bedroom.
African dirt?
My bedroom.
Yeah, that's a cool story. It's in the dirt. Supposedly there wasn't a bedroom. There was only dirt, now humans. In somebody's story, whether it's mud and Adam and Eve or evolution. Where's the dirt factory for humans? Where are they getting pumped out at?
Like where do like the
races,
actual
yeah. How do you get to be
atoms?
one race,
Yeah,
only there and
where
no
do
one
the
else?
actual atoms and elements come from? From the suns, all the suns.
Yeah, that's a cool story when you don't have a sun
and black holes and supernovas and stuff like that.
No, there ain't no such thing. That's all idiocracy. The stupidity of you guys thinking a big surrounding is going to turn into little dots of different stuff when it's all the same conglomerate of nothing. You would be in a fucking big sun and you'd be dead. The whole space would be a sun, a hydrogen helium ball of everything, nothing. It wouldn't stop itself from being a sun.
You know what's crazy,
think
Damon?
that we need to send all the flat
I'm
earthers.
right 100%.
There's a
we need to send them all.
it turns to a
We need
sun.
to send all flat earthers to this like an Amish community and be like, listen, if you don't like our technology and what it says, then don't have it.
There's a statement Damok made earlier that if it is true, it was basically how he was talking about like race and stuff, but it was basically, if you said that Jesus made you king, everyone gave you money and stuff like that. That was a really awesome statement. I'd like to go back to kind of where we were with the social economics of I said, of race, and that's kind of where it's at,
Yeah. So indeed, there is no way for a black person to become suddenly white throughout one generation, except if you have an albino mutation. Even evolutionarily, when the Europeans developed from Africans, it was a gradual decrease of melanin over many, many generations.
And I don't disagree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
too.
And with that albino, Brenda actually owned herself, because that means that you can still determine a race even in if one characteristic to that race disappears, because you still have that broad nose, you still have curly hair.
But I think the statement was kind of more if you're building, and I understand that you clarified saying that race you have a certain amount of these subsets. You know what I mean?
Certain
But
amount of hue. Also, hold on, pay attention to this. He's saying the darkness of your skin makes you that race, which is fucking stupid. How do you know that albinoids aren't the next fucking line of a person being black? How do you know that's what they're not supposed to do after certain ways or certain things or whatever? Because it happens to if a black person, black woman, black guy, black lady, man, have a baby and it's white, it's their black baby. How is that not a black baby?
No, and that's and I agree with you, Dave.
Hold on. I'm trying to. They didn't take nothing away. Maybe that's the new added thing. Like it's
what he's saying and what you're saying, kind of, they're kind of aligning. And so at the end of the day, it's exactly what Dan is saying. What you're saying is, yes, in one generation, a person with darker skin isn't going to be, light skin. But if you do follow, and Damak, this is where we're going to disagree. But if you do follow the fact that if we all came from Africa, and then you look at the weather, the climate during that time, it was more conducive to have less melanin in your skin. So those individuals would be the ones who survived. Those individuals would be the ones who passed down their genetic traits.
What I would say is that if black people could be everywhere, then everybody could be everywhere if an assumed race or different hue can pop from the darker hue to lighter hues. And the lighter hues can mix with the darker hues and make the other hues like Hispanics, Chinese, Mexican, Yugoslavian, Mongoloid, all that shit, Cambodian. Yeah.
Yeah, but you kind of, and you see like across every culture,
right? But I'm saying it's not. But the other guy was acting like, okay, if I have a baby, that baby's lost something. Like it's not gonna make, like it can't, like it lost a piece of being something. No, it might have gained the attribute of that in a weird way, whatever that is.
Okay, so I just posted a photo of a person who has white skin in the text chat, and yet, even though he has a white person, we could all determine what continent did he come from, at least assuming that he didn't immigrate to any other continent.
I'm trying to look at it now. Dude, I feel like a fucking boomer. I can't get to this thing. Like here. People go back to the fucking talk screen.
I almost had hues like that, dude. I mean, I got red, the red lips and the blue eyes. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people.
Oh, there it is.
Look at and be like, man, is that motherfucker? Is that dude an albino? And they're not. They're not.
So my point is that a race isn't just skin color; it's a collection of having those multiple traits characteristic to a race at the same time. Just as having wings doesn't make you a bird, because, for example, bats also have wings, and bats also have wings. But if at the same time, you have a beak and you have wings and you have two legs, then you are a bird.
It's just malformed. It's just a way to say,
okay,
and try to set. Hold on. They want to subsidize the category. There is not races. There is only one race or one hue or one group of people that bleed blood, have brains, two legs, two arms. That like the human fucking makeup. We are it, whatever that is.
Okay, yeah, and that's the thing. Damak is actually on point with this. And like, to this picture, this person has green eyes, and I understand that this is not like that he's been albinized, but his ears, his lips, like his jaw. I honestly, looking at this person and saying it's a white person, it's a black person based upon the phenotypical response would be ignorant. I couldn't tell you what race this individual was.
Really? You'd struggle with that?
Those are some cool ass markings on his head.
You'd look at the Edomite and struggle to tell
Got
us
cobra
what
teeth
race
on
it
his
is?
head. Look at that, guys. That's badass. He's got cool ass markings. I'll tell you what.
Other than if you want to say all black people have wide noses and only wide noses, that's the only one. Look at the jaw. Like I said, the jawline is wide. The ears are set dude. I would say I would be making an ignorant statement saying that this person's black, this person's white, this person's Chinese. I would say they're probably not Chinese.
You wouldn't
I would
know.
go that far. I'd go that far.
It could be an Irish, black, white, Indian, Mexican.
It could be exactly yes, an Irish guy. Like
and
you could make that.
Yao Ming could have been his daddy with the black lady. So you never know.
But like I said, I couldn't make that statement on that individual's race just based upon the color of that individual's skin.
You can't.
But like I said, if you want to say all black people have wide noses, then we can go that route. But he has a very wide nose.
Nobody's got the same kind of nose. I know black dudes with the craziest.
Ambo has a good
I've ever
take
seen in my
on this.
life, or the littlest. Go ahead.
Ambo has a good take.
I'm just, yeah.
He just, I mean, you can just tell if they're black based on the smell.
That's
wow. Stupid. Stop being stupid.
Bro. What?
That didn't make no damn sense. What do you mean, the good smell? The clean smell?
About weed?
No. It smells like wet dog.
Black people smell like wet dogs?
Do? White people smell like wet dogs?
I'm trying to learn here. Black people smell like wet dogs?
No, other way around. White
dogs smell like
wet
dogs smell like black people?
No, you can go that route too.
People.
You can go left and right, left. It's up to you. I did not know that.
Get your hair wet. Get your hair wet right now in the sink. Don't put no soap in it. Run outside for a minute and come back in. You'll smell like a wet dog.
I did not know that. What country are you from?
Holy hell, I never thought I'd agree with Democ about anything, and I just did. Fuck me.
He's on point. He's totally on point. He's really...
So do you guys think that we should racially segregate our nations or like deport ethnic minorities?
What country are you from again?
That's
I'm from Poland.
There is no other country, guys. There's no other group of people. You're all the fucking
do you guys think we
thing,
should take people back to the country of origin?
No.
What world have I teleported to where Democ is the one who's spitting fire?
It's amazing.
You sound like a homosexual society.
No, listen to this song. Feel the migration. You got that sweet migration.
Democ, what do you think about race mixing?
There's no such thing. That's all. That's what you are. You are a race.
So how long have you lived in? How long have you lived in
Earth
Poland?
race. How about
How
that?
long have you lived in Poland? Is the question.
Huh?
Yeah.
What's the question?
How long have you born in Poland? Parents from Poland?
Yeah.
Okay. How old is your capital city? Like what year was it built?
Must be like 1,000 years old.
Are you sure?
Are you
sure? You sure about that?
What, Warsaw?
Yeah, you sure about that?
Yeah.
It wasn't rebuilt?
Oh, you're talking about like being destroyed in World War II or something, right?
It was rebuilt. Yeah, and when your population at that time, it was what happened to that? It was migrated out, and then people got brought back in. Bunch of Germans,
migrated
bunch of
out to other
Russians.
areas of Poland. You fucking
Yeah.
idiot.
There we go. Okay, yeah, but like you're talking about race mixing and all this other stuff. I would say that Europe,
with the Poles, yeah, is that race mixing?
race mix.
Yeah.
Race mixing with other Poles.
Wait, are you saying that you trace all your lineage just to Poland? Like, there's not a single person that inside your family history that goes outside of Poland?
Not that I'm aware of.
Every single ancestor was a musical Pole with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yes. So the point is that yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, but Europeans didn't move around much, especially during the Middle Ages. Most of the migrations happened in like the 1st to 4th century AD. So as far as I know, as far as I can go back, it's just Polish.
So like you have like your family has like castles and stuff, or no?
Yeah, I'm related to Casimir the Great, if that counts.
Your castles, are they on top of mountains, and do they have like are they built to where there's like a cave right above it to where they can escape usually?
Well, Poland's mostly flat, dude. Fucking moron.
Oh, so it's in the bedrock, or can they dig down deeper?
Was in the bedrock? Yeah, it's underground. All our castles are underground. Point is, we should stop migrants from coming into Europe.
That's y'all's own issue.
How did you?
Well,
What is
I mean,
a migrant? How would anybody get
apply
to
to
Europe?
America as well.
How would anybody get to Europe if
It
you? Okay, so
doesn't.
if you picked, hold on,
That's
listen,
completely no.
hold on, listen. If you
Sorry,
picked a
Dave. Real quick. No. Fuck Poland. Like seriously, that's 100% your fucking issue. That is nothing. That is 100% your fucking issue. It truly is. You literally have absolutely no relevance on the world stage other than being fucking cannon fodder. Other than being fucking cannon fodder. That's all the fuck you are.
What's that got to do with migration?
That's all the fuck you are.
What's that got
You
to
deal
do
with your own fucking issue.
Okay,
Deal with your own
with
issue.
race mixing.
Deal with your own issue, cannon fodder.
What's that got to do with race mixing?
Deal with your own issue, cannon fodder.
Are you black? Is that why you're mad?
Guys, we have an event starting in 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Cannon fodder.
All right, you're black.
J.L. Warren. And he is looking for proof or evidence for God.
Well, that's lame.
Here's evidence of God is that Poland is cannon fodder, and at the end of the day, none of what the fuck you're talking about will ever fucking matter. No, I'm pushing back because
the evidence of God is that Poland has been living in houses made of brick since 1,000 years, and yet black people can't build like a house made of wood up to today.
Yeah. And also he's black, right? So he was literally a slave that came over to the United States.
Yes, I was. I totally was. And now I'm and I could buy you. And I could totally buy you. That's the best part about all of this.
So does it make you proud that white colonizers took your family and moved them to North America?
Hell yes.
Does it make you proud that the Polish government decided to
yes.
build up? Does it make you proud that the Polish government built up its cavalry during the age of tanks?
How do you know the black people didn't leave the white
oh
people
my
there?
god, you're actually retarded. You're actually retarded.
How do you know Europe wasn't a white prison?
Did you open your World War II history?
No, I told you. I told you.
The whole white race.
I told you. Hey, Polish cannon fodder. I told you.
Where did you learn World War II history, dude? It's pretty interesting.
Cannon fodder.
Who said anything about World War II?
Do you think the Germans can have cavalry in World War II?
They mechanized idiot. That's why they ran through your fucking country like it wasn't even there.
We go.
Cannon fodder. Cannon fodder.
Genius American.
Maybe we in Poland are cannon fodder, but we don't have water.
You don't have water?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
In Africa.
Condensation. Go take a chunk of ice outside and put it in a container and then put a bowl under it and you'll get clean water. Condensation will make you water every day.
So who's defending race mixing here? Is it Rene?
There's no such thing as race mixing. A race is mixed of what it is.
So the discussion was about if race exists in the first place, and Brenda was here and made an argument that it doesn't exist because there's like a gradient and you cannot put a hard line anywhere. Yeah. And then she got muted and she left.
That's weird because, like, to me, a category doesn't have to have perfect boundaries. It needs to be able to capture something, right? And we all know what white people are when we see it, besides edge cases. So it works the vast majority of cases. So it's a decent category because we can use it.
Yeah, so I made a counter argument that every single category.
What are you talking about?
So what he's saying is that if you're just blanket statement white, but we were talking about that picture earlier, and I said that it's hard to say, and he said it is because there's other phenotypical traits that guy would carry.
Yeah,
that
what
he
is a
wouldn't
blanket
associate.
white? Yeah, what is a blanket white person?
For him, it would be someone that looks like Thor. That would be the answer for him.
Oh, the stereotypical thing that comes from black people. Blonde hair, blue-eyed people that are white come from.
Someone that looks like Thor.
Leave North America and Europe.
Thor's a black baby.
You can cannon fodder. You can come try to get me out of North America. I would love for you to try that accent.
I'll give you this, right? Maybe you can have like Georgia, the state of Georgia, and we'll go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about this? Do you live in America? Have you ever been here?
Yeah, I've been there.
Do you want to come again?
No.
Okay. That would be fun if you did. But I would love for you to come and try to get me out of where I live. I'd love for you to try to do that. I would invite you.
White strength will move you.
Okay. There we go.
America is such a shithole that nobody would want to come there because you don't have free healthcare. You have like school shootings all the time, and you didn't even afford. You couldn't even afford X.
What do you mean? Like the Twitter?
Like there was a point where there was a crisis that you didn't have X in shops in America, and like they wanted to import X from other countries.
What, ecstasy?
Yeah.
Like ecstasy?
Yeah, his black brain can't think outside of drugs.
I don't know what he's talking about. X, I don't know what he's talking about. It's a variable?
Eggs.
Eggs. Oh, eggs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wait, can you slap your lips like with your big,
Can I do what?
Do the thing with your big lips.
I don't have big lips.
Like, when you like clap them together.
I don't have big lips though. I would if I did, but I do not.
So you got like, so you're black and you have like pencil lips. That's fucking crazy, dude.
People have different phenotypical traits, especially if your ancestors aren't, like mine, 100% black. But at the same time,
would you date outside of your ethnic group?
Would I date? I how old are you? Real quick.
I'm 26.
All right, dude. I'm way older than you, so I don't even think I should have this conversation with you.
Do you have ashy elbows?
No, I don't. I have money.
All right, go on. Continue.
But you're way too young. You're way too young. I've fucked Poles. I've been to Poland, and I've fucked many Polish women. They were really cheap. And at the end of the day, like I said, at the end of the day, you're 26 years old. Live some fucking life, and then come up and formulate an opinion. I would say that's my best
Polish
advice.
women?
Many of them.
Were they gypsies by chance?
No, not at all.
Lord have mercy.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
It's got classy.
All I'm saying is that I'm just got an issue with like migration in Europe, and America.
Like I said, 100%. That's your issue. So you should deal with it. You're 26. Get in politics. Get your voice heard. Speak as loud as you can. Move as many people as you can to your side. That's what you can do. You have that opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to be in the first boat back to Ghana, just so you know.
Yeah. I mean, if race doesn't exist, then deporting people based on something that doesn't exist wouldn't be discrimination because you would just be selecting random people, right?
And sending them to their random homes.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, broadly, West Africa will suit you fine, I think.
Okay. I don't know. I've been there. I don't really like it. But
did you go home?
No, I did not go home. I don't live in West Africa.
Yeah, but like home, you know what I mean? Like, I don't live in my home city, but it's home, right? When you go there.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't really care about America being diverse because the first thing is that it's not my country, and even if it was my country, I wouldn't care either because it was funded on different people immigrating there. But in Europe, we've been living there since like thousands of years, literally.
It's y'all's issue, dude. Like I said,
here's a way we can resolve this. Rene, what do you think about a Jewish state?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Do you support the right for Jews to have their own state?
I really don't want to get into this issue with you.
Yeah,
You're
just
not
yes or no. Yes or no.
It's not that simple. It really
is. Do you think Jews should have a right to their own state or not?
I think that there should be a place where they should be safe. I think that they should come up with a solution for that. I don't know how I say yes or no, because if I say yes, there's one angle you're going to take. If I say no, there's another. And
isn't it weird that you wouldn't give me the answer because you know where it's going to lead?
Yes, because you're 26 years old and I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah, but it's just funny because like if you know where it's going to lead and you won't give an answer because you know that your answer is going to lead there, then you should just say it. It's disingenuous.
I get that, but why would I be generous with someone that has no understanding of the world and is actual
That's
cannon
not true.
fodder?
I've got plenty understanding. Plenty.
But you're cannon fodder. Like
Yeah, I'm
you don't
cannon
get
fodder.
that. Yeah, you don't get that.
I prefer to
This is
call
the
us
longest 2 minutes of my life.
Guardians of Europe from the Mongol horde.
Go for
right?
it. Well, you lost one time. You don't. I don't know if you're going to do it again. But you're cannon fodder. Have fun with that.
Yeah.
Just have fun with that.
Anyway, so you obviously support the idea of Israel existing, or Jews having a right to have a state. How about the Kurds? Do you support it for the Kurds or the Tibetans or the Uyghurs?
What we did
Or
to the
Palestinians?
Kurds as Americans, that was horrible. We supported them, then we pulled out our support. I guess if people are willing to fight for the right and they want to do that, then go for it. But if that's what you're talking about doing, actually fighting, as I said, get as many people as you can to your side, and you should actually do something instead of sitting around. You're 26, dude. In 20 years, you can get this done.
I can get this done. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
You're doing a really good job.
I am. Thanks.
I definitely recognize that voice. Stuff again.
No, you don't.
Sounds like that dirtbag Jekyll.
It's
That doesn't sound
unmistakable.
doesn't sound anything like Jekyll.
What? I mean, you're obviously English, right? So you
No,
moved to
I'm
Poland?
Polish.
No, you're
I'm
not.
Polish.
You're English, dude.
I'm Polish.
You're
Ask
obviously
Embo.
English.
Me and Embo know each other in real life.
Okay.
Exactly, I can
So
confirm.
how long did you spend? You must have spent time in England then, right?
No, I just learned English from an English tutor.
No, it sounds too good for that.
Thanks. I mean, I'll take it as a compliment.
Well, yeah, I meant it as a compliment, but I've usually got a good ear for accents, and you have zero accent. You just sound English to me.
Yeah.
There are many Polish immigrants in Great Britain.
Yeah, but they've all got a bit of an accent, right?
No.
In fact, I usually ask them, "Are you Polish?" Because they sound Polish.
It depends how early you leave, I guess.
I don't mean anything, but are you gay?
No, I'm Polish.
Oh, you might, but are you gay as well as Polish?
No, that's not possible.
I'm telling you, he must be the same dude. You're definitely the same dude.
But you're a femboy, you said, yeah?
I don't know what they are. Well, I'm Polish, right? So, and well, there's law behind this, right? If you're Polish and you're under 25, then you're a fanboy. If you're over 25, you're like this old fat bald guy. But I just turned 26 a few months ago, so I'm no longer a fanboy.
Well, you just said you were in chat, no? Maybe I misread that.
Maybe it was someone else. I don't know.
Yeah, and also he may be trans, and in that case, doing that with a guy wouldn't be gay unless you're transphobic. And
Yeah,
you don't
basically.
want to be transphobic, I think. I hope.
Well, I
Let's
guess
not
no
be
one wants to
bigoted
talk
here.
about. Nobody wants to talk about race today. I don't know why, but I guess everyone agrees, surely, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
I was gonna
everyone's
ask,
tired of it because that's all people have been talking about for like a week now.
Really? Has that been like a common conversation?
Race? Yes. Oh my God, it hasn't stopped for days.
Well, I've not been here for days.
Understandable that you're not aware. I'm just telling you. Yeah, it's been the conversation going on and
Is
on.
Embo leading that conversation? Is he like the winged hussar heading into battle?
It's mostly Yakuza or whatever his name is, and a couple others.
I would call him Yeske. I think it was Rene that brought it up actually, and he had some good points on it. I was
Who would
agreeing
listen
with
to
it.
Yasuka on anything? He's a dysgenic freak.
But what I was going to ask is, wasn't that guy? What's his name? I think it was. Wasn't it the guy who came out with the DNA thing, Watson and Crick? I think his name's James Watson. I could be wrong on that though. He got in trouble, didn't he, for some race stuff? Because I think he said that black people aren't as intelligent or something like that, but I don't know. I can't remember it
Well,
exactly.
if
But
IQ statistics are to be believed.
well,
Yes.
they stripped him of his Nobel Prize. I do remember that bit. Right? Does anybody know any more details on that?
Oh,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
So we're just
the
going
guy
to
that-
stay on race then?
Well, that was the topic, Coco. Right? So.
All right. I'm just asking because it sounds like you've been talking about it for a while. So I'm just asking. We're going to stay on
That's
race?
the topic. Yeah.
All right.
And then
Well, I mean, if
didn't
nobody's
Omni
got-
say there was
nobody's
a?
applied,
I
right,
think
then I
Omni
guess
said there
we
was
call
a
it all
event.
round.
Snufkin, chill. I think there was
Yeah.
like an event coming up with that jail Warren dude. So I would
Yeah,
don't.
it's on stage, so I think many people will rejoin there.
I'd say don't give that guy content for his YouTube channel. That's my 2 cents.
Is he like a Reddit atheist?
No, I just don't. I don't. He just chants his beliefs at everyone. Dab, 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 dab.
It was originally supposed to be about evolution. That would be kind of more interesting, but it changed to evidence for God for some reason. In
Yeah,
like less hour.
He's like, I want physical evidence for the non-physical. It's brilliant. Anyway, Snufkin, what was your name before?
This is my name I've always had.
Oh, come on, dude. I know it's you. You know it's you. You recognize my voice, I'm sure too. I knew. You used to go over to Geo's, right? And Gems and all that.
I'm in Geo's, yeah.
What was your name before?
It was riding on eggshells.
This dude's awesome. I love him.
I think I'm going to check if the other channel is interesting in any way.
He's somehow managed to be more obnoxious than you, Eggs, as well. It's brilliant.
It's a tough ask. Somebody's got to be able to do it.
That's why me and eggshells got on so well. It's because we were both equally as obnoxious.
Well, wait a minute. I thought opposites attract. What? Hey, what? I thought you'd be too samey.
Snufkin does have broad shoulders as well.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, what is happening there is boring as fuck.
Oh, thank God you came back. The only reason I'm here is for you, Embo, and when you left, I was debating whether or not I should stay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought the conversation is going to last for a little bit longer, but I guess we need PhD Tony for that.
I think Coco's got a bit of a... Coco, what's the next topic? He's got one in the chamber ready to go.
Coco doesn't suggest topics. Coco's name stands for Complaints on Conversations Only.
Nice.
Like, what's the other topic in the other room? God again.
Yeah,
Yes,
Coco left
proof for
because
God.
she doesn't like the whole race thing, so if it was gonna be the topic, she was just gonna go.
I can't get
let's
involved
just-
in God arguments anymore because I've heard all of them, and it's just repeating the same. It's like flat Earth.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
You end up with the same topic in here as there. You might as well
No,
go down
yeah,
there.
don't do that.
Right?
Don't do that.
That's why I switched to evolution, right? Because it's basically the same thing as flat Earth, but with brand new arguments.
Yeah.
What's evolution? What are you going to be evolute to?
There we go. We have Demok show evolution in the bucket.
No, what are you going to evolve to?
I mean,
DMOC
listen, I don't know why you guys
mostly
make fun
green.
of. I don't know why you guys make fun of DMOC, right? You would like I've put this to you Globers before. Like you would think you would want your gravity or your globe or whatever your level to be a physical to be a physical actual thing, and then you knock him for saying, "Show me the physicality of your claim," as if that's
He's talking about
outrageous.
evolution.
No, but
though,
like if you don't find the question,
But
show me
the
acceleration
problem is
fucking
he's
ridiculous,
asking this
then
intentionally. It's not like he actually wants, because he's been given that. And he keeps asking it again and again. And he keeps making the question in a stupid way. For example, pour water on your ball. What does it help if I take a ball and pour water on it? That's not an actual demonstration. If you don't realize that
Physics
he's
it is,
making
but the
it,
only thing you
he's
can
making the
demonstrate is what it
question
is.
Wait, can we talk about
deliberately
evolution
ridiculous.
instead? I don't want to talk about the ball.
Yeah,
I'm not
please.
sure I was still talking, but okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're annoying. So
I don't
wait,
care. I can be
DMOC.
annoying and you can shut the fuck up and listen, and then you
Actually,
can
no
speak
tanks, no
when
tanks.
I'm
What's your
done.
objection to evolution?
And then you can speak. That's how conversations.
You're annoying. Shut up. No tanks. What's
Yeah,
your
I am
objection to
annoying, and I
evolution?
will keep being annoying if you overtalk me.
All right, be
So
quiet.
if you
No
want
tanks.
me to
What's your
shut up
objection
and
to
not be
evolution?
annoying, you can listen. You can wait for your turn, and then you can speak when I'm
Okay.
done.
No tanks.
So
What's your
that
objection?
means that I will take less time.
I can't hear. I
and
can't. hear
I will
you.
be annoying
Yeah,
for
let's
less
wait for
time.
him to finish. You done?
It's not that hard.
Okay.
You're done or not? It's like
What's your objection to evolution? No
yeah,
tanks.
What?
What's your objection to evolution?
That it's just a backwards engineering of what's required. What's required to make sense of the world.
How is that backwards engineered?
It's bottom up. That's all.
So it still
Can
it
you-
still could be true, right?
No.
It can't be true because it was backwards engineered.
It can't be true because it backward engineers what's necessary, being the whole idea, the whole
So
finished
what you're
product
saying is
that has a purpose and ontology immediately.
takes observations and it tries to work out history based on what we know about the present, like in terms of fossils, in terms of digging up sediment, that kind of stuff. You're saying because we're using modern day observations, it's backwards engineered, right?
I don't know about all that other stuff you put in there. It's just that you have a human, right? So you know what a human is. You have, you have whatever you have. You have a bicycle. You know what a bicycle is. It has a purpose. It has a utility. It has a form. It has material. And then you say, okay, now I have the bicycle. Now let's take it apart and say that these things came together with no purpose, no ontology of their own, and they formed into this hierarchy of a bicycle. It's backwards and upside down.
The difference between that and humans is that we have actual evidence because we can dig up fossils of humans that were more primitive, and you can see how they became more like modern humans over time. And you
I just chat GPT Googled it yesterday, and it says there was only 55 cavemen ever discovered within 5 caves total ever in the history, and millions and billions of people believe that we come from cavemen.
Because
What
people
a
didn't
caveman
only live in.
according to that.
Ooga,
Like,
ooga
there's been
booga.
more than that
You don't understand.
prehistoric human specimens dug up. I've seen more than 50 with my own eyes, I feel. So what are you saying?
I'm saying you're a Google denier.
Also,
So
people
you've
didn't
specifically
only
asked
live.
about humans dwelling in caves.
I can't hear your shitty mic.
Same.
You're only talking about humans dwelling in caves. That's the only thing you ask Google. So if you ask Google a broken question, you can get a broken answer.
Yeah, I mean, did we come from cavemen or not?
Not really.
All right, so
Which
cavemen are
cave?
cavemen are out. All right.
Caveman is like a term that kids use, right? It's not, you don't find anthropologists being like, and here, caveman specimen A, right?
Yes,
They
you
call
do.
them like Denisovans or something.
How could you? Evolution won't let you know what anything is. You're like, I want to find out what this metal is. Nope, it's evolving. I want to find out what this person is. No, they're evolving to a chicken. No, I want to find out what this rock is. No, it's a green pie now. I'm just saying, how would you know what it's going to do when evolution's supposed to do what it wants, not what you declared?
That's a good point.
Absolutely. So, how the fact that we only have 55 cavemen disproves the fact that we still have like hundreds, if not thousands, of people outside of caves, just found in like a desert or a savanna.
Yeah. So
Where
when they were,
where they evolved from, which cave?
Yeah, exactly. So when these
Which cave
people were
did we
born,
evolve
when these people were born into the world in whatever way they were born in, were they born into an environment ideal for their survival immediately, or did they adapt to it?
What?
They adapt to their environment over time,
All right, so
right?
they were unable to survive in the environment they were given. So then they would not have survived. So they were unsurvivable, but they survived.
No, it's a population doesn't all have the same genes. Different people in the same populations we have slightly different genes. So when it immigrates to some another environment, let's say they immigrate from savanna to tundra.
Yeah, listen, I know
Ones
the explanation. I mean, I've heard it. The issue is that you'd have to be born into the environment that is able to sustain your life for the with another female companion in order to reproduce life that could also sustain within that area to even have this evolutionary process that you say is evolution through adaptation through external pressures, the same pressures that would destroy life. It's just backwards.
Okay, but the differences between environments of on Earth aren't enough extreme to make like all of the humans extinct. Like even right now, if someone from Europe went to Antarctica, if they have enough warm clothes, they will be able to survive there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have the humans, and then you're like, all right, well, I got humans, but to get humans from nothing is an impossibility.
Yeah, humans from nothing.
Yeah.
There you go.
And why aren't you
Yeah.
evolving in Africa
so-
in the most hostile?
You have to already.
Where in evolution do we talk
Hold on a
about
second.
humans from nothing?
If you sent like 20 people in Antarctica, shouldn't they just start evolving and get fur and stuff?
Penguins.
It's like the people. It's not like they evolve because they want to when they're in that environment. It's just that some of the people have that mutation and some don't have that mutation, and the ones that have that mutation will survive on average more frequently than the ones that don't have it, and they will pass
evolution
that
does
mutation
different
into
stuff.
next generations.
Evolution does different stuff in itself. How does it know what to do, when, where, and how, and why?
Because
How
of
does
natural
evolution
selection.
know what to do?
Because of natural selection.
Where does intelligence evolve from?
What a caveman.
It came from natural selection.
No, what's intelligence? What makes it? What is it? What does that mean? What is the actual physicality of intelligence? What is the material?
The brain?
What's the physicality of
brain.
stupidity?
I don't know. You ask evolution.
Wait,
It evolved pretty stupid. If you ask me, it's doing a pretty good job of showing you what stupidity is. Evolution.
Is it physical?
It's more mental stupidity of evolution. People acting like they have a grasp on something they have no fucking clue of.
Yeah,
Like water balls
Yeah,
that don't hold water.
that does
that are
happen.
just, just reality.
That definitely.
Well, do you have any evolution or any memory or intelligence that evolved from something? What does intelligence or
jar?
memory evolve from? Hello.
In a jar in a lab?
Show us. Show us how you can go to a lab and get evolve intelligence from time and space and big bangs.
We've got a lab now. Good. Can we put it in a jar as well?
I don't know what that's got to do with you not being able to show what memory evolved from or into.
Why can't you put it in again? Like I don't even understand. Why can't you put it into a jar? Why can't you put this thing in the jar
Exactly.
and then and then increase whatever an ant, whatever you think is most likely to evolve, increase the heat and let's watch it turn into a bird. I mean, what's the problem?
Because that must happen, right? That's what evolution says. Put it in a lab,
Isn't it?
put it in a jar, turn up the heat.
Is it not what it says?
Supposed to turn into?
That's exactly what it says.
No. What does it really say when we put stuff in a jar? What is the stuff going to
Put
turn
it in a lab,
to?
put it in a jar, turn up the heat, turn it into a bird.
What's it going to turn to is the question, weirdo. What's the stuff going to turn to in the heat, the lab, in the jar?
Depends on what you start from.
I got a worm,
Depends on
a
what
gorilla,
organism you
a
put.
person, a monkey. I got one of everything like Noah's Ark. What are they all going to turn to?
Labs. No, jars.
They're going to
They're all
turn
gonna
into
they're all
them.
gonna they're all
Gonna
gonna
turn
turn
into a
into
can opener. They're gonna evolve to a can opener.
They're
Can open
going
their
to
mouth
evolve
out of
into
a jar.
them, and then they are going to extinct because they will be too stupid to survive.
That's right,
No,
Embo.
they would evolve to a piece of rock and vibrate to break the glass like quartz. Like
I
gravity
put
time
this
capsule, cesium.
I put this simple like analogy out there, not to say that people are fish, right? But it's just to ask the question, like how many times can you take a fish out of water until it gains the ability to breathe? And then every thinking person would say it would never gain an ability that it didn't already have. And then evolution does say that it'll gain an ability through a random mutation to express something it didn't already have the ability to do. So I mean, it's just a simple like debunker of the idea.
Yeah, which animal,
Such a good
where, and
debunk.
when, and how. We've
Why
had
haven't I
what
thought of
thousands of years now. How many years have we had? We've been writing books and been people, and ain't nobody got no animal evolving in no cage or nothing. What a bunch of losers. Evolution.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it
So
were, and
easy
this
to
is the
debunk.
thing, like
It's
if it were to
suspiciously
evolve,
easy, isn't it?
yeah,
It's
I don't know, you're just
suspiciously
talking
easy
shit.
to debunk. It's suspiciously easy to debunk evolution, isn't it? Like just take
Very.
a fish out of water,
We don't know.
and if it doesn't start clucking like a chicken in a couple of minutes, evolution debunked. It's
Yeah, how
so
many
easy.
times until? Yeah, how many
So
times?
easy to
I put
debunk.
it to I put it to Embo, not you, who's like jogging and just talking shit, right? But like it would obviously never breathe, right? So it would never be able to gain the ability just to adapt. It would die, right? And then if it did, begin to breathe out of the water, nobody would be like it gained an ability. Everybody would say it must have always had this ability. So no evolution.
Yeah,
No
like an
gain.
insect only lives for so many seconds, or a fly or something. So you're saying within those seconds, that fly turned into something else and then evolved into something else before it could
Yeah,
die
that
and not
fly
evolve
literally
into it?
evolved. Democ, wait, no thanks. Why do you use this semantic like sort of
I do what I
argument
want. You do what you want.
against no thanks? What do you use this semantic sort of argument against evolution when you say
He kills baby seals.
when you say gain something? Because natural selection isn't about gaining necessarily.
What does that mean?
Like
Put it in a jar.
it's about responding to environmental pressures, right? And
No, so show us.
so for instance, you could lose sight if you're an animal. Lose sight. That cost of loss of sight might be towards gaining energy, right? But you
No, we're
haven't
looking for an
gained.
only a gain.
You've lost
We're not
sense,
looking for
right?
loss.
Like it's not. It's not like this always heading in this positive direction. It can be a regression. It can be development. The point is that it's just
So
us
evolution
fitting
devolves
into the
itself.
environment, responding to this
Evolution
pressure.
devolves itself. That's
It's not
cool.
devolution. Devolution doesn't exist. It's always
You just
evolution.
said you evolve down. That's de-evolution.
Yeah, that's their next step. They're
Always
gonna use
evolution. Always
they call the loss like when they lose the ability when two people or two things lose the ability to mate, they call that like an evolutionary step to a new kind of thing. Yeah, so their evolution, it becomes what we all understand is
Instant death to that
evolving.
species is
What do
evolution.
you think? What do you think our
Instant death to that
vestigial
race is
tailbone is for?
evolution, or that species. That's weird.
What do you think our vestigial tailbone is for? Is it like just a
Not
quirk
death.
we have?
Is it to die? You're gonna
Do you think
die
we may
with
have
it.
lost
And
an
what's gonna,
ability to do something with that
what is
vestigial
it
limb?
evolving to or from? Is the question. You're supposed to have the answers of evolution doing stuff. That's all we should be focusing on. What is the tailbone evolved from? A snake, a caterpillar, a squid, a worm?
Squid. Worm. Squid.
Actually,
Squid.
it's not from squid. It's from our tailbone. It's from it's
tailbone.
from fish.
What's it gonna turn into? A banana?
Who knows? Who knows what
What
it'll
can
turn
it
into?
not turn into? What can evolution not do?
There are some things that seem to be impossible for evolution. So disconnected structures. Like it's almost I've never heard of it, and I think just theoretically it's impossible. We can't grow wheels, so we can't have like disconnected structures like that. Just with how bodies develop, how cells work, it's just not a possible thing.
Bullshit. Wind
Thing
can
that could
form.
result.
Wind is disconnected from the land, and it can form the land to make a shape. So why
Cool.
couldn't evolution be disconnected from something and make a shape like gravity? What's going on?
He's
Something
actually
not right.
schizophrenic.
So
Can someone
gravity's
mod
strong
him?
enough.
He's
Well,
legit
gravity
schizophrenic.
evolves into balls.
You just have to
Evolution
put the
stop it.
wheels in the bucket, and then they are going to
So
evolve.
evolution's gonna stop gravity from forming into balls one day, right? And it'll make squares or
someone
flat.
Stop trying to make it about the globe.
He's
Why
actually
is this
schizophrenic.
fucking...
No, he's actually schizophrenic. Like he's
No,
legit.
he isn't.
No, I'm
No, he isn't.
asking you, where does
You're
gravity come
schizophrenic.
into
You are
evolution
confused.
when they're the same thing, supposedly, right? Big Bang, evolution, gravity, dirt balls.
Actually schizophrenic.
No, I'm actually 100% correct, and you guys would do not good talking to a class of kids.
Hey,
You guys
hey,
would get kicked out
no
of
tank.
teachers because the first thing you would do is say, "What does that word mean, kids?" And the parents would come in there and say, "Get the fuck out of this
Hey, no
class
tank.
because you can't comprehend what kids are saying to you."
Great point, Jim. I'll let others speak.
That is really nice.
So when one population loses the ability to interbreed with another population, that's called speciation because they become new species. And how does that work with creationism? If, according to the Bible, the kinds are defined that they can bring forth after their kind, and those two populations cannot do that anymore. So they evolve into different kinds according to the Bible.
Where does the hermaphrodite come into play with evolution? Don't be afraid of this one, boys. Where the male penis vagina comes in on one person thing Baphomet.
I want to speak to no tanks instead, D-Mark. You're boring me.
I think
You're
D-Rock,
boring me.
D-Rock
You don't know
literally
anything.
thinks, yeah, he doesn't understand how kids are made. Like he legitimately doesn't understand
I
what
asked
sperm
you
is.
about a
He
hermaphrodite. I
also,
think it has both sexes, asexual.
Everyone knows
Evolution boys.
kids are made from the
Aren't you
store.
evolution
A
boys
stork
looking for the
from
boy-girl humper itself thing? Asexual boys?
you think that hermaphrodites could have
No,
their
you
own
guys
kids.
are looking for evolution to make cockroach humans to where they can fuck themselves.
Yeah,
Evolution,
you
you're going to
think that's
evolve to a
possible.
cockroach, right?
The
Prove
Mac
it.
previously said that hermaphrodites are a separate race of humans.
True, he's
I
actually
didn't
right
say.
on that
I
one.
said, what are you doing with hermaphrodites? What are they evolving from and to? Where are they at?
Individuals don't speciate. You always are what you are,
Who
no
does?
matter what you do.
Where do you speciate?
Populations.
When?
Populations
do.
Into what? Other
Yeah,
populations?
I'm not sure why.
Yes, that's
We're looking
exactly
for the
right,
non-human
Good
things.
job.
For the non-human evolution things from human. The things are not human. Where are they at?
Yeah.
You came from a
There
duck,
are a lot
right?
of things
That's
that
not
are
a
not
human.
human.
There weren't a
just
group
look
of duck humans walking around and then you became a human duck. No. What do you become other than a human?
Actually
Don't say
schizophrenic.
humans
How did
get
it become a
black
duck
or
human in
white.
the first place?
Humans get black or white. Oh, evolution. I don't think so, stupid. What are we evolving to? A tree, a fish, a
Buddy.
bird, an airplane,
Buddy, you
Duck
don't
human.
a robot?
buddy.
Hang on, is a duck human? Is a duck human like
Is
a
copper a
human
part of
torso
evolution?
on a duck body?
I don't
Or
know.
a
Where's
duck
the copper?
body on a with a
Where's the copper and
human
plastic?
body
And
with a
where's the
duck head?
gold? And where's the mainframe?
Tiny little
You
duck
think
head.
evolution doesn't want to make computer mainframes itself, idiots? It thinks it
I
needs
just
it
want to
functioning
understand
to
the
do
duck
that.
human question.
Stop for a minute and listen to what I'm saying. So if evolution can make little nerves and all that, and
Insane
all
rambling.
intricate everything to a mic that can control your
No
brain, big guy,
tanks.
how in the fuck is evolution not a computer?
Such a good point, Denmark. It's a really good point, but you're kind of hogging the VC
How
at the
come
moment. So if
evolution?
you could just
No,
calm
I'm not.
yourself down before you get muted.
You need to answer one of these questions, weirdos.
Yes. There's your answer.
Computers, what they evolved from?
In order for us to actually answer any of the question, you need to shut up and give
D-Mark,
some
you know what?
space.
I can
But if,
see
of course,
evolution's obviously
because you
bullshit.
don't want to give the space, that shows that you're not having an honest
Computers
conversation.
evolved
Denmark.
from demons.
True, they
The
evolved from me,
evolution's obviously
actually.
bullshit. Anyway, no tanks, you there?
Computers
See,
came
they
from
made no
demonic
tanks.
influence.
No Tanks was the only person who was speaking with actual like intelligence here.
Debatable.
Is that surprising? No tanks? Are you sure? Sure wasn't
I
someone
mean,
else?
from out of flat earthers.
If you get
of
a
course.
choice of D-Mark and no tanks, I'm gonna take no tanks from it.
No
That's an
tanks. You
ad
still think I'm a
hominem
demon?
fallacy.
Hey, no tanks. Hey, bud. Oh wait, he doesn't
You-
talk to me anymore. I forgot. That's the thing. After he
No
learned I was a
Tanks
demon.
had a question like how many times you have to pull a fish out of water for it to be able to breathe. And
43 times.
Which is not a million miles from duck human.
And
If you want to be
like
really pedantic, you could technically say like none because we're technically fish if you use cladistics properly and we can breathe in air. So you can be really pedantic about it and just say you don't need
We're
to do it at all.
technically fish.
Yeah, we're chordata.
Fish
We're
isn't
the group
even
of
a
chord
cat.
fish.
That's fucking retarded.
Well, it's true because you don't know what chordates are, but it's fine.
Why? You know when you said that to Ochner? Look, right, maybe it's just me, right? But I find nerd voices to be incredibly grating, and hearing your sniveling little nerd voice upsets me deeply.
That's too bad.
That's really nice.
That's why I like
We should have more nerds speak up.
It is a pretty
I
high
think nerds are being obsessed at the moment.
Do you think
Top
I have
tier.
a nerd voice?
Top tier nerd.
No, you don't, Ember. You're perfect.
Thank you. Bro, you're also perfect.
Do I have a nerd voice?
Hey, buddy,
Well,
buddy, ready?
You know what? To Ochner, can you say well actually?
Duokna's
What?
pressing the nerd button.
Well, actually.
Duokna, do you press the nerd button?
What?
The nerd button.
Oh, Blob, it's you. Sorry, I
You
forget.
press the
Like, I have
nerd
half these
button.
people muted. Sorry, just repeat your thing again. I had you muted.
Do you press
How would you
the
know he
nerd
was asking you
button?
a question if you had him muted?
Because everyone else was talking, and he's the only person I had muted. So when everyone else went quiet and then was speaking,
said, "Oh,
like,
what?"
stop talking, I assumed the person I muted was talking.
Yeah.
Wait, can you say that again, but start it by saying, well, actually?
You're pressing the nerd button.
I could still for you guys though, because I'm currently sick. If you guys would hear that,
Oh, you probably
you hear the snot in the back of my throat.
you caught something. You caught
You guys
something
would
in
like
the
that,
air.
right?
Caught a
You caught
bug.
a magical
No, it's an
bug.
allergic reaction to a dog.
To Okna, I want to ask you a question. So even though that original question was retarded, because obviously the same fish is not going to evolve, but if you have like these populations of fishes, then in what way would did lungs evolve? Because I actually don't even know that.
Lungs, I don't know what organ from fish lungs evolved from. I want to say it's a swim bladder, but I might be wrong on that. I believe that's what it was. And that's how lungs developed. I think so.
Well, you're the science priest.
Yeah, I also think it was a swim bladder. Like I just remember that I heard it somewhere, but I'm wondering what would be the evolutionary pressure for a swim bladder to change into lungs, because they couldn't like immediately just kind of became completely terrestrial, but at some point they would have that transitional period where they would like basically be able to walk on land for a short period of time and breathe, but they will be still
I thought
aquatic.
I
you
thought
seen
the
mud
transitional
guppies?
thing was something about like mud guppies have, where they bring water with them and
Yes.
then keep breathing in this watery sac, and then
Yeah.
eventually fill in the sac so it's like absorbed inside the body.
It says it wasn't the swim bladder. It says it was just air-filled sacs in the esophagus.
Yeah, you should look up what swim bladders are.
It says lungs did
Swim
not
bladders.
evolve from swim bladders. Swim bladders and lungs both evolved from a shared ancestral structure, an air-filled pouch branching from the foregut in early bony fish. So maybe when you say you should learn what swim bladders are, you should you should like pause for a second and think, am I going to say something retarded?
Did you just look up on AI? Because that's what the AI overview says.
No.
Where'd you get that from? Why don't you send
I
it
just
over?
Googled it.
Yeah, send it over.
Okay, one sec.
Okay.
Actually, I was thinking, going back to the earlier conversation about like putting something in a jar and if it turns into a bird. Well, actually, if you put it in a jar and then it becomes night, then it becomes a night jar, which is a bird. So yes.
Oh God.
Nice. Very good.
I mean, technically, even if you manage to evolve something into something that looks almost like a bird, it still technically wouldn't be a bird, because a bird isn't defined by its physical characteristics, but by its ancestry. So it has to come from birds in order to be a bird, and that wouldn't come from a bird, assuming that it would start from something else, like, I don't know, a cow.
I believe birds are paraphyletic groups too, because like they're technically reptiles, but we don't like calling them reptiles because it sounds really dumb. So it's kind of weird when you're referring to birds, how they work, or at least their grouping.
Yes, but inside of reptiles there are birds, and birds aren't paraphilic because we don't exclude any of the descendants of the first bird from being a bird. So
Yeah.
all of the ancestors of the first bird are birds, unlike the first reptile, because birds are the descendants of the first reptile, but yet aren't called reptiles. Actually, I don't even know how far does the definition of a bird go, because I heard that some people called dinosaurs like Archaeopteryx a bird, and some don't call them a bird.
Why do we
Like
still got birds
Velociraptor.
left? If all the birds turned to dinosaurs, or the dinosaurs turned to birds, how come? I mean,
Well, I guess the group Aves is a specific branch of dinosaurs. I'm forgetting. I think it starts with a T. I forget what they branch from. It's really a group though. So not,
Theropods?
yeah, they're a branch of is it theropod dinosaurs?
Yes, theropod.
Yeah.
how does evolution have a cycle? But then it's unknown. You guys don't know what you're going to evolve to.
Mark, what you don't understand is this is what they did, right? This is what happened. So they started poisoning all the water, all the food. They started putting like pharmaceuticals into people, and they were like, "Yo, we can't fuck anymore. We can't have kids. Like, what's going on?" And they're like, "Evolution." Then they made up this whole story about evolution, how they're going to lose the ability to have sex with
Evolution's
each other.
real.
Yeah, yeah, just so that people will buy it and not blame the pharmaceuticals.
So
That's true. That's happened. All of that's happened. It wasn't just made up.
Yeah, their answer to like any is just, well, evolution is why you can't have sex, and then evolution is why you do have sex, and it's it answers all things. There's nothing you can do, but we can give you this this little pill, and you'll be all right.
Wait, who have you talked to who said evolution is the reason you can't have sex? Who's told you that? Like, I'm legitimately curious. Do you guys?
I was just going around
You
having
guys
too much
did.
sex, like way too much sex, and a scientist said, dude, you can't have any more sex. You're gonna take over.
No, you guys.
Was he wearing the lab coat when you guys? Sorry,
The
never
horse
mind.
and the mule and the donkey.
Wait, to Walker,
Maybe,
Wagner rather. To Wagner, does that source hold any water or no?
Well, I don't know what the second one was because it didn't have a. Or is that a highlight of the first one?
No, it's from a Cambridge an article from Cambridge University.
Okay. I mean, sure. I literally can't see the full article. You just sent a clip of it.
No, I'm just saying, like, does it sound right or does it not sound right?
Well, it does say lungs and swim bladders have different ontogenetic origins.
I don't know if I'm the only one who noticed that, but the creationists in this server don't even use like the most basic creationist arguments. So we can see that they basically are just making stuff up by themselves because they don't really like usually listen to those gurus like Answers in Genesis and are more specialized in flat Earth. So there's really like, little of room to discuss here.
Are you suggesting that we should suspect whether Tanks really was having loads of sex and a scientist came up and said, don't do that because of evolution? Are you suspicious of that story? How dare you doubt?
How could you doubt
the veracity of such an unimpeachable person such as Tanks?
No, donkeys and mules. One of them can't mate again, right? And you guys are like, it's a new species now. You just said that. What the fuck?
It's true. We did say that.
No,
I remember when I said that.
I absolutely believe in that story. I'm sorry for questioning it.
I think flat earthers they've trained so hard on flat Earth that they can't even figure out why they disagree with evolution.
You mean we can't agree with fucking people in a book like a religious evolution? We can't agree with Pope evolution? Sorry, Pope.
They've got the
Pope
snap,
of
snap
evolution.
match cards for all of
Yeah.
the, you know, like it's a snap
We
match
don't have
game where
to
like
agree
you
with
put down
you.
a card and I go bang, I put down this card. I put down
They
gas
put
pressure
all
rise
of their
again.
tokens into the shape of the Earth and none of them into evolution. So it's like
What
it's like
original
taking
thinking
candy from a
human would
baby.
ever have to
It's
believe
like
anything
taking
you fucking
candy
say?
from a baby.
What original
Yeah.
thinking human would ever have to listen to anything a bunch of goofballs who read somebody else's info worry about? You guys need someone
Yeah.
else. You couldn't think original if you tried.
You
But
idiots
now you
reading
guys
things
downfall
other
the
people
who
wrote.
have original thoughts. Where's the
I'm a
original
very
thought
original
fall
thinker.
from?
If I'll give myself anything, I'm a genius. I'm a philosopher of
There,
our time.
there
Nah,
is a
you ain't
strong. There
shit.
is
You're
a
a
very.
fucking repeater, copycatter, rinser
I'm a
of
genius.
information you've already heard, loser. You never did anything new in your life. You've never had an original fucking thought. It's all come from someone else. From a
You know
thought
what?
you're talking right now.
I'll raise you.
Try
I'll raise
again,
you.
He's only
reprogram
I'll raise
boy.
you.
25
I'll
and a half.
raise you. I'll
Try
raise
again and
you,
tell us when
Mark.
you weren't programmed
I
by
can
mom and dad.
prove I've had an original thought.
Yeah, right. No, you can't. Did you make the
can.
words?
I
Did you
can.
make the words? Did you make the meaning? Shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
liar.
Well,
You're a
so I
liar.
came up with the idea.
You're a
I came up with the idea.
regurgitator. Shut up,
Hold on.
regurgitator.
Hold on. I'll give you
Hold
an
on.
example.
Regurgitate.
I'll give you an example. I came up with the idea of drawing latitude and longitude lines on your ball sack and trying to measure elevation angles to Polaris from them.
No, you didn't. 20 millions of gay dudes have already done that, like Brenda. Nice try.
20
Like,
million
well,
gay dudes have already done
Why the shot at Brenda? Brenda's not even here. What the?
Who the fuck knows the
Just
stupid
random.
name?
Fuck
What if I
Brenda.
said Susie? Okay, Sue. I just picked a name, man. Come on. Don't be such a bitch.
Yeah, there's a strong tie together with you Globers, and you could say, well, with you, you know, flat earthers, right? There's a super strong tie together that you guys look at all things bottom up. You say, well, the universe had to come together in a natural way, and then the solar system, then the Earth, then everything else, and then everything else on Earth all ties together from the bottom up. Yeah, I mean that's your upside down thinking. Yeah,
There's absolutely no fucking one globe earther in history who uses this as an evidence for the globe.
My idea is that
it's just your story. It's your evidence is that we have human beings. Therefore, that's proof of evolution. We have the globe. We have the world that we live on. Therefore, gravity must exist because these things had to come together.
Embo did say before evolution, therefore globe. So
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Absolutely.
You are doing a great
listen,
job.
can you have evolution without the globe? Can you have these things one thing without the other?
What scares you about evolution? Like, why is it scary?
There's nothing. It just is like I already put it down. Like how it doesn't make any sense. So.
You feel
don't
like
even know
God
what
is
it is.
fake,
You legit
right?
don't even know what it is. No tanks.
You think like
who's
God
that?
is
Who's
fake?
that little green light lighting up to Onka? What is he? Is he saying something?
You don't know what evolution is to say it makes no sense.
I see him lighting up green. Is he saying? Is he saying
Can you
something?
define in your
Just tell
words
us
what do you
think
think evolution is?
Yeah, we already went through it. You don't remember? I was there with you. The fish. Yep.
Oh yeah,
And that is
no, that's
evolution.
SC Montreal. SC Montreal thought it was that a fish just grew legs one day and decided to walk out of the water.
Yeah, Embo. The idea is a backwards engineering of what you have a whole, right? And then you say, well, we have these parts that may have come together through a mechanism that we call evolution, and they came together to make the whole.
The word in your
Can I
definition of the
explain
word.
to you how evolution actually works, no tanks? So you actually understand what we're trying to
doesn't
say.
work.
So
Doesn't work.
evolution basically it involves like this. So this fish, right? It crawled out of water and grew feet, and then it gave birth to a dinosaur, right? And then the dinosaur mated with another dinosaur, and from that dinosaur came man. There you go.
No, it came a monkey, and then human came
A
from
monkey and
that
then man.
monkey.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys are making fun of yourselves, but the point is,
right, isn't it? That's
the point is that you need all the four parts put forth by Aristotle back in the good old days.
What are you talking about?
You need the purpose, you need the form, you need
I know the
material,
Aristotelian argument,
and you need the purpose.
The Aristotelian argument to say that all things are a kind. Is that what you're talking about?
No, you need the four. You need the sufficient reason, the purpose, the form, and the matter. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's intelligence and memory?
What?
Yeah, what's memory and intelligence? evolve from? That's what we've been asking you. You need the ability to remember or retain anything, to evolve from or to something, or to even know how to do that. So you need evoluted intelligence. What the fuck is intelligent evolution? What is that?
Intelligent
You're talking
evolution.
about, but
Yeah, memory.
intelligence,
Where does memory evolve from, and what material
the
is
brain.
memory?
I'd
What
rather talk to
material
no
holds
tanks,
memory?
Mark, if I may.
Well, it's not that deep. It's just that you need it's just the bottom line. You need the whole. The whole is primary to the parts. The whole, the purpose, the final cause needs to exist.
They couldn't
You know,
tell if
prior
the
to the
person was
parts. That's
talking.
it.
Yeah, but
A
you're just
goal.
saying
Go
the
much deeper than
whole.
that.
What the hell is the whole that you're talking about there?
The goal of evolution. What's
I
its
wasn't
goal?
talking to you, D-Mark. I was talking to Notex. What do you think the whole that the parts are coming together to be is? What do you think that whole is?
What's that little green light? Is that too often? That's often again.
Right, I forgot. Ken engaged with me. That's right. Yeah.
Pretty
So
petty.
I actually do agree that just using like the fact that humans exist or that humans have like common DNA with other organisms isn't really a proof for evolution, and I even disagree about that with other evolutionists. But the fact that differentiates creationism from evolutionism is predictions of what we would expect if humans were created by creationism and what if humans were a product of evolution, and those actually make different predictions. For example, in the fossil record, which tells us the history of how this happened.
What's the fossil of a
Yeah, that
spider?
was my the evolution versus adaptation argument is the fish out of water. And that's just to say that you could use anything you want in that situation, right? It's just to say that a fish, if you take it out of water, it's not going to breathe, and if it does breathe, it didn't gain an ability that it didn't always have. It just expressed something that was always possible within it to have that ability to breathe. So that to gain something new is an impossibility. I mean, definitionally, yeah.
We have experimentally
Definitionally
proven
not.
that you can do that.
Hold
For
on.
instance, there was a long-term evolutionary experiment with E. coli bacteria, and after dozens of thousands of generations of moving those bacteria to new like flasks with more and more antibiotic, they finally evolved an ability to synthesize citrate, I believe.
Yeah,
So
microdose.
so a
You've been
mutation.
microdosing the molds. You rotten
So
son of a bitch.
So a mutation actually gave this new population of bacteria just randomly one day an ability to consume
No,
an
no,
absolutely new
That's
source
where
of
you go
food.
crazy. You go crazy when you say randomly. Like, so like it, like just if I the mold. So it must have caused something to cause an effect. If not, then you're saying an uncaused, random, mutation, which is impossible.
To go
It's not
down his dialogue
if
tree.
I
That's what
again,
lunar
if,
father
or
was.
if I had like a container, like an absolute of water, that's it, just water, pure water, nothing else, and it was contained with, I don't know, superpowers around it. If something else arose within the water, it didn't rise for no, it was either always there or always had the ability to come out there. It didn't just pop into existence out of nothing. That's crazy talk.
Here's an idea, no tanks. I'm going to give you this. Obviously, might not have happened, right? But like, this is just like a hypothetical, right? So there's this fish. We call it no tanks, right? And it has a clutch of eggs. Now, every fish in this lake, very upstream, like these fish, for whatever reason, they migrated very upstream, shallow water, and they're all happy, But there's predators, right? Predators, and this fish had this mutation which allowed. Well, these fish had
Happy
this
fish, yeah.
behavior where it liked to put its eggs on the sand to avoid predators from getting to them, right? And this fish, for whatever reason, evolved the ability to to store water in the egg, and that incurred a survival advantage, right? Now, another survival advantage that might follow from that would be something like being able to breathe air for a short amount of time, right? And these are so
No, it
tedious
already knew.
differences.
No. What
Tedious
no tanks is saying?
differences, right? That
No.
gradually incur a survival advantage over its predator, and these are completely random. It's just like
It's not random.
some fish may never ever gain this this unique survival strategy.
That's why it's not
and
random.
they would die, right? And they would not be able to compete,
Selective pressures aren't
Beautiful
random,
story.
but
Can I
Wait, just ask Notex what he thinks adaptation is. Just try to have him explain that. Like, he won't do it, but just see if he'll explain it.
Like, I don't know what Tuakin is saying, but if he's asking for me to
The
answer
fish
something,
would
I'm not
have to
going to do it.
know. The fish would have to incubate, knowing beforehand, before it ever did it, that the ocean and the sand and the water put into the egg and all that stuff was going to come together to help its baby have kinetic energy from the pounding instead of being in its body and having the kinetic energy
No,
of water.
bro.
You can't go stale. No, hold on. You can't be a stale egg. You got to have energy. So the fish already knew
He's
that.
actually
It had a
schizophrenic.
precognitive condition of knowing what it needed to do. It didn't have
He's
to like.
actually schizophrenic.
It's like a spider. How does a spider know to make its web, and a bee already know what to be a bee and an ant? You guys are saying if we evolved from these things, we got fucking more retarded from them, knowing exactly what to do already and only having one plot, to not knowing shit and being retarded and randomly going and eating poop one guy, corn one guy, bananas one. Like we're just dumb. Well, one guy just gonna eat dirt.
Yeah, I mean, some people look more like, honestly, D-Mock, all I'll say to you on that, if you want to talk about throwing poop at each other, just look at how some humans look on like Tinder or something, and you'll understand how we can relate to apes. That's all you need. Or how we are apes, rather.
Don't.
Okay,
can we?
No, I'm saying,
don't-
so is evolution getting smarter or stupider? You're putting stuff in a jar and you're saying it keeps getting smarter and smarter and smarter.
we're
But
actually,
then if
our
you
brains
evolve
are
from
actually,
an ant that already
our
knew its
brains are
role
strange.
at birth,
Can we have an
you
actual
don't know your role at
conversation?
birth. That means
Well,
evolution.
D-Mock is here.
Hey,
Not a
keep
lot
it
of
up,
people
and I will
are
ban you.
here.
Wait,
In
no,
order
we're
to have an actual
not
conversation,
having
we would have to mute D-Mock.
D-Mock,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to
possible
know
while
it's
he's here.
based on a
He's legit
conversation.
schizophrenic. He can't do it.
I was about to ban
Eh, eh.
Agent. I realized I'm in omnipresent talk right now. All right, you're free to speak.
Yeah,
I guess I can't,
nobody
I can't get
cares
your,
about you. No thanks.
Well, no tanks
I
is the
can't
only
get you.
person you can talk to.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
he still doesn't know what
I
he's
don't
talking
want to
about.
talk to the fluffers.
Cyrus is
then
Cyrus
mute
is
your mic.
also
How about that?
yeah,
Consider
yeah,
that.
Cyrus is
Leave it
also
all,
has
mute
some
your
good
mic.
conversation.
So
Anything,
what do you
what did
think?
you want to
What
talk
do you
about?
think, D-Mark? You see how tedious it would be? It's like one thing after another, like a fish figuring out that its eggs are safer on shore because predators don't go there. Predators realize, like, evolving the capacity to at least get these eggs closer to the shore, so fish might have to go further up the beach, and so on. Like, it's just like hypotheticals. Obviously, this probably didn't happen, but just an example, just to illustrate like how tedious and how these this competition will create the conditions for the development of being able to get onto land, right, from a fish, right, or an aquatic creature, whatever it was.
Well, what do you think of that, Cyrus?
Are you okay to move from evolution for a second? For a
No,
quick
you're a stupid glober. We don't want to hear your stupid glober ideas.
Yeah, I think if you want to end this topic, I'll just move to the second channel because I want to listen to what they want to say about God.
Oh my!
I was just listening in there, and one guy was like, "Well, what if God was one of us, like just a slob like one of us?"
I
It was pretty
wanted
deep.
to ask something about the. You were talking earlier about the moon landing, and I was just curious how the globe side is trying to explain things.
Oh, Jews! I hate
To
Jews.
the other side, while you don't have the same language even to speak about. Like
English?
if you talk to no,
Yeah, but
no,
some people are just
no.
schizophrenic.
So let me clarify what I'm asking. I'm asking what is the benefit of the conversation? For example, talking about the expected curve of the path of the sand rising on the moon.
Yeah,
if you already know that the flat earther discards any forces and he doesn't understand forces, so how can you expect to explain to him that what we saw on the moon fits our physics, let's say?
You'd have to ask one of the people that argue about the moon thing. I don't think any of them were here.
Denmark, did you have thoughts about what misinformation agent said?
Do you have thoughts at all, DMOC? Oh, he left.
That's a hard no.
Okay, but I don't care about Dimak. I care about you, like the people that are debating it. I'm hearing doofus, and I'm hearing guys like wasting hours upon hours explaining a video that, like, come on, you're talking to a flat earther that doesn't understand geometry. So how can we even talk about evolution or anything that is more complicated than geometry?
I say this all the time, and every time the mods get mad at me, it's like we try to have these complex. You were actually there for one of them when I was talking to Taylor. I was like, we try to have a complex discussion about refraction when we don't accept simple stuff like basic geometry. What's the point of that? You were definitely there for Lion. We were like talking about Newton versus Einstein and their theories of motion or acceleration. Einstein with acceleration due to gravity, or whatever, the curvature of space time, and then Newton and whatever. And I was like, well, if you don't understand basic physics, why would we ever talk about general relativity? Like, you guys don't accept the basic things, and then the mods get mad at me for saying that. So
Yeah, like this is what I mean by you need a common language, a base to even to come to a discussion. And
the issue is flat earthers are just delusional. They don't accept just common language and common reality. It's kind of an issue.
I will wait for the guys that they usually waste their time. But like, is there a
Oh, so
second
like
event?
you're like, what's the purpose in talking to us? And now you want to wait for us? Hilarious! Come on, man.
No,
Anyone
he
want to
didn't
respond to
flat
this?
earthers. No,
What's the
he meant-
Galapagos? What's the
no,
Galapagos
he meant,
thing?
Dude, not what I said.
He meant
talking
the
about
people that
flat earthers.
He
Oh, you
meant the
meant
people-
something else than what he said? Gotcha.
No,
Yeah, cool.
you didn't understand what he said because you're not listening to the conversation. He meant he was going to ask one of the globe people who waste their hours trying to explain something to people who don't use the same basic language. That's why he's not talking to me, because I agree with him and I defend these things. But I won't argue over general relativity or advanced evolutionary principles when people don't understand basic things like genes existing. It's a pointless discussion. Though I say all the time we should have these basic discussions, and the mads get mad at me. He's not talking about the flat earthers. He's talking about the globe people who waste time on the deep conversation.
You take
and
so
going
long
over
to
the
say
basics.
something simple, dude. Just
So-
move on.
so
I get it. Okay.
is it-
Far out.
Misinformation agent? Are you proposing that we need that the conversation needs to take place in a more basic way, like Earth-based?
I'm not proposing anything. I'm trying to understand people still having this conversation. Like, I can understand why would you do it on a platform like Modern Debate, because you have an audience and you're trying to convince the so-called audience for a certain position. But when you're inside mini groups, and in those mini groups, you already know the people, know their capabilities. So it is hard to me to understand what pulls them to try again and again.
It's about sharpening our tools and our wherewithal, you know, sharpening our arguments, if you like. It's got nothing to do with other people listening, dude. Well, I mean, it might do a
You
little
literally
bit to
can't
some
follow
people,
the
but
conversation. It's crazy. It's hilarious. I mean,
No, he's,
a good
he's
example-
following it just fine there. Little.
a good
following it
little,
fine,
little
buddy.
green
You
box.
just make these
Tony.
claims.
You're
Don't you?
asking why do people? Yeah, I hear
Tony
you,
does
Richie.
it for a
Dude, you're
lot.
asking like
He,
why do
like, has
people
these
come in and
really
argue
deep
the same things
conversations
every time? They're doing it
about
for
different
themselves,
things,
obviously.
such as, like,
That's what they're doing it
refraction.
for. They
I
want
think
to
it's
have the
because
conversation.
All right,
people
all
love
right,
money.
all right,
And I
all
understand
right,
what's going
all
on.
right, all right. I've muted everybody. Let's have one person at a time, please. Thank you kindly.
Look at you bitches. I'm the first to be unmuted by Rich. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say, that's right, bitches. I got unmuted first. And
I went
you didn't.
alphabetically.
That's
I
right. I
never
picked
got
the
to
correct letter.
I think the answer for M agent is like PhD Tony's a great example of this. He's really good at the science of flat Earth, but he's really bad of like the debate part of it. He doesn't understand how you're supposed to have the discussions in order to engage, and he engages with them as if they're honest people and they can have these discussions and they have the knowledge. But if they had the knowledge to the level he was talking about, they wouldn't be flat earthers. That's the issue. I think a lot of people know the science behind it, they just don't know how to engage in the conversations in a meaningful way. For people who are like flat earthers.
What do you think there is to gain for yourself to engage in these conversations with people that you just say that you assume are bad faith?
Oh, me? So the reason that I do this, I don't talk about the flat Earth that much because I think that's particularly boring. I mainly do the evolution and biology stuff, partially because I want to get better at teaching it. So I did do a little course on
Okay,
it before.
I got you.
There,
I was
and
asking
I
about
think
flat
it's
Earth.
entertaining.
I mean, Rich,
if you do
the
speak to
kid-
someone
the
about
kid's
flat
trying
Earth,
to-
I know that now.
Rich, the kid's trying
Yeah,
to
I don't
find
know.
out. You heard him say a few times, like, flat earthers are delusional. They can't experience reality correctly. So he's trying to find out why, through evolutionary, foundations. Why does he perceive the world in a flat, motionless way when evolution should and ought to, give him a real sense of the world? So I mean, he doesn't understand.
Stop
It don't
proving his
make sense.
point. Stop proving his point.
It doesn't square. He can't figure it out.
It is fucking amazing how you manage not to understand anything that someone
He's gonna say,
says.
like, M Agent also doesn't understand. He came
He's
in like
doing it on purpose. No, he is.
Understand? I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. I don't know. But everybody's living in this like illusion, and crazy. They're delusional, and we're definitely spinning it upside down. And the straight line is curved in 3D space. Yeah. I mean, they want to figure out how evolution did this to them and why. Like, why evolution? I love you. Why did you do this to me?
I love how
They wanna know.
Nukes is such a coward.
Can I
He's
ask-
afraid to talk to me, but he'll talk about me in the same room. It's such a cowardly thing to do. It's kind of crazy to me.
He's not talking about you. He's talking about the situation, and that actually is the situation. Ironically,
Drew,
I
you're
think
so
the,
right. Yeah.
it's not just you. So if it is just you, don't bark. No hick dog syndrome needed here.
He can't, dude.
Don't
No, he can't help. It's not
those
even his
things
fault
like
that he
that.
feels that way or thinks that way. That's just
Give me
a
a second.
chemical interaction causing him to, forcing him to have that conclusion. He has no choice in the matter.
Are we done? Okay, thank you. Misinformation agent, tell me if the approach that I've been trying to figure out how to jump into, I guess, is just asking for evidence, right? Because they're taking the unpopular position. If they don't have evidence, really, I think engaging is.
All right, I
is
got
a mistake.
evidence for you.
Yeah, Black
I got
Black
evidence
Swan.
for you. Ready? So
Your point is
so we
defeated.
got we have this
Can't help
claim of a
himself.
39.
Why are you
measurement-
talking?
Can't help
Measurement,
himself.
right?
right? Measurements.
Crazy.
Why?
And
Wait.
He literally
yeah,
Why?
has to.
measurements.
Why
absolutely.
are
So
you
what we have is we have
talking?
this claim of 39, 59.
Icy Spin
there goes the
asked
crazy
me a
people.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
did.
was giving you a
Icy
suggestion.
Spin asked me a question. Why are you talking?
All right,
He was
now
giving you a
answer.
suggestion.
Now answer it. I'll mute him. Go ahead.
So yeah, that
In
was
order-
basically it.
No. Icy Spin, I think you're new in this area where you talk on the servers with flat earthers. I used to do your approach, but I gave up. I now know that there is no hope. There is nothing that we can do to get them outside the code.
Yeah, listen, stop muting me, Rich, or you're gonna have to fuck off and sit
So
here by
engagement's a
yourself with
mistake.
your little circle jerk friends. Stop muting me, dude.
Can you just mute him again?
You
Just so
over.
funny?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
mute me.
overtalk-
Listen,
just
we got.
don't
we got- we
overtalk
got-
someone.
Tell him
Flat
he has
earthers,
to.
and then
simple.
you
Flat
won't
earthers,
get
we must
muted.
roll out of here.
Lodge a
It's getting
ticket.
ridiculous.
Tell him he
Oh
has to lodge
God!
a ticket every time.
Flat
Guys,
earthers
it's the
unite.
Exodus. It's the Exodus.
Listen, wait, there is plans in motion that if this continues, your behavior will be reprimanded by no more talky talk to flat. All right. So
Tell him to lodge
How
a
is that a
ticket.
punishment?
Every time he mutes you, he's meant to lodge a ticket. It'll just
you need to
it
put
makes
in.
the
That's 3
paperwork harder.
tickets. Write them up. I need
We
to see
want
me
3 tickets,
tagged.
Evans. Thanks, Matt.
What?
You're meant
You
to
gotta
lodge
do- you
a
gotta
ticket
make it-
every time
yeah.
you actively mute someone.
Oh,
Look into the rules, bro. I used to have
Get
to
to
do it all
work.
the time before they took it away from me.
All right, so
that was like
all
for
I'm
5
looking
seconds.
for,
It wasn't a perpetual mute. was a temporary mute.
All,
Do
all
those
I'm
require
looking for from the
You
globe
write that in your
guy
notes.
is the simple moon taxi exactly what they promised me and my grandmother when I was young. Moon taxi. Now, if there isn't one, we do have an issue because my grandmother was promised it in her time while she was alive, and that was in the
Don't
90s.
you want cuddles? I think you want cuddles.
Yeah, I see spin. This is the issue. Like in this room, like no big deal. Like go to the 24/7 guys, right? If you want the evidence, right? But in this room, if I start putting forth evidence, it'll get screamed over, right? If I could prove to you, right? Like if I could prove to you, which I can easily, right? I can erect, vertical columns or posts, and I can measure the shortest distance between the verticals and prove that they're in the horizontal orientation established by the water level at every point. Right? I can show you that, proof it to you, not a problem, right? We can show you that there's a claim on the table at 3959 mile radius, which has been debunked by just simple observations or simple travel from A to B. We can show you that pitch data requires a triangulation of the height, the altitude in reference to a horizontal plane to land, platform to land on, to get their speed and time to land on the platform. All practical applications in differential leveling, posts and columns around the world that are elevated above sea level, and then the shortest distance between those posts elevated above sea level is a straight line, the horizontal orientation. All of these proofs are easy to attain, and they are there for you to participate in. The opposite, which would be that the shortest distance between the 2 points conforms
I took
to
a
a
long
two-dimensional.
time, really? Okay.
Yeah, the claim that the 2 points between A and B conform to the surface of a sphere while you're off the sphere, right? Elevated above it, no longer constricted to a geodesic distance between 2 points, is shown to be bunked simply by elevating from the ground. You're not stuck in two-dimensional space. You live in three-dimensional reality, length, width, and height. No curvature, no curve. It's not there.
So
it's the thing that can't exist.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head at the end. What I'm asking for is not proof of non-curvature. I'm asking for evidence of flatness, right?
I just did it. So yeah, I just did it.
We can provide evidence of the curve, right? Which will just it'll get hand waved. It's fine. I know the game. But when we ask for evidence of flatness,
I gave you you missed it. The only thing I said at the end was no curve, right? All the other stuff, shortest distance between two verticals, horizontal orientation, shown to be the case through distance traveled, through a water, through the instrumentation of a water level, 2 miles at equilibrium due to Archimedes' principle, are elevated, and you can show this through these methods. Yeah, there's no curve
Are you familiar with reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah, are you familiar with differential level? Yeah, so the reciprocal zenith angles, right, when they're used in real life, like IRL reciprocal zenith angles, they don't have like McToon and FTFE at the top, where they are using this tool over miles and miles, and due to what could be human error or just miscalculation or instrument error, saying, well, our 180 degrees must be more than 180 degrees. When they do it in real life, they're aiming for 180 degrees because a triangle elevated above the surface of the Earth would still be a triangle, dude, even on a globe. So if you're going to buy into the nonsense of reciprocal zenith angles, which says that a shortest distance between 2 points curves because the Earth is a globe, then you're just stuck in some kind of strange, warping world. Yeah.
So there's a problem with the instrument, is what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying is a triangle above a flat surface or above a above a sphere would not be a triangle. It'd still be a triangle. So when these guys pull out and say, well, reciprocal zenith angles, we measured in 3D space that a triangle is more than 180 degrees, they're just insane. It's just in the air. It's not stuck to the surface of Earth. They're just doing it wrong. They're just making a mistake.
Yeah, where do you physically use a triangle that's not that, like, to go anywhere with, like, at the end of this point of a curved end, that's where Honolulu will be.
Evolution.
No, how do you know you're going down to that curved point when you guys go horizontally everywhere? It's pretty weird, right? You don't even have the differential or what you would do or experience. You say it's a horizontal way all the way, and you can prove it's flat Earth because you know it's a globe.
So,
It's just weird.
Spin, the best thing that you could do for these discussions, if you're like trying to see what the other people are like, is you just ask basic questions. So even No Tanks, like he won't answer this one because when he first met me, he gave the example he did the shortest points between two horizontals. I asked him, are those two verticals, the shortest point between two verticals? You just ask, are the verticals parallel? And he's like, well, of course they're parallel. And I asked him, how do you determine that? He's like, well, they look parallel. Right, so you just have to ask basic questions, or you could ask like other, questions.
I never said anything like that.
If the Earth,
Yeah,
so you can ask other questions.
or you
It's determined off a level horizontal
The
line.
Earth is like, if the Earth is flat, how thick is it? Like, is there a thick
let me just say something. You can literally ask him what the shape of his phone, and he will not
Yeah, I don't know.
answer.
I see spin. I would never say they look. Hey, what is it? They? What are we even looking at? I would never say they look parallel. What would I even be referencing? Yeah, it's ridiculous. I would never say that.
Yeah, you said you could create two verticals and
never
measure
say
the shortest. You just did. You could create two verticals and measure the shortest point between them, right? And in the real world, if you create two verticals, right, such as really tall poles, if the Earth is a globe, okay, I'm just meaning Democ at this point. If the Earth is a globe, even though it's so large, it's going to look like they're parallel. But we know because of geometry, since they're on a curve, there are two different points, there are two different radii. They will not be truly parallel. Now they look really close to parallel on such a large object, but in the real world they're not. And there are objects in the real world where they are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, and over a great distance you can see it, such as the Guinea Game Plank Bridge.
90 degrees.
He won't acknowledge these things.
I see spin. I don't know what he's talking about, dude. But the thing
that's
in
exactly what I'm talking
reality,
about. He just won't acknowledge
regardless of what he's asserting, in reality, two lines that are parallel to each other would just be parallel to each other. That's it.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be over distance, not parallel.
Aren't parallel to each other.
They wouldn't be different because you live on a globe or you live on a flat Earth. It wouldn't be different.
Yeah, but No Tanks, the thing you don't acknowledge is that two verticals.
Meaning in the
No Tanks, the thing that you don't acknowledge is that two verticals on the surface of the Earth aren't parallel to each other. We can see this on bridge posts. They're not parallel. You don't acknowledge this. You simply do not acknowledge this fact.
Anyway, I see spin. If you have any more questions about proofs, I can give you more proofs. I don't know what the kid's saying.
Exactly
He's saying
my
weird
point.
shit. But yeah, dude, don't talk while I'm talking. I see you lighting up while I'm talking, right? So, but yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about some weird shit, right? But like parallel lines, by definition, no matter what you're on, if you're on a sphere, a triangle, a flat, doesn't matter. They're never going to converge. So I don't know what he could be getting at. It would just be craziness, like delusion.
I'm saying it again because you want to acknowledge it. Two verticals perpendicular to the surface of the Earth aren't parallel. We can see this with bridge posts. You just refuse to acknowledge this fact that we can see that they're not parallel on bridge posts.
No, they are
you just refuse to acknowledge that.
So
yeah, plumb bobs are parallel. The lines of the plumb are parallel.
A diagram in the
plumb bobs on a bridge. Take a side view, and I'll bet you money you're retarded as hell. That the lines will all line up with each other, not the stick. We don't give a fuck about the stick. We're talking about that line. They're all going to be. They're not.
That is a good bet. We would actually win the bet.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready for the bet?
Yes, I am ready.
First poll,
I am ready.
the last poll, and $1 million in between. Let's
Yeah,
take
like
a look.
the Verrazano Bridge. The Verrazano
Now
Bridge.
go and do it. Go and do it,
Cups
Timo.
of liquid also.
Go and do it.
We'll put 1 million cups of liquid across it too. And on the
Yeah.
top left poll and the top right one, we'll see what the cup does versus the water, idiot. Quit the fucking lying.
Yeah.
Quit being a liar all your life.
Now go and do it. It's your money to win.
Yeah, no, it's his
Go and do
fucking
it.
claim, retard. Go help him out.
Go and do it.
His claim
Go
is
and
that
do
he
it.
can
We need you
prove
to
that
do
it's
it
not
in the lab
straight.
in the bug.
He's the one that can prove that parallels diverge and converge.
Yeah,
I
so the
didn't say they do.
Verrazano
I said
Bridge
they
is a
don't.
very good
You can
example
prove
of
they
this.
don't.
You can actually just look up a photo of the Verrazano Bridge
No,
and
we're
you
not
can
looking
see
at nothing
the two
but the
supports.
liquid and
There's
the
a
plumb
curvature
bob,
between them
idiot.
because there's enough
The plumb
distance that you
bob
can
and
actually see it with the
hardware.
naked
We're not
eye.
looking at
They
your
just don't
imagination.
acknowledge things like this.
Yeah, we're not acknowledging your fucking imagination, loser. We have a string and a cup of
When are
water.
you
We
gonna
put
go?
100
When
of
are
them
you
out.
gonna go do it, Timok?
Tell us when the water in the cup starts spreading away from the other cups, you lying motherfucker.
Again, like I
What a
said, there are
fucking
these
idiot.
things that they just can't acknowledge. This is why you ask
What,
questions.
you can't
Because
acknowledge
once you get to
horizontal
a
water?
question where they can't acknowledge
The
it.
water's
That's why I
going to
ask
line
you
up
questions
horizontal.
like, do you acknowledge the fact that two
The
radii
water
off
is going to line up
off the
horizontal
center
against
of a
your
circle
curving
would
bridge.
not be parallel? And if there were 2 points
The
perpendicular
water
to the
is
surface of the
parallel
Earth,
and
they wouldn't be
perpendicular.
parallel if the Earth was a globe. They don't acknowledge these things. It just doesn't work for their view.
You don't have a curve and you haven't proven anything curves. You haven't proven water curves yet. You haven't proven the Earth
I
water curve.
have proven that the water curves. So what
Show us
are
1
you talking
million
about?
plumb bobs in a row.
Show us the ones that deviate from one center when picked.
Why are you asking me 4 million plumb bobs?
deviate
That's a stupid
exponentially
question.
squared. They have to deviate
Show
squared.
me.
You know what that is,
Timo,
don't you?
I think you're claiming. I think you're claiming the dome, right? Show me a million domes.
Do you know what a squared function of divergence is, retard? Can you show us in Steelman that for a globe?
Thank you, retard. Did you have a
globe
point? Do you want to ask a
divergence?
question, retard?
No, it's not
Actually,
about a
he's literally either the
about
best troll in the world or
demonstrating
he's
or
actually
proving what you're
schizophrenic.
talking
That's the
about.
only
Quit
two
imagining
options.
you have anything. You have an imaginary explanation that is not being demonstrated to anyone. Thank you, audience.
You also
Yeah,
have
he's
an
schizophrenic.
imaginary dome that you have not demonstrated ever.
We're waiting for
Only
your
a flat
plums.
surface on a
It's been
bucket.
10,000 years now. You guys don't know what a plumb bob is. Couldn't get a ball. Weird.
I know what
Only
a
a bucket size of the
is. Why are you
Mediterranean.
lying, mister?
We're just looking for your plumb bobs all the way down those bridges and your cups of water.
Again,
want to
you
make
can't
sure
even
there's
acknowledge
water.
It should be your plumb bobs
The
because
level
it was
surface
you
of the
that
water needs to diverge away from
you
each other.
suggested the Bettimog, so it should be your plumb bobs.
The level surfaces
Can
of
you
the water
provide me the plumb bobs on the
make
bridge?
diagonal lines
In a
away
lab
from
in a
each other.
bucket?
Demog, what measurements of flatness have you done lately?
Horizontal horizon. Level on point A and point B.
How did you
Level
get
at
to the
2
horizon
points.
to measure it?
Anything level at 2 points. What have you done globe-wise lately? Go.
Demok, how did you go to the horizon
Lord
to
got
make
a
the measurement?
horizontal ruler.
I watched the sunset last night.
Show us the side view, liar. I'll bet you $1 million you don't have the sun going below any dirt and water.
He's
And you're a
actually
fucking liar.
schizophrenic. He's like
No,
legit
you're not.
schizophrenic.
Weirdo that's claiming sun's going below
Yeah, he
dirt and
is.
water, bitch, without proof by standing far away and looking. You're the schizo.
Schizophrenic and fucking useless.
Well, I concluded the
that way,
experiment when
we
it
bet
got dark.
sun's doing this. Let's prove it, bitches. Put your fucking life on it or your money where your mouth
Believe
is.
it or not,
Okay, hold on a second, Demog. I just have to say this. If we could chill with calling people schizo and shit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's the dumb bitch who called me schizo. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about me? There's no rule against that, and he's actually breaking a rule by.
I have a question for you. I have a question for the panel.
I'm just asking for it to be the case that it doesn't.
I have a question for the panel. May I ask this question to the panel? If I'm doing some differential leveling and I've got 2 points, are those 2 lines of horizontal parallel?
I haven't even proven the sunsets anywhere with a side view.
Parallel. If they're on the same position.
Demok, we have a question from the crowd. We got to let him get through the question.
Yeah, does the crowd ever seen a sunset below dirt and water?
You got to let the crowd answer, right?
He's legit.
Yes, I've seen a sunset, and it's beautiful. Come to Colorado.
Show me your side view.
You have a horizontal established at point A.
Colorado, you retard. Get a horizontal line from the guy.
Every horizontal plane on that point is parallel.
And show us that the sun dips
Hey,
below.
Demok, do you know what the Aurora Borealis is?
Mute
Have
him.
you seen that yet?
Okay, Demok, I muted you because I had to tell you to please stop using the R slur. Thank you kindly. I'm going to now unmute you, and hopefully you weren't just talking the whole time.
Wait, what's the R slur?
Radius. You should never say the word radius.
Radius.
Yeah, it's radius. Guys, I just said.
We have a side view of a sun dropping. All 25 million, thousand billion years, all of NASA, all your satellites, and none of you have a side view of anything, any boats, helicopters, planes, trains, or anything dropping below fucking a horizontal line. Are you stupid as fuck? You base your fucking reality on looking at a fucking mirage in the desert. You see water, therefore you bet your life on water. You guys are fucking retarded.
You have a side view. You have side view footage of the sunset on flat.
Demok, I just told you, please. Like, I gotta keep you muted for a minute now. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wonder what he thinks a side view of a sunset is. Like, again, I think he legitimately
doesn't know himself.
I don't know. There's something there. I feel bad because I feel like it's like bullying the disabled kid. That's what it feels like when I talk to Demok.
But Jackstone, if you establish a horizontal, at that location, all the horizontals are parallel. But if you move from that location, they're not parallel to that.
Yeah, a sunset is impossible on a flat Earth. It's just geometry, right? Oh, yeah. I can draw it on a sheet of paper. You want to pull out paint?
With the elevation angles of the sun on a flat surface.
Sir, you're model afflicted right now, sir.
I have a question for the panel. I have a question for the panel.
That we don't claim a model or whatever?
I have a question for the panel.
All right, go ahead.
If I'm taking two measurements and they are 15 miles apart and I'm making elevation angle measurements, are the two horizontal measurements that I make parallel to one another between 2 points?
No.
No.
Can you show me that, please, and any practical demonstration of how to measure elevation angles?
Yeah, reciprocal show that they are not parallel.
Wow, a lot of people got excited. They're trying.
Yeah, one at a time. Come on.
Yeah, no time to try to answer for the Globers. I was trying to answer.
Oh, wow, that was pretty good again. Try again, guys.
Yeah, so reciprocal zenith angles show that the horizontals are not parallel.
So can you show me in practical surveying where the horizontals are considered parallel?
Yeah, reciprocal zenith
So in
angles.
15 miles,
So a zenith
I'll
angle
post it for you.
requires you need a horizontal, right? To get a triangle, to get a zenith angle, right? You can't have a zenith angle without a ratio. Do you know what a zenith angle creates? A ratio, right?
Zenith angle is just vertical.
A zenith angle is a ratio. It creates an angle. You need something to derive a ratio from. If you have no fundamental understanding of zenith angle and how you create an angle, well, then how do you get a zenith angle? So you need a fundamental basis. You have a basis. You have a basis, which you have your zenith and above you, and then from your zenith you have your zenith. Sorry, from your 90 you have a zenith angle. Well, that creates a ratio. That creates a ratio. So if you have a vertical,
it is vertical.
Yeah, but a zenith, you have a 90, which is your vertical, and then from that vertical you get your zenith angle.
No.
Yeah, that's how you get a zenith angle.
First you have the vertical, and then you can get a horizontal from that vertical.
Correct. It's a 90 degree. It's a 90-degree vertical, right? It creates a right angle triangle, right?
No, a vertical isn't 90 degree. Vertical is just a line.
Okay, to get your zenith angle, to move out of your vertical, to move downward to get a zenith angle, you create a ratio, right?
No, you measure an angle.
An angle is a ratio. Do you understand that?
No, it's not.
Ratio. It's not
An
ratio.
angle actually is a ratio. It's a ratio. It's a ratio of an angle.
Here.
It's a ratio of a triangle. This is what an angle is. It's a ratio of a triangle.
Ratio of a circle.
Well, if you have a zenith point, you have a 90, because from that zenith point you're going to move outward. You have to have some type of numeric system. Can you show me where it starts from a circle?
Well, no, you have a vertical line, a zenith. That's vertical.
Sure, but
then you can measure an angle in reference. Oh, a lot of guys talking.
But you said it comes from a circle. So again, if you have a vertical,
no, that's not what I said. You said that it's a ratio. I said that the angle is a ratio of a circle.
All angles are ratios. Do you not agree?
Yeah, it's a ratio of a circle. There's 360 degrees in a circle, and one angle is one ratio of a circle.
Are you willing to post in the chat to show me something that the institutions don't teach? Because it sounds like like you're teaching something that they don't teach. Can you show me?
It's posted in the chat. Yes, it's posted in the chat.
An angle has nothing to do with a triangle.
How did you get a degree? Where did you start from? How did you know you're getting a degree measurement? What do you start from? What's the system?
Vertical. You start with vertical, a zenith.
Which is zero, right? Which is zero, right?
It's a line.
Which is zero, right? That's your base is zero.
What, zero right? What? What zero? What do you mean with zero there?
If you have a 45-degree angle, you have to start from zero to get the 45, right?
I guess, sure. If you want to say that, sure.
Can you show me in geometry where a triangle is not applied in that manner?
No, you have an angle, not three.
How do you get the angle? You need a system that has ratio, or you have to start with a numeric. You need two lines, but those two lines create an angle based on a ratio. You can't get a 45 without some sort of number system.
What are you talking about?
What? We have numbers.
You can't get a measurement without a measurement system. So you're saying that it
Sure,
comes
you
from a
need
circle.
numbers.
Yeah. So how do you get an angle? You need to devise a ratio from it. There has to be some sort of methodology here, right? You just can't measure. You
360
can't just
degrees.
Oh, okay, that's what you say, right? So can I do the same thing that you say with a triangle?
What?
Can I
How do you
get
use
the
a
same?
triangle?
Can I get the same ratio you can using a triangle? You say you use a sphere or a circle. I say I use a triangle. Can I devise the same angular measurement?
Wait, you asked for the measurements, right? They're posted in the chat.
I didn't ask for no measurements. I'm asking again. Can I use a triangle? Can I use a triangle to devise the same angle?
How can you use a triangle to get an angle? How does that work?
How does that work? Okay, maybe you should look at a right angle
How
triangle.
does it work?
A right angle triangle has a right angle, right?
That's how you get your measurement. You have to have some type of number system. You have to have a deviation from that number system. If I can use a right angle triangle to get a zenith angle, you claim you can use a circle. Both are valid, are they not?
No, how do you use a right angle triangle to get a zenith angle?
Because you're deviating from 90 or 0. So whether you take the 45 and subtract it or 23 and subtract it, which you do, you would take the initial angle, zenith angle, subtract it from 90 and multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and you'll get the distance to the sub point, right?
No,
this is how they teach you how to do it. This is what you measure this. The
Even
angle.
if you
My question
do it.
My question is, can I do it with a triangle? Because guess what? I just did it with a triangle speaking to you.
No, you didn't. You said that there's a 90-degree angle, not a triangle. You
That's
idiot.
right. If
Yeah,
you
that's
can
an
call me
angle, not a
names,
triangle.
are you losing already? Are you losing already? Calling names and getting upset?
No, you're just an idiot because you said that you have a 90-degree angle, not a 90-degree triangle.
No, I'm saying when you measure your zenith angle, you subtract it from 90.
Yes, 90 is an angle, not a triangle.
So a 90-degree is in a triangle. Do you agree?
No, it can be in a cube. It can be in a square. It can be in different shapes.
It's true then. It's true then, right? A triangle has a 90 right angle. You can measure a zenith angle.
It doesn't have to have a. It doesn't have to have a 90. You can have
But
a
you
triangle
can
without
use
a
a
90.
triangle, correct? You can use a triangle, correct?
No, you use an angle.
You can use a right angle triangle to get the zenith angle, correct?
How? Walk us through it. Walk us how you do it.
Thanks for playing. So if I have a star above me, right directly above me, and then I look and I measure another star a distance away from it, I'm going to get a zenith angle. That's going to be subtracted from a 90. That's going to be subtracted from a 90. Well, guess what? I can literally draw a right angle triangle and deduce the same thing.
How?
Okay.
How?
Because a triangle has a right angle of 90 degrees. If I deviate from that 90,
a triangle has 3 angles.
That's right. It makes up to be 180, right?
Yeah. Do you use all those 3 angles?
Still half of a circle, right?
Do you use all those 3 angles?
So again, I can use a right angle triangle that has a 90 base, or in 0 this case, whatever you look at it. And if I deviate from that 90, I subtract it, multiply it by 60, and then I get its linear path to its subsolar point. This is basic geometry. Anybody can do this. The point is why are you guys so hard up on it? Why are you guys so hard up on it? It's funny. I think it's hilarious. You guys are full of double speak, double think. It's hilarious. At this point, you guys got to go, wow. Oh, wow. I'm going to call names. I'm going to get angry. I'm going to get upset. It's funny.
Sure. Stop the code. What are the 3 lines that you establish in the triangle? You are at a point. Tell me the 3 lines that you use.
Okay, so you have the subsolar point. That's the distance between you and the distance of the star in the distance that has a subsolar point to Earth. You're going to measure a zenith angle, and you're going to subtract it from 90, creating a linear distance from the point where you're standing and the point where that subsolar star is. That's done by a triangle.
So you have 3 lines. 1 line going from you to your zenith, right? And then you have 1, you said, on the surface going to the GP, right?
The point is you have a 90-degree right angle that you're deducing the information from. That's
For
just
90-degree
objectively true.
angle.
That's just
Not
objectively
a
true.
triangle.
It's just
an angle.
again. You can use a triangle, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking you how to do it.
You're being
And when
dishonest.
you said it,
I just told you
didn't have a
whether
triangle.
you add the adjacent or the whatever you add, whatever you subtract. The point is you're taking one half of the triangle, just like you're using 180 or half of a circle. Okay? Does a sextant use the full 360 or just part of the 180?
Oh, sextant measures an angle.
Yeah. Again, it only uses half of the circle, just like a triangle. When you use zenith angle, you have the triangle. The point is that it has a base number system that you get a ratio from. So the question is can I use a right angle triangle to get a distance to the subsolar point? The answer is yes, because that's what they teach in class. The fact that you guys keep going on, you're not being honest to your people, it makes no sense, right? It makes no sense. So
no one teaches that in class because it doesn't work.
Why don't you just draw it on a piece of paper for yourself?
Yeah, it doesn't work because there's a linear function.
It's inaccurate in the longer distance. It's inaccurate. It only works over shorter distances. It's inaccurate both in the Habersign formula and Euclidean geometries because the Earth isn't perfectly flat.
Provide a
citation. No, trig doesn't work.
Just go learn geometry, guys. Anyway, you can use a triangle. You already admitted it. You already admitted it. You can use a triangle. You just said, well, you can use a cube too. So you already admitted. Thank you for playing.
No, that's not what I said. You're lying, you fucking idiot.
Crimea River, bedwetters.
I said that there's a 90-degree angle in a triangle. It can be in a triangle or in a square, but you don't use a triangle when you do cell nav.
Can I use a triangle to find out the zenith angle?
No, you can't. No, it's an angle.
You just admitted I could. In fact, I could use a cube. Every cube's got 90 degrees, is what you said.
That's not what I said. You can't listen.
Why are you lying?
That's what you said, buddy.
If you're just gonna lie, then you
I didn't say that. I said that in a right angle triangle and in a square, there is a 90-degree angle. I never said that you can use those to get a zenith angle.
Oh, I can't use that? But doesn't a triangle fit inside of a circle?
What? Jesus
can't I put a triangle inside of a circle and get the same ratios?
What do you mean same ratios? What is this?
If my basis is off of 90 and 180 and 360, they're all congruent, aren't they?
Do you even know what the zenith angle is?
A zenith angle is if you have your zenith position above you is 0 or 90, and if you deviate from that a star ahead of your position, your zenith above you, you're going to get a zenith angle. That you measure that angle and you minus 90 to get its linear distance to the subpolar point. That's using a triangle.
No, you said that you can use a triangle to get the zenith angle.
It's just objectively true. You can, yeah.
What's the third point?
I keep saying you already admitted you can because you're reliant on the 90 degrees. That's the point. You're reliant on the 90 degree. You're reliant on the 90 degree right angle to get the ratio.
No, you have the 0 with the vertical. The zenith.
But it's not 0. It's actually 90, and you subtract the 90.
Give me like the point is there's only an angle. It's an angle, not a triangle.
So can we use a right angle triangle?
That wasn't the question. The question was, can I use a triangle to deduce the angle? The answer is yes.
Okay, no, you would just use an angle.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
The question is this, is can I use a right angle triangle to deduce? And you can, because you have the hypotenuse, whether that would be the linear distance to the subpoint, but it relies on a right angle. You need that right angle, which is inside of a triangle. Right. So you can throw away the other part. You can throw away the other part of the triangle, but the reality is that it's 90 degree, which is inside of a triangle. So which means fundamentally I can use a triangle because it's got 90 degrees. You follow?
No.
Go ahead, Earth is life. That's all you know.
Is he done?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
He's still here. He just stopped talking, I think.
So, quick question. So, can we use that right angle triangle? So, the baseline will be the surface of the Earth, right? Hello?
The starting point, or in this case, you're using a right angle.
He's cutting out now.
He's
Oh
driving.
shit! He's still talking. He didn't realize he's cutting out.
He wasn't really leaving gaps to engage with what he was saying anyway. So I mean, it's all the same to
Yeah.
him.
No, he's setting up a rage quit.
Why? I want to know if anybody understood.
I'm just in a bad area, guys. It's okay. You can speculate though. It's hilarious.
So wait, I love it when hold on, I love it when
triangle and circle thing means.
I love it when
Look at how many jumping over each other. It's so excitable.
All right, so I love it when flat earthers use that right angle triangle. So let me ask you a question: is the right angle triangle the
Why do we use the right angle triangle? And you say flat earthers? It's not flat earthers. Anybody uses the right angle triangle. It's a 90 degree. It's a 90 degree. So to get a zenith angle, you make the measurement. You minus 90. Why do you minus 90?
I'm asking you a question. Can we? So the base of the triangle.
I just asked you a question. Why do you minus 90?
He just asked you the question.
Why do you minus 90? Why do you minus 90?
He asked you first.
Why do you
Jack, answer the question.
Why do you minus from a right angle?
The surface of the Earth is the base of the triangle, right? Yes or no? Is the surface of the Earth the base of the triangle?
I didn't say that. You're leading with a presupposition.
Is it?
You're leading with a presupposition. I'm using Euclidean tools. I'm using Euclidean.
The base of the triangle is the surface of the Earth, right?
I'm using Euclidean tools.
Right. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Measure a zenith angle.
The base of the triangle is the surface of the Earth, right?
I'm not using non-Euclidean tools. I'm not using non-Euclidean tools. I'm using Euclidean tools.
Exactly. I agree with you. So the surface of the Earth is the base of the triangle, right? Yes. No. Yes. No.
Maybe maybe he hit a rough spot again.
He has to walk back that now.
No. I'm waiting for an answer. Yeah, we're just gonna wait. Just wait for an answer.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear how this is going to work out.
We all have
I love it when they use the base of the when they use a right angle triangle, right, on the surface of the Earth. We all know what happens, right? So if we use that, we can find out the height of the sun using that right angle triangle.
Yeah, never works out.
It's going to be some multiple sums. It's like geometry.
So that means, let's say 10 people can look at the angle to the sun, and they would all get the same exact height. I love that baseline argument because they'll run from that.
I can't imagine why.
So Icy Spin, do you have anything to respond to that? I'll take that as a no.
They also can't tell us why we see the same side of the sun as shown by sunspots anywhere on Earth.
Wait, that was Icy. Who was talking before?
Oh, did he run away?
Yeah, what was that? What was that guy's name though?
Jack Stone.
Oh yeah, sorry.
PhD.
Sorry, Icy Spin. I didn't mean.
I just want to say, I left for like 5 minutes, and it only took to you to fight with someone.
Okay, well, I just got back from my phone call at 7 o'clock this morning. So the topic has changed. Does anybody want to fight?
So, if I may suggest, before you start fighting over evidence and details, you need to make sure you have an honest person in front of you. Start by asking something simple like, what's the shape of your phone? It helps. I found it helpful.
Okay.
And he will immediately duck answering this question, and then you know. No, I mean, just ask something that direct. Is your paper flat? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
And if he cannot give you, no.
No. Have you ever looked at paper under a microscope? It's very rough.
Colloquially.
Dude, you're
Colloquially,
missing
we
the
would
point.
probably say it's flat.
You're missing the point. You're missing my point. I know that the paper isn't flat. The point is whether you will get a straight question from that point.
Answer.
So you do a yeah. So you do a shit question just to see if he can answer yes or no.
It's like it's a baseline question for an interrogation, like when you're doing the polygraph, right? One of those.
But I just looked at my clipboard and the papers are curved.
Yeah, my rolling
Okay,
papers
you
are
can
round.
ask. Okay, you can ask him if the sky is blue. You like it better?
The sky isn't blue. It appears blue, but it isn't actually
Right, but
blue.
he will tell you yes or no, right?
Okay.
That's the
and
point.
that's how I.
Is the sky?
So if I find out a yes or no answer, okay, that's fair.
Sure, because you after that you want to talk about stuff like star trails, evidence, measurements, and if the guy doesn't trust any of those, so he's going to lie about the triangle, like you saw right now, right?
Well, he lied about the triangle. I think the guy. I mean, the amount of ultra-Carapidarian confidence exuded by that individual makes me think they don't understand math.
Okay, I may be mistaken because there are cases that you're interested in entertainment and hearing them dancing around that, so you don't need the question.
Well, I mean, I come here to laugh first and foremost, but I also have learned many things. The more
So we're
the more
known as the
questions-
Live, Laugh, Love server.
I'm sure we are. I'm sure we are.
Yeah,
I don't know by whom we are referred to as that, but perhaps.
Who aren't we, Sleeping? Use your answer.
I do like to learn things because when people ask questions that sound dumb, some of them sound obvious. Sometimes the answer actually isn't obvious, and then I learn something new from somebody that knows something more than I do.
You don't know
The
everything.
voice of that last guy sounded familiar, like I've heard him before, years ago. Sound like anyone remembers a guy named Flat Earth Data?
Flat Earth Data.
Really, I'm sure some of the OGs probably remember that guy.
I know it's a sore point, but I'm pretty sure like that Jaren guy like took some measurements with his laser in the wood board with the holes, and I know he kind of came around at least partway to the shape of the Earth, but at the time he was probably the closest thing I've seen to taking measurements.
A hole in a piece of wood?
Yeah, because he was, if I
No.
understand the experiment, he was shooting a laser across like a flat area. I think it was on
No,
water.
he used a
Yeah, it
flashlight.
No,
He
no,
used
he
a
used a flashlight.
and shining light
the
through
other one?
holes
You
doesn't
shine
prove
light.
what the Earth is. Are you guys okay? Are you all right?
I didn't say it proved anything. I said he was trying to take some measurements and record data.
Well, you
I
called it
didn't
an
say-
experiment.
Yeah,
Shining
it-
flashlights
the-
through holes
It
is
was
not
an experiment. I mean,
No, it wasn't.
Demok, what's
Okay,
the error in the
you
methodology?
could watch different
Like,
kinds of pornography.
Wait, wait,
Flashlights
wait,
through holes
That's an
don't
experiment.
measure stuff. If that's the case, go
This
measure
is
your
about to
front porch
devolve.
with a flashlight and a hole. What's your methodology to measure stuff with a flashlight and a hole? Right now, do it live.
Because you have
Use
three
it. Now,
things that are the same exact
Wait,
height.
so
measure
so,
Demok, do you
so
realize
before
I'm
Duma,
driving a truck, not standing in front of a whiteboard with a fucking marker for you?
Listen,
you
well,
ever
stop
understand
telling
that?
stories then. Stop telling stories then, not
I
not
wasn't
measure
telling a
with light.
story. I was.
Oh,
Someone said, "Is there flat Earth
okay,
data?" And I said, "I thought Jaren was trying to take some by measuring something."
No.
He had
That was the name of
measurements
the
of
guy.
the
Right.
height of things.
So
was an
I want to
attempt.
say something about that. Jaren
Yeah.
doing something is the exception. Okay, usually you don't see them doing any something.
No,
And
oftentimes they
even when
make
he,
that way.
Yeah, the flat earthers did a
even
bunch of laser
if they
tests
do it,
back in the day.
even if they do it, they still choose to see what they want to see. Or in Jaren's case, pretend to see something so he can continue something.
Like I've even seen flat earthers show videos of clear obstruction and then claim that it's evidence of flat earth.
I think if you were to get some, go ahead.
No, and I'm not sure I heard that Earth is live. He was like,
Oh, the
hear.
last thing was a little muffled, but I thought I heard them saying that flat earthers don't often do anything other than make a claim. But did I hear that incorrectly? It was low volume.
No, how's
Might
on
have
like
heard
it probably
me.
sounds terrible.
Yeah, I said they come in. Oftentimes, by often I mean 100% of the times I've ever seen. I could be mistaken, but 100% of the times I've ever seen is providing what they believe to be evidence against the globe Earth instead of providing evidence of flatness. Right. So that's what I see.
Yeah, I would say that's 100% of the things I've seen is an attempt to debunk the globe or to call out a wild outlier or a weird optical phenomenon as proof that it can't be a globe when it
That's why when you
usually
ask,
comports with a globe with some
Also,
different conditions.
also you don't even have to talk about measurements and evidence. You can simply talk about what flat is, and then the conversation will get stuck. Because like flat Earth doesn't mean anything. So you need to force.
That's why they
certainly doesn't have
bring-
a coherent, cohesive plan or model that they all agree on.
Well, they did. They used to have one. The problem is it's got so many issues that they don't want to associate with it anymore.
It's gotten to the point where we don't know what the moon is, and we don't know what the sun is, and the stars are stuck in the firmament. So we're literally stuck on Earth because they will not land in the sky, and it's just nonsense, right?
I mean, that was nonsense. Yes, I agree.
Which makes it. Can you debate a spiritual shape of the Earth? You can't.
No.
It doesn't matter what you bring to the table.
The spirit's not a
Here,
shape.
Dumak agrees.
Oh,
yeah.
So Dumak, Dumak,
Well, you
does
guys
the
can't
Earth
even
have
get
a
a
shape?
straight line down.
Good question. Good question. You can simply ask, does Earth has a shape? And you will see Dumak squirreling right now not to claim a shape.
I'm claiming a horizontal law. A
Is
horizontal
that a shape?
law of up and down. You go above that horizontal line that's never ending, you go up. You go below it that's never ending, that way and that way, right and left, a horizontal line forever. It's down, it's up and down. It's your reference of reality. You don't have any
The real reality, DMOC, is the fact that the real reality, DMOC, is between 2 points of elevation. The horizontal is parallel when they make their elevation profile.
Show me an elevator that's going out that way horizontal then, and I want to see you ride on it. And how did you get to it? How did you get to a horizontal corresponding elevator compared to my vertical one? Show me them. Show me all these horizontal upside down elevators.
You could give us a rough idea of where you are on
Elevators.
Earth. We could find another
We're
city.
looking for
When
elevators.
we're on Earth, I'm explaining it to you. So shut the fuck
Yeah,
up
we're
and
on the
listen.
flat Earth, I know, and we're looking for your globe Earth.
I'm telling you how it works on a globe Earth, you fucking numpty.
No, you're not showing me the elevator that's horizontal.
If you shut up for 5 seconds, you've learned something.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm going to learn how you're not going to show us the horizontal to the horizon elevator.
I ain't going to show you fuck all, but if you don't shut up, you'll never hear anything.
Hey, both of you stop for a second, or I'm going to start muting both of you. Now listen,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
unmuted you, Demo. I unmuted you. Don't interrupt them. Point for point. And let's just keep it simple, please, for the fucking 90th time, people.
I'll make it simple.
I'm only saying simple words. You guys are the ones that can't comprehend horizontal. Horizontal's beyond your
I
comprehension.
know, just I get that. Just don't
Horizontal
interrupt.
is level curve, Democ. It's the curving level in their doublespeak language.
We comprehend horizontal. What are you talking about?
I don't think you know.
So,
Is this
what's the
shaky?
shape of the Earth, Democ?
Was that Chaiki? Or what's his other? It starts with an L.
What is the shape of the Earth? Can you answer, Dimo?
What do you mean Chaiki's dead? No, who's that guy talking? You sound familiar. Your voice sounds familiar.
Chaiki, the Israeli guy, he died. Yes.
Chaiki died? What?
Yeah, he had. I think he had cancer.
Yep.
What the fuck are you talking about?
A guy,
I don't know. Somebody died.
He was
a person that used to be in this community. His name's Chike.
My condolences. I'm sorry to hear they passed.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know, like, never heard of a Israeli fluffer by then.
He was around when we used to be on.
Did you say Israeli fluffer?
Wait. Hold on.
You guys are fucking hilarious.
Hey, real quick. Who died? Did you say Flat Earth Dave died?
No.
Oh.
A guy named Chike.
Flat Earth Dave died now? What?
Okay, don't spread new rumors. Just tell us who died, because I hope they rest in peace.
All right, hold on. There was someone mentioned a guy named Chike. He used to be in this community. He hasn't been around for a long time. I guess he passed away a while ago. But I don't know why anybody mentioned his name for some reason.
Actually, I remember him in that.
Because the other guy speaking there.
Yeah,
The other guy speaking there.
Oh, it sounded like. No, I wasn't.
Mustard sounds like him.
Okay.
I was interested to hear where misinformation agent was talking with Democ about the shape of the Earth.
That's not going to go anywhere. I wouldn't even go down that road.
How does the book sell?
So far, I heard there's a horizontal law, but that's
horizontal law.
Well, Democ is going to expand on it.
Yeah, but like, you need not a Dumac for this conversation.
You mean like the
you
law
need
of
a flat earther?
law of horizontals?
No, the law of random words.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Also, Dumac is horizontal curious, in case you didn't know.
All right.
It's the law. It's one of the
We
laws of
haven't
flat
decided.
Earth. It's one of the laws of flat Earth. Just say stuff that doesn't make any coherent sense.
I love this. What is the law of flat Earth? Give me an example. Give me one thing.
Gotta lie to blurb.
Yeah, all
That's the
flat Earth
globe.
evidence.
Nat Geo
That's
was
the globe.
Back up the lie. How do they lie to flat Earth?
Hey, Mr. Jack Stone, I think if you had a question earlier about surveying. I think it was on the same lines of surveying. I think you could have a conversation with Shoebill.
Yeah, Shoebill's a go-to guy for that, for sure.
So that
I think
question you were
Shubo brought up
asking
a
earlier-
great point, though, about lying to do something or present something. I think that's what the globe is doing, and the Globers.
We know you
No
think
offense to
that.
the others here.
We know you think that, but you're wrong.
Yeah, the flirts. Everybody sees a sunset. The sun hits the horizon, gets cut in half, followed by night, and they say it's not really setting. That's an illusion. Give me a break.
Yeah, no
My
chance
turn.
posted a picture of them
That-
no,
and
he
then
had a question
complained that
about
I brought up.
That's the globe model, isn't it?
Shoebill, he had a question about zenith angles.
Doesn't your globe model suggest that the horizon is an illusion as well?
No, it's displaced. It's a real horizon. It's displaced a little bit by refraction.
So according to your model, the sun isn't where it's supposed to be, which would be an illusion, right?
Nope.
No,
It's a displacement.
Yeah,
it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's a real thing displaced by
literally your model.
Yeah, it's a real thing displaced by atmospheric refraction.
So it's not in the location it's supposed to be in. It's an illusion, right?
No.
No.
You're an illusion.
So in your model, it doesn't say that the horizon is an illusion. Are you sure?
How much different would it be from the real horizon than the?
I'm not saying you haven't found someone use that incorrect nomenclature or that misleading nomenclature. That doesn't.
That's not my statement. That comes from your model. I'm only using your model against you, right? I understand that.
In the globe model, the things that you see are necessarily in an atmosphere going to be refracted. And so, like Shubil said, displaced.
So not actual. Refraction is not actual. Refraction is not actual.
Hold on. No,
refraction is apparent.
You're getting it
right.
I'll
give you an example just to educate you guys. If I'm fishing,
you can learn something.
I'll put the dictionary down. Good one. If I'm fishing and I got my bow and I go to shoot a fish, right? I'm going to aim for that fish, right? But I'm not going to aim for the refraction of the fish. I'm going to already know that refraction is causing the apparent location of the fish and adjust for it, right?
Yes, but that is when you say illusion, I understand why you might use that word.
Just like in your model, the sun is not at its actual location. This is the illusion of refraction according to your own model.
Except when hold on. When you see that fish in that location, you know where to aim. So the real fish is displaced, and you know where to aim because you know where the fish is.
Are you under a puddle of water?
Highlighting the fact that it's an illusion that you have to compensate for. So if refraction is the cause of refraction is part of the sunset, that means what you're observing is not actually happened. It's only apparent.
It's a sunfish, get it right. Sunfish in the air water that he's looking through.
Is this there you go.
Sunfish. We're looking at your sunfish. We're gonna stab it. Where do we stab at?
Hold on. Is this flat Earth data?
Your sunfish,
Yeah,
bro.
it's flat Earth data.
Hold on.
It is. Or maybe Chaiki. I think it's Chaiki.
No, it's not. No. It's flat Earth. Is that so? Jack, hold on.
Yeah,
stop.
it's flat Earth
Jack
data.
Stone,
Like his name is
flat
Jack
Earth
Stone.
data?
Why would it matter if he was or wasn't?
Because I haven't heard from him in a long time. That's why.
It is, yeah, but
for life.
Oh yeah, it is flat Earth data. Oh shit.
what's going on, buddy?
Long time no see, man.
How you doing? How's life treating you?
I'm good.
Just for the record, I hope everybody is doing well, and because eventually it's all of us that gets fucked over, regardless of the Earth being flat sphere.
Right.
And that's
Nerd for
why
life knows that. B-ball for life knows that.
Unless
the
you have
most.
the word.
That's why he mentioned Shike, because he's fucking flat Earth data. That's why.
I hope your life is doing well. In all sincerity, my friend.
So how much water are we looking through, Stu Bill, to see the sunfish?
Less beyond belief since accepting flat Earth, letting go of the globe.
Holy fuck.
You will never let go of the globe as long as you're in this debate.
I would let go of the globe too. I just need some evidence. That's all.
I would if gravity wasn't holding.
Yeah, right. That's all you have.
You'll never let go of if you're in this debate. You have to go outside of your own. Yeah, you have to go outside of your own comfort zone, guys.
Yeah, my comfort zone. That's actually true because my comfort zone is with sanity and common sense. So I would definitely need to go outside of my comfort zone and common sense to accept.
At the hardware store, weirdos. Go to the hardware store, flat Earth, everywhere. Nothing but. All you can do. Since you guys can't find the curve and stand on it, what are we talking about? Where's the globe at? Till you stand on that curve or can physically touch it, then you don't fuck you guys are talking about. You have nothing but an imaginary.
So D-Mock.
Hey D-Mock. D-Mock getting on a globe, you moron.
D-Mock. If you were on a massive body, D-Mock, and you wanted to find out where you lived, what would you do?
I'd say, shut up, stupid.
That was edifying.
Well, you can't fault them for trying to figure out where they live.
Anything you've done thus far, like watch TV. I wouldn't go watch TV or look at a computer screen or look at all this flat shit and say that it's so much round evidence that it's fucking horizontal everywhere. There is not one iota of a fucking round anything. What would you do not knowing what your globe is, guy? You guys can't tell the fucking difference from a curve. You got a fucking story involved in physics. You got physics magically do this somewhere, some fucking where somehow, but we don't know where and we don't know how. But we know it does this there and how. Guys, that's the most schizophrenic fucking information I've ever heard. You motherfuckers think a horizontal level line is curving. You guys are utterly retarded.
I agree, man.
Fucking retarded. Where do you go with the guy who doesn't know what a horizontal or a curved is? They
Right.
How
do
you confuse a horizontal curve?
If you just stayed in your house and drank beer all day and you didn't go anywhere, of course, yeah, you can go. You're living your entire life thinking the Earth was flat. I agree with you, man. Yep, I agree.
Okay, but I drive all around the globe and I can see it's not flat. So what are you gonna do with that? Also, when I was a kid,
The
TVs
hardware
were
store
curved.
and build everything you want with flat stuff. That's what we do.
No, when I was a kid, TVs were curved. Is that you're saying the Earth stopped being curved?
Let me see your 360 TV liar.
Idiot? You want to see what?
TVs were curved, therefore the Earth is curved. That's great.
Oh, we got it, you asshole.
A globe TV?
No, I have a fucking
flat
tube
screen
TV. What the
TV,
fuck are you
stupid.
talking about?
How do you know it's curving?
Holy fuck,
How would you
D-Mark.
know that the little
How
TV's
stupid
curving,
are
but
you?
you can't find the Earth curve of the Earth 8 inches? But you know the little TV screen's curving? Who's the retard?
What the fuck do you think that's 8 inches
You
is?
can't measure anything. You don't know.
Why do
Cobra.
you
don't know
bring
what
that up, D-Mark? What
don't know
8 inches are you
no,
fucking
out to the
talking
center.
about?
How tall are is your computer from the center of Earth? How do you know up and down?
You guys are fucking hilarious. I hope some of the clown show comes back and does these clips. It's I forgot how hilarious this is. It's fucking hilarious. There's agents coming up. There's agents coming. D-Mock, there's agents. There's agents that talk the horse shit of the horse shit. It's hilarious, man.
Up's not all directions.
You guys are having fun with it.
Bobers, Einsteins. You haven't proven up and fucking down in that way. No globe.
Was Einstein on the Flintstones? Was he Barney Rubble's buddy?
Can't go down and not hit dirt and water. That's flat Earth proof. You guys have
dig down a shallow.
Do you know why I'm so? Do you know why I'm so jealous? Do you know why I'm so jealous these days, guys? It's because we're all getting fucked. It don't matter if there's photos.
Boat down along sea level.
Jack, this is the whole point. Enjoy the chaos.
Your Mirage boat and airplanes are floating down sea level. Down. How far down is 14 psi? How far? How many miles? How many feet?
What are you talking about? Like
24,901 miles.
The atmosphere is like average barometric pressure.
Correct. You don't have that nowhere. Where can you prove
millibars or like?
Where's
you want me to tell you what it is in millibars right now? I think it was like 990 something.
No, that way. We're looking for that way, not up. We're not looking for flat Earth proof. Up on flat Earth, away from horizontal, is flat Earth proof, you fucking retards. We're looking for anything other than that. Every time you guys
978 millibars.
There is
it's
no
right
up on the globe. It's only away from the center. Every direction can't be up. Every direction is every direction. Repeat after me. Every direction is up on a globe.
I'm not repeating after you.
Down, left,
I don't
and right,
want to chant fucking stupidity.
To the clouds, to the air.
Absolute.
You hit the surface of the dirt, then you hit the air, and then you hit the clouds. Every direction from the center out. Every motherfucking direction. Do you comprehend or not? Globe is not flat Earth. There is no up on the globe. How do you prove that way globe?
2 seconds.
Elevation.
D-Mark.
That way.
What color is the sky?
It's not that way.
I want to fucking know.
The air is clear. The air is clear. There is no sky. There's clouds and air.
Okay, and what do you call that?
Whatever. It's electrical continuity.
You are? You call it electrical continuity?
Yeah. It can go in and out of stuff. Air can go in and out of stuff. Air is like energy. It can go inside of the wall of a container or outside of the wall, just like water, condensation, just like heat and cold.
The continuity tester up in the air. Does it
are air. Air and water are hot and cold.
Stop talking for 2 seconds. I'm trying to ask you a fucking
condensation.
question. You love the hardware store. You love the hardware store. Shut up so I can talk to you about a tool other than yourself that you can buy at the hardware store.
Energy can enter.
Numpty.
Energy can enter and transfer and enter and exit an object. The energy can go in a tire and out of a tire. So can the air pressure. So can the heat, water. Water can do that.
Hold up a continuity
go in and out of objects
right now and show us.
Water and energy and air are the same thing. They are exchangeable. They are interchangeable.
Hold up a continuity tester
like
on a video and show us that the air is electrical continuity.
I'm going to show you that when you take a cold thing outside and sit it outside in the cold, and you got
Are you American DMOC? Do you understand Imperial or metric?
You sit a cup of ice outside.
Hold them 30 centimeters apart and show us the
energy.
No one can understand.
You're calling the liquid energy water. It's not my fault. You guys are calling it water and air. You should just be calling it kinetic energy.
I got you, Nemo, but like no one can follow you guys because you're both shouting at each other. Just go one at a time.
I just do it because he showed, but yeah.
I know.
Well, you don't want to learn anything. You don't want to see what electricity can or energy can.
I asked you to do the demonstration. You fucking numpty.
How come air can leave the tire or enter the tire with temperature?
Because you never pause for breath, you fucking numpty. And so the air can't go anywhere else but out your fucking
You ever answer the question? Stop talking to people about your fucking retardedness and answer the question, dick mouth.
Okay.
Air is air that can go in and out of an object.
Stop. Show us that the air is electrical continuity.
Yes, it is. It increases and decreases.
Show it.
It increases
Show
and
us
decreases
on your
out of your
fucking
material.
wall with a marker right
Read the
now,
definition of what energy can do. Energy can transfer in and out of the container. Let's read the definition. Energy can transfer in and out of the container. Now, air, the pressure in the tire, when I turn up heat or turn on the cold, what does it do? It changes the pressure, you fucking retard.
Can someone check if he's using a Sharpie for this?
Go read a fucking book, loser.
On a marker?
Anybody else got the definition?
No, that's it. We're done. We're done.
Destroy water for me.
We're done with it.
Destroy water and air
Somebody
for
else,
me.
please pick a topic.
Destroy the air for me right now.
Show me 8 inches of air on your wall right now.
Not be created or destroyed. You can't create or destroy water. And
Show
you
me
can't
8
create or
inches
destroy
of
air.
air on your wall right now. You can't do it.
It's already called electrical continuity. It's everything. Everything is based on an electrical potential amount.
Right now. Show me
There's
electrical
an
continuity on the wall with a marker right now. Show me 8 inches of electrical continuity right now, you fucking flatty. There, did it work?
Now look.
Did he do it?
I'm in here. We're not gonna fucking insult each other, call each other names, and all that other shit.
Oh, we're not.
Keep the discourse.
Yeah, you fucking
I'm just noting the temperature.
That's the whole
air increase or
That's
decrease.
the whole point
What
of
is the
discourse,
air?
right? Is
The
having
air
a
has
debate.
the energy.
But treat
is
each other like
increasing
humans.
and decreasing.
Stop this shit.
The energy is decreasing and increasing out of the tire. It's called air.
I'm trying to be global.
What don't you understand?
I'm trying to yin and yang it here. Do you guys not get that?
Yeah, but one is enough.
Is anybody comprehending anything here? Does anybody learn anything? Do we have a bunch of goldfish in here? Write this shit down. Energy goes in and out of objects, no matter your hopes and dreams. So does air. Air does the same thing. It increases or decreases depending on the temperature around the object. That's energy getting in or out, becoming that thing, you fucking idiots. Once you understand that, then you'll be able to do some flat earth stuff and get real.
How can we do flat Earth stuff when the Earth isn't flat?
Well, because it is. No, because it is. And
No,
you're just a fucking
Because it
retard
is.
who doesn't comprehend words.
Because it isn't.
The
you
question
retard.
Don't
is
comprehend
what are
horizontal. You
flat
think
Earth
it's
stuff?
curving. It's not our fault.
But
You're a
none of us
Duma.
are so retarded like you when we are actually smarter than you.
Slow
We know
bus.
the earth is round.
Bus. Don't ride the short bus to school, maybe, stupid. Maybe you'll get some better teachers. Maybe they'll teach you
Thank you.
horizontal isn't curved.
Thank you.
What teacher taught you horizontal curves? And how do they prove it?
If
you dumb fucks have no physical curve. And
Yeah.
no
teacher
physical
taught me everything I
horizontal
know.
Thank you, dumb
line
fuck.
up. Line up a horizontal and a curve right now. The Earth curve and a horizontal line. Let's see how they're not the same.
Well,
They're
then
not.
explain why the horizon
Show
never
why they're
rises to
not.
eye level.
Show us the two physical fucking lines, the Earth curve and a horizontal. Show us them. Lined up with each other, so we can tell.
If the Earth is actually
Then we're
flat,
gonna
Dimok,
experiment with them. So
if
no
the Earth
line.
is actually flat, Dimok,
stop. We just
if the Earth is
Someone
actually
press
flat,
the
Dimok,
reset
do
on
you
it.
have some flat Earth evidence? Because I want to be converted. I've been 10 years
Are
in
you on a
this
ball? Are you
discussion.
standing on a ball right now?
I never saw any flat Earth evidence, so I
Are
would
you
love to see
balancing on a
it.
ball?
I would love to see some flat Earth evidence.
You're
Do
a
you have it,
circus freak.
Mr. Dimok?
Yeah, I mean, I tell the room you can also do the same thing here, Bud. Right? Make 3 points of equal elevation, and when you're done doing that, find the shortest distance possible between two established verticals, and then I'll welcome you with open arms.
That's nonsense. No thanks. I've explained this to you multiple times. I don't know why you don't get it.
I don't know who that guy is. I have on mute. What's it? AL something.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
I'm sure you
that's
muted.
my
I'm
suggestion
sure
to
you
whoever
muted.
is interested in some proof, right? Like, it can't be anything other than what it is, right? Like, the shortest distance can't be something else. So, I mean, unless you have some other kind of, I don't know, ideas.
Well, I
It
explained it
can
to you, no
be.
thanks. So obviously you muted me.
Yep. Yeah, he did admit that he has you muted.
Yeah, no, I know because I explained to him that if you're constrained to the surface of the Earth, the shortest distance between 2 points will be a curve, and if
Did you hear that
a
ICU
chord
spin?
line, you can have a chord line between 2 points, and it would be shorter, but you got to do a lot more fucking digging. I don't know why this is hard to understand.
Well, I never had you muted. I just wanted you to claim that you knew something that you didn't know. But IC spin, didn't you hear? Did you hear what he just said? That you're stuck to the Earth. Did you hear it? Remember I told you that they would
I
say?
said if you are constrained to the surface of the Earth for this line, then it will be a curve necessarily, or you've got to dig a trench. I've explained that
spin.
to
Did you hear it?
multiple
Did you hear it
times.
again?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
You hear it, right?
Okay.
I don't know what your point is actually.
Yeah. Do you remember when I told you they're going to say they're stuck to the Earth in 2 dimensions? They're stuck.
No, in 3 dimensions.
You're stuck in 3 dimensions.
Gravity is something we live with here on Earth. I don't know what you were talking about.
You see, and all you have to do to debunk that claim, spin, is stand up. That's it. And now you're not stuck to the Earth.
That is not.
I don't think I heard him say that we cannot stand up on the globe. So what are you talking about? It kind of sounds.
They said the
like
shortest distance between 2 points. Does he imagine that they're going to be like on the ground, and where are they going to be? On the top of a mountain and the bottom of a mountain? Like, what is he imagining? I wonder in his mind at the moment.
Hold on, but if we are talking about shortest distances, how does that mean that we cannot stand up? Those things do not seem like they
connect.
That's what I'm saying.
You can stand up. Yeah.
Why?
Yes, and that's what I am saying as well. So you are proving the globe by admitting that we can stand up.
I see that. I see the ALT guy lighting up. I can't hear anything he's saying, but I see him lighting up while you're talking.
Nothing you says makes sense to me either, and I can hear you.
Yeah. So all you do, IC spin, is you stand up and you get off the 2-dimensional surface that because a surface by definition would be 2-dimensional, right? So you just get off the surface, and you establish vertical, which is a change, right? Which is a change in elevation. So now you're not stuck on a surface, and now the shortest distance, right, between 2 verticals is what you're gonna do. You're gonna find the shortest distance, and then you're gonna establish 3 points of equal elevation, and then you'll share it with the room.
You don't even need to do that. Reciprocal zenith angles you can measure at different topographical elevations.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about your
and
theodolites. Yeah.
Yeah, you always get measurements that add up to.
Don't worry about what you don't. Yeah, don't worry about something that doesn't involve what I'm saying to do. Right? Don't be like, well, I don't need that when I'm. I don't need to do that when I'm.
You can do that.
Driving a car.
If you want to establish 2 verticals at the same exact elevation, that's fine. But again, you're going to get the same exact result as if they were at different elevations. So I don't understand the point.
I mean, why do you say that? Why do you say such a thing that same is going to be different? Why would you say that the same elevation is going to be different elevation? Why would you say something like that?
Well, if you want to line up instead of it doesn't need to be on level ground. In other words, if you're going to establish a plumb line for 2 different locations, the measurement angles are going to be exactly the same regardless of your elevation. The difference in elevation or whatever, it's going to be the same. Is my point.
Yeah, but if you change elevation, right, it'll be a longer, straight line distance between the 2 points, or shorter.
Sure, but
by changing elevation. So we want to go for the shortest distance between two verticals. That's what we're going for.
And what do you? I mean, what's the minimum shortest distance between two? I don't. That's where I'm kind of lost.
That's for each person to discover for themselves. Like what is their requirement for the shortest distance between 2 points? Is that going to be enough for you? Or do you have to do it again? Do you have to extend the straight line segment?
Give us some constraints. What are the constraints of this experiment or measurement that you want to do?
None. This is for everybody to have a little proof of their own and put it in their back pocket.
Well, I mean,
and carry it around.
Even the most precise instruments, right? They're going to run into. I mean, depending on how close, right, or how far apart, you've got to find something in the middle.
There's error bars.
You don't know that yet. Because what are we measuring this precision against? Just an idea? You have to do it in reality.
Have you ever heard?
I mean, again,
So to say, well, it's going to lose precision in reference to what absolute standard are you trying to establish?
Well, I did exactly what you suggested there. No tanks. I measured the shortest distance between.
Everybody else's turn.
I measured short distance.
He actually has relevant info. Excuse me.
I measured the shortest distance between 2 points. One's in Maine and one's in Maryland, and then I measured the shortest distance between a point exactly in the middle, and then the point from the end to the middle, and from the middle to the other end, added up to be longer than the overall. You're right. We got it. We got the globe.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. The shortest distance from Maine to Maryland. Got it.
Yeah, you see what he's not doing it, right? Because we all know that the shortest distance would be a straight line. And
I did. I measured the straight. Yeah, I did measure the straight line.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought I heard you say that
line of sight between the instruments.
Not even 520 miles. Not even line of sight.
I thought you said that one. Okay. I thought you said that one point in the middle it was different or the same?
I think he wants you to trench a cord line or pull the string through the ocean.
Just a straight line. Listen, it's however you guys want to do it is up to you. You don't have to do shoe bills. You don't have to do ALTs.
If you do something other than shoe bills,
do it your way.
If you do something other than shoe bills, you're going to be fucked because you're going to be wrong.
You do it. You do your own. You find out what tools in reality that you can use to establish these things, and then you measure them against whatever absolute frame of precision that you feel is worthy. Yeah.
The tools shoe bill uses calibrated properly. You have a precision level.
Don't tell Jesse that.
Good for
Have you set up this shortest distance experiment yourself, or you just okay?
Yes, I have.
What was the distance? What was the distance between the 2 points?
About 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, and you got what were your measurements, or were they just eyeballing?
That's all he has is just a distance. He doesn't have anything else. He just has a distance. Look, I measured a distance. Yeah, there you go.
I measured the shortest distance.
Yeah.
Between verticals. Yes.
Okay, look at the chat. I measured the shortest distance.
That looks like a cartoon drawing, sir.
Well, I'm sorry. How do you present measurements?
I honestly didn't even look at it. I just guessed.
No, thanks. Where's your drawing?
Okay.
Well, mine would be I don't know in something.
I guess it would be
something like prestigious, like lipstick. I don't know.
I mean, I did exactly what DMOC just asked for. I measured the shortest distance between a group of points. They were in a straight line.
Now, listen, stop bragging about how much better you are than everybody else in the room. Let them, don't tell, why would you tell them, listen, I already played basketball once. You don't ever have to watch basketball again in your life. You don't have to learn how to shoot a free throw. I've played basketball. Let them play.
Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Just get the proper equipment and go do it. Yeah, I just used commercial grade equipment, stuff I had laying around, and the other guys had the same kind of stuff. Yeah, just
Yeah, I think the point is that we're talking about 69 miles is the difference in 1 degree, right, on planet Earth, and we're talking about trying to eyeball something that's 1,000 feet. You're going to be eyeballing. Okay, my point is that we're measuring. we're measuring to a very slight, right? A very slight sphere over the course of 1,000 feet compared to even 1 degree at 69 miles. So we need to use precise equipment that's designed to measure to that degree of accuracy, right?
No, thanks. You did that, right?
After you do it, you tell me what you had to, if that's what you're trying to, if that's the precision that you're trying to reach, it is to affirm a 1 degree deviation over 60 miles, then that's going to be your target, I guess. You tell me. Yeah, 69 miles then, yeah. I don't know if however he wants to do it. So if that's going to be your target, then you let me know how that comes out.
No, it wasn't my target. I was trying to prove it wrong.
Oh, that's you. I don't know why you want to steal the basketball from everybody, but now they're gonna do their thing.
Like
until then, there's just gonna be me, Shubo.
You can rent one from like any
silly guy
construction rental place would rent you one. It's not a problem.
Come on out to Western Maryland. You can use mine. I'll walk you through it.
I mean, I can see Western Maryland from here because here's the slash.
Look how generous Shubo is.
I don't need to borrow it. I don't need to borrow his tools.
You might enjoy it. Seems like a very genial sort of person.
I mean, it's very kind of you. But what
I would like somebody to come out. Anybody at all. Come on out to Western Maryland. Bring your own equipment, or you can use mine. I'll walk you through it.
All right.
There we go. What happened to DMOC? Where'd he go? He was having a good conversation.
It was great.
I think no tanks. Like I don't know if you answered this or if you know how to answer it, and I'm not saying that to be rude, but I don't understand what the difference between having equal elevation measurements versus non-equal elevation measurements when it comes to reciprocal zenith angles. What you would expect the difference to be.
You're gonna have to find out what's the difference between equal and not equal. You're gonna have to do it and find out like what's the consequences if I were to put another point position benchmark at an unequal elevation in reference to the original. Like what would be the consequences? Would that be a shorter line, a longer line? You have to find out.
So you don't have a hypothesis, is what you're saying.
We're just going to have to just do it and see. No, we're not going to bring any kind of I would recommend don't bring any kind of preconceived ideas into it. Don't try to prove or disprove anything else.
But in science, you would agree that part of the scientific method is formulating a hypothesis, right?
Luckily, this isn't science.
Well, no, of course it is, right?
He abandoned science. No, he abandoned science. He just wants looks like. All he got is he just measure some distances. See?
Yeah.
I don't know where you got to get.
What did I do? I just measured some distances. See? And I got an arc.
We're looking for a straight line distance. We're not looking for an arc.
I just measured straight line distances.
Shubo, say if the evidence showed that, hey, guess what? We are on a horizontal plane. Would you have shared that with us?
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, so I mean, the evidence speaks for itself.
Yeah, I could just give you my table of measurements, and somebody else can do the math. But nobody's ever come back on the math. They just say, "Oh, perspective," or "Oh, angular compression." Oh, just like something that has no numbers, because, just like No Tank said, it's not science, is it?
That's right. Hey, we're here to ask a question, formulate a hypothesis.
We've got hundreds of years of this in every industrialized country of the world, and for some reason, ever since the past couple of years, all of history and all of navigation is a lie.
Right.
Listen, I don't know what kind of well he's poisoning at the moment. There's no lie. Like reality is not going to lie to you about shortest distance between points.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we've known that for a very long time.
Yeah, so if we establish a straight line, I mean, listen, I don't know. You can go into the whole model thing if you want to see spin, if you want, and say, listen, I established a straight line.
He brings up rotation. Okay,
no, his name is
rotation is a different subject than
his name is IC spin.
See, what I don't understand though, No Tank, is when Shubo presented evidence, you dismissed it as a cartoon. You quote said, I'm not gonna look at that as a cartoon. It's something. I've already looked at it, dude. He puts it up every time I speak words for somebody else to go and test this idea for themselves. Right. If there's an error in his methodology, I mean, I would be hunting for that if I was on the other side. I'm saying you have to go find out for yourself. That's it. You can't sit there, right? Like, I mean, I'm outside right now walking around in the yard, but we can't all just sit here on the internet every day and argue that somebody else did the work for us that now determines whether a straight line slopes, maintains its orientation like a gyroscope, or curves. We can't let somebody else. We have to do it for ourselves.
Okay, so if you got 100 people, it has to be done 100 times, right?
No, these people are questions.
Wait,
People who go about their
have a
regular
question.
life, Shoeville, who don't doubt reality. Like they will say, they'll say, they may be wrong, but they'll say that they know that level is horizontal. They don't question it. There's people here in this room who question it.
Hey, no thanks. Can you use your phone without knowing how it works?
No, I cannot.
Because it's the same level of claim. We use knowledge from other people.
Yeah, I'm not doubting phones.
And
I'm not telling you to test phones. That's very, I guess, convenient.
No, you're being dishonest. That is it.
I'm not testing honesty. I'm not testing that. Not testing your patience. Not testing any of these strawmen that you might bring up.
Okay, why can't we use the knowledge of other people surveying the Earth all the time? Why do you have to go and measure it yourself?
But it's just not yours. That's it. It's his.
Why do you have to
You're just
go?
adopting his knowledge. It's not your. I'm just telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you right now.
No.
It's not your knowledge. It's his
That's not an
understanding.
answer.
And what he saw was necessary, and the consequences. It's not yours. It's his.
That's
You
not
don't
an
have yours.
answer.
You don't have your own. I recommend.
That's not
that you
an
get your own.
answer.
That's an answer.
Why?
It's a direct answer.
That's not an answer. You use other people's knowledge
No.
all
Not
the
a new
time.
analogy. Ask the question again so we can be clear.
Okay, let's make it clear. Okay.
Ask the question again.
You didn't measure
That's not the same question.
places you go to.
That's not the question. That wasn't the question you asked.
You use other people's knowledge of them. You use other people's map.
No, once I go to the
You
places,
use
I've gone to the places.
other
And
people's
that's what I know about
No,
it. Is that I've gone
you-
there and I took a right and a left, and then I went
You
straight,
don't
and then I
make your
parked.
own maps.
No, I mean that is my own.
You're
map.
dishonest.
Yeah. I don't look at a neighborhood
Yes,
map
you're
before I drive
dishonest.
through it and cut through it to get to the main highway. I just cut through it and make my own map. Yeah, that's my own map, dude. Yeah. Don't be weird.
Yeah, I know you're an asshole. It's all good.
Yeah, nobody was like, yo, you should cut through this, Shady Brook to get over to route so-and-so, because it cuts through the light that everybody waits at. Nobody wrote that map for me. I just did it one day.
Okay,
and then
so-
now I know
so-
that
so-
that's my map. That's my experience now.
Okay, so Shuvil told you he did the measurements, and he even offered to you to show you how it is done and to give you the
that is kind of
equipment.
him.
Yet
That's
you
fine. No,
still
yeah, that's kind.
right, and you refuse, to all of the options. So what are you?
Yeah, I refuse to go
Are
to
you a
someone's
normal
house and borrow his equipment.
human
That's correct.
being,
I can
or
buy
you're-
my own and have my own equipment, and I can do it here. I don't need to go to Maine.
Are you a flat
I don't know
earther?
what you're arguing.
Are you a flat earther? Are you a
The
flat
earth is
earther?
measurably, the earth is measurably not flat, dude. I can prove it to you. It's easy.
Right, so go out, prove it.
Yeah, it's easy. Just measure
Yes,
anything that you
saying
want.
it is easy, it's not an actual claim.
Pick a thing, anything, and measure it.
So I can say you're a piece of shit and just say it without any evidence, and it will be same amount of proof that you are claiming the Earth is measured
I guess
flat.
so just go pick a thing, like a piece of shit. If you wanna
Exactly.
pick, like do some science. Do
I
some
can
science
say
on the
whatever
shit.
the fuck I want.
We have empirical
And it
evidence
will be-
right now.
He's gonna science the shit out of it. He's gonna science the shit out of it.
Seriously, Tyler, seriously.
I'm serious. I'm serious. He
Have some
proved it.
integrity.
You can tell. Well, he drove us around in circles for like 5 minutes.
There's no circle, dude. It is a circle in regards to I have to come. I do feel like that's now my obligation to come on every single day and tell you guys to do something in reality that supports your claim. Don't look at anything else that somebody else did and interpret their evidence that you say is empirical. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, is a distance? Have you touched a distance? I don't know. You know what I mean? But you go ahead and check it out and see how you
again.
do it.
So stop using your computer. Stop using your phone. You didn't do those stuff yourself, so you cannot use them.
Yeah, you can use whatever you want, and then you bring it over and you tell everybody how you did it.
How many times do I have to tell you I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test myself?
I named you as one of the people who does touch grass just recently.
But
Bill,
your measurements don't count though.
No, that's the silly guy I mentioned earlier.
Oh.
I was assuming that
you cannot pick and choose what works for you. It doesn't how reality works. Sorry, no thanks. You're still a piece of shit.
Well, you can dismiss things that don't work over and over again and then move on to things that do. That's not a terrible way to approach it, but giving it a few shots with something that doesn't seem to be working to make sure you're sure. Like measuring the Earth and thinking it'll be flat and getting measurements to show that it's not, and then say, okay, well, I guess it's not flat, and then we move on.
Yeah, it's measurably not flat. Yeah, I mean, you tell me where you're going to find it.
All have to do that. The first time they made a computer, they tried to print it on a graham cracker, and that didn't work, and then they started using silicone chips, and it worked better. And so we tried one thing, it didn't work, and now we have something that does.
Here's the thing I'd like to observe, if I may. The flat Earth, the main flat Earth claim is that NASA is lying to us about the shape of the Earth. So when they say what you should do is you should go and take the measurements yourself. So if someone who is not NASA goes and takes measurements and finds that the Earth is not flat, is that
why did you give that to them, Tanks? Now they'll run with it. That's not a flat Earther claim. Give it a rest.
That is a flat Earther claim.
Okay, yeah, I retract. That is a claim by some flat earthers, but that is not the main reason that people become flat earthers. Thank you. Don't straw man us.
That's the number one proof, Rob. Don't deny it. That's number one. Number two is that Buzz was named after, like his name is Buzz because he's an alcoholic. That's number two.
Taking evidence. Are the requests for non-NASA people to take measurements themselves satisfied by someone like Shoebill?
As a flat earther, talk about NASA.
Yeah.
Do I work for NASA?
Number three, the proof of flat Earth is number one
is lying to us about the shape of the Earth.
We could give a fuck about NASA.
You always talk about NASA. You talk about NASA. You talk about Bill Nye, and you talk about all these different things.
That's number 6. Bill Nye's number 6, dude. Dinosaurs are being fake. That's number 3.
I don't talk about any of that shit.
I'm talking about you. I didn't address you. I was not addressing you.
About it anymore.
I was not addressing you.
I know, but you're just. I'm about the only flat earther in this room right now, and
well, then I will.
I am allowed to say it. Yeah, so don't the shit out of me.
The majority of flat earthers have said that NASA is lying to us about the shape of the Earth.
I stick to the water. I stick to the water and the land, and the difference between the two. You like to put them together and call them Earth, right? And in your mind, you see a spinning ball in a vacuum. When I see Earth, I see dirt on the ground.
Yeah, that's nice.
When I see water, I see water. Thanks, Red Cloud. Go ahead.
That's very illuminating. Now, Rob, so is NASA lying to us about the shape of the Earth?
I told you I could give a fuck about NASA.
Yeah. So, okay. So, yeah, the majority of flat earthers say that is the case. But the problem we have is that when individuals themselves go out and measure the Earth and show that it isn't flat, that still isn't satisfactory. And that's where we are.
But listen, I don't know about all your.
You have an ideological.
Are you one of those guys or not one of those guys, dude? Who's like done it? Did you do it? What have you done? Just lay it out there. Let the room know what it is that you've done. Yeah.
What have I done? I've noticed that nothing that flat earthers have claimed has turned out to be true, including the claim that flat earthers made that the sun should set in Antarctica. And when someone went there, people went there, including flat earthers. I've observed that they returned with evidence to show that that is not the case. So that's what I've observed. Yeah, that's what I've observed. That's the evidence.
Nothing.
That's not nothing. That's the evidence.
Nothing.
Looking at evidence.
You have nothing. So if you go to Antarctica and you make the claim that the sun should stay overhead or should set, and then you observe that it doesn't do that, then you have to conclude that your ideas about the shape of the Earth are wrong.
No, Tank,
Because
show me your measurement of the flat Earth. No, Tank.
He's like a true. I can talk while he talks.
No,
I'm going to read the vocabulary learnwords.com. Okay, a scientific.
No, Tanks.
What?
Show me your measurements of a flat Earth.
A scientific and fun way to improve vocabulary, because this guy just talks while I talk. Play games and compete in activities on your own or with participants from around the globe. It says globe right here. With our advanced teaching algorithm and study tools, get ready for your vocabulary to expand. Let's see what else we got here. And go to some high school English teacher from Tucson, Arizona. Let's see. Vocabulary.com.
Yo, get back to reality.
Through synonyms. What was?
Get back to reality. Where is your measurement?
I mean, do we just talk? I don't know. Do we just say words while other people are talking or not?
He hasn't got any measurements.
I don't know. No
Tanks.
Tanks. Are you?
Where are your measurements?
So all right. So this one says we have seen an. Acquisition scores on the NWE Cloud guy. He said he's got nothing, right? But that's okay. I heard a really super duper flat earther, right? I heard this really super duper flat. All right, so I'll continue reading. We have fun. They're learning and enjoying benefits from this well-rounded digital learning program.
May we get some moderation?
The next page and just say words. Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
I don't know.
I'll just quote this to you guys. I don't know. All right, let me find another spot.
Completely.
I don't know.
Hey, stop it. I don't know how many times I got to say this shit.
What?
No, listen.
Stop constantly rambling, okay?
I'm just going to read words off a screen. I mean, if I get interrupted every 2 seconds, then what's the difference? Nobody's listening to anybody. I might as well just read words off a computer screen.
Well, okay, but how is that improving anybody's life?
I will. If you keep doing it, it's it's worse. It's worse for you being here. So.
No, listen. I hear you, man. Like all you have to do is acquiesce to myself, Taylor, maybe Riggs. Who else? We got Torah, and you'll have a nicer experience.
Really?
Why we came here.
Are there any flat earthers that can take a look at the images I just posted of the horizon not rising to eye level and can help me understand it?
Like I was going to say earlier, I heard like from the really real flat earthers, right? That we already gone through the dinosaurs, the NASA's fake, right? I heard a really real one. I guess the guy depending on your field of view. So now what we have is what we have now is undeniable proof that the Earth is flat because flat earthers said what is the case. So we're all good then.
So the guy that mentioned that he
red cloud, we're all good.
In the water,
we got it.
He believes in the water and he believes in the Earth. Maybe he can respond.
Well, I don't know. We just debunked the globe by finding things that we agree with flat earthers on. So I mean, that's all it takes. That's it.
We can find the globe resting comfortably in its bunk.
All right, Red Cloud, go ahead and say, I am now a flat earther. Yeah. That was your level.
I can say those words if you want. I am now a flat earther.
There we go.
There you go. You happy?
But now this is the tricky part. Anything that he says that's wrong now debunks flat earth, so then he won't be a flat earther.
Then I won't be a flat earther.
Yep,
yeah.
It's touchy.
Omni? Hey, welcome back, Omni. Did you have any luck with JL? Did you convince him of Christianity?
What was that noise?
And does the globe help you believe in God, Omni? Or anybody?
I can reply to that. It has no bearing whatsoever on my belief in God. None whatsoever. Any more than the color of the sky has an influence on it, or the taste of chicken has an influence on it.
It's like oregano.
I think you're flipping false flat earthers.
Red
Yeah,
Cloud,
it is.
how did you
Yeah, it's a
become
material to the belief. If you make it material to the belief or a part of your belief, then you got a problem.
So
Yeah,
you believe in God because of, how did you believe in God, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, what I'd like to point out, though, is that if I said, well, I believe in God because I believe the Earth is a globe and I believe God made a globe, and then I found out that the Earth is indeed flat, then my belief in God is then shaken. So in order to protect my belief in God, I will do anything I can to prevent that from happening. If you believe in flat Earth, and that is contingent on your idea that God created a flat Earth, then if you find out the Earth isn't flat, that damages your belief in God. And that is something you will do anything to protect.
Not necessarily.
If you link the two, yes, necessarily. If you link the two, you're linking your faith in God, therefore your salvation, to the shape of the earth. And that's something I don't have any idea how you can find that tenable in any way.
Yeah,
I think what he's saying is
hopefully people don't do that. But so if you don't use the Earth, like how did you come to a conclusion in God? Maybe there'll be non-believers here that might consider.
I mentioned that Ian, because that's exactly what people do.
Well, I think
people are doing that. People have done that, and people are currently right now doing that.
Eden actually does that himself.
Massively, yes.
I think you guys are projecting, but you see how these guys are.
No. I don't mean to project. We're better than yesterday. Eden, we're better than yesterday. So let's say no. Let's not do that. Let's not say we're projecting. I don't mean to project.
Okay, then answer the question.
Anything.
You can say you're not interested in my question.
I will retract any statement that you believe implies that I'm projecting anything onto it.
Okay, thank you. Because I don't go around here saying, Red Cloud, you do this, and the other guy, you do that. I mean, I don't have incentive or time. Yeah, thank you.
That's fair.
So, thank you. So maybe, like, how did you become a believer in God? Then, if you don't, is it private? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot.
It is not. It's something we can discuss if you want to go in down the chat below, and I can explain everything. It's not for this. It's not for this. It's a bit involved. So.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe another time. Yeah. Thank you, Red Cloud.
Yeah, another time. If you want to drop down into the chat below, we can chat for 5 minutes, and I can tell you. But the point I want to make in this audience in this forum here is that my belief in God is not contingent upon the shape of the earth or anything for that matter. If I come to find out that the theory of evolution as it's currently understood is actually correct, and that is how God, it turns out that's how God created the heavens and the earth, then I will accept that. It doesn't have any bearing. I believe that I'm young earth, right? I'm YEC. So, but my faith in God is not linked to my concept of the young earth. So, neither.
Oh, dude.
Thanks.
You YEC?
I am YEC. All the way.
I'm disappointed.
Here, Red, I'm with you.
I'm disappointed.
Sorry to disappoint you, M Agent. See, it is possible to be rational in the YEC.
We have Danny Faulkner on our side. PhD Danny Faulkner.
I've spoken to Danny on the phone. He's a great guy.
Yeah, what you'll find, Eden, is you'll find a lot of not red in this instance, right? But you'll find a lot of people will just kind of, like God is like oregano, right? Like it's you take it or leave it if you like it, But God, they won't. Maybe they don't understand, or they won't contemplate deeply enough to assert that God is necessary, right? They'll say, well, the earth could be this could be that, I could be alive, I could be dead, but God, take it or leave it, just put some sprinkles on it. He's just an atom.
So,
that's the opposite.
Don't hold that against me. I still have a functioning prefrontal cortex. And to the other comment, I spoke first primarily about my faith in God, that it isn't linked to those things because I could be wrong about those things. I could be mistaken about those things. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, Red Cloud.
Isn't it more fundamental than that? If you are saying that the existence of God is contingent on a physical fact, that would suggest that God is dependent on the universe rather than the other way around.
And that's actually my point, Tony. And just to answer your question, even from an alternative perspective, I think flat Earth is an insult to God because of all the like observable universe that we've been able to measure through science. I think actually God created that for a purpose.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
That's
agree.
for sure. I mean, flat earthers, biblical flat earthers do feel the
Very
same.
well said. See, the thing
Biblical
is, I don't
flat
generally like to
earthers
say stuff
claim-
like that, except when I get angry. I don't like to say things like that because they're contentious. But I feel exactly the same way.
But
no, it's okay having different opinions. It's all right. I mean, that's
it's
what we're.
Yeah.
Well, it is interesting to me that people have a spectrum on which they treat established science. So one of the things that I can't get over with flat earthers is their attitude to gravity. We use gravity every day in very practical and real world applications. We use it to search for minerals. We use it to navigate submarines. We use it to map the ocean floor. It's used literally every single day. Similarly, the age of the Earth, geochronological techniques, they're something that we use every single day. We use geochronological techniques again in mineral exploration when we're reconstructing mineral forming provinces in where mineral bearing lodes will form. And it's kind of strange that there is a spectrum that is kind of broadly covered by the participants in this conversation.
Can you name one of those techniques, Tony?
Yes, geochronological techniques, certainly. Radiometric dating, potassium argon dating. Potassium argon dating is used quite widely in mineral exploration. The idea is.
What does that actually have to do with gravity?
Where to drill for oil is based off of dating methods.
Okay. Similarly, gravity. If you just look up gravimetric mineral exploration, you'll find a whole lot of literature. You'll find a whole lot of companies that do it. You'll find a whole lot of machines that are set up and sold so that people can do these studies. If you look at the Lacoste FG5X, that's a gravimeter. Lacoste Romberg. They build a lot of gravimeters.
Hey, can I ask you a question about it?
Yeah.
What do you think about the idea that like flat earthers aren't arguing that gravity doesn't exist? What flat earthers are arguing against is the idea of gravitation, right?
I'm not sure that I see the distinction necessarily.
Well, gravity. Well, here, like I'll explain it. Like gravity is like an effect of some kind of cause. Your argument is that it's gravitation, i.e., things spinning in space or relativity or whatever, gravity wells, whatever you want to call it. But like, whereas like the flat Earth argument is like buoyancy and density, and then like you could calculate that and still use that calculation to find and use all the processes of the machines that you're talking about. You know what I mean? But flat Earth is arguing.
No,
Well, the response that I would have to that is that in scientific terms, gravity is the apparent mutual attraction that exists between masses, and gravitation is the curvature of space-time by the presence of masses that leads to that acceleration.
Well, didn't Einstein break the wand of Newtonian physics?
Nope.
No. And that's a
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, he didn't.
How is like the bending of space time not a different theory than like things gravitating to each other because of their mass?
You can have two completely different, conceptually completely different theories, models for how things occur, and they can yield results that are practically indistinguishable. So,
it's like double think.
While I am speaking, sir, I'll ask you to not interrupt me. Does that seem fair? You ask me a question, I'm answering it. The fact that you're talking over me while I'm answering it suggests to me that you aren't actually interested in my answer. You're just here to try. You're just here to try and exercise rhetorical tricks and then stop the audience from hearing any detailed answers. Is that a fair characterization?
Tony, move on. Move on.
Holy meta. Tony, give it a rest, man. We hear the same thing every time somebody interrupts you.
Can you let me have
Holy
it?
fuck.
Yeah, dude, it's not so much that. It's just that you're triggered and you're having because this is a good argument against your previous ridiculous claims. You're just having a little bit of a spurge, and we can sense it. So that's what the audience is sensing. No one's going to be proved anything by what you're going to elaborate on right now. But carry on.
Let's let each other go. Let's just let each other go and then not interrupt each other.
So as Red Cloud Media will doubtless attest, when I am triggered, everybody in the chat will know that I am triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm perfectly calm.
He's not triggered.
Thank you, Tony.
I'm going. Yeah. So back to my point. We can determine that the acceleration that we measure in gravimeters is due to acceleration towards outside masses, because we can manipulate the outside masses. One of my favorite examples is of a superconducting gravimeter, where we put a kid over the pit in which the gravimeter sits, and he reduces the downward acceleration measured by the instrument, because his mass is attracting the proof mass upwards. Therefore, the downward accelerations is reduced. Now, that cannot be explained by the density buoyancy argument. So the density buoyancy argument was just contradicted. It is demonstrably incapable of explaining why remote mass concentrations affect the acceleration measured in the instrument. So your complete argument here is just drivel.
Because of a gravimeter? A gravimeter? Was that why?
Gravimeter, because we can measure the acceleration response due to the presence of nearby masses. And no, not just due to gravimeters. In fact, we can measure the influence of mass, the gravitational influence of masses on plumb bobs. So no, not just for using gravimeters. The gravitational effect of mountains on plumb bobs has been known for more than 250 years.
Right, but it's the effect. It's the effect of something. The argument is that, flat Earth is just that it's a point of contention about the cause, not so much the effect. The effect, I think we have well understood. I just think we're still, the point of contention of flat Earth is the cause of it. It's not gravity doesn't exist. It's gravitation is suspect, and we're a little bit weary of it. That's all.
What is the difference?
The effect is sorry, you just contradicted yourself. Yourself. Yes,
really.
you did. And shut up and let me explain why. The effect is mass being accelerated. The effect is mass being accelerated towards mass. That's the effect. And you're denying that mass is accelerating towards a mass. So it's not that you have an alternative explanation for the effect. It's that you're denying the effect and you're sticking something else that doesn't work in that place. The deflection, the deflection of, I'm still talking, the deflection of plumb bobs towards mountains cannot be caused by density and buoyancy. There's no way that density and buoyancy can deflect a plumb bob towards a mountain. We can detect this and have detected this on multiple campaigns, and we've done specific experiments about it. And this is an example of an acceleration of one mass towards another mass.
And how much is your plumb bob?
I'm still talking. How is that? How is that explained? How is that explained by density buoyancy?
Well, no, I would say that your claim is redundant and it's a moot point. Like most of the globe proofs, it's just it's this necessity that you have to have in order to progress the model. And for instance, what is the difference that the plumb bob moves towards the Earth? What's that measurable distance? What is that?
It can. I've seen measurements as large as 5 arc.
How small of an amount of bullshit is this? How small of amount of a distinction that you're going to claim and build up?
Infinitely larger than your
brain.
If you go
What's the
through the
answer?
Rockies, you'll find it's quite prevalent and in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 arc seconds.
Right, and even larger.
Arc seconds. Oh, go on.
Even larger in it's not and again, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how science works. It doesn't matter if the effect is small overall. The issue is how large is it compared to the accuracy of our measurements. And 15 arc seconds is pretty fucking big compared to the accuracy of our measurements. So it's not a matter of this, tiny thing being unmeasurable, and it's not tiny. 15 arc seconds is extremely large compared to the accuracy that surveyors get. Again, in terms of gravimeters, nanometers per second squared, which is the effect of the kid on top of the superconducting gravimeter, that sounds small, but that stands out like dog's bollocks compared to the sensitivity of the instrument. We easily measure to sub-nanometer per second in terms of gravimeter. So it doesn't matter how small these effects is, they are clearly registering on our instruments.
And repeatable. This is not a one-off. It is repeatable in the Himalayas, in the Rockies, even in the Appalachian Mountains. I encounter it myself with my own equipment.
Yeah.
I think it's too minuscule to really measure it, and count.
Well, you can think that, but then you'd have to deal with repeatable science and high precision.
I'd have to see the experiment. Well, how long is the plumb bob hanging from?
Well, we're not actually we're not actually dealing with a plumb bob. We're dealing with the zenith orientation of a precision geodetic instrument, measuring from zenith angle.
And so so you're having a 15 arc second difference. What's interesting, are you familiar with the what do they call that? The stellar theodolite or whatever some of them are calling about. Looking at the mountain with the star.
The celestial theodolite?
Yeah, familiar with that?
Yeah.
So the point of contention I've heard from the Globers is that what do you call it? The margin of error in it should be I guess what a it's not even, it's like a 30-mile difference, so it's 1 degree, so almost a little over half a degree or whatever, or less of a half a degree for a difference in the change. And the Globers will argue that degree change that is not present, right, is chalked up to the idea that Stellaris, what's that?
Stellarium.
That margin of error within Stellarium negates the idea that you should experience that however many of a degree a change.
Okay.
So my point being is that so if the margin of error thing is acceptable when it comes to using that regarding Stellarium and stuff, if that's acceptable, then I would say that I think the arc seconds of whatever the arc seconds aren't even 1 degree, right? So how minuscule of an amount is that in comparison? I just don't think it's enough to really be a proof.
Okay, I can defend Stellarium down to the gnat's ass. Some people who think that Stellarium has some sort of approximation in there are completely bold-faced, inexperienced. Because I can defend it right down to the couple of arc seconds, which is the resolution of my instrument. Because just recently, November last year, I was measuring zenith angles to low elevation stars, and I agreed with Stellarium for about 3 arc seconds. And in my instrument, the crosshair
why don't we experience the change in the reading from 30 miles difference from the vantage point of point A and point B on the mountain?
Well, because what Dr. Heffern was doing was fucking so lame, it was incredible. Now, just recently, Jesse Path of Light, he did a timing of an occlusion of a star at Mountain Ridge and got within 6 seconds of time, which is just barely 10 or 15 arc seconds. Yeah, With my theodolite, I can defend stellarium down to the arc second.
Yeah. So my father was a very serious astronomer, and he would go out on campaigns, and he and his mates would actually time the occultation of stars by mountains on the moon. And they were able to calculate exactly where they needed to be in what order in order to time these these occultations. And the reason they do it is to provide data that will constrain the shape of the moon, because the precise timing. They use a time signal that's sent out over radio. And they record their observations and they send them in, and these can be used to reconstruct the moon.
Hey, do you know what the celestial theodolite is?
Yeah, the celestial
I just want to know if this guy knows about it. I just want to know if this guy knows about it that's talking. Do you know about the celestial theodolite?
No, I don't. Why don't you
Okay.
explain to me what a
Just a
celestial
random lingo
theodolite is?
knowledge check. Got it.
Well, I was just checking on just because we're talking we agree that people know how to use the stars to
No, sir. Actually, what I see happening here is a desperate attempt to change the topic away from gravity before you are forced to. We were talking about gravity.
Talking about
yes. Yes, and now I get to speak, right?
Argument. It's a moot point, and that's where we're at.
You don't get to speak, okay? It's that simple. What I saw happen here was you were getting your ass well and truly kicked on the subject of gravity, and all of a sudden the topic shifts to celestial theodolites, which is some stupid thing that a bunch of incompetents did, and they don't properly understand their results. That's as far as I understand it. And I haven't bothered to look any deeper, but apparently everybody else is very excited to have another flat Earth talking point. But let's get, the single point is that I was asked questions about using gravity to find, the thing we do every day to find minerals that our economy depends on, right? Our economy depends on the minerals that are found using gravimetric analysis. And if I were a flat earther, gravity and the shape of the earth are different things. The reason that flat earthers hate gravity is because gravity can explain the questions that they can't answer themselves. It can answer why there is an atmosphere. It can answer why there is a gravity gradient in the atmosphere. It can answer a whole bunch of other questions, like how does water stick to a ball? Why does water curve? Flat earthers don't like gravity because it answers those questions. That is not evidence against gravity. That's just you don't like something, therefore you've decided it doesn't exist.
And by the way, if I can go back a second, when it comes to zenith angles to stars, we do have gravitational from zenith, geodetic, and orthometric. And there again, there's the few arc seconds that we see in plumb bob deflections from the orthometric to the geodetic. So I can measure it against other points on land and measure it against the stars.
Yeah, real quick, please don't mute me, man. So check this shit out. The conversation went from you talking to plumb bobs to us talking about the arc seconds because of being next to a mountain, right? So and gravitation or whatever. And the point is, you didn't like the fact that I brought up the distinction between gravity and gravitation. And all I was saying was that your instrument argument is moot because we agree that we know how to operate with gravity. It just doesn't prove gravitation. Now, again, we started talking about plumb bobs and this 13-second degree, 15-second degree, or arc second change in the plumb bob. And I'm trying to say that when we do the celestial theodolite and the measurements don't line up for the globe very well, you guys claim that it's malfunction of stellarium. So the next logical step in the conversation, because I wasn't getting wrecked by anything, is the idea that the next logical step in the conversation is that, well, what about the celestial theodolite showing that there's no distinction between the observer when there should be, pursuant to the globe, a difference. And if we're dealing with such great accurate measurements from stellarium, then how come they don't have the change in the angle that would be apparent if you were on a globe? And this
They
is
did
like
an incompetent job.
Now, when we're talking about, like, if the gentleman, hold on real quick, and I'll just sum it up. If the gentleman's going to talk about the distinction between the celestial theodolite, then he should know what it is. So, like, all I was trying to do was update the man. Now, the point is that if you can have the misgivings of it's a error on stellarium over here, but then you're going to grant like that little minute 13 arc seconds of whatever change in the plumb bob is some proof of gravitation, I think you're fucking lost.
Okay, I think you misunderstood. Stellarium is not at fault. Stellarium, I can defend it anywhere on the fucking Earth. Now, the celestial theodolite presented by Heffron is incompetence. Using stellarium poorly.
Hardly.
So there's a
let's get back to gravity.
There are multiple fallacies. There are multiple fallacies in what Issa laid out. He said, "You guys." Because he has heard some globe earthers say something, therefore he assumes that they represent all globe earthers. That is a false generalization. That is not a valid syllogism. Shubil just said that he does not agree with the attribution that it is errors in stellarium that are at fault for this apparently anomalous observation. So therefore, by definition, all globers don't think this and do not assert this. Instead, they assert that it is incompetence in the interpretation of stellarium's results. I concur with his opinion. So this is a simple straw man. You are trying to attack a point that is held by some globers. Yes, some globers are fucking idiots.
No, kind of like you're saying that flat earthers don't believe in gravity, because that's like some flat earthers say that, then all flat earthers say some stupid shit like that, and that's not the case. The argument for flat earth is against gravitation, not gravity. Whether you like it or not, you can say fucking no all you want, but that's really
I'm sorry,
No, that's the argument.
You're being dishonest. You cannot be a flat earther and believe in gravity because it debunks your whole idea.
No, gravity actually literally
the way gravity works debunks your flat earth. You cannot accept gravity.
Look, gravity, if you look up, no, dude, I get it. You're just like reading on a third grade level. The fucking thing is that gravity comes from the term gravity. It is. That's what it is. Most people like yourself.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish the sentence. Go ahead, Isa.
So, my thing is, dude, is that like gravitas, right, just means weight, right? No one's fucking saying that weight doesn't exist. The conversation is about whether or not what causes weight to exist. Right? And you guys try to pigeonhole this and claim that you know off of some minuscule bullshit like this plumb bob differential measurement you've got. And then, all this like wrapped up crap you have to stitch together that goes against everything against common fucking sense. And then you claim some intellectual victory as though you've like resting on the fucking shoulders of the giants before you, when the giants before you were more questionable than you retards.
Okay, so there's so much fallacious. Where the etymology of gravity does not change its current meaning. Gravity refers to the mutual acceleration between objects with mass. That's what you can look up gravity, and that's what it means. We are speaking English. We are not speaking Latin. We are speaking English. That is the English definition of gravity. If you say gravity exists, that is what you are saying exists. If you think that that is not what exists, you think that something else exists. If you say, yeah, sure, we agree weight exists, we just don't accept that mass attracts mass, then you do not believe in gravity. Because gravity is
just because you've added onto a word some super.
I have not added anything onto a word, and SE Montreal, he went on for some time, and he was not interrupted.
Let him finish. He's gonna, let him finish.
Yeah.
wrap it up. Man.
Well, you fucking filibustered for 5 minutes, so I don't see why suddenly there's pressure on me.
Third grade, bro. Third fucking grade.
So anyway, let's go. Let's carry on. I have not done anything to the word. Not me, not anybody I know. Gravity has meant this for decades, if not hundreds of years, without any change to its meaning. So to claim, if you say you believe in gravity, you are saying you believe in mass attracting mass. If you only believe in weight, say that. Don't say because gravity is the attribution of cause. Gravity is an attribution of cause. If you say you only believe in weight, you just don't agree that gravity causes it, then say that because that's what you mean.
Yo, dude, words are fluid. Like, do you believe, you probably think, you're probably all about fluidity. Dude, the point is gravity, it just means weight, whether you like that or not. The point is that just because you guys superimpose all this extraneous bullshit on top of it and try to, imagine things attracting to one another. The term gravity has existed for long before the idea, I would think. Well, I don't know. We could debate about that. But, the term gravity just means weight. And, this is why I'm saying is that flat earthers aren't arguing against the term, weight or gravity. We're arguing against what the cause is.
And
gravity
may I reply?
is the cause of weight. Weight is a
you
different
can't wrap
thing
your
from
head around
gravity.
that. I get it. Freak out a little more.
And again, as soon as I start talking, he's interrupting me. Gravity is the cause of weight. Saying that gravity and weight are the same thing is just it introduces a level of semantic deceit into the conversation. Weight is caused by mass attracting mass, and we can demonstrate this by changing mass distributions and noting that it changes the weight of the object, the measured weight of the object. We can also detect the presence of objects under the ground at great distance from the instrument using a gravimeter. That is not explained by either the density buoyancy bullshit arguments or the electric field arguments. Neither of those can explain the observational data we have that we can detect mineral deposits at great depth under the ground, hundreds of meters, reliably with our instruments. So buoyancy density doesn't explain that. Buoyancy density is bullshit.
I guess it probably explains it.
Also,
because I'm sure you probably can't figure it out for yourself. But I'm pretty sure buoyancy
quickly, Isa. Quickly. The fact that you accept gravity, it means that the Earth will form into a ball. Everything will be impacted by the fact that you accept gravity.
Given enough size, all objects, given enough size, given enough mass, all objects will form into a ball, as them agents say.
Right, and prove it.
Wait. The smaller stellar objects. Smaller stellar objects can be potato size. It can be snowman shaped and everything. But the larger they get, the more spherical they get until you get the shape of Saturn, or you get the shape of the Earth. That's just gravity.
If I may respond on behalf of flat earthers, that's not an impediment. They already, many flat earthers, not all of them, but many of them believe in a firmament, a dome that is a material object that extends for, at least 20,000 kilometers and can span, up to an altitude of 10 kilometers and can support its own weight. And many of them claim that there's water on top of this thing. God alone knows how heavy the water is. So not only can this thing hold itself up, it can hold the water on top of it up. So they are not obligated to accept that the material strength of the globe is what globe earthers and scientists would assert that it is. So they could have mass attracting mass, and they could still claim that there is some layer inside the Earth that is just as strong as the firmament, apparently infinitely strong, that prevents it from turning into a globe. So while I do see the connection in the arguments, using flat Earth reasoning, there is no reason that mass cannot attract mass. The only reason they dislike the idea of mass attracting mass is because it can be used to explain curving water and an atmosphere on a globe. But there is nothing about gravity that is actually inconsistent with a flat Earth, provided you introduce magically strong materials, which many, not all, but many flat Earthers already have in their model.
Gravity also removes the need for a dome, which flat Earth has to have. Because
that may be so, but I think the evidence for a dome is that the Bible says so. So whether or not the dome is serving any, and that's their interpretation. I don't necessarily agree with it. But whether or not it serves any useful purpose is immaterial.
In the general concept,
if the Bible says that it happened, and God has his reasons for having it there. It may be to stop water from falling off the side. It may, or to stop the atmosphere from falling off the side. That may be the purpose of the dome.
Yeah. It's just an interpretation of the Bible in that case. But even for non-religious flat earthers, they still hold to the idea of a dome because it's necessary, is what they say, because gas pressure requires a container. So because they've removed gravity from the equation, if you pardon the pun, that they've got to replace it with something, and that's what they do. They say gravity requires a container.
Would you not agree like there's logic behind the idea that Can I let's get the question out? Can I get the question out? That gas pressure is indicative of containment, right?
Yes, we can say that if you'd like to. Yeah, it's not entirely
okay. If you can agree that that's a logical point, it's
not completely illogical and irrational.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
But the question then follows: what form does that containment take? Must it be a material container? Because we can set up, for instance, electrical fields that can constrain.
Electrical field in what? Non-containment. If you got it in air or water, it's contained. So you don't have a non-containment. Now, temperature is the container. Temperature is the thing that negates whether something's solid or gas. Do you comprehend?
No, temperature is not the indicator of whether or not.
Well, how can water hold a shape when it's not supposed to be compressed or hold a form? I can freeze it into a spherical shape or a cube or a pyramid or a unicorn if I want, and make an ice sculpture out of ice, out of water, solidified by temperature. Can you do the same?
If I subject that water to enough pressure, sir, you won't be able to.
We're talking about making it hold shape.
Sir, you made a claim. Sir, you made a claim. Sir, he's just yelling over me, Dimmock.
Your talking is not a container.
Dimmock, he's just yelling over. Sorry, SE Montreal.
Well, no,
he's
you're
just
the one
yelling
that ain't
over me.
Talking over me yet. I can't get 2 words in without you motherfuckers not shutting up.
Someone take a turn, please.
I was actually responding. To.
Take a fucking turn. Shut the fuck up, Tony. Quit talking over DMOC, you fucking assholes.
No. Actually, since you were such a fuckwit about it, I'll keep on talking. So the temperature is not the only indicator of whether or not something is a gas. Pressure and temperature together play a role. The existence of melting points is governed by pressure and temperature. So it's not just temperature on its own, and the claim that it is a single variable system is simply not true. Do you accept that that's
how you
the
can
case?
hold water into a shape, or shut the fuck up, liar?
Okay. Very easily. I can hold water into a shape by applying a rotation to it, for instance. Have you ever seen it? Sure. I'll get the video right now.
What are you rotating it with no medium? We don't want no container. We want you to hold it in the air like I can hold the water in my fucking hand. The ice ball.
I'll show you. Sure, I'll show you that as well.
Tony needs 5 dick suckers now because you guys can't hold water into solid form. You just said you fucking could with electricity. Now show us in your hand electricity making water spin into a ball in your hand, you motherfucking liar.
Demo, Demo.
Shut the
hold
fuck
on
up, loser. We're talking about a
Demo, I've been an advocate for here, like with the mods with you. And I've been an advocate for you. Okay. Now fucking just have a conversation. Let your emotions kind of like just fucking put those away for a minute and just have the debate. Okay. Let Tony show this video. Tony just answered your question. He said he's got a video. Fucking watch it. Let's just be civil. Okay. Please.
Okay, there's a video. There's a video I've shared in chat.
Now, if he doesn't have electricity making water in his hand, his fucking video is void. No, stupid. Stop showing us hamburgers to show us how fucking French fries are made, motherfuckers.
That's okay. So there are multiple logical inconsistencies. There are multiple logical inconsistencies involved. What I said was we can use electrical fields
fucking civil discourse, because that's the whole point of this server. We are all fucking humans on this planet. We're all supposed to fucking just coexist, right? It's okay if we have differing opinions. But when you come in here, motherfucker, every time I come in here, you are fucking yelling at people and calling them retards. All right? Now listen, if you want to continue that, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to lose the vote and you're going to get fucking banned from this server. So knock it the fuck off. I don't know how else to tell you that. You have had civil discussions in here multiple times. I respect your opinions. I actually respect some of your experiments. Like, it's all good information, but the way you present it, and when you get offensive and you start fucking like, that's not the way to do it on this server. So this is like your last warning, because I'm telling you right now, the mods already are fucking going to overpower me and you're going to be gone. All right. Now, please keep the discussion civil. I got more YF aggro. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yes, we can find pure hydrogen in nature in hydrogen deposits. They occur underground.
Prove
Thank
it
you,
live.
Dimmock.
Prove it live. You go do it now.
That isn't how science works, mate, and you'll claim that it is, that's a realistic expectation. You never do anything live. I don't understand why you're on a Discord server if that's your standard of evidence. Go out and do stuff live.
I'm not making the magic dinosaur hydrogen claims like you just did. That's your burden to stand on and hill to die on. Guy who doesn't have hydrogen. Stop putting your name in we. You are not a part of the we, apparently.
You're not making, you're the one saying it's wrong, so prove it. Prove what you're saying besides just words.
There's no such thing as hydrogen. How can I prove hydrogen?
Are there any gases whatsoever?
How do you come to there's
What
no
is a
such thing as
gas?
hydrogen?
Show me a gas that's 100% of itself. Stop talking stupid, please. Just demonstrate your claim.
Well, we need to be able to agree on fundamental terms. Do you agree that there are any elements? Does aluminium exist?
You need to agree on being able to demonstrate the crap you're talking one time in your life. Stop reading books and saying that proved your point.
Could you respond to the question? Well, let's change it. Does liquid oxygen exist?
We're looking for 100% hydrogen gas. It's a
Yes,
gas.
and I gave you an answer for that. There are hydrogen deposits in nature.
Who proved that? 100% live.
That's not how facts are established, sir.
They're not established. They're established by just telling stories. My Pope told me, my book, Religious Guy of Gases, my religious guy that sold me this container, told me this stuff's real good shit. Yeah, but I can't go get none myself. That's not how science and gas works. I got to buy it from this guy. I got to buy a story. Is that science is buying a story, not no physical reality? Well, thanks, non-physical Tony. No real gas, story gas.
Is gold real? Is gold real?
Is oxygen and hydrogen real? We're looking for those things.
But,
Why you guys
they're on the periodic table of elements.
This is the
because
problem
in this
here.
world, it's
you don't
made up
have
of
a
things.
table of gases or anything. Hydrogen is supposed to be the #1 on your chart. Stop talking over me without getting 100% of it, please.
Actually, Dimmock, you interrupted him. He was talking first. You had finished speaking. He was responding. And then you interrupted him. And then you had the fucking temerity to whine about him interrupting you because you're a fucking loser.
I waited till you were done, Dimmock.
100% hydrogen, oxygen, helium, nitrogen, carbon, any of that stuff in nature that we can go, I'll follow you. We'll go get it together in a bag. We'll collect it up, and then we'll take it and show everybody we got it.
I got a better idea. How about you show me 100% Jesus? I want to see Jesus right here in the bucket.
I don't even know what that means. Who are you talking to, weirdo?
Come on,
Stop
I'm
being
just saying.
fucking weird. We don't know
If
what
we
you're
have to
talking
get
about.
100%
What are
hydrogen
you
in a lab
even
to
talking
prove to you that the
about?
first thing on the periodic
What
table
the
of
fuck are
elements
you talking
exists,
about?
we're never going to get anywhere before we all
You
die.
don't have a
Okay?
periodical chart. You have a story and a religious belief. You believe dumb shit that a whole bunch of wees that aren't you do. Can you be one of the wees? Are you just a believer and read the Bible of gases? Your
You get to
periodic
choose the
Bible.
spirits
No,
that
I
you
read the
engage with,
Bible
ladies and
too.
gentlemen.
I
Yeah,
read the
the
Bible
gas
too.
Bible, we know.
I
The
read
gold
both of
Bible.
them. No, I
The
actually
aluminum
read
Bible.
the Bible because I
Yeah,
believe in
it's called
Jesus.
the
But I'm
gas
just saying,
Bible, the
if
globe
we got to
Bible.
prove hydrogen by having 100% hydrogen in a bucket in the lab for DMOC, then I want to
You're
see
about as big as
100% Jesus in a bucket in a lab, and then I will be the biggest Christian ever.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. You're gonna have to do that for yourself. I can give a fuck less about all that garbage. All I'm asking you is for physical proof of what the fuck you guys are ever saying. Earth curve, can you draw it on the wall and get the Nobel Prize and be on Ripley's Believe It or Not and be in a fucking museum and win the
Watch
Guinness
the
Book of World
goalposts
Records
move.
and be on the Guinness Book of World Records for being the first
Goalposts
human that
moving.
can draw the Earth curve that you guys claim exists.
60-yard field goal. Here we go. For the win.
Draw the Earth
60
curve.
yards. Jesus Christ, bro. It's insane. We can't have a normal conversation with you because you do not exist in reality where people prove
No,
facts.
the Earth curve
and
doesn't exist in reality. The
Guess
thing
what?
I'm trying to
All
prove,
of science can't be
I'm
done
an
in the
original
lab
human.
for
I'm not
DMOC.
all of your garbage,
can't.
repetition,
So
repeated
why
garbage.
is it? So why is it that for a ball of water sticking to an object that has to be in the laboratory, but for identifying pure hydrogen that has to be in nature, that has to be outside of the laboratory? Why do you have two very different epistemological standards depending on what you're talking about?
Well, I don't know. Every time I ask for globe proof, you say can't, too big, too little, too far, too much, not enough. So why do you guys have 50 different fucking real things that don't have nothing fuck all to do with reality? We go in a lab. You motherfuckers don't want to go to a lab. You don't want to see how a ball really acts. You want to tell everybody your religion on how ball physics work without a fucking ball in a lab. So you get a ball in a lab. It doesn't hold water. You don't take the ball with you to your water gel experiment. Then you guys tell us you can't conform water in your aquarium to a curve. But then you show me a little bitty fucking ball smaller than the aquarium that's curving. You guys don't make any fucking sense. You're all around the fucking place. You're stupid.
Okay, so you now accept that if we can demonstrate that hydrogen exists in a laboratory, that will be rigorous science, and we can accept that hydrogen exists, right?
I said in nature.
Why? Why does it have to be in
Because
nature?
everything is supposed to exist physically for nature in itself, stupid. That's where you're supposed to get it from. Man is supposed to be born. The stuff existed before you, goofball. You didn't exist before it, so you have to be able to go get it after you're born. I want to find hydrogen. I'm the first human. Where am I getting it from? You're the first guy. Where are you getting hydrogen?
Can you find me steel in nature?
Dude, stop asking dumb questions.
No, it's the same question. It's the same question. It's the same question, mate.
When you can see you can't prove hydrogen exists.
So we want to demonstrate whether or not steel exists.
You won't demonstrate
anything. You go out into nature and you find me some steel.
I never
is that a reasonable requirement, or am I being intellectually dishonest?
You weirdo.
Maybe let me finish my question.
Your religion on other people.
Is that a reasonable, intellectually honest request?
You guys should stop fucking talking to yourself. Prove your religious points or shut up.
Okay. But I just asked you. So according to your epistemology, is it the case that steel no longer exists because it can't be found in nature?
Steel religion doesn't need to be brought into your gas religion, motherfucker, dude. Why are you on steel religion that you got now?
You're claiming that steel is a religion now.
What's
the existence of steel
Go give me 100% steel.
Religion.
I want 100% steel out of nature.
Okay, so now you're claiming that steel does not exist.
No, there's no such
steel
thing
is
as
an
anything.
alloy.
that you guys say you're fucking weirdos.
Emma,
100% steel doesn't exist in nature. You just heard me, motherfucker. Go prove me wrong.
Can you do you take any medication?
Do you have 100% gold? I'll take 100% gold. I got 100% diamond. I got my money that you can't get one of those either, weirdo. 100% diamond, nothing else.
Okay. Is diamond an element? Is diamond an element?
You don't know. It's your fucking weird religion. You can't prove nothing about it. You don't know what a diamond is. I just asked you for one. 100%. Nothing else.
You are talking about diamond as though it is some sort of fundamental material. It isn't.
You're talking
right?
about
You understand that?
gases like they're fundamental materials, but they aren't.
Well, this is why I personally disagree with Veda.
You don't like
and I was still talking. You paused. I started talking, and then you interrupted me again.
Sorry about that.
And you're still doing it. So maybe be quiet for a little bit.
Can I come in?
No, you can't. I'm talking.
Oh, sorry.
So you can wait your turn, and once I finish talking, then you can talk. Does that seem a reasonable enough system? You may answer yes or no. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to hear from Lushoff. Thank you.
Well, thank you for interrupting me, Eden. You're just the role model all of the flat earthers in the chat need. So whether or not a material exists is not determined by just being able to find it in nature, because many things only exist in nature in very transient form because they are highly reactive. Also, they often exist with impurities. So the claim that you need to find something that is 100% pure in nature, or it isn't real, you cannot find 100% water in nature. It's going to have impurities in it. Therefore, by Democ's standard, water doesn't exist, which is weird because he's been talking about water and whether or not it can curve for a long time now. And I would have just finished there, except that this guy is either hot micing or he's deliberately interrupting.
Hot micing.
Okay. So
water
maybe
is a layer of something. It's a layer of. It's not your own self. It's a mixture. There's no 100% water. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no 100% water, why would we expect to find 100% hydrogen?
I didn't say you should. Your alchemists say you got 100% hydrogen that makes everything else from 100, then 99 is something else, then 98, then 97, then 96, and you keep going down the fucking periodic ladder, and it becomes helium or all the other shit. Supposedly, that's your guys' mega story.
Yeah, but there was that
making
one year.
hydrogen, fusion in a vacuum of a gas.
We went to the coast for Catherine's
Not
birthday.
my story. My story
And then
is
we
all
came
energy, like I just told you. It's unquantifiable, all of it, motherfucker. You can act like you're quantifying it, but you ain't. You're just making fucking stories up and making a new religion to make a new religion to sell a bunch of fucking religions on dog shit. The only thing you'll ever have is trial and fucking error. What's this do?
Democ,
What does it not do?
Democ,
Now go to bed.
Democ, you have to take a breath periodically and let other people talk. You're going on way too long, and I don't want to mute you, but that's what will happen if you keep doing it.
So let's step back. Democ's claim was...
I think Tony's going on much longer than Democ. Maybe we can add up all the time and prove you wrong.
Yeah, I don't do it by talking over other people, nor do I do it by making fatuous assertions. But by all means, if people want me time controlled, I'm happy to agree to that.
20 seconds.
Democ, no, you don't get to impose the time. So, thanks for playing.
I thought you just said that people want your time control. I'm just giving you an idea.
I'll accept either a consensus from the people in chat or a dictation by Omnivore or another mod. But I won't accept.
Think that 20 seconds is a disproportionate amount of
I won't accept unrealistic impositions.
Go ahead and finish it, Tony. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So Demok's line of argument was hydrogen doesn't exist if we can't find it in nature at 100% purity. When pointed out that the water doesn't exist in nature at 100% purity, he goes, well, yeah, that's okay, but you guys still need to demonstrate hydrogen. He's got no systematization to his epistemology. He's completely inconsistent. He has no consistent standards of evidence. He's a one-trick pony. All he does is do this physically impossible thing, otherwise I'm right. That's all he ever says.
So I have a suggestion, Tony. I've never had a lengthy, reasonable conversation with Demok, and I've tried. Unlike Verdic, I haven't been able to get anywhere with any kind of good back and forth. So I'm going to recommend that you not take him too seriously, because I don't think it's going, I don't think you're going to have a good time with it.
Yep, I concur. I concur exactly. And I was talking to somebody else, and then Demok came in and just persistent and got to the point where he would just start talking over me when I was halfway through a sentence. Right.
Yes,
so I didn't choose to engage with Demok. I was actually talking to Issa. I was actually talking to somebody completely different, and we were making progress right up until Demok decided to vandalize the conversation.
Yeah, well, that does happen, and that's, why he's often on mute. But
yes, and Verdak is very indulgent of him, and I guess I understand. I understand why, but I don't. Again, I can actually model Demok with a fairly simple script. So if we want Demok's presence, we can mute him, and I can write a script that will do the same thing.
I don't know if the world is prepared for a Demok script. I mean, we have theories about how artificial intelligence could rise up and kill us all, but artificial stupidity could be far worse.
Right.
So I'm gonna urge you not to do that.
Fair enough. But he has the same script. Give me this physical demonstration, and if you present it, he'll go, well, that's not what I asked for. Actually, a ball. I actually asked for a ball of water constrained by a different force. He's got no honesty. He doesn't have the least scintilla of integrity. It's just a one-trick pony over and over again.
I think what it is, I'm guessing it might be, it might be real honest misunderstanding. I'm not 100% sure, but I think what's going on is that it's a rhetorical flourish to say, you can't show me these things that I'm demanding, which means you should reach the same conclusion that I have reached, which is that these things aren't real.
You guys can't show us anything. You guys don't ever show nothing. I don't know why you guys go off the deep end. Why don't you just show us the simplest things? Like show me
Steve,
that experiment. See, you got lots of experiments to show me these gases, right? I've seen them. Haven't you guys seen them? I've seen them separate hydrogen and oxygen. Haven't you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we have, but that was explicitly what Dimmock refused to accept as evidence.
Well, that's why we want to look at the movie. We want to look at the movie so we can laugh how fucking ignorant you dumbass motherfuckers are.
Why are you talking?
Why are you talking? I'm fucking talking.
I was answering.
I wasn't talking.
I was answering your question.
No,
I was answering your question.
Motherfucker.
I was answering your question. And I was making a point,
Tony.
And I was just being of what? What do you want a video of?
The first one I want the hydrogen and oxygen separation. The second one I want you to show me the demonstration of me exhaling carbon dioxide. That would be really nice.
So, okay. Wait. I just want to point out that, did I hear correctly? You're saying you want to see it so you can laugh at how dumb people are? Was that, did I hear that accurately?
Yeah. Don't you think that's kind of Like when you look at you've seen it, right? I'm surely you've seen the video of scientific method of separating water, right?
Okay.
Don't have the guts. Please don't tell me you've never seen it.
Tell me what your point is. You asked me questions.
Well, I know
about
that,
container
like
before,
you
and
guys.
I don't know what you're on about. So please tell me.
So are you done? So now, if you're telling me you're separating water, which is cool, and you're turning it into these two byproducts, H and O, and I look at you doing it. But now, nowhere in nature do I see that happening. And then you guys claim an experiment, and then you claim this is H and this is O. Now, I don't have a problem with it because, you guys science labels. But it's critical to understand, okay, they're labeling this H, and they're labeling this O. Then we're going to go to these other gases, and we're going to identify those. It's all done in the lab, called processing.
The claim that oxygen and hydrogen don't separate in nature is false. There are natural processes that will dissociate hydrogen from oxygen. For instance, a lightning strike over water.
That's
let me
ionization. That's ionization.
No, that isn't. That will break the chemical bonds between the hydrogen and the water for at least some molecule. I beg your pardon?
No proof of that whatsoever.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
So, how much do you want to bet? I'll bet you $10,000.
I don't need to bet no money, Tony. If you
okay, so you actually don't fucking know that there's no evidence. You're just a loudmouth.
Oh, now you're gonna go. Oh, I bet $10,000 I can prove lightning produces hydrogen and oxygen. You don't have no evidence of that. You can't even show me that evidence in the laboratory. For Christ's sakes. God, you guys are so full of shit.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. You can do ionization.
I'll bet you another 10 grand.
We show you the video of it getting done in the lab, and you're going to go, CGI, it's TV. So that's the problem we have here. We can't take every single flat earther into the lab to show them all these experiments that they want to see.
You don't have to. Show
You ain't got no
video.
fucking lab, dude. You're not doing anything.
Steve, Steve, what do you think is going on in the pictures you've allegedly seen of this stuff? I mean, what's your theory for I don't know, for water not being made of hydrogen and oxygen? He doesn't say. Okay.
Yeah. So did you give up? Or what's wrong? You surrender?
No. We've made the point that you're a gutless. We've made the point that you're a gutless wimp, and you have no confidence whatever in what you're saying, and that you're just going to reject the evidence that's shown you. That's what we've established.
I want to look at it. I want to look at three of them now. The water, HO, separating it. I want to watch that video. I want you guys to brag about it. I want you to show me carbon dioxide. Show me carbon dioxide. And then now that last one, what was the last one you just bragging about? Oh, the lightning proves H&O. Yeah, I'll take a look at that too.
Yeah, what a joke.
But you've already seen the first of those videos, right?
Well,
You've already seen. Well, I'd like clear definitions. I want you to explain it as I'm look at it together. Maybe you'll put it on your live stream, and we'll all look at it together, and you'll show me and tell me exactly what's going on. Maybe I don't. No, don't they explain that in the video?
What is your theory? Steve,
lie
what's
about
your
it.
theory of this? What is your theory of this? What do you think is going on?
Well, I mean, there's nothing going on. It's pretty obvious what's going on.
Okay,
I take two anodes. I take an anode, a cathode. I apply electricity, and I got one gas escaping H, and I got one gas escaping O.
Right,
I
and
just wanted to double
you don't
check.
believe that. What's going on?
Why? What do you mean I don't believe it? I believe it. Of course I believe it. What the
No,
fuck is
I
wrong
don't.
with you?
No, you don't believe it. You don't believe that water.
No,
is
I
made
believe
by-
that right there. No, I believe that right there. What are you fucking trying to put words in my mouth for?
Because I've heard you talk about it.
No, I didn't. No, well, yeah, that's like you and the great white shark. Don't fucking lie. That's what you guys lie about me all the time.
You have no idea what lying means.
Yes, I do.
Or maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's projection. So
you don't want to show the
what is
movie.
your contention? What is your
Oh,
contention?
Omni. You don't want to show the movie. That's cool. You're just proving to me that you're a coward. That's okay.
I don't
says
think
the man who's unwilling to put any money on whether or not these things actually do occur.
Yeah, well,
but we're the cowards.
He has 10 grand, so
I'll take one. I'll take all the money he has that he's wrong.
Yes, well, I don't know.
And if he's unwilling to put it up, then he doesn't know what he claims to know. He's just making shit up and claiming it's a fact as long as there's nothing writing on it. As long as he has no skin in the game, he's willing to assert any bullshit.
Yes, when somebody is talking shit, the good thing to do is to bet. However, in this case, I still am unclear what Steve thinks is happening. Steve, can you explain what you think is going on with electrolysis?
Were you not listening 2 seconds ago?
I was listening, and you didn't explain.
I wanted you guys, you science wizards, to play the video, so I'm making sure I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at, right? And then you're going to tell me, and then it's because you do have to do electrolysis, and you have material, which the anode and cathode are made out of, more than likely two different materials, right? And so, yeah. And so I wanted the class, me in the class.
So what is your theory about this?
Well,
so
I'm just saying,
do you deny that there is less liquid water after the electrolysis than before? Do you deny that the body of water has lost mass during the electrolysis process? Do you deny that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you deny that two gases accumulate at the anode and the cathode? Two different gases accumulate at the anode and the cathode?
No, I don't deny that. I don't deny
Okay.
that.
Do you deny that one of those gases is hydrogen and one of those gases is oxygen?
No, I don't deny that. I'm just saying I put a name on them. I can put a name on them. Hydrogen.
All right.
You named it. It's a man name, right? Yeah.
So what exactly about this? You seem to know the name for the process. You seem to know that it is taking liquid water and that it is producing two gases. And it is producing them in the ratio of 2 to 1 by volume. Right? It's producing twice the volume of one gas as it is of the other gas. And we can accept that the other gas, of which it's producing less, has something like 16 times the molecular mass of the first gas. Can we accept that all of this is true?
No, not that.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen that demonstration of the 2 parts to 1. I haven't seen that measured out and proven.
So is that something you doubt, or is it just something you haven't seen? You won't answer, huh?
I'm sorry, I had to go off the mic for a second.
Is that something? Okay. Is the 2 to 1 ratio something you doubt, or is it just something you haven't seen?
Well, when I do the sciences, I found out kind of like maybe suspiciously It's kind of how you guys describe things, right? The 3, 1, 2, 3, when it comes to spin, charge, that type of thing. Then you got the electron, proton, neutron. And when you get into the sciences, it's kind of critical, those basics. And then H is your number one element. And it kind of runs through the whole system on the elemental table when you start building things.
Okay, I'm gonna admit I still don't understand what you're talking about there.
Yeah, I know, because you don't know gases. You haven't done the work that you need to do to know about gases, but that's okay.
It's possible.
Well, no, it
That's
is
one.
possible.
What do we need to do? Sorry, I was distracted. What do we need to know about gases?
Well, we isolate them and process them. Everybody knows it.
Yes.
Like helium. Helium's a processed gas. For Christ's sake.
Helium occurs in nature, sir.
No, it doesn't. You can't find an
Yes, it
ounce
does.
of helium. No, prove it.
Helium is found in nature. There are helium deposits in minerals. Most helium is produced by mining. We mine into minerals and they release helium. That's how we get helium. It's not processed.
What? Man, I don't know where you're getting that information. You're going to have to post something on that one. That's the first time.
Well, where's your info? Sorry. Let me cut you off,
Tony, but go ahead.
Okay. Can you I'll post my evidence for that. Why don't you post your evidence for the contrary? Right?
I'm not the one.
You apparently believe
prove this shit. You are.
No. You're making it. Yes, you did. You claimed that helium was processed. Show me. No, it isn't, sir.
Are you denying it's not processed, Tony?
I am saying that helium is found in natural deposits. No, it's not. It's not processed.
Tony, you're lying to me, right? Looking me right in the eyeball and saying helium isn't processed. Are you goofy? Jump in the bottle by itself.
So, can you show any evidence for why you think what you think?
Why am I showing? You guys are the braggers. You guys are the bragging people out here, bragging about all these things you know. I just want you to show it to me so I can brag with you.
Tony, hold on. I got to clarify this. Steve, you are towering arrogance incarnate. And you think that we're bragging? My dear.
Yes.
So I just
with absolutely nothing
Obviously, you're bragging if you want to demonstrate. Just like DMOC asks you guys all the time, show it. That's all I'm asking.
I just posted in the chat helium production in the United States, where the helium has come from. Putting something in a bottle or in a container is not processing.
What?
That's just bottle. That's bottling.
How do you get it in there?
It's bottling. That is bottling. If I pour water into a bottle, I haven't processed the fucking water.
Yeah, you did. You compressed it into that shape.
No, I didn't compress any fucking thing.
Coca-Cola bottle shape that it didn't normally exist in, stupid.
So, Democ, just so you know, water is not really compressible. And compressing it into the shape of putting it into a bottle is not really processing the water.
Write this down. I got a frozen ice ball. Sorry, loser.
Yeah.
We've moved on from there. We're now demonstrating just how stupid Steve is. Sorry, look, Democ, Steve is making a very competitive case. Steve is making a very competitive case that he is more stupid and more ignorant than you are, and we're indulging him in that case. So helium is dug out of the ground. That's how helium is produced. That's helium production. It is dug out of the ground and then it is stuck in a bottle. Steve's claim that helium is processed or that somehow putting something in a bottle is processing is fatuous drivel.
So wait a minute. So Steve is bottling processing? Is that the claim?
Isn't that, well, you guys are the ones claiming you don't process it. I've never heard of, I've never heard of putting something in a bottle. I've never heard of putting something in a bottle and not calling it processing. What do you call it?
Bottling. This is why bottling plants exist. They're not called processing plants. They're called bottling facilities. Look it up. It's English. Apparently your native language.
Is it easy to bottle up the gas?
I fail to see how that is relevant. His claim was that helium is not found in nature, that it is processed. By this statement, he clearly intended that helium is produced through some sort of artificial manufacturing process. That is not how helium is produced. It is produced by being dug out of the ground and stuck in a bottle. A claim that he was outraged by. He thought that that was the stupidest fucking thing he'd ever heard. But it turns out that it is precisely how we get helium.
So it's the same way that we get like coal? Pretty similar?
Coal is dug out of the ground and then is removed from other rock impurities. So no, it's not the same process by any stretch of the imagination. By my understanding, anyway, if you're in a pure coal seam, sure, it's analogous, except that it's a gas in one case and it's a solid in the other. If we're dealing with high concentration, pardon?
Do we squeeze the rocks when we dig it out?
That's a malformed question. Yes, the rocks undergo compression in the excavation process, but it is incidental. We are applying an external force that will act to compress the material that we are digging out, but we are not trying to compress the coal. That is just incidental to the excavation process.
I don't know where I got the opinion that natural gas is where they were processing the helium out of. Where would I come up with that crazy idea from?
I don't know, because you're an ignorant halfwit.
Natural gas and helium, I thought they went hand in hand.
They do not.
Huh.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna guess. Wait, I'm gonna guess that Steve probably doesn't really believe that. So, Steve, can you maybe find something that supports the natural gas and helium theory?
Oh, I don't know. I thought that's all I'd ever read. I'd never heard the rock theory, to be honest with you.
Well, one of the reasons why we like
it's not a theory, mate. It's where we get it from. It's where we get it from. We dig holes, and we search for helium reservoirs because helium is extremely expensive, and it's very useful for refrigeration and a bunch of other applications. So there's a lot of helium exploration. It's unrelated to natural gas.
So one of the reasons why I think we like having PhDs and other professionals in the chat is because we can learn things from them. So, it wouldn't surprise me it doesn't surprise me to learn things that I hadn't heard before. But
so.
Wait, just a second. But maybe without all the hostility, Steve. I mean,
Tony's hostile as all hell. I understand that. Yeah, I would calm him down a little bit for sure.
So do you concede now, sir, that your claim that helium is not dug out of the ground is false? Do you concede that I have produced evidence that helium is indeed dug out of the ground and then contained, and that this is how we get most of our helium?
Well, it kind of says both things right here. Earth, it's primarily produced through the radioactive, which is that's a fancy little name, decay of uranium, another fancy word, in thorium, another fancy word, in certain types of rocks. And it's often extracted from natural gas deposits. So I'm not really sure we're too far off here.
No, sir, you are misparsing that. It is extracted from natural gas deposits, not natural gas deposits. It is extracted from gas deposits that are natural. It is not extracted from deposits of natural gas. Do you see the error you have made in interpreting that?
Sounded like bullshit to me, Tony, to be honest with you.
He's saying that the deposits of it are naturally occurring, not that they are the energy source known as natural gas.
Right. Yeah, because the helium is part of the big lie about the outer space bullshit.
So you don't believe that helium exists? Is this what you're saying?
No, I think they're mining. I think the Chinese are mining it right now on the dark side of the moon. Don't you, Tony?
No.
You don't? Why not? They told us they were.
No, they didn't.
Why would you not believe that? Why would you believe that?
Even if they had said that, there is every reason to be skeptical of things that the Chinese Communist Party says, and there is every reason to believe that they have not been able to get mining operations going on the far side.
Why
of the
are you
moon.
skeptical, Tony?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm skeptical because I have no evidence supporting this contention, nor do I have any evidence. I don't know.
You're a racist.
Okay, find me the statement where they said that. Please present it to
Yeah,
me.
it sounds a little racist just because they're Chinese.
Yeah, that's what I say it is. Exactly. It's racist as all.
No, I would be equally skeptical. I would be equally skeptical if the Russians made that claim. I would, in fact, be equally skeptical if NASA made that claim. If NASA came up to me today and said we're mining helium from the dark side of the moon, I would say no. I don't think you are, because the evidence of the status of the lunar exploration programs is not consistent with there being large-scale mining operations on the far side of the moon.
Well, I don't care what you say. The Chinese are on the backside of the moon. They told me that on TV. I saw it. Okay.
Okay.
So if you're going to contradict TV and Chinese, I don't know. I don't know how I can react to that.
So, what is the point here with that? You're trying to make a point of some sort.
Well, everything you guys do is bullshit. Okay, so to start with,
so
you even got the helium. You got helium mining going on the backside of the moon.
So we're back to just raw hostility.
How full of shit you guys are with no evidence. It's not hostility. It is evidence.
So it is 100% hostility.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You have no evidence of one thing you guys ever talk about.
So I have a question for you. What do you think of as evidence? I think there's literally tons of evidence, and there's no evidence for the flat Earth.
Here's one. Here's one.
Wait. Let me finish this up real quick. So, talking about electrolysis, what do you think constitutes evidence of electrolysis?
You take two fucking rods and you apply electricity. It's pretty fucking simple, Omni. What the fuck?
So what was your contention with it? You wanted to see the picture so you could...
You don't. You guys are the ones with contentions, not me.
So you are. So I'm not buying it, Steve. You are.
Yeah. Let's go back. Let's go make this. Wait a minute, Omni. Here's the thing. You know what a bucket is? Because you guys were struggling a minute ago with the container, glass versus plastic.
So,
okay, now let's just go with a bucket. We got a lid too.
Okay.
So we take the lid off. We got a bucket with a lid. We go out. Let's say we even go 100 feet in the air, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter. You grab it. Now we grabbed a bucket of air. Now you guys are going to tell me inside that bucket of air is 15. You guys tell me right now. What? How many different mixtures are in that bucket? Go ahead.
It's about 80% hydrogen and 20% oxygen, if I recall.
Okay, with trace elements, with traces of the following gases: water vapor, argon, carbon dioxide, methane.
Right. Okay, now let's just stand on. Now wait a minute. That's fine. That's fine. Now, but now we got that bucket of air. Now, me and you, we have to go identify these percentages you're talking about. So we're not going to do it just out here standing around. We're going to take it to the lab.
I want to hold you up for a second. Tell me when you think I am saying something that sounds super arrogant. I want you to stop me and say that's where I'm upset that you're making this super arrogant claim. All right.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you know. Sure.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we would. So first off, we would have to seal the bucket, right? We wouldn't want the bucket.
Yeah, we have the bucket and the lid, right?
Okay, with an airtight lid, right?
Yep. We're going to the lab.
So we take. You
got to go. You got to go to the lab, right?
Well, to identify the different.
You got to have tools. You got to have
identify
tools,
the gases. I would say yes. We would probably want to go to a lab.
Well, you got to have some tools.
Okay. So is that?
We've already identified them and we've already built the tools. So I'll even give you all that too.
Okay. I guess.
But how do they work? So okay, so now how are you going to identify these things? Go ahead. With what tool and what is it reading? Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm not 100% clear on that. So how is Tony? Do you know how we would identify?
There are multiple techniques that you can use. One is to use a variety of chemical reagents. So you bring in well, for starters, first thing you do is you weigh the bucket before you start. You put it in a vacuum chamber and you weigh it. Okay. Then when you take it with the lid, then when you bring it back in, you weigh it again. So now you've got an idea of how much gas you've got in the bucket. Okay. One technique for separating the gases into the various chemicals is to put in reagents that will only react with the nitrogen or only react with the oxygen and look at how much of the chemical products you've got. Another technique that you've got is luminescence. So you can what's the term? You can spectral luminescence. Let me just spectrometry.
That's one thing, but
chemical luminescence. You can also feed the sample through a mass spectrometer, and it will break the elements in by their molecular mass and their charge. So we can put them into buckets and look at their masses, their atomic masses or their molecular masses, and then we can chemically test whether these samples are the things that we think they are. But there's also something called the Kjeldahl method. And gas chromatography, all sorts of shit that they can use. There are a variety of different techniques that we can use for identifying them.
Okay,
they were burning different gases to see what color they would be as well.
So
let's go through gas detectors right away.
I want to ask some questions. Hold on a second. So Steve, did any of that sound incredibly arrogant to you or bragging or whatever it is?
No, it's right along the scientific method here, pretty close. But let's cover, like one thing we would do, we know this is true, right? Gas detectors, right? We all agree on that, right? Have you ever used one?
So what you have to be more specific than that. Some gases are very difficult to detect.
Right. Well, no. I know. But like, let's just use the easiest, like a smoke detector.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So you'd use that. Okay, that would be one. Then you have oh Christ, I forget what they called them. But I forget what gases we used to test for. But the tester is set. It's calibrated to read. Now here we go again. We're getting back into electricity. See, so all these gas, even like the smoke detector, is going to be calibrated to read frequency. Correct? Are we in agreement? What?
No.
What's
No.
it going to read? What's it going to read?
It's going to read whether or not sufficient electrical charge is accumulated. Got nothing to do with frequency.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that answer. Now, so the smoke detector is reading electrical charge. Is that what correctly now?
That's how I believe they work. Yeah.
Okay. So the same thing if you go underground is where I used to use them, and then so that would be operating the same way versus smoke. Smoke would be X in order to read it physically, and then the other gas detectors are going to pick up another electrical charge by the signature of the gas, right? And these gases that kill you lay on the bottom. Also, like I said, it's been a while since but I forget what gas that was.
Carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. These are gases that will kill you.
But they're
particularly
using,
if you're working in a mining.
Yeah, but they're using
facility.
electrical charge. Okay, that's okay. So where are we at? Go ahead.
Well, I mean that's how one style of smoke detector works. I'm just reading up on it. There are other styles of smoke detector. Let me look up how carbon monoxide detectors work.
But because we're still back to the bucket of air and the 15%, and then layers. Like I think you guys even claim layers, right? Density layers as I go up in the sky. You guys claim that, don't you?
As you go up in the sky, the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner. We call it attenuation, I believe. So,
yeah, but you label it though too with gases.
No, so as I understand it, and I've looked this up. Obviously, I haven't tested it myself. The mix of gases stays very, very similar.
Yes. Mono.
What?
Yes.
So, like at sea level or in Death Valley, it's 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, plus trace gases. But at the top of Mount Everest, there's a lot less gas, but it's also 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, which frankly was a surprise to me. I assumed that the mix would change some as we got higher up, but apparently it changes very little.
It changes very little.
Did anyone else just now get finished with eating ass?
This guy's got to be a baller, huh? You got to be a baller.
Hey, Tony, I just want to say you couldn't disregard the DM I sent you. I got it figured out. Also, I'm a huge fan of you on the that debate channel on YouTube. I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so apparently it's the same general weight, the same general mix of gases at different levels. So I'm not aware of density, like layers of density or layers of different gases.
These are two different things. So air pressure is caused by the weight of the overlying gas. Okay, that's what causes the atmosphere. The atmosphere is.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying too. That's just all kind of boils down to the pressure again, right? Because you claimed pressure on the gas gauges. Now, what about I thought the mercury gauges, when you do the elevation changes, like you just said, Mount Everest, that's using electric charge too.
No.
Right? What? No, the mercury? I thought that's how they told me. No?
Well, unless you're using an electrical, so essentially, there will be a bulb containing fluid at the bottom. In this style of barometer, there is a bulb containing mercury at the bottom of the barometer. In higher pressure, in higher air pressure, it compresses that bulb and squeezes more mercury or whatever fluid you're using up into the barometer so that it's up at the scale. At less pressure, there's less squeezing on the bulb, and so the fluid is forced to a lower height. Into the instrument. There's no
It's the same material. You just said it's all the same material. So what the fuck is causing the differential in all the same material, making it squeeze?
Well, that was my next. Yeah, my next question.
Okay,
Exactly.
so
you're not telling us what the pressure is right now. So you're claiming pressure, and I understand what you said. We all understand the altimeter, and we all understand it changes. We all understand we use it now, but you're skipping over the cause of the pressure.
No, I'm not. I gave the cause of the pressure. Air pressure is caused by the weight of the overlying material. This is a hydrostatic fluid. This is just like water. In water, when you go down deep, there is more weight of water above you, and you can feel the pressure in your ears.
Right.
And it's the same thing in the atmosphere. Low in the atmosphere, there's lots of atmosphere above you. Air pressure is higher because there's more weight. As you go upwards, there is less atmosphere overhead, and the pressure reduces. It continues reducing the higher and higher you go. So that is the cause of air pressure.
Is the pressure?
No.
Height? You just said
no.
The height is the cause.
No.
We'll prove that wrong.
Wait a minute. Wait. I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. What was it that you said? Was that Demok?
Yeah, he said that elevation was the cause, just going up.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I don't think that's what he said. The way I understood
what's the
it,
cause of the it's the same.
It's the weight of the gas
now, what's
above
the
you.
squeezy part at the bottom and the non-squeezy part of it's all the same material.
Wait a minute. So
you're not being coherent here, sir. Please stay on the one topic.
No, you aren't. You're
claiming that. Please stick to what you were claiming. You were claiming that elevation causes pressure.
And then it goes to 0. We haven't found 0 yet. Stick to what you're claiming and don't be a liar. And then I'm asking you, the material's all the same. We got one big ball of Jello.
The material
what
of
makes
what?
this part of the Jello more dense than the top part?
Hang on, Tony. Hold on.
Prove it.
Tony, Demok is speaking.
What material? There is no point in him speaking if he is being incoherent. What material are you discussing?
I've got a ball of Jello. Show me how the bottom center part's more dense than the outside layer towards the top, and prove your fucking claim. Elevation makes it dense or not. What else is going on there? The only derivative is elevation.
What Jello? What are you asking for?
Take a straw, fill it with water. The only thing that made the water react the way it did was how much you keep stacking on itself high. Right? Elevation was the cause, right?
No.
What else was? Show us the shallow puddle do the same thing then.
Yeah, show me a bucket of helium.
You see what we're talking about, gentlemen? You get
No,
off the cliff.
I do not see what we're talking about. What is the problem?
Maybe because you don't actually
caused
experience
by
anything.
elevation. Can you hear for the 100th time?
So let me
I
explain.
think you're having trouble distinguishing between experiencing things and just imagining things.
So
yeah, I try to experience. You guys try to imagine.
Okay,
Let's stop
possibly.
imagining.
Right.
Possibly
Right.
be the
Demok.
case. So let me see if I understand this. So my understanding is that when you go up higher, there is more atmosphere above you than below you, and that tells you, and that is what changes the atmospheric pressure.
No, there's not. You said it's the same material.
Yeah, but there's more of it above me than below me.
How do you prove that?
Well, it's okay. So first off, let's talk about water, right? The deeper I go, the higher pressure I'm under. Yeah, we agree.
I don't know what material we're talking about. How do you prove?
In this case, we're talking about water. Well, I'm starting with water because I think we'll both agree. At least I hope.
No,
so.
I thought we were talking about the air. The
Okay, but do
atmosphere
you
getting
agree that when you
thicker
go
or
underwater,
thinner, and
just
what makes the atmosphere get thicker or thinner because of how tall it is?
okay? So we know that the atmosphere gets thinner the higher we go. Do you
What's it
disagree with
pressing
that?
on?
Do you disagree
What's
with
the
that?
atmosphere press on?
What is the atmosphere presses down? Do you know what a barometer is?
Have you ever seen a cup of coffee get held in by a card when you turn it upside down? I think the pressure's pressing up too, son. Good boy, you're learning. How does
Wait a
that little
minute.
playing card keep the cup of coffee in the cup, boys? Is that gravity?
What? Okay, I'm not following you, Demok.
I got a cup of coffee. Go fill a cup of coffee up. Put a playing card on top of it that covers the top. Hold it there. Turn it upside down. Move your hand. The coffee doesn't pour out. I'm not following what you're talking about down.
But wait, the
down.
cup is the cup upside down on a table?
It's upside down in the fucking air.
So just holding the coffee cup upside down with a card on it, and it won't.
It's full of liquid.
Okay.
I fill it up with liquid for the slow people 100 times one more time. Fill the cup up with liquid.
Okay, I haven't seen that
Put the
demonstration.
card on it. Put the card. My second grade teacher showed me it's a cool magic trick that debunks gravity. Because pressure's not pulling down. Sorry. It debunks you. It doesn't matter whether you've seen it. Go do it. I implore you to go do it.
Demo,
right.
Demo, wait.
Wait,
All
what?
right.
Prove pressure's pushing down and not up on that card. What do you mean, wait? What are we waiting on?
Well, because you don't understand the external
No,
forces
you don't
that are-
fucking understand non-demonstrator of gravity or
No.
balls of anything,
Demo,
anything,
you're
or a
not-
ball of air. Do you have a ball of air to show us with your pressure, temperature gradient, garbage? No,
Because
I got
when
a
I
cup
question
handy,
you, when I
and I got
question you about
liquid in the
the,
cup. I know you want to keep talking over me and not demonstrate a fucking
Go ahead.
thing. No
Go
one
ahead.
is going to understand anything you guys are imagining. Please demonstrate gravity only making air go down.
I'm asking about your cup experiment. That's all I'm
Why
asking
is the
about.
cup? Why is the liquid not pouring out of the cup?
You have effectively sealed the bottom, making it like a jar. And so no, we wouldn't expect the jar
stopped
to
gravity?
overflow.
So I
Yeah,
overcame
no,
gravity
no,
with a playing
putting
card
a lid
against
on
the
a jar
whole
is not
big Earth is what you're telling me right now. You're telling me putting a card in the air in the invisible magic air is going to outdo gravity now because I put a playing card there. It's going to say, oh, you got a playing card, Demok? Let's do a magic trick. Let's do the total fucking opposite of what these guys claim in front of your face. Now, who's got the Occam's razor? Demok, where the card is being pressed up against the fucking shit, no matter what your excuse is for it, or what's really happening?
You've created a seal.
It's
what you've
because
done.
of atmosphere.
How did it create a seal? It's not supposed to be able to. Air is not supposed to be pressing up on that card. It's supposed to be pressing down and making the card drop. Gravity, remember?
It's the same as putting a lid on a jar. It's just
A
you put
jar
a
of
seal
liquid.
on top.
Yeah. No, it's not a lid. It's not screwed on, motherfucker. It's just sitting there. The air is holding it there. It's not the same as being screwed on. Are you fucking an invalid? Who taught you what you dude? Come on now.
Demok, I'm going to ask you to be
He said
more,
screwing a lid on
be
is
nicer.
the same as putting a card against the cup, Omni. Are you
I'm
gonna
asking,
fucking,
okay, but I'm going to
are
ask you to be
reprimand him?
nicer. I'm fed up with people
You should be
behaving
fed up with
badly
that
and then
ignorance of
saying,
them
wait,
saying
Demok,
nonsensical stuff.
Demok, hold on. All right, I'm modding. Hey, I'm fed up with people saying Demok gets away with it. It's true. We let you get away with a lot, including calling people names constantly. That is because I think most people believe you can't help yourself. But I'm sick of it, and I think you can help yourself. So don't do it.
And Demo,
I
like
think you
no
can
one's
help a
denying.
demonstration and show us gravity holding stuff down like cards and liquid out of this cup.
Well, Demo,
How
Demo,
come gravity's broke now?
that's what
What's
I'm
your
asking.
excuse?
So
that's what I'm asking.
if you inhale a little bit of water into the straw and hold the top, you can hold the straw and a liquid doesn't go out at the bottom of the straw. That's because you're holding the top of the straw.
Are you holding
like
gravity down?
atmosphere-
Your thumb's gravity now? Your
No,
super
no.
gravity thumb is so magical. Now it's creating gravity in orbit with the water. Now the water's going to orbit inside the straw, even though it has a place to release. It's not going to go down because your thumb's sitting there. Thanks, water and gravity not working. Thank you, no gravity.
It has to
I didn't
do
know
with
your
the
thumb
external.
negated all Earth's gravity. That's weird.
Demo, have you like it has to do with the external forces along with atmospheric pressure, like
Oh,
the
gravity that don't exist? We're looking for the gravity force that holds stuff into spheres, that pulls everything down to the center. So that means up to the center. down to the center.
You're conflating two things.
No, you're conflating horizontal with ball.
No, you
You're the
just
only
changed
ones
the
that
subject.
conflate fuck all. You guys
just
conflate
changed the
nothing
subject.
with reality. I got a horizontal line. Show me your curve. Stop conflating.
All right, I was enjoying the conversation with Steve. So, are we done with that, or?
The electrical continuity is kinetic energy. You say you're putting something in a container and you compress it right in to begin with. That's one of
So
your problems.
omnivore,
to
you
contain
did
it.
appeal. Sorry, omnivore, you did appeal to authority fallacy. You don't know what PhD Tony has actually done in the field. When he started saying that you could just go to a deposit, like a mineral deposit, and start bottling helium, you should have questioned him right there.
Why?
I listened to that dishonest engagement. And that was
Why would
I do
the
that?
regurgitators? All they do is regurgitate.
Why would I
They've
do?
never
Wait,
done
why would I
anything
do that?
original in their life.
Because
Why
he
would you not
described the process
regurgitate?
as literally bringing
try to be
bottles into
original.
a rock with helium inside of it. That's fucking
Be a
retarded.
real human.
What makes you think it's retarded? And
Don't be a robot.
And don't say that. Okay, listen, man, we're modding people for that. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Program
No, my
by
bad.
Tony,
Yeah,
PhD program Tony.
I'm blown away. Why don't you mod when people say stupid shit like what PhD Tony said about bottling helium?
Because you don't have an alternate explanation that makes sense.
I have the actual.
Anything.
You don't have an alternate explanation. Hold on.
It doesn't involve bringing bottles to a mineral.
Your explanation is a religion, Vader. Stop talking about what your religious explanation's helping you do. Nobody guy. Now demonstrate.
So the reason why I find
fucking religion.
Demok,
your gas religion needs to be
Demok,
believed
you
by
can
somebody
behave
other
better
you,
than that.
right?
I know you can. I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Yeah, your one electron theory is just full of shit. You guys just say stuff.
So what is the one electron theory?
Yeah, you guys claim that I don't remember if helium or hydrogen is first. Whichever one's first. Yeah, hydrogen got one electron. Right? Yeah.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with hydrogen having one electron?
Where's it at?
Well, you claim that you isolated, one hydrogen atom.
I haven't isolated one hydrogen atom.
No one ever has. That's the whole point of what this is coming from. Is you guys claim stuff that didn't actually happen.
What makes you think it didn't actually happen?
Regurgitation.
Go show me where it happened.
Regurgitation after no physical principle, atom or electron in a jar, in your hand, in an envelope. Any physicality would be appreciated for you guys who just keep imagining you're right. Just keep falsifying your imagination. Saying my name doesn't help your imagination.
I'm
Get
asking
some protons and electrons.
Okay. I was talking to Jesse. So what's wrong with that, Jesse?
Yeah, well, when you guys are jumping around between helium and hydrogen and whether or not it's pure, what state you find it in.
Well, Steve started down a path where we're getting a bucket of air. We're going up, in a balloon or something, getting some air, putting it in a container, taking it down, and now determining what's in it. That's what we were working through. What's the problem with that? Like I don't
didn't think there was. I don't think there was a problem, was there? We were right to the mercury, and then 1 minute you were telling me electric charges on the gas gauges, and then when we switched to mercury, you're telling me it's not electric pressure. So I was getting confused on that
point.
point.
I don't know. We were talking about how different gas detectors work. So.
And explaining pressure. So we understand the gas detectors. We're in agreement. So smoke goes up. The electric charges of the smoke short out the machine, causing the alarm to go off. Now we kind of switch.
So is it the electric charge of it, or is it what exactly it does?
Tony. Well, okay, I'm using Tony's explanation right now. You didn't hear him?
So I I'm not sure.
You weren't
So
listening?
Is smoke electrically charged?
Well, Tony, that's what Tony said. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what would be your opinion on what shorts out that mechanism to make the beep go off? You understand it's very minimum. That's electricity, making the beep. That's why you got batteries in them, right? And then you understand circuits. So in order to make that horn go off, you close the switch.
So
It's really
smoke
that.
detectors work by detecting smoke particles in the air. They typically use one of two detection methods: ionization or photoelectric. Ionization detectors use a radioactive source to ionize the air. The smoke particles disrupt this ionization, triggering the alarm.
Yes.
Photoelectric detectors use a light source and a sensor. When smoke enters, it scatters the light, triggering the alarm. I just read this off Google.
There you go. Two perfectly legitimate explanations.
Yeah, but neither one of them is electric.
How electricity? What? What?
Neither is electricity. Neither one
What's
of them is
causing the light? Who's making the light? You had two different methods there. So which method do you want to talk about first? The light? Use the light.
Let's do the light.
Okay, so that means I got the battery, I got the detector. That battery is now using that to produce the light that the smoke is going to interfere with. Is what you just told me.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So yeah.
Now then you turned around and said, there's no electricity involved there.
So that's not what I said. I said I don't think smoke has an electric charge.
It has to. It's a chemical. I don't think there's anything that doesn't have a chemical that doesn't have a electric charge.
Hey, your whole model
that's your
is charged.
science.
Your whole atomic model is charged. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead. Thank you. Who's ever talking?
Electrons.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying.
Everything
You can't
intrinsically has
deny
electrons,
things.
making it electric.
So
I don't know why would you say gas doesn't have an electric charge?
So because gas doesn't necessarily have an electric charge. So for example, the noble gases are neutral. That's why we use them in,
That's not a true statement. Wait a minute.
Can a gas enter or exceed a? Yeah,
Well,
can a
just a
gas
second.
enter or exceed a container?
Just a
Asking that.
second. Just a second, Devon. You can ask him just a second. See, now you're using science right now, Omer, and when you invoke that non-covalence gas, 7 noble gases, that is on a sliding scale. See, if you read the science book real carefully, you'll get down to there's very little non-covalence. See the difference? It's kind of like an insulator and a conductor. A lot of science does, it's kind of like a sliding scale, dielectric versus conductive, these type of things. How science puts everything pretty much on when you're doing it and paying attention, like what we're talking about right now, it's on a sliding scale. So you can't just go, oh, these gases are non-covalent, which is what they use and how they describe, but there's no such thing as non-covalent. They will become covalent, and they are a little bit covalent. Just it's how you read the book. You can't skip over it.
Okay, well, so what is your contention? So the photoelectric detection.
Well, you're describing things that you're not following through. You're switching and pretending like there's no charge on a non-covalent gases. That's not true.
It's not using the charge of whatever charge there is of the gas to detect it.
Yes.
The potential's always there.
What do you mean the potential is always there? What does that mean?
It means
when you say that it's neutral, therefore it's not electric. I think that gas is intrinsically able to have charge, so it's always electric.
It has to. If it's a chemical, it'll have a charge. You're not getting out of it.
Technically, everything is a chemical. And
yes.
Okay, so when we talk about charge, right? Do you think a neutron has a charge?
No,
Yes,
they
it
don't
does.
have a charge.
It does.
Not
I
until
looked
they
it up.
become together. Go ahead.
I'm asking again. Does a
Yeah,
neutron have a charge?
Neutron has a charge. Yes, look up what they're claiming now about the neutron. They're
Well,
saying
and
it has
then,
a charge.
but even when you invoke neutron, you got to remember right away they hook up with a proton and an electron. So if
Yeah.
you just so you're kind of talking nonsense right now.
No, I'm starting at the most basic neutral particle that I'm aware of.
Yeah, but it's not neutral.
Well,
It's just,
you got to be careful.
just
Yeah,
not.
because it disappears. It disappears really fast, right?
What? What disappears really?
The neutron, according to your science,
It
the
doesn't
neutron, it bonds up with the proton and the electron pretty quickly. It's part of their science, how they describe things. A lot of descriptions.
Not bonding
in
with the
quantum
electron.
mechanics. What?
No. It does. No,
What?
I don't.
Neutrons aren't bonding with electrons. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, is that right? So,
So
what
I
book
think-
are you reading?
Yes, that
I
is
think
right.
what's
Thank
going
you.
on here, Steve. I'm going to tell you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you think you know science really well, and you're
No,
not.
I don't.
And that you're not getting the respect for your.
I read
knowledge.
that's bullshit. I read the fucking books just like you do. I don't know where you guys are getting your information.
None of the books ever said those neutrons join with the electron.
You're sure about that?
Yes, I am sure that the books never said that neutrons bond with electrons.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys,
okay.
you guys are the god. Go ahead, Demon. You guys are the god of the sciences. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that.
Well,
you know,
see,
I
this
think
is the fun part, Steve, because if you could bring a book that ever said that shit, that would be something, but you'll never will.
So yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. There's no doubt about it. I will, because it's not like I haven't read up on this stuff. So
Yeah, I know. Right? Like I said, you're claiming. I think that the problem is that you think you aren't getting enough respect for your.
No, I don't know. I don't care about. I don't care about you guys. What you think of me? Are you fucking? I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm calling it like I said.
No. We asked for simple demonstrations, and you guys never give them.
So,
ever.
Well, Steve, like the ones that I give?
Well, Steve, I will ask though, Steve, like, you're saying that neutrons bond with electrons, but I will caution you with the definition of protons, neutrons, and electrons. I would leave the trons out of it and start with the first parts of their definition. Just saying.
Okay, so help me out a little more.
was a
I'm
good
listening.
movie.
So elect.
I don't know. I feel like
and pro.
the guys are missing the whole reason why we're talking about this at all. Like, you guys are thinking that like you could just dig in the earth and just find like pure helium, like just a cloud of pure helium in a rock.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Non-covalent.
I don't think
Non-covalent.
anybody said that.
That's exactly
Oh,
why.
yeah, you did.
That's why Democ was getting on Tony's case, because Tony was saying.
Yeah.
Right.
You guys
It's not
skip over.
inside
You
of a
guys
rock.
lie. You guys
It's
come
inside
back
of a
lying.
chasm.
No, you circle around and you bullshit continuously.
I think what you're mistaking for bullshitting is just not understanding what the.
No, I
it's a
think
little
you're
bit more
not understanding.
complicated than you're giving it credit for, and when confronted with things not being quite as simple as
I'm correct.
sounded.
Yeah, so therefore I'm correct and Tony was wrong. Thank you.
No, I don't think so. I think that you are.
don't know. You don't know, dude. You're learning this topic right now as we speak. You're being educated.
Well, but not
yeah,
by
no.
you.
So part of the natural gas mining process there's helium involved. This is that
Yeah,
stuff.
the helium is extracted because it's not in a pure state.
Okay, and nobody said that the helium was inside a rock.
Yeah, no, Tony did. Tony said that you go to a mineral deposit, you crack open a rock, and you can bottle the pure helium right there.
He didn't say right there.
What?
Well, Doofus, you were.
You're not talking about a geode, are you?
No, we're not talking about geode.
Okay. I mean, I could imagine a case where helium might be inside of a geode. That would actually be.
We're talking about you having evidence of a single helium atom. Isolated, pure, in nature, one helium atom.
Why do we care about the single helium atom?
Well, that's what I thought. That's what Denmark was saying. You guys don't understand what Denmark says.
Helium in its gaseous form is already individual atoms. They're not bonded with anything.
I mean, I think that there is some nuances here that nobody is being clear about, but it feel very strongly about. So I don't know.
The only reason I'm jumping in is because of Tony's little analogy about bottling it.
No, you jump in because you're for some reason extremely hostile. I don't know why.
Well, welcome to OmniTalk server, where literally everyone is hostile.
No, not literally, not everybody.
Well, today, no, everybody's kind of chill today.
I mean,
oh no, I just got here.
I don't know. I'm not sure what the tripwire was, but whatever it is.
Everyone is hostile, and then I had to only think about the movie.
Not everyone. I take it back.
Nobody else thought of the movie though.
I don't know what.
Why do you think I'm being hostile? I'm just explaining to you that PhD Tony was wrong.
Why do I think you're being hostile? A variety of things. What you're saying, your tone of voice, the idea that, I mean, just how you're expressing yourself. It's like it's not subtle.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me automatically agree with the globe nonsense so you won't.
Okay, whatever.
What's the definition for what can enter and leave a container that's sealed? What's that definition?
Google it, bud.
You afraid? Why are you afraid to learn anything?
I don't know.
Afraid to
Google it,
learn
bud.
Anything for yourself live, physically, so we know you understand.
Ask ChatGPT. Let us know, bud.
We just want to make sure you don't make stuff up.
We just want to help you move from your dead end,
Help
bud.
us
Ask
what? You
ChatGPT.
figure out what it means.
Learn how to ask questions,
How are you gonna
bud.
help me help you figure out what it means without reading it to me?
D-Monk, you are the hero you need,
Help
bud.
me help you. Read it to me, and I'll
Pull
help
it up
you
from
understand.
Google, bud. You're the flat earther here,
Google
bud. Don't
what?
forget that.
What are we
Pull up
Googling?
Google. Tell us know what it says.
So you don't understand?
You
You
are
don't
the
know what
flat
you're
earther.
talking
That is
about right
correct.
now?
Pull up Google and tell us what it says.
About what?
You already forgot.
Yeah,
Memory of a
it's funny,
goldfish,
that's
bud.
What you just did, guy who's been asked about what and you don't know. It's nice that you try to flip stuff but can't do it, isn't it? You have a goldfish.
How about nobody
memory, don't you?
knows?
3-second memory. So now
I don't know what you're
can
on
enter
about,
and
Denmark.
exit
I'm
a
sorry.
sealed container?
Yeah, nobody knows.
I don't know. I don't know what you're.
What can enter and exit a sealed container? Act like it's Jeopardy. I don't know what you're alive for.
What is the enter
But
and
this is a real
exit
simple
of a steel
question. You
container?
can repeat to Google or AI.
He's asking what can enter and exit a sealed container.
Oh, what can enter and exit a steel container? Does the
Energy.
container have a door or something?
Water.
Let's just go with the simple answer. He's probably looking for
Air.
energy. That's what he wants.
Air and water. And what else?
Oh,
Energy.
never mind. Okay, it's even dumber than I thought.
Energy, air, and water. So the amount of air in a sealed container can change, right?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hello?
don't hold your breath. This guy has nothing ever to say ever. I can feel the ladies and gentlemen consistently give you the benefit of the doubt and hold their fucking breath. You never say anything relevant.
They're claiming it's compression or decompression. It's just an amount of potential in or out controlled by fluctuated
I
variations.
mean, I did give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought he was talking about just energy. It was
all
worried.
you can demonstrate.
Hey, what do you call no
physically.
map and no model?
Model
Spoiler,
of
D-Mock's
what?
worldview.
Reality, a horizontal not being up any other way. I got a model
Imagine
of up.
Imagine
My
if your
vector of up is
worldview
one
was
way.
only questions to
My
ask to
up
the
is one
Globers.
way. That's my model. Do you have anything that disproves my only one way up?
Okay, let's stop yelling at each other for a second, please.
I don't get it.
D-Mock's been doing this. D-Mock's been doing this for 4 fucking years. He still has no clue of any map, any layout, and he doesn't care.
Air math.
Truth-seeking for D-Mock is coming in here and pestering Globers with fake questions, disingenuous questions. D-Mock's percentage of chance of going back to the globe is negative 0%. He's engaging with people who actually, honestly, like, they will question the reality. And you don't. You're a waste of fucking time. You have no answers for anybody else, but surely not for yourself. All you are is just a loud, arrogant voice.
I'm telling you the answer to everything I'm saying. It's what you can demonstrate. Trial and error every time. Stop making no sense to no one ever unless you're talking to somebody else. Energy, what does it weigh?
No. What
Energy
people
has a
are
weight
people
for it,
are
right?
holding their
Charge
breath
the
and
battery
giving you the
supposedly-
benefit of the doubt, D-Mock,
when you
because
charge a battery, it's
people
supposedly
don't
weighs
truly
more, right?
understand what a clown you are, bud. They really think like maybe today he's
know
gonna
how
snap
much
out of it,
potential weighs.
but it's not.
Energy makes the battery weigh more, doesn't it? So is that gravity or energy? The more weight.
Bud, you're a broken script of asking disingenuous questions. Your
Of only
questions.
originality that you couldn't even fathom of originalness.
It's
Too
not
bad
really
you're
a
a broken
script if he's
script
just
writer
saying
and
things
script
at
reader.
random.
Yeah,
You're just a
ladies and
regurgitator of
gentlemen, back in the
nonsense.
old times, they put guys like D-Mock, not
Stop
flat earthers,
regurgitating stuff
guys
you
like
saw in a
D-Mock
book.
in a fucking crazy house. Why? Because
Stop
imagine your
regurgitating
fucking
no
family.
physics.
Imagine one of your family
Talk
members
physics.
engaging with this fucking guy. What are
Yeah,
they
you're
gonna get?
engaging with talk
Abuse and
physics all the
fucking
time.
trauma. Go in a fucking madhouse, D-Mock.
You're in a madhouse.
And don't get out till you have a map and a fucking model. That's
yeah,
your
I know.
dilemma.
I got a flat map everywhere with flat.
Sitting here for
pictures,
hours on end, abusing people in this fucking
with flat
server.
meter sticks and flat rulers and flat inches till I die. I've never seen anything else, you fucking idiot.
D-Mock watched some fucking videos
prove the
4
ladder
years
would be-
ago,
to
and now
prove
look at
against
him, the
reality
clown
would
that
be
he
on
is.
You're the ones that have to prove reality isn't reality. Dumbasses.
Bud, go back to 24/7 with the other
I know,
clowns
inside
like
of a
you.
ball, boy.
Why are you
You
actually
have to prove
here?
you're in a
Go
ball.
back with your ilk in
Prove up
24/7.
and
The
down and
clowns.
How do you
There's
prove
different,
direction
ladies
on
and
your inner
gentlemen. There's
ball?
different tiers of
What's
flat
direction
earthers.
work like on your inner ball?
There's actual truth-seeking flat earthers in here. A lot of them are in
One
here.
way up on
Then
flat
there's
Earth. That
then
means
there's
on the inner
clowns
ball
like
and out of the ball.
D-Mock. Clowns like D-Mock.
There's one vector for up.
I get it.
One
I get it.
direction away from horizontal. Go ahead.
Demo, for fuck's sakes, just give me a second. Let me ask you both a question, because concave, flat earth, whatever. Okay. Hold on. Do what?
He's hot micing.
Oh, so I thought
For the
somebody else
flat
was yelling at
earthers
me.
in here, D-Mock, where
Hey,
he is right
hold
now.
on a second.
All right.
Hold on. Christ. Calm down. Let's not yell at each other. It's all good. Okay. Calm down.
All right. Hey, here's a message for the flat earthers. This D-Mock guy is doing you a fucking disservice. I'm speaking to the flat earthers. Hold on.
all right, please.
He's doing you guys a disservice. There is additional work that needs to be done for flat earth. If the world's flat, fine. There is additional work. There is important additional work that needs to be done that no one is doing because this fucking loudmouth this loudmouth is gatekeeping you. This loudmouth is gatekeeping the fucking community. He's doing truth a disservice. He's doing flat earth a disservice.
Yeah,
you're a waste of people's fucking time, D-Mock. Fuck
Yo, this is
out of here,
unbearable.
bud.
You guys, listen, you guys gotta stop, bro. You guys gotta stop.
Demonstrations are a disservice. No one ever demonstrate any science or anything. You just keep telling stories and say my explanation.
Flat earthers, this guy and his personality is not your
What is your
friend.
explanation, Trump?
Quantum Eraser is not your friend.
Hey.
Who else? Nathan Oakley is not your friend.
Never met the dudes. Could care less.
The
Do you have
journey
a
of truth goes
demonstration
on,
handy?
ladies and gentlemen. It does not end at D-Mock. Don't sit another night listening to this clown.
Why don't you shut the fuck
Relax,
up?
dude.
Fuck me, running you long-winded.
Damn, this dude's government based. How many checks
Wait,
are they giving you for
he's
nothing
long-winded
pointless?
and Democ is not.
Well, if you shut the fuck up and maybe fucking have a conversation with DMOC instead of fucking interrupting. You guys never
He
show
tried,
anything. That's
actually.
all
He gave it a
DMOC
shot.
asks. All DMOC asks is a
Somebody
demonstration.
muted both of them. It
Why would
wasn't
we
me.
have a
But
conversation with Dimok? Dimok is not here to have a conversation. He yells, he shouts, he calls people retard. What are you on about, Steve? Are you stupid?
Lori, are you stupid?
Steve,
Oh my
Steve.
God, Lori. Come on, Lori. Everyone knows you're dumber than a fucking stump. For fuck's sake.
No personal
my
insults.
goodness.
Thank you, Steve. Can you answer my fucking question? Why would we have a conversation with Dimok when he yells, he shouts,
Go
he
fuck
asks
yourself,
stupid
Lori.
questions
Hey, Lori.
deliberately,
Lori,
and he calls people retard?
Lori,
Okay,
Lori,
look,
I'm done. I'm off the mic. Hey, Lori, I just want to get this in. Yeah, I just want to
I
get this
just
in.
muted
Hey,
both of
Lori,
them.
Lori, go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah, it's good, Steve. I know you cannot answer the question.
Don't look. Chill the fuck out. I'm gonna unmute both of them. Simmer down. Just have civil discourse. We don't need to yell at each other. Like, come on.
everybody just wants to fight, dude. What's going on?
Yeah, and we don't want.
Yeah, it's called having a fucking civil conversation without fucking morons, lion.
Okay, Steve, hold
Well,
on,
that's
Steve,
not-
hold on.
that's not a
All
civil
I hear all
conversation.
time when Democ is on here is him overtalk people,
Or
call him
DMOC.
an
That's all
idiot
I
and a
hear. Now you're
retard
bitching about
every 2
DMOC. Why don't you
seconds.
fucking-
That's all
why
the
are you
man does.
bitching?
So you want to tell me to have a fucking civil conversation with a fucking asshole that won't have a civil conversation? It's not going to happen. This afternoon, I had a civil conversation with Lion about religion. It was interesting.
Oh boy, I'm so glad.
I appreciate that. Come on, guys,
Yeah, so do
please.
I.
Just let's get a topic going instead of going at each other's throats.
Chill.
Nothing like a
The
bunch of
topic is
assholes.
how impossible it is to have a topic while Democ is.
No, it's impossible to have a conversation with people that don't want to prove nothing.
Look, for the
Somebody in another room.
Asshole, you guys think we fucking put gas in a pan out of rocks? I mean, what the
guys,
fuck?
come on, guys. I mean, this is like the 50th time I've asked. Like, come on.
All right, well, bring up a topic and demonstrate it instead of a bunch of bullshit.
I'm gonna unmute everybody. I'm gonna unmute everybody, but we need to be civil. Otherwise, I'm just gonna start muting.
Yo, hold up. Yo, I moved Jesse to the hot mic room. Who moved him back, dude? He's still hot micing.
I'm not hot micing.
I think he did.
Oh, we can't hear you, dog. Your mic sounds like you're hot micing if you're trying to talk to us.
Well, he's in the next county.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in another room. You're worse than my mic right now, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I fixed it. Sorry about that. No wonder you guys kept talking over me.
Let's just simmer down a little bit. Go one at a time. I'm unmuting Demo. Demo, I don't know how many times I gotta tell you this. Like, I fucking sound like a record. Fuck, Demo.
Did you call him Demo?
Yeah.
Yeah, in your cosmological model, your pressure creates the energy which condenses your gas cloud into a liquid. You say that your space-time curving is creating these points of pressure.
I like the conversation that Steve A was having with.
Ryan, hold on. I was first.
All right, go ahead.
Let's ask them. Thank you very much, and I'll give you the floor every time you speak now, Lion, since you respectfully did that. So when you have air in a tire, what can go in and out of the tire? Air pressure and energy. Because now, are you going to say the air amount in the tire increased or decreased, or the energy or the temperature? They all go hand in hand. So if energy can go in a container in my 2-liter and out of it, but so can the pressure decrease and increase. That means, how can you differentiate the two from each other? Go.
This is the conversation we're having.
Yes.
So
you have an answer,
when we're talking
you
about
add on.
tires, when we're talking about tires and the air pressure changes over time, if the air is not actually leaking out, which we'll get to that later, the temperature can affect the pressure of the gas because we have a gas law for that. Temperature makes the molecules move faster, which makes the pressure go up.
So how do you separate the two from each other? Air and energy.
Well, you can do some tests for that. If you have a sealed container, you know that the matter that makes up the air is not what's leaving the container. So what's happening?
I've never seen air leave a container. Have you? Prove it.
So what happens? Say you have like a soda bottle and you've drank all the soda. It's gone now, but it was delicious. Now, you close that container and you throw it outside in the wintertime and it starts to crumple up on its own. What happened?
Is it all full of the same stuff? Energy?
It was full of air. We closed the cap. We threw it outside and it's cold outside. Now it's crumpled up. Why did it crumple?
It was full of potential, and you negated the potential by messing with the potential energy with another form of energy. They came in contact, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. These are all forms of energy that exchanged. Where was the gas exchange?
That's the point. It wasn't, because the container is sealed.
So now when the container crumples down and has gas in it still and the same amount of stuff, the same kind of stuff in it still, and it didn't change and nothing changed, and then it swelled back up, how did you differentiate that air in there from energy? How did you separate the two?
The air didn't change inside the bottle other than its pressure. The pressure was driven by the temperature change.
Pressure of what?
The matter that makes up the air.
Holy fuck, now we're going somewhere. We're cooking with bacon now. Now you're learning. I want you to write that
It's
down.
the same thing I said.
The matter
like 3
that is
minutes ago.
the air is the energy and the temperature differential. Now say that again.
What?
Conductor,
That's not what I said.
temperature. So prove it's wrong. Prove conduction and temperature and pressure and energy don't go hand in hand. All of them are the same thing. You can't separate them.
Demo, let me comment on
Because the
something.
amount
I
of
actually
air that's
like this
inside the
amount.
container didn't change because it's sealed. The air can't leave, but the temperature did change the pressure.
I just
And then
want
the
to comment
bottle's
on
crumpled,
Demo's
so
debate
apparently the
skills
air's
here.
not in there. Go ahead,
Demo,
start.
I want to comment on your civil debate skills here. I love it. So keep that going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. I complimented Demo and he shut up. Is that what we got to do?
Yeah,
I like where it was going too, man.
Duke
So
was
what?
turning green, you guys. I see Duke was turning green, so I thought he was talking and I couldn't hear him. Sorry.
Well,
I
you're
like how
being
you were
polite.
talking about. I like how he was talking about air, and how what's the difference between air and energy.
Yeah, because see what when I read the definition, this blew my fucking mind. What I discovered was that
Is it just me?
Well,
so
technically,
the tire.
mass. Technically, mass is energy, right?
Yes, exactly. And then
Energy
when
is
they give a
mass.
battery, yeah, when they give a battery a charge, remember I used to ask them, can you weigh the energy? They were like, yeah, we put a charge in a battery and it weighs different. So what is the weight? I'm telling you what the weight of the situation is, and it's not based on the idea of a ball into the center of anything.
Well,
It's based on
hold on.
surface versus surface every
I
damn
know.
time.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Demo, but remember, like, gravity and weight are two different things. Like,
No, they're
gravity.
based on the same. Gravity is supposed to
Well,
be the thing of bending and
so that's
warping
the
space
argument.
time. Hold on, to make the shape of your sphere of water, dirt, and all material. Gravity is supposed to outdo all material and make it like a amalgamation and form it like a transformer into whatever it needs.
I get your argument. Like, I actually I empathize with that point. But like, if you're talking about big G versus little G, right, we're talking about different things, right?
I'm just talking
Gravitational
about
force.
action and reaction. Hold on. I'm not
Well,
listening. I'm not talking about
okay,
man-made
go ahead.
concepts that we can't demonstrate. You're just reading words out saying this word a guy said versus
No,
that.
no. Well, it's what you can demonstrate. Like, I mean,
Right, the
gravitational
air.
force is a thing, right? Like, we
The
know,
amount of
like,
air.
well, okay, so all right,
That's one side of the argument, right?
He wasn't
There's
even
also
talking
an
about
argument.
gravity, Verdak. We weren't even talking about gravity.
Well, he was.
Just mentioned how.
Or did I misread him?
Form.
If I misread him, I'm sorry.
No, my main point was asking, can you differentiate energy from the thing you guys are calling air and pressure or potential? It's in the container or out of the container. It's all energy if those things are if that's the definition of what can enter and leave a container, if air amount can leave or enter that container by, swelling or decompressing, then that's energy by sheer definition.
Can you hold on? Can you
I don't think they were denying that.
The thermal energy did exchange across that barrier, the bottle. Thermal energy can enter and leave that bottle. That's not a problem. Air, I hope you're aware, is made up of matter. We know this because when you breathe out, you're pushing something. You have to apply a force to push matter in some direction. So air is made up of some kind of matter, right?
It's made a temperature differential from the energy moving around and fluctuating with itself, causing kinetic or kinematics. Kinetic energy is the start and fluctuation of everything. And if what you're saying, the reason I would only say the word gravity is because people told me that the energy has weight. So if what causes weight would be a thing, electrical, and we can prove that physically and say, okay, put a charge in this battery. Now, can you manipulate the gravity of that battery and make it weigh less or more with the word gravity or big G or little g? You can't because you don't know what that is.
I mean, I might be right.
Yeah,
I'm not the smartest on this, but energy is potential, right? And like energy being weight, I'm just not following you on that part. And I may be retarded.
He's loosely referring to the weight of an electron, and actually, if you positively charge a battery, it should weigh less. That's not really important. I mean, the amount of difference is going to be super tiny. You probably won't measure it with any scale that you have at home.
Right. Yeah.
So why is it in the dictionary that it happens if it can't happen? If you can't detect it?
Is it in the dictionary?
I don't know. You're reading it from somewhere. You got that idea that this thing is so undetectable that it's detectable. So where'd you get the idea that it is undetectable, detectable?
Whoa.
Right.
What do you mean?
That's definitely not what I said. That's
hold on.
The weight of the battery when you give it a charge, he said it makes it weigh less, but he said, but it's so undetectable. You guys can't hear these words?
Right, because the weight of an electron is not something that you typically are able to measure with the stuff that you have at home. You have to do something with a lot more precision in order to get that kind of a measure.
So someone knows somewhere that they weighed an electron.
Yeah, but that's not information that you need to worry about because I'm not going to be able to demonstrate that to you. That's not a claim that we need to get into right now because there's no way that I can give you particle accelerator level kind of equipment to show you that this is true.
I don't need equipment for nature to work the way nature works. Nature doesn't need your equipment for it to do everything that it does. Temperature outside will freeze the water or de-thaw it when the sun comes out and the air and everything is there. Nothing's stopping nothing from working the way that it works in nature. I don't know why you guys keep trying to divide everything. Go outside, let nature do what it does. Yeah, they're dividing.
Everything you just said was true, Demo. Everything you just said was true. Everything you just said was true. We're not trying to divide anything.
I don't get this demo thing. That's really
what
bothering.
Manipulation of gravity is supposed to do. You're supposed to divide gravity from itself, divide gravity from the earth, divide gravity from energy, divide gravity from magnetism, electricity, any outside influence. You're supposed to divide everything to itself like an atom, a proton, this gas, that gas. Yeah, you are.
Kind of, but not really. I mean, kind of, but not really. Like
that's
the
my whole point.
the electromagnetic force, right? Like that's a thing. Gravity is a force. Like all this stuff.
No, stop. Hold on, stop there. Electromagnetics is a force. Gravity is not.
Of course it is.
No, gravity's a word.
Not according to relativity, dude. It's just
that's a little G, bro. Don't get DJ and little G.
Gravitation. Yeah, we'll get into the pedantics of gravity versus gravitation.
Yeah,
quick if we keep getting.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to convolute the conversation, but what I'm saying
not a force,
is
dude.
like
straight up. It's been replaced. Einstein replaced that idea, dude. It's not a force, no matter how you chop it up. You can act like it's a force.
That's not exactly true.
You can act like it's a force. It still works at the local level, but it's not actually a force according to Einstein. You're a priest.
It's
Then
same
well,
with
no,
every
no, no.
single
Again, as I was
agree.
just lying, I just explained this, man.
Yeah,
Gravity versus
gravitation and
gravitation
gravity.
is
It
going
doesn't
to
matter.
be a pedantic level argument. The
Yep.
force that comes from gravitation, which is weight,
From where?
is still a force even after Einstein.
From what
It's
direction?
still a force.
No, it's not.
Like,
What direction? I just had the cup held up, and you
Yep,
couldn't
weight is
explain
still a
why the
force.
stars
You
in
can
the cup.
ask, you can look through all of Einstein's materials, and I guarantee
where?
you,
From
in there,
where?
you will keep finding references to weight being a force.
A force
I
where?
like,
Yeah,
Where?
I know it's a force. I'm aware it's a force. I don't believe it's a pseudo force, but according to relativity, it's not a force. It's been replaced.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
It doesn't have a
Newtonian
vector.
physics has been replaced.
you've only
It needs
read
a
half the
vector to
paper.
have
It's
a
not,
force.
listen very carefully. Einstein himself, in all of his stuff that he's done, the weight that comes from gravitation is still a force in relativity.
No, it's
Do you
not. When you
understand?
hold the bar.
No,
No,
it's not.
I can debunk you right now. If you
Oh
hold the
my
bar
fucking
up
God.
vertically,
Just no, it's not.
dude,
Just that's your answer.
dude,
That's
I
your
can debunk
position.
you. Why don't you shut
Hold
up?
up.
I'm going to debunk you
Hold
right
on,
now. This
Demo.
is my
Pull up the
answer.
paper.
Get a piece
Demo,
of
can you pull up
steel.
the paper?
Whoa,
Pull
hold
up
on,
the
bro.
paper. Pull it up.
I ain't got a paper. I got a piece of steel. I got reality. Fuck magic papers. They ain't going to
No,
help you do real stuff.
Demo. Really, if we're gonna argue that is not the argument,
Well, I'm going to
flip the
prove you
Einstein
with the
paper.
fucking piece of steel, though. You don't need a paper. Listen to what I'm saying, brother, please. Talking for them is their whole model, is just talking. But when we want to talk about proof and talking with the physical proof, you guys don't want to hear it. But you want to hear stories about stuff we can't prove that proves a
Okay,
globe
go
model.
ahead.
Stuff.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
now a piece of steel. Gravity is supposed to have the idea of bending everything in every vector towards the center of a fucking imaginary potential point that it doesn't exist in for its own self. Like take a vertical piece of
No,
steel. It's not in a sphere, is it?
that
A
but
line, a
what you just
horizontal.
said
Hold
was
on, listen.
erroneous.
A
Okay,
horizontal
go
piece
ahead.
of steel
I'll
is
let you finish. I'm sorry.
it's not
But
equidistant to a spherical fucking potential of gravity. It doesn't. It's got corners. It's a lot. So now when I hold it out this way, horizontally, it's going to bend down towards the ground, and they're going to claim that's gravity bending it because gravity has a bending idea in all vectors, no matter your fucking relativity spot.
not
Okay. Now I'm going
necessarily.
to
It
take. Now,
depends on the.
what does the
Hold
sphere
on.
mean?
Let's clarify
It's,
something.
I'm not
It
done. I
it
gotta.
I know.
I'm gonna
I
prove
know,
it.
but
I'm.
let's
You're
just
not letting me
how
finish.
long is
Why
it,
are you talking over me? What the
Demo?
fuck?
How long is the
The
piece of steel?
fucking. Now you get the piece of steel and you hold it vertically. It doesn't matter how long. Fly.
Okay.
Grab your helicopter, hook it onto the fucking piece of steel that's held vertically. We're gonna be standing it up. Now you fly it vertically, not horizontal. It's never gonna bend to an imaginary potential of gravity, making it to a fucking sphere. It's never going to happen. That has to happen if gravity has no point of direction from no point of direction, force everywhere to anywhere to a center. That has
Okay.
to happen, Verdact.
So let me ask you a question then. Have you ever been in the weight room? Have you ever went to the gym?
Vertical pieces of steel don't bend
Well,
left
no,
and
no.
right.
I'm actually going to answer, like, I'm going with your hypothesis here.
Yeah, I've been in the gym. I used
All
to
right.
be in a weight
All
class.
right.
And
So you remember like these meatheads, right? That would put like a fucking shitload of weight on a fucking barbell,
that's
right?
horizontal. We're looking for
Did it
vertical.
bend?
We're
Did it
looking
bend?
for horizontal, vertical.
Hold on. Let me just ask you a question though. So that, like, these barbells are straight as fuck, right? But when I put a bunch of weight on them, even if they're on the weight rack, or if a meathead is pushing it up and down, is it bending towards the ground? Yes or no?
The claim is not a bar in weight class. Stop making no sense. We're
No, no,
talking
no, no.
about a bar, dude. Will you
Demo,
stop
just
talking over me?
I'm
You
asking
don't
you
even
to a
comprehend
thought
what I'm
experiment.
saying. Please stop. You don't comprehend.
I'm
I'm
asking you to
helping
do a
you out
thought.
right now. I'm helping you not sound funny and weird. Please, I'm helping you. I'm helping your IQ. This bar is by itself. It's only held horizontally. I'm going to keep
Okay.
making it longer. Now I'm going to make it 10 foot, 20 foot, 30 foot. The claim is
So
gravity
guess
makes
what?
that bend.
It's
Now,
gonna bend.
can gravity make it bend the other way back towards me or away from me, saying that there's a planet that I can fly away from this chunk of center of mass where I just start? Point A is the center of fucking mass I'm starting from. I'm gonna fly away from it that way. This bar will never bend to that imaginary fucking thing called space-time gravity that way. It has
I'm just talking about on the ground. Yeah, I'm just talking about on the ground.
About gravity
So you should.
holding
Well,
something
no, I want
and bending
to
it
clarify.
like a plumb bob.
Just to clarify though, Timo, are you saying that if I have a steel beam and it doesn't matter the
100-mile long one,
100-mile long
vertically
one,
up. Vertically held up.
if I elevate it,
it'll never bend left or right.
In the center point, if I tie a chain
No matter
to it,
what
and I
hole you
elevate
go
it with a
down,
train.
no matter what cliff you drop it
Can I ask
down,
my question?
you're not fucking paying attention. The center of gravity is in the dirt, right? So you're gonna find
so if I lift,
gravity.
well, if I lift,
You have to mark that center. Mark a cliff or something, fly away from the actual fucking physical planet, Earth, away from that cliff. Make sure the cliff's horizontally behind you as you're flying away. The cliff versus the air in front of you, you're going away from the planet farther, supposedly that way, right? Now,
I don't know
the Earth and
anything.
the planet are supposed to be pulling that motherfucking thing that way, which would be down for some other person's fucking point of view. Now that's horizontal for Bob looking up at your thing, bending down towards the Earth. It doesn't happen.
So if I have a steel beam, and it doesn't matter the length.
It has to bend left or right.
I'm just going to ask you the question, and then I want you to answer it. Okay, it's a very simple
left or
question.
right is your answer. I don't know what you're asking.
I'm just going to ask you the question. That's all. So if I have a steel beam, it doesn't matter if it's 10, 50, 500 feet long, 1,000 feet, 10 kilometers long. If I lift that steel beam from its center point, I just tie a chain around it. Let's say I hook a helicopter up to it, right? And I lift it up. Is that steel beam going to bend?
No, not if you hold it vertically by the top part, making it a vertical line going towards the dirt, going straight directly up like a plumb. 100% 90. You're going to grab it to the top and fly up and over that way. It'll never bend. It has to, if gravity is a real thing, it has to start reacting. It has to amalgamate to the earth live. Something has to
I'm lifting it from the center. I'm lifting it from the center point of the steel beam.
That's not how we're going to prove gravity is a ball. You're just proving flat Earth and weight.
No. I'm asking, does it bend down?
Yeah. It's not what we're looking for to prove gravity. Get with the fucking program. We already know the vector of flat Earth is one direction, Verdak. We're trying to prove the other vector. How can any human physically prove that away or any other direction from gravity but up right here next to our face? Where can we prove this at? That there is another equipotential up somewhere. Where's your backyard equipotential to the curve? Show me in the dirt in your backyard. Somewhere the Earth's got to be equipotential to itself, right?
I know you want to do this deflecting thing where you go through.
No, you're deflecting from equipotential.
But let me ask you another
Gravity
question.
is supposed to bend everything equipotential to the center. I know you're deflecting from this. You were taught this in school. Do you understand what equipotential with gravity is? Can you demonstrate that?
Okay, so Dima, I'm just going to ask you another question. So if I can lift a steel beam from its center point, and whether it's 50 meters, 100 meters, 1.5 kilometers, or 10 miles wide, why does it bend in the center?
Which part is the center of gravity and equipotential to the center of gravity of that steel beam left to right? So I've got point A at the steel beam, point B at the middle, point C at the end. Which point is equipotential to the sphere of a horizontal horizontal piece of steel? Which part? Can't be all. The answer can't be A, B, and C. Go ahead. We're looking for you guys to physically get a bar. Show us on the bar A, B, and C. No matter how long you make it, you can keep going. It might help out.
But what I'm saying is,
the bar is
why does it bend? That's why I'm asking.
Or some dirt in your yard. Somewhere the dirt in your yard has to be equipotential for you guys to even know what this means. What does it mean?
Demo, this is not a catch you question. I'm asking you for an explanation of why that happens.
You're not flying you're not flying the thing up vertically. You're asking the wrong question. I already know stuff bends down towards flat Earth when you make it long. I already know it has tension on its material of the weight of the other end of it. We already know this is a proven fact. We're looking for gravity to grab stuff and bend it that way like a plumb and like spherical water and dirt and the whole material of Earth. Do you understand?
I'm not saying
you're not trying to understand. Are you gonna understand or not?
I'm not, dude. I'm not fucking
I'm not fucking
What part
insinuating
about bend
anything.
left or right do you
I'm
not
not. I'm not
understand?
even coming at you as a glober or a flat earther or
I don't know
anything.
what
It's
you're
just a
talking about
genuine
or who
question.
you're talking to. I wish you guys would join a conversation with somebody that's alive. I'm asking you, do you have proof that the vertical bar is bending because of gravity?
What vertical bar? I'm asking you if you lift the
The
steel beam,
vertical
why is it
bar I've
bending?
got in my yard going up like all the fence poles. When do they bend left or right at the
Emo, you're
bottom or in
going
the
left and
center?
right.
It's
Where
because
you
of
left,
gravity.
you left the. You okay? You left the atmosphere. You're in a different space time. Chill out. I'm
I'm just
asking you a
flying
question.
horizontally away from Earth and I'm waiting for this fucking plumb steel beam to bend in the
Okay,
center
well,
like it's
then
supposed
do
to.
that. Then do that. But why is it when I lift
Why
the
does
steel
it
beam
bend
that bends?
down? Why is it bending down if it won't bend?
Yes. Why is it bending down? That's what I want to know. Do you have an explanation?
Which way is down?
Oh,
You dumb bastard. We're trying to prove with you physically and prove it once and for all. You
my
guys
God.
don't want to prove your globe. You want